Where's this place? Wizet's mind stirred awake, severed from the familiar world he remembered. Wizet looked around, discovering a scene utterly unfamiliar to him, and doubt welled up in his heart. Wasn't he supposed to be cramming for his final exam just moments ago? How had he ended up here? Broken stones, rubble, and scattered debris covered the ground. The ceiling and walls were torn open by enormous fissures. Not far away, a fireplace had been half blown apart, ash still billowing in the air. It was obvious this was not his bedroom, but a ruin. Suddenly, a strange flood of memories surged like a tide and poured into Wizet's mind. The body he now inhabited had been a test subject of dark wizards forced to undergo all manner of inhuman black magic experiments. Throughout this process, the original boy had endured unbearable pain and torment, developing a profound terror of magic itself. And from that terror, an immense power of dark magic was born. This was precisely what the dark wizards desired, to cultivate a controllable Obscurus, yet they forgot that those who play with fire are destined to be consumed by it. The Obscurus within the boy erupted without the slightest warning, acting on its own. Not only did it obliterate the entire building, it tore the dark wizard himself into fragments. After digesting these memories, Vizet understood one thing. He had transmigrated. He had transmigrated into the magical world of Harry Potter. Unfortunately, he had never read the original Harry Potter novels. He only knew those names: Luna, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Voldemort, Dumbledore, and a few fragmented scenes from fan-made edited videos. As for the films, he had seen only one spin-off, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. That particular movie he remembered in greater detail. It told the story of Newt Scamander traveling to New York. In the end, he not only released the Thunderbird back to the wild, but also captured Gellert Grindelwald. It seemed there would be sequels, but Vizet had never had the chance to watch them. That film described the Obscurus, a force of dark magic of tremendous power, yet nearly impossible to control. Its manifested form was like black smoke laced with ash. So, was he now in that very form? Just as the thought arose, he felt his entire being suddenly grow restless. A burst of black mist shot forth before his eyes, violently tearing apart the wall in front of him and throwing up clouds of dust. Its power is actually this overwhelming. A surge of furious emotion suddenly emerged, spreading through Wizet's mind, birthing a vicious urge to destroy everything. This was the fatal flaw of an Obscurus. Those who harbored it were called Obscurials. Obscurials were controlled by their Obscurus, losing command over their own bodies and retaining only a ravenous desire to wreak havoc. The lifespan of an Obscurial was exceedingly short. Aside from Credence in the film, scarcely any Obscurial had ever lived beyond the age of 10. The original boy had been altered again and again by black magic experiments. His magical tolerance had long become abnormal. Coupled with the dark wizard's deliberate meddling, he had somehow survived to the age of 11. But Vizet could sense that this eruption was different, far more serious. The Obscurus was gnawing away at his mind. Once his consciousness was completely overtaken by the Obscurus, he might very well become the fastest transmigrator in history. The Dark Wizard's Notebook. Every method of restraining an Obscurus that the Dark Wizard used had come from that single notebook. Vizet had to find it, and use the knowledge within to control the Obscurus. Only then could he hope to survive. He hovered in midair, his presence stirring the dust on the floor, and sending it swirling everywhere, barely allowing him to make out the objects scattered below. Just as he was carefully searching for the notebook, crisp popping sounds snapped through the air, and vortexes materialized one after another. Apparition. After the Obscurus had ravaged this place, it was only a matter of time before wizards arrived. But he had not expected them to come so quickly. Edward Murphy once said, "Anything that can go wrong will go wrong." To wizards, an Obscurus was as terrifying as a flood or a ravenous beast. In Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, when Makusa discovered an Obscurus, they immediately launched an attack and destroyed Credence. Now 4 wizards appeared before Vizet, and events were unfolding toward the worst possible outcome. They had no intention of wondering whether he could be saved. They simply raised their wands, assuming battle stances. "It's an Obscurus. Have someone from the Auror office sent over. This is not something we can handle alone." The vortices flared again, and 1 wizard vanished, leaving to inform the Auror office. The situation remained dire. The 3 wizards left behind looked unbearably tense, sweat beading on their foreheads. Protego Tatalum. They chanted, and layer upon layer of magical energy fields blossomed into existence, enclosing Vizet completely. Merlin's beard. How many years has it been since an Obscurus last appeared? Are we just going to stand here and wait? Shouldn't we do something more? Don't act rashly. Containing the Obscurus is enough for now. When the Aurors arrive, we'll attack together and avoid unnecessary complications. Yet the situation only grew worse. Their intentions were painfully clear. They had trapped Vizet here, planning to annihilate him in one fell swoop once they had enough manpower. Vizet tried to speak, but could only produce a roaring sound like a gale sweeping through ruins. If he used the Obscurus's power to break free, the notebook would almost certainly be caught in the blast and destroyed, and the Obscurus's erosion of his mind would only accelerate. Only one path remained before him. He had to find the notebook as quickly as possible, restore himself to normal, and prove that he was not a threat. After an arduous search, his efforts were finally rewarded. A plain notebook bound in tanned leather entered Wizet's field. What struck him as most peculiar was the vortex hovering above it, a spiraling silver-blue cyclone. The vortex seemed to sense his gaze and flew straight toward him. In the instant the vortex ascended, the notebook crumbled into dust and vanished. Before Vizet could react, the racing cyclone drove straight into his mind. The Practical Wizard's Combat Guide. The notebook, reduced to dust, now revealed its title within his mind as its first page slowly unfolded. Vast quantities of knowledge poured into him, weaving themselves into intricate words within his consciousness. The Guardian meditation technique strengthens affinity with magic, gathers and reins in uncontrollable negative emotions, collects, stores, and seals those emotions, converts them into ancient magical power. In an instant, Vizet grasped the meditation method and began to meditate at once. Once he entered the meditative state, everything around him grew clearer. He could now perceive the Obscurus, more fully feel the extraordinariness of this power. His mind became like a vast whirlpool, drawing in the Obscurus's force, refining it, transforming it. Everything seemed to be moving in a better direction. Yet Edward Murphy also said, if there is any possibility for things to go wrong, no matter how small, it will eventually happen. With a series of rapid popping sounds, more and more wizards stepped out of swirling vortexes, surrounding Vizet from all sides. It really is an Obscurus. The statute of secrecy has been in force for so long. How can an Obscurus still appear? Who cares? Our priority is to eliminate it before it causes further damage. Prepare to strike. The assembled wizards raised their wands, magical light gathering at each tip. Raw magical power churned through the air, sending dust flying once again. With the wizard's attack imminent, this moment was undoubtedly the worst possible for Vizet. Just as dust billowed, a flare of fire appeared out of nowhere, and an elderly man stepped out from within it. The old man wore a purple robe trimmed with gold, his silver hair and beard long enough to tuck into a belt. Behind his spectacles, his bright blue eyes shone with piercing intelligence. Every wizard present showed a look of astonishment. Headmaster Dumbledore, how are you here? Seeing Vizet confined within the magical energy field, Dumbledore looked slightly surprised and gave his wand a gentle wave. A far more solid magical energy field manifested, completely enclosing the space where Vizet was suspended. In his meditative state, Vizet could clearly sense that the magic contained within this new energy field far surpassed that of the previous ones. It seems I have arrived at an inconvenient moment. Dumbledore glanced around, noting the wreckage scattered everywhere. The Book of Admittance revealed the name and address of a new student, and Minerva asked me to come and confirm it. A tall, bald, dark-skinned wizard stepped forward. A new student's name and address. Headmaster Dumbledore, you came here to find a Sunto Enrolls student. Yes, Dumbledore nodded lightly. If the Book of Admittance has not aired, then this new Hogwarts student should be the child before us. In Wizet's eyes, Dumbledore had arrived at precisely the right time. Not only did he help delay matters, allowing Vizet to continue absorbing the Obscurial, he also brought crucial news. That Vizet would be able to enter Hogwarts to study. In Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, there is once a question, which is the finest magic school in the world? The answer given by the protagonist Newt is precisely the Hogwarts that Dumbledore now mentioned. In the film, Newt's brilliant performance serves as indirect proof of that answer. As a student, if Vizet had the chance to learn magic, he would naturally wish to choose the very best school. He still could not directly speak. Dumbledore only needed to stall a little longer, and Vizet would be able to use his meditative method to absorb the Obscurial and restore his normal form. The dark-skinned wizard showed a troubled expression. Headmaster Dumbledore, if he is to enroll this year, that means he is already over 10. Obscurials rarely live past 10. I believe you know this well. Perhaps the address was mistaken. No matter how you look at it, this Obscurial is already out of control. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the others. He clearly understood what these wizards were afraid of. Kingsley, I understand the difficulties you face, he said in an even tone. But there are always exceptions, are there not? Among the Obscurials I have encountered, more than one has been older than 10. Why not grant this child and me a few more minutes? If he loses control, I will bear the consequences. And I will provide Cornelius with an explanation. Having heard him speak to such an extent, Kingsley naturally had no reason to refuse. Very well. We will repair this place within 10 minutes, then go and erase the surrounding muggles' memories. Dumbledore smiled. That is excellent. Thank you for your help. Kingsley led the assembled wizards to begin the necessary. Under their combined efforts, the house that had been reduced to ruins seemed as though a reverse button had been pressed. Rubble and shattered tiles flew back through the air, while the fireplace walls and ceiling slowly reformed. Dumbledore looked toward the magical energy field, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What a marvelous display of magic, actually compressing the power of an Obscurial. For an 11-year-old child to accomplish something so remarkable, it is hardly surprising that the Book of Admittance would behave abnormally. Vizet paid little attention to what Dumbledore was saying. All his focus was fixed upon the Obscurial. At last the Obscurial's power was completely absorbed. Most of that force gathered at his chest, condensing into a core of intertwined black and crimson. Around the core, several silver-blue chains coiled tightly, and it throbbed like a living heart. Vizet could finally feel his body again, and he immediately stretched out both hands to grasp the core. In that moment, the Obscurial core merged once more into his body. Dumbledore immediately noticed the black mist within the magical energy field dissipate as a thin, frail boy fell from midair. The boy's hair was a dull black devoid of luster, and within his deep dark eyes there appeared a trace of relief, as though finally freed. Dumbledore swiftly waved his wand, and in an instant the entire magical energy field dissolved into nothing. A phoenix the size of a swan appeared out of nowhere, catching the boy and holding him steady. Feeling the softness and warmth at his back, Vizet could not help but smile. "I did it," he murmured. He blinked and noticed that the building, which had been a heap of ruins, had been completely restored. "So this is magic. Child, you have done very well." A kindly face came into view. "To free yourself from such a dangerous power, you are more remarkable than most children I have ever seen." Vizet instinctively asked, "Are you Albus Dumbledore? You know me?" Dumbledore looked slightly surprised. "If you already know of magic's existence, why are you so afraid of it?" Vizet came to his senses, turned his head slightly aside, and hastily explained, "That madman who used me for experiments would occasionally curse your name." "Used you for experiments?" A flash of anger passed through Dumbledore's eyes. "It seems you have suffered greatly. No wonder you would loathe magic. None of this is your fault. Child, there is something I must make clear to you. You are an Obscurial. Today's incident may yet happen again. You must learn to control the Obscurial within your body." Following Dumbledore's words, Vizet asked, "What should I do?" "Child, you need to attend Hogwarts and learn. That is the purpose of my visit," Dumbledore replied, his eyes and tone laden with complexity. Something stirred in his memory, and long-sealed recollections sprang open. Everything about Ariana resurfaced in his mind. Innocent people must not be persecuted again. Such mistakes must not be repeated, he said with unshakable conviction. "Under no circumstances. Child, you must go to Hogwarts to study." Having just crossed into this world and endured such a tremendous upheaval, Vizet felt his eyelids grow ever heavier. He could only give a faint hum as a response. Dumbledore, naturally aware of this, let his tone soften once more. "Child, have a good sleep first. There will be no more danger tonight." Vizet made an effort to nod, feeling even more fatigued. For reasons he could not name, Dumbledore filled him with an immense sense of safety, and at last he could no longer resist his drowsiness, slipping directly into unconsciousness. "Poor child, sleep well," Dumbledore murmured, noticing the many wounds of different shapes covering Vizet's body. "It seems his Hogwarts acceptance letter will have to be delivered a little later," he thought, fully aware that these wounds were the result of dark magic experiments. He stretched out his arms and carefully lifted Vizet. "Fox, this child has endured far too much suffering." Phoenix Fox let out a soft chirp and hovered in front of Vizet, wings beating gently as it remained suspended. Gazing at the wounds covering the boy, the phoenix's eyes grew misty. Pearl-like tears welled up and overflowed from its eyes, slipping down its smooth feathers and falling onto Vizet's body. A wondrous change occurred. His wounds began to heal rapidly, leaving not even the faintest scar behind. Vizet's complexion grew rosy, and even his tightly pressed lips relaxed into a faint smile. Kingsley returned with the group of wizards and, astonished, asked, "Headmaster Dumbledore, has he truly recovered?" "Yes, he is a resilient and gifted child," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "He must go to St. Mungo's for treatment, and I will have a word with Cornelius." Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge returned to his office feeling quite upset. Whether it was because of the incident tonight that caused him to miss the lavish French dinner or the content of the latest issue of Singing Against the Grain, both contributed to his foul mood. Facing Dumbledore, his tone was somewhat stiff. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you have said so much just to allow a mute to Dumbledore's expression was calm. "Yes. His name appears in the Book of Admission, and according to tradition, enrollment is Lucius Malfoy sneered from the side, speaking in a low, drawn-out tone. "That's a mute who just caused it. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, I must remind you, Headmaster Dumbledore, Hogwarts is not your backyard. I certainly understand, and I will ensure the safety of this child." Dumbledore smiled. "He has great talent, and we must not stifle that talent simply because he is a mute." "Is that so?" Lucius' voice turned cold. "How admirable. Such kindness. We cannot stifle a child's talent. Does the black tea need some sugar?" Hearing Lucius' sarcastic tone, Fudge interjected, "To ease the atmosphere, the Ministry of Magic may face protests from parents regarding this matter." Dumbledore replied, "I can help issue a statement. I will ensure the safety of this child." "Is that all?" Lucius raised an eyebrow. "Adults, if they cannot fulfill their promises, shouldn't there be some consequences?" Dumbledore maintained his smile. "If this child meets with an accident, I am willing to accept the Ministry's investigation." As always, full of compassion. Lucius' tone remained sarcastic. "That big fool who was expelled for murder back, then you still hide him in Hogwarts. Dumbledore, do you always enjoy finding dangerous individuals and hiding them in the school? Do you truly care about the other students? Do you still have the right to continue as headmaster?" Dumbledore continued to smile. "Perhaps you could hold another vote to see if you can get me dismissed. Last time your reason was a fairy tale. What reason do you plan to use this time?" Upon hearing this, Lucius pressed his lips together, his face growing colder. Faced with the still tense atmosphere, Fudge wiped the sweat from his forehead. On one side was the financial backer of the Ministry of Magic, and on the other was the eminent headmaster. He did not want to offend either. He could only speak again. Headmaster Dumbledore, for a mute who has suffered greatly, whether he can integrate into the magical world is indeed a question. How about this? While school has not yet started, the Ministry of Magic will evaluate this mute. If he can integrate into a wizarding family, then he will be approved for enrollment. Of course that's fine, but is a necessary measure, and I believe in this child. Dumbledore nodded. I can arrange. Shouldn't this matter be arranged by the Ministry of Magic? Lucius interrupted Dumbledore abruptly. Do you think the entire magical world is your backyard? It seems to confirm the speculation of singing against the grain. Are you the crownless king, the invisible minister of the English Ministry of Magic, not even willing to listen to Minister Fudge's decisions? Lucius' words caused Fudge's face to flush. Fudge shifted his gaze to the issue of singing against the grain on his desk, recalling the outrageous articles in that magazine. He did not want to consult Dumbledore every time a decision was made. Having held the ministerial position for a year, he felt it was time to stretch his wings and not be constrained by Dumbledore. He already had an idea in mind and spoke. Headmaster Dumbledore, let the Ministry of Magic handle the search for a wizard. After sending off Lucius and Dumbledore, Fudge sat alone in his chair, chewing on gummy candy to alleviate his hunger. After 1 year in office, when will the puppet minister Fudge gain real power? He looked at this issue of singing against the grain and felt as if the sweet gummy was like chewing on an eraser. At the beginning of his term, he indeed lacked confidence, often writing letters to consult Dumbledore to ensure decisions and execution methods were correct. But such things cannot be spoken out loud. Everyone knows enough. For singing against the grain to bring this matter to light is just slapping his face, isn't it? I have no ability, right? The owls delivering letters to Hogwarts are all exhausted, their bodies stitched together could circle England twice, right? Since you are causing me trouble, don't blame me. That mute will go to your house. Let's see if you still have the energy to slander me. Fudge chewed the gummy, seemingly gnawing on the flesh of the editor of Singing Against the Grain. He pulled out a sheet of parchment and elegantly wrote a letter of appointment designating Xenophilius Lovegood as the guardian of the mute. Watching the letter of appointment transform into a paper airplane and leave the office, Fudge rubbed his stomach and slumped back in his chair. I wonder when Lucius will invite me again. That French fish soup was truly delicious. Vizet opened his eyes, finding himself in a sunny hospital room. The ceiling was adorned with candles encased in crystal bubbles that floated up and down. He pushed against the bed and slowly sat up, recalling everything that had happened earlier. He had crossed over, possessing the power of the mute. Because of this dangerous dark magic, he had almost been eliminated by wizards. With the help of the note meditation technique, he had successfully confined the mute and received Dumbledore's invitation to enroll. So what exactly was that note? Just as he was about to delve into his mind for answers, he heard a rustling sound nearby. A girl was present. The girl sat by the window, her profile quite beautiful, with a strand of fine light golden hair gently brushing. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on her face. For some reason, when Vizet saw the girl, the world seemed to fall completely silent. The girl reached out her palm towards the sunlight, forming shadows with her hands. It was a shadow of a rabbit, and she looked at the shadow with a gentle smile. Vizet did not know how long he had been watching. He only remembered the girl creating various animal shadows: a rabbit, a puppy, a duck, a swan, a dove. Long enough that the girl noticed him and came to the bedside softly, saying, "You're awake." The girl's voice was peculiar, ethereal, and dreamy, as if she were speaking in her sleep, yet her words were exceptionally clear. She smiled brightly as she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Luna Lovegood." Luna had fair skin and a head of fluffy light golden hair that reached her waist. Her light brows and pale silver eyes were quite special, and her tiny carrot-like earrings swayed gently. "Hello, I am Vizet." Vizet looked around. There were 2 other hospital beds nearby, but they were blocked by curtains, making it impossible to see if anyone was there. He slowly asked, "Which hospital am I in?" "St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Illnesses." Luna blinked as if recalling something. "The healer has checked you. As long as you wake up, you can go home." "Go home? I seem to not have a home, nor a family." Vizet thought of his past life and present, feeling an unexpected sense of unity. Both were orphans. In his past life, he was a student who grew up in an orphanage with the only wish to be a good student. In this life, the current goal seemed somewhat similar. Entering Hogwarts to study was something that must be done. "Of course you have a family." Luna's lips curved into a lovely arc. "I am your family." Vizet successfully completed the discharge procedures and claimed his new identity as a member of the Lovegood family, also referred to as family by Luna. Luna lived in Ottery St. Catchpole, a settlement of half-wizards where wizards and muggles coexisted. Wizards must restrain themselves and refrain from casting spells in front of muggles to avoid violating the secrecy law. Perhaps for this reason, Luna rarely visited muggle villages. This home was her entire space for activities. Even Luna was not very clear about the specifics of the secrecy law. She only knew that after entering Hogwarts to study, she could gain relevant explanations from the related courses in the history of magic. Besides that, Luna possessed a wealth of knowledge about the magical world, which was precisely what Vizet needed. Undoubtedly, Vizet was a good listener. After spending a few days together, Luna had no secrets left from him. Luna's home was situated in a black ancient castle beside the village, shaped like a cylinder resembling a rook in chess. Outside the castle there was a lush garden filled with various extraordinary magical plants. This was Luna's important playground where she flitted about like a butterfly, collecting dew, loosening soil, watering, and fertilizing, having the time of her life. She had many playmates, among which her favorite was an owl. When Vizet had just settled in, Luna introduced him to this owl, saying, "Her name is Diana, and she is a very good mail carrier." A mail carrier? Do they use owls to deliver letters in the magical world? Luna stroked the owl's fluffy feathers. Yes, whether it's delivering letters or packages, you can ask Diana for help. Using owls for communication and package delivery is common knowledge in the magical world, embodying a unique romance exclusive to wizards. Besides the palm-sized owl, the most active creatures in the garden were the goblins. Goblins are small magical beings resembling potatoes with legs. Luna had a good relationship with the goblins. When she planted plants, the goblins would pop out of their holes to help her dig. The goblins were only friendly to Luna, showing a rather nasty attitude towards Vizet, even biting his finger. Luna carefully bandaged his wound and said lightly, "Dad once said that the goblins in the garden are a blessing. If you feel any talent surfacing today, don't suppress it. This is the blessing the goblins give you." Having just begun his life in the magical world, Vizet chose to believe Luna's words, as she had grown up in a wizarding. He indeed felt something surfacing. A new content revealed itself on the second page of the Practical Wizarding. Ancient magic shield, guided through meditation and gestures, condensing ancient magical power to spread into a magical barrier. This was a magic that did not require a wand. Luna had told him that wizards generally needed the aid of a wand to cast spells. Vizet, however, needed an acceptance letter from Hogwarts to obtain a wand. Though Dumbledore had told him he must enter Hogwarts to study, it had been almost half a month, yet the so-called acceptance letter had not arrived. Being able to acquire magic from the Practical Wizarding Guide, especially one that did not require a wand, excited him greatly. Vizet stepped out of the garden and approached a stream to practice this magic. First, he needed to master the gestures that would be used. The first action was to press his hands together. After a few movements resembling sealing, he spread his hands apart, his index fingers and thumbs touching each other. The casting gesture was not complicated. After repeated practice, Vizet memorized this set of gestures. Practicing the gestures was only the first step. He also needed to guide the ancient magical power and integrate it into the gestures. This process was evidently much more challenging, with each contact of his hands being a collision of power. His hands would repel each other like opposing magnets, making it awkward to maintain the casting gesture. Is it because my source of power is silent? Let me try incorporating meditation. As a student, Vizet was adept at pondering problems and solving them. Entering the guardian meditation state, everything around him became clearer. Even the process of guiding the power became much smoother. When he completed the last gesture, the silvery blue, ancient magical power emerged, gathering into a sphere of light between his hands. Then, the sphere of light vanished, and the power returned to Vizet's body. According to the description in Practical Wizarding Guide, when all steps were completed, the power should diffuse and form a magical barrier. However, the power returned to his body, indicating that this magic had not been successfully completed. Nevertheless, the appearance of the sphere of light was enough to invigorate him, encouraging him to continue practicing this magic. After practicing repeatedly, Vizet's gesture movements became very smooth, yet he still could not complete the final step. Every time the sphere of light gathered between his hands at the moment it was about to spread, the power would return to his body. After continuous practice, he felt that he seemed to lack something in the process of casting. "Vizet, are you practicing?" A light voice came from the side. Diana stood on Luna's shoulder, her eyes half closed, as if she were dozing. "It looks like magic that only wizards could do in the past. Can I see it again?" "Of course, no problem." Vizet maintained the meditation state, executing the gestures and power seamlessly. However, at the last moment, the power still failed to transform into a barrier. "Perhaps you lack a strong desire." Luna tilted her head. "I once read an ancient notebook that contained wizards' insights on spellcasting. The wizard who left the notebook mentioned that when wizards cast spells, they always need to have a desire, as this can make the magic flow gently, just like Diana. Such a notebook actually exists." Vizet was somewhat curious. "Is that notebook still around? Can I borrow it to take a look?" "It's gone." Luna gently shook her head, her voice seeming to grow more solid. "Some things happened, and many notebooks were lost." "What happened? Can't magic repair it?" Vizet knew of a spell called the repairing charm, which could quickly fix even houses. Luna shook her head again. "That was a magical accident. My mother, a wonderful witch, loved conducting experiments. A spell went wrong. I was there at the time, and the power that erupted from that flawed spell was immense. My mother disappeared, and those notebooks were lost in the same way." Vizet looked at Luna's expression, feeling a tightness in his chest, muttering, "I'm sorry. I didn't know." He only knew that Luna's mother was gone, but had never considered that Luna witnessed her mother's passing. "It truly is a sad thing." Luna's voice became light again. "But I still have family. I won't never see my mother again. There will still be opportunities in the future, right?" Vizet now understood better why Luna had mentioned family so solemnly when she was at St. Mungo's. The owl on Luna's shoulder woke up flapping its wings and screeching in alarm. The calm stream became turbulent, splashing large amounts of water onto Vizet and Luna. As Luna was about to soothe the owl, a massive figure suddenly emerged from the nearby stream, churning the water violently. Thanks to the enhancement of the meditation technique, the unexpected turn of events failed to affect Vizet. He sensed the figure extending its tail, sweeping towards the two of them. At this critical moment, fear did not cloud his. Vizet grabbed Luna's arm, and they both lunged forward just in time to evade the attack. Bang! The tail of the figure brushed past Vizet's shoulder, stabbing fiercely into the grass. The ground shook violently as the figure withdrew its tail, stirring up clouds of dust and grass. Hiss! More splashes of water erupted as the figure issued a chilling hiss, emerging from the water and landing on the shore. It was a monstrous snake that Vizet had never seen before, standing at least 2 meters tall. What astonished him the most was that this snake actually had 3 heads. The 3-headed snake was not only massive and grotesque, but also covered in a layer of orange-red spiky scales. This layer of scales bore a dull hue, exuding a sense of decay and weariness. As the 3-headed snake let out a low hiss, Vizet could clearly see that the right head concealed a pair of fangs that glimmered with a ghostly green sheen. The 3-headed snake was as thick as a wheel, writhing and undulating as it lunged towards them. Hiss! The 3-headed snake launched another attack, with the right head darting forward, opening its gaping maw to reveal sharp fangs. Although the attack from this head was unexpected, it was restrained by the other 2 heads, failing to bite Vizet at the first. Seizing the opportunity, Vizet pulled Luna back, narrowly avoiding the snake's deadly strike. The snake's head plunged into the grass, kicking up another cloud of dust and debris. Vizet, this is a knife-patterned snake, probably aged and not very agile, Luna said calmly without a hint of panic. All 3 of its heads possess independent thoughts, making it prone to infighting. At that moment, the middle head opened its eyes, letting out a hissing sound as if trying to say something. The left head also flicked its tongue, constantly shaking its head, seemingly reprimanding the other 2 heads. The 3 heads exchanged glances, baring their fangs, and surprisingly began to attack each other. Just as Luna had said, the knife-patterned snake was indeed infighting. This is a XXX-level magical creature. Why is it here? Luna scrambled to her feet. When she saw the blood seeping from Vizet's shoulder, her voice was filled with alarm. Luna hurriedly helped Vizet up and started running in the direction of home. Realizing that it was about to lose its prey, the knife-patterned snake ceased its infighting and pursued them at high speed. Through the meditation technique, Vizet could sense the movements behind him. The knife-patterned snake was incredibly fast, akin to a motorcycle at full throttle, and in just a few seconds it could launch another attack. Just as he was pondering how to respond, Luna unexpectedly pushed him forward with a resolute tone, saying, "Vizet, you're injured, ill-distracted." Vizet was taken aback. He never imagined that Luna would take such action in this dire moment. In his past life, no one had ever treated him this way. He suddenly turned around, and everything around him seemed to slow down. The 3 snake heads were getting closer to Luna, and her light golden hair was billowing. Through Luna's gaze, Vizet saw no sign of panic, only calmness and determination. To protect her family. Vizet recalled his past life, where he had once yearned for a family to take him away after he realized he was in an orphanage. Any kind of family would do, no matter the cost. In that moment, he understood Luna and why she made such a decision. Back then, Luna had no power and lost her family. Now she did not want to repeat that fate. Vizet felt the same. He had finally obtained a family and did not want to see them come to harm, especially not due to the details of the ancient magic shield flashed in his mind, each detail crystal clear. He now had the confidence to cast this spell. His desire was overwhelmingly strong. The knife-patterned snake could not harm Luna. Vizet clasped his hands together, silently drawing forth a powerful ancient magical force that surged within him. The fangs of the knife-patterned snake were mere inches away, almost touching Luna's slender neck. The gesture was fluid, and the power converged into a sphere of light between his hands, continually expanding outward. The light dissipated once more, but this time the power did not return to Vizet's body. In the next instant, a silver-blue light enveloped Luna, rapidly expanding outward and forming a spherical barrier. The barrier shimmered with dazzling silver-blue light, and when the knife-patterned snake's fangs struck it, they shattered into countless fragments. Vizet instinctively pulled apart his fingers, which had been pressed together. The barrier immediately expanded outward forcefully, pushing the knife-patterned snake back into the stream. This was Vizet's first time casting the shield spell, yet the scale of the barrier was unexpectedly vast. To maintain such a large barrier, he was continuously drawing upon his magical power. His magical power began to stir the chains, binding it, rattling, as if they could snap at any moment. Hiss! The knife-patterned snake returned, and the 3 heads let out a synchronized roar. After all, this was merely a shield spell which, at least for now, lacked offensive capability and could not inflict sufficient damage on the knife-patterned snake. Just then, a tabby cat suddenly pounced from a distance. The tabby cat leapt into the air and swiftly transformed into a human form. An elderly witch wearing glasses appeared, dressed in a dark green robe, holding a wand. She pointed her wand at the knife-patterned snake and gave a gentle flick. The stream around the snake turned into an iron cage, imprisoning the furious creature within. By Merlin's beard, Thank goodness you're all safe. Healing as good as new. The witch hurried to Vizet's side, the tip of her wand glowing with a verdant light. Vizet felt a tingling sensation in his shoulder, and in the span of a breath the blood and wounds had completely vanished. Is this also magic? Vizet grasped Luna's outstretched hand and sprang up from the ground. Yes, the witch replied, pursing her lips, her speech almost revealing no teeth, giving her a somewhat serious demeanor. You will learn these spells at Hogwarts in the future. Fortunately, I arrived in time. If you had been bitten by the knife-patterned snake, you would have to go to St. Mungo's for treatment. Thank you. Vizet repeatedly expressed his gratitude. I don't know how to address you, ma'am. The witch offered a slight smile. I forgot to introduce myself. Minerva McGonagall, Professor of Transfiguration at Hogwarts. My purpose for this visit is to deliver your acceptance letter to you. She took out a parchment envelope from her pocket and handed it to Vizet. He received the parchment envelope with both hands, noticing a wax seal on the flap bearing the emblem of a shield. The center of the emblem featured a large capital letter, H, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Vizet opened the letter and saw the enrollment notice with his name on it. Having just experienced the wonders of magic, he was filled with an excitement that he could hardly contain. During this time, he had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the enrollment notice. In addition to the notice, there was another thick piece of parchment listing the books and items required for enrollment. Enrolling at Hogwarts does not require tuition fees. One only needs to purchase the necessary items on their own. Vizet had lived in an orphanage in his past life, and this unique experience made him particularly sensitive in certain areas. Especially when it came to money, he became unusually cautious. However, he had an even more pressing question. Professor McGonagall, wasn't Luna's enrollment notice supposed to be delivered? McGonagall explained she is not yet of age for enrollment. She can only join Hogwarts as a new student next year. Vizet turned to Luna. Then why do you want me to call you sister? I've always wanted a little brother whom I could care for. Luna smiled playfully. I've fulfilled my duty as a sister, haven't I? McGonagall pointed her wand at the iron cage, which floated into the air and wobbled to her side. I need to investigate why this snake appeared here. Investigate? Vizet thought of something. Professor McGonagall, are you saying this was an intentional attack? McGonagall sighed softly. Vizet, you are a pariah. Other wizards will view you differently. You should understand that, right? Now that you mention it, I understand. Vizet thought of many things. They see me as an outcast and instinctively want to shun. In their eyes, I must be a bomb that could explode at any moment. If I were a parent, I would also have to consider my child's safety. You understand very well. McGonagall adjusted her glasses, and beneath the transparent lenses, surprise and admiration shone through. Like Professor Dumbledore, I have great confidence in you. You are undoubtedly a talented child, and I look forward to your performance at Hogwarts. You need not worry about the rest. We will handle it well for you. By the way, a letter will arrive here in a while, and someone will take you to Diagon Alley to purchase the items on that list. With that advice, she vanished into the vortex along with the iron cage. As night fell, just when Vizet was about to mend his clothes, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Walking into the room was Xenophilius, Luna's father, a disheveled middle-aged man. His light blonde hair hung limply over his shoulders, looking somewhat greasy. Deep dark circles surrounded his eyes, giving him a somewhat haggard appearance. He pulled over a chair and sat opposite Vizet. It seems this is our first face-to-face conversation. You're mending clothes. My clothes got accidentally torn. Vizet put down the needle and thread. Just as Xenophilius said, this was indeed their first face-to-face communication. Xenophilius was the editor of the Quibbler, usually working on the second floor. He was also responsible for the 3 daily meals and telling Luna bedtime stories, barely managing to juggle work and life. Luna told me everything. Xenophilius said seriously, you protected her. I must thank you. It was she who protected me. Vizet waved his hand. She pushed me away at the first moment. It was Professor McGonagall who ultimately saved us. Compared to his usually somewhat haggard demeanor, Xenophilius' serious tone made him seem a bit unfamiliar. Xenophilius shook his head repeatedly. Because of work, I usually cannot accompany her for long, and most of the time she plays alone. Besides reading the Quibbler, she also waters the garden. Ever since you arrived, her smiles have increased. Even the magical creatures she caught have grown bigger. Vizet chuckled. I've learned a lot from Luna. In short, although I still don't understand why the Ministry of Magic placed you in my home. Xenophilius stood up. He placed his hand on Vizet's shoulder, resembling a king about to knight a knight. But I now recognize you. Seeing Xenophilius like this, Vizet couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. However, he also realized one thing. Today he and Luna's family had achieved true mutual acceptance. Late at night, the fireplace in the Hogwarts headmaster's office crackled, and the flames turned a vibrant green as McGonagall stepped out. Dumbledore set down the documents in his hands and stood up to ask Minerva, why are you back so late? Did something? Indeed, there were some troubles. McGonagall adjusted her glasses. When I went to deliver the enrollment notice, I encountered a boa constrictor. Dumbledore frowned. A boa constrictor. Is Vizet all right? He's fine. McGonagall nodded. I've already asked Kingsley to help investigate. I believe there will be results soon. The boa constrictor was quite old. When I brought it to Kingsley, it had already lost all signs of life. The person capable of keeping a boa constrictor alive must have a complex background. I suspect that the one who released the boa constrictor intended to provoke Vizet into an outburst, attracting more as expected. Dumbledore sighed, but I think Vizet should have had some unexpected performance right. Yes, Vizet is a gifted child. McGonagall smiled slightly. He not only was not attacked by the boa constrictor, but also protected Luna Lovegood. Luna Lovegood. It seems things are more complicated than I imagined. Dumbledore walked to a cabinet, retrieving an ancient stone basin. The basin was etched with myriad arcane inscriptions filled with a silvery substance that seemed ethereal and mesmerizing. Pensive, McGonagall drew out her wand, pressing the tip against her temple, pulling out a shimmering silver thread. The thread fell into the pensive and dissolved while Dumbledore leaned down, burying his face in the basin. Dumbledore placed the pensive back, intertwining his fingers as he sat, a contemplative expression on his face. Non-wand magic. No, it must be older, a method of casting spells used before wands were common. Truly remarkable. McGonagall nodded in agreement. I sensed a very pure protective intent in that shield charm. Could he be perhaps the guidance of others is also quite important. Dumbledore smiled. Cornelius inadvertently found the most suitable wizarding family for Vizet. McGonagall's tone was slightly helpless. If it's just about nurturing imagination, the Quibbler indeed has its effect. Indeed. Dumbledore's smile became more pronounced. Minerva, which house do you think Vizet will be sorted into? Gryffindor. McGonagall said without hesitation. I see exceptional courage in him. As the head of Gryffindor, I naturally hope he can enter Gryffindor. I think so too. Dumbledore nodded as the two Gryffindors reached a consensus at that moment. However, he changed his tone. Perhaps he would also be suitable for Ravenclaw. The calmness he displayed in facing the Niven snake aligns well with Ravenclaw's criteria. Exactly. McGonagall nodded instinctively. I believe it won't be an easy task for the Sorting Hat to allocate him. The Hat's dilemma. Dumbledore said with interest, stroking his beard. I remember, when the Sorting Hat was deciding between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw for you, it hesitated for a long time. There are less than 2 months until school starts. McGonagall's tone was filled with anticipation. I remember Harry Potter will also be starting this year, right? Not quite, yet. Dumbledore picked up the documents again. Harry's birthday is at the end of July, and I will arrange for someone to send him a letter then. Time flies so fast. McGonagall remarked. Have you found someone suitable for the defense against the dark arts? It's not an easy task. Dumbledore sighed, lightly. Fortunately, Quirinus has sent me an application for a transfer. Watching Bahat's light footsteps as he walked away, Dumbledore fell into a slight daze. Ariana, at least this time I won't repeat the mistakes of the past. For modern, since he is willing to try, he should be given the opportunity. Dumbledore picked up a quill and made a note on the document. In a couple of days I will interview him. After Vizet and Luna accepted each other, he learned that the family's financial situation was worse than he had imagined. Xenophilius could barely make ends meet with the sales of contrarian songs. Vizet's arrival only exacerbated Xenophilius's financial woes. Xenophilius rummaged through drawers for some change, consisting only of silver sickles and bronze nuts. Fortunately, Hogwarts offered scholarships, allowing Vizet to receive 30 galleons for purchasing school supplies. Galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts are the wizarding currencies. To buy various magical items in the magical world, one must use them. In the early morning, when the sun barely peeked over the horizon, Vizet had already completed his morning routine and was quietly waiting on the first floor. A commercial street designated for wizards was undoubtedly something to look forward to. Luna was already up, holding a goblin sculpture she made, which served as her piggy bank. You should take this with you. I know you might not have enough money to buy everything on the list. Vizet gazed into Luna's silver-white eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Having experienced the separation from her mother, there was no doubt that Luna was a precocious child, at least more so than Xenophilius had imagined. I applied for a scholarship, and I will pick up the money in Diagon Alley today. Vizet gently shook his head. I heard Diagon Alley is quite interesting. What gift do you want? I don't need anything. Luna smiled faintly at Vizet, also gently shaking her head. Suddenly, a series of thunderous knocks broke the morning tranquility. Outside stood a giant over 3 meters tall, dressed in a fur cloak with several pockets sewn onto it. The giant had a thick beard, and his shiny black eyes resembled those of a beetle. You must be Vizet, right? The giant's beard moved as he spoke, his voice warm and friendly. I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Today I will take you to Diagon Alley. I believe the letter mentioned it. Vizet nodded. Hello, Mr. Hagrid. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Mr. Hagrid. Luna rubbed her eyes and appeared beside Vizet. Please come in. This is the magical world. As Hagrid approached the door frame, the Tunterhigh door frame suddenly widened to accommodate Hagrid's size. Do you want some biscuits? Luna boldly brought out a box of snacks. I will wake my dad up. No thanks. No need. Hagrid waved his hands repeatedly, a gust of wind almost knocking Luna over. I am here to take Mr. Vizet to Diagon Alley. As a first-year student, there are many things to buy. We need to hurry. Is there a flu network here? No. Luna gently shook her head. Dad said it's not needed most of the time, so he didn't have the ministry set it up. However, the root cause is that the cost of setting up the flu network is not cheap and Xenophilius cannot afford it. Then Hagrid shook his head. Fortunately, I arrived early. We can find another way to Diagon Alley. Then take the biscuits with us. Luna stuffed the snacks into Vizet's arms. You haven't had breakfast yet. With the biscuits, Hagrid led Vizet forward, arriving at a small dirt path. Vizet saw Hagrid holding up an umbrella, raising his arm high, and tentatively asked, "Are we waiting for the bus?" "That's right. That's why I didn't eat the biscuits. You should hold off too." Before Hagrid could finish, a 3-story purple bus suddenly appeared, vibrating as it stopped in front of them. "Welcome aboard the night bus. I am your conductor. As long as you extend your wand and step on board, we can take you wherever you wish to go." This was an elderly conductor with droopy eyelids and a lethargic demeanor, seemingly devoid of any aspiration. Like the door frame of Luna's home, the narrow bus door suddenly widened enough for Hagrid to enter the compartments. Vizet felt as though he had entered an old, dim dormitory with no seats or small windows, only 6 metal-framed beds illuminated by small candles on either side. The conductor weakly asked, "Where are you headed?" "To Diagon Alley, in London." Hagrid found a bed to sit on, which immediately groaned, as if it would collapse at any moment. "That will be 34 silver sickles. If you want to give 2 galleons, that's fine too." The conductor seemed to gain some spirit as he extended his hand. The conversion of wizarding currency is quite complex. 1 galleon equals 17 silver sickles, or 493 bronze nuts. Hagrid reached into one of the pockets of his cloak, pulled out 2 gold coins, and stuffed them into the conductor's hands. Vizet sat on the bed opposite Hagrid, saying, "I will pay you back for the fare when we get to Diagon Alley." Hagrid covered his mouth, his voice sounding unusually muffled. "Remember to hold onto the handrail. This bus. If there's anything to discuss, we can talk after we get off. The bus is about to start." Before he could finish, the night bus had already taken off like an arrow. Vizet quickly grasped the handrail, preventing himself from being thrown by the sudden inertia. Hagrid let out a dry heave, his shiny eyes closed, displaying signs of motion sickness. Vizet's reaction was much better. Filled with curiosity, he examined the windshield at the front of the compartment. The scenery outside the windshield rushed by, constantly switching between fields, rivers, ponds, and villages. With the aid of magic, obstacles like trash cans, lampposts, and mailboxes jumped aside to make way for the night bus. After about 20 minutes, the night bus finally came to a stop in this narrow alley. The large bus shrank to the size of a wooden crate parked in the narrow alley, something only possible in a world. Hagrid unsteadily stepped off the bus, leaning against the wall at the corner of the alley to gag. Outside the alley was a bustling commercial street filled with signs. However, they had arrived too early. The shops were still closed, and only hurried pedestrians passed by. "I feel off." Hagrid's complexion was poor, and he still walked unsteadily. "Vizet, please help me look for a place called the Leaky Cauldron." On the commercial street, various shops could be seen, from fast food outlets to clothing stores, jewelry shops, and cinemas, but there was no sign of the Leaky Cauldron. Until Vizet passed by a bookstore, a sign suddenly appeared out of thin air. The sign was quite old, contrasting sharply with the bright signs around it. The sign was covered in soot and depicted a tattered black cauldron. "Hagrid, is that the one?" Vizet asked, pointing. Hagrid gagged and nodded, saying, "That's right. You would never guess when this pub was established." "When was it?" Vizet displayed a strong curiosity about everything in the magical world. "I remember it was in the early 16th century. Hagrid frowned in thought. "Anyway, it was before the enactment of the Statute of Secrecy. Let's go in." The 4th-century establishment time had not brought much historical accumulation to the Leaky Cauldron, but it had allowed the walls and floors to accumulate enough grime. Hagrid must have been a regular here. As he entered the Leaky Cauldron, it immediately became lively, with patrons waving and smiling at him. In stark contrast to the deserted commercial street in the morning, the dimly lit Leaky Cauldron appeared particularly bustling. "Is it still the same as before?" An elderly bald man approached the bar, took out 2 beer mugs, producing a pleasant sound. Hagrid waved his hands repeatedly. "Tom, not today. I have important matters to attend to. Give me a dose of motion sickness potion. Vizet, do you want something to eat?" Vizet, recalling Luna's economic situation, raised the snack in his hand. "No need, Luna gave me this." The bar suddenly fell silent. The patrons' expressions became somewhat awkward, even a bit wary. Tom took a step back, cautiously asking, "Is he Vizet?" "The silent one." "My fault." Hagrid realized what the patrons were wary of, and slapped his forehead, erupting with thunderous laughter. "He's a good kid. Why didn't you react like this earlier?" "Sorry." Tom showed a hint of embarrassment. "Indeed, it was my overreact. All right, we should get going." Hagrid dropped a silver coin and downed the motion sickness potion in one gulp. He led Vizet through the bar to a small courtyard at the back. This place was much cleaner than the inside of the Leaky Cauldron, with only a few clumps of weeds and a trash can. "Vizet, you need to remember this." Hagrid raised the umbrella he always carried. "Count up 3 from the trash, can then count 2 horizontally." The umbrella struck the wall, producing a crisp sound as the entire wall shook and reconfigured until a wide archway appeared. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." The morning sunlight was gentle, illuminating the signs of various shops in Diagon Alley. There were many wizards in Diagon Alley, and the shops displayed all sorts of novel items, giving Vizet a sense of attending a market from his past life. Hagrid pointed to a snow-white marble building and said, "This is Gringotts Bank. We need to withdraw your scholarship." In the middle of a row of shops stood a tall building, particularly eye-catching with its all-white exterior. Vizet looked at Gringotts and asked, "Hagrid, is that goblin?" "A goblin?" "That's right." Hagrid nodded with a smile. Goblin-made currency cannot be counterfeited, which is why Gringotts is run. Gringotts was grandly decorated with the outermost pair of bronze doors wide open, and inside were 2 shining silver doors. As Vizet and Hagrid approached, the welcoming goblin immediately bowed, gesturing for them to continue inside. The silver doors were engraved with a long string of text. Enter stranger, but be careful. Thieves, you have been warned. Beware of what you summon, for it may not be treasure, but retribution. The text was filled with warnings reminding Vizet of the famous warning from his past life, the warning of Tutankhamun's tomb. It was said that the earliest entrants into Tutankhamun's tomb were killed by the curses contained within. Vizet was somewhat curious about the so-called retribution. Hagrid, if a thief really breaks in, how would the goblins deal with it? There are many ways. Hagrid lowered his voice, pulling Vizet in a few steps deeper. Apart from Hogwarts, this is the safest place in the magical world. If a thief touches the door, they will be sucked inside and unable to escape. As for the vaults hidden underground, the goblins have trained trolls and dragons to protect these vaults' safety. Dragons? Are there really dragons here? Vizet asked curiously. Of course. It's legal to keep dragons here. How wonderful. Hagrid's eyes sparkled. I want to have a dragon too. Those little cuties are simply too charming. Hagrid had extensive research on dragons and could describe the characteristics of various breeds. However, Vizet found it hard to imagine how those dangerous magical creatures, at least 5 meters long, could be referred to as little cuties. All the way Hagrid spoke passionately, displaying extreme enthusiasm for dragons. They arrived at the innermost part of the hall, where Hagrid handed the application form to the receptionist goblin. We are here to collect the scholarship fund. All right. The receptionist goblin extended a finger, and a spark of flame erupted from its sharp long nails, igniting the application form. After burning, the application form left no ashes, only a beautiful cursive signature floating in the air. Please wait. Once confirmed, the receptionist goblin jumped down from the counter and disappeared into the shadows. Vizet asked, Hagrid, if I have Muggle currency, can it be exchanged for wizarding currency? Of course. Hagrid continued rummaging through his pockets. Underage wizards can only exchange 50 galleons a year, while adult wizards can exchange 100 galleons a year. Why is there a limit on the amount? Because Muggle currency is too easy to obtain, their banks are not safe at all, so there must be limits to avoid affecting the magical world. Finally found it. These are good things. Hagrid suddenly laughed and reached his hand out in front of Vizet. In Hagrid's hand lay over a dozen eggs the size of softballs, their surfaces covered in orange patterns. Vizet looked at the familiar eggs in front of him. Could these be the eggs of a Niffler? You know so much. There aren't many young wizards who recognize this. Hagrid's eyes lit up at once. This is a runa-patterned snake egg. You remember what happened last time, right? That little darling was a lady, which is why she was so large. Professor McGonagall told me that all of this is a compensation for you. In any case, rest assured no one will attack you again. Hagrid continued to chat. Among known magical creatures, only the runa-patterned snake lays eggs in its mouth. Not only is the egg-laying method special, but the runa-patterned snake egg also possesses unique properties. When used as an ingredient in potions, it can enhance the mental acuity of the drinker. Wizards also crave potions that can make them smarter, leading to the mass hunting of runa-patterned snakes. Just as the runa-patterned snake was on the brink of extinction, wizards finally came to their senses and established a reserve in its home country of Burkina Faso, allowing the species to continue to thrive. Despite this, the trade of runa-patterned snake eggs continues, though it generally occurs only on the black market. However, Vizet also had an impression of that snake. Why did it become a darling lady, in Hagrid's words, when it was clearly an ancient serpent? The quality is excellent, very fresh. Based on the current market, these 20 eggs here. I can offer 3. In the dim corner of the apothecary, the potion master put away his magnifying glass and lowered his voice to make an offer. 300 galleons. Vizet was somewhat surprised that the value of this egg was indeed quite high. He had wandered around Diagon Alley and purchased quite a few items, gaining a basic understanding of the prices for wizards. Converted into the currency of his past life, 300 galleons would be worth at least tens of thousands. As long as he was frugal, this amount would be enough for him to leave the orphanage and live independently for a year. The potion master must have conducted quite a few similar transactions, explaining habitually, we need to clean these things up, and it takes a lot of effort. Just then Hagrid arrived beside Vizet with a cauldron in hand. We have Mr. Scamander's certification signature. This is not black market goods. Hagrid. The potion master clearly recognized the groundskeeper. Can I see the certification signature? Of course, no problem. Hagrid set down the cauldron and took out an envelope. Lumos. The potion master did not ignite the envelope, but lit the tip of his wand to check it. After confirming its authenticity, he handed over a beautifully embroidered cloth bag. All good. Here are 500 galleons, and who will take care of the money? Let's not rush. Hagrid shook his head. Please prepare the things we need for the new students and deduct the cost from this amount. New students. The potion master was momentarily stunned and curiously directed his lit wand towards Vizet. You are Vizet, the quiet one. That's me. Vizet noticed that the potion master's face turned pale, almost matching the color of the light at the wand's tip. Vizet pulled a small card, occasionally glancing back curiously. On the small cart, besides the cauldron and the scale and potion bottles hidden inside, there were also school uniforms and various stationery items tied to it. He suddenly saw a familiar figure pass by and enter the nearby Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Hagrid, have you seen Professor Dumbledore? Not at all. Hagrid quickly looked around. Are you still thinking about what happened earlier? He spoke gently. Vizet, don't worry about their gazes. You're a good kid. I'm not worried. Vizet shook his head. I know the dangers of being the quiet one, and I just didn't expect they all knew I was the quiet one. It's all because of the Daily Prophet. They're reporting on this every day. Hagrid suddenly became agitated. That Rita Skeeter just loves to spread rumors and exaggerate facts. The Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter. Vizet was quite curious about these two new terms. Yes, in the English magical world, it is the most influential newspaper. Hagrid pointed ahead. Just take a look. But maybe you shouldn't. That woman's words are venomous. At the leaky cauldron, a sea of knowledge, shelves crammed with all kinds of books reached the ceiling. The books varied in style from hardcover volumes the size of floor tiles to pocket-sized reads. These magical books seemed alive. Some not only had characters on their covers that would jump, but the entire book was restless, yearning to escape the confines of the shelves. Two staff members waved their wands repeatedly to keep the books in check, preventing the shelves from collapsing. At Luna's house, the only reading material available to Vizet was Sing the Reverse Tune. Originally, there had been quite a few books at home, but unfortunately Luna's mother had an accident, and those books vanished along with it. Now it was still early, and the number of wizards lingering in the bookstore was not many. Vizet walked into the store and noticed the Daily Prophet in the newspaper section. The quiet one. Vizet repels XXXX level magical creatures. How much has he hidden? What is Dumbledore really plotting? This was the front page report of the newspaper. Vizet skimmed through the content, finally understanding why the wizards who knew his name displayed such expressions. They regarded him as a born dark wizard, a walking bomb, an extremely dangerous individual. These adjectives were all from the report, and the XXXX level magical creature mentioned in the title was only referenced there, likely a tactic to attract attention. A rampaging erumpent. Rita Skeeter is truly terrifying. Hagrid was furious. Professor Dumbledore clearly sealed the news. How could she know so much? Hey, I'm here. A wizard dressed in a black robe with a lowered head appeared at the door. Vizet, I still have some things to do. Upon hearing the wizard's voice, Hagrid became excited, raising his tone significantly, as if ringing bells. Vizet was captivated by the vast array of books, and nodded, saying, how will I find you later? If you don't see me, you can go to Ollivander's wand shop. Purchasing a wand takes a long time. Hagrid took steps toward that wizard. He'll be back soon. Vizet didn't pay much attention, and picked up a book titled Fantastic Beasts, and Where to Find Them, leaning against the cauldron to read. This book was rich in content, introducing magical creatures from all over the world, numbering in the hundreds. It also included hand-drawn illustrations which moved vividly, depicting the habits of magical creatures with precision. Unknowingly, Vizet finished the entire book and gained a deeper understanding of magical creatures. Hagrid still hasn't returned. He looked around, but there was no sign of Hagrid inside or outside the bookstore. At that moment, subtle changes occurred in his mind. A book appeared beside the wizard's combat guide titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Vizet immersed himself in it, flipping open the newly appeared Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It's actually the exact same content. How is this even possible? Vizet, filled with excitement, opened another book. He didn't deliberately seek to understand every word. He flipped through the pages quickly, trying to finish this book in the shortest time possible. Sure enough, a new book appeared in his mind. Preventing Invasion, a brief discussion on protective magic. Vizet's expression shifted. I just need to skim through, and I can record these books in my mind. In his previous life, Vizet lived in an orphanage, inherently lacking a sense of security. The simplest way to attain security was to fatten his wallet. Although he currently had 500 galleons at his disposal, considering the future, he had to think about saving and earning more. While he hadn't found opportunities to earn, he could immediately start saving. In the magical world, the prices of books were exorbitant, with none priced below 1 galleon. If he only had his scholarship, purchasing textbooks would consume nearly half of it. Vizet checked his list and found all the textbooks he would need for school. He swam through the sea of books, snacking on a couple of biscuits whenever he felt hungry. The bookstore clerk stood at a distance, observing for a long time, watching the boy repeatedly picking up books with a smirk of impatience on his face. Having seen too many book-borrowing customers, she had mastered the skill of watching the plate before serving. The shabby, weathered old wizard usually had a thick skin and was hard to drive away with just a few words. Vizet was different. He carried a cauldron and was flipping through first-year Hogwarts textbooks, clearly a new student. An incoming new student would naturally be thin-skinned. His attire was not flashy, indicating he wasn't a child from a wealthy pureblood family. Flipping through textbooks was likely a way to feel the new books, and if he were to buy, he would definitely choose a second-hand bookstore. All these factors led the clerk to approach Vizet. Excuse me, sir, you've been here for quite a while. Do you need me to prepare a cup of black tea for you? Vizet instinctively asked. Black tea? How much? How much? In his previous life, he also borrowed books, And besides selling books, the bookstore had a small cafe serving drinks and snacks. Then you should go next door. The clerk impatiently pointed to the door outside. There's an ice drink shop over there, you can go there. Wait. The clerk suddenly widened her eyes, cold sweat breaking out. Are you that silent one? Vizet had already grown accustomed to such reactions, placing the book back on the shelf. Sorry, I will leave now. He had already exceeded his goal, mentally recording a large stack of books. Since the clerk had given him the eviction order, there was no need to stay. Hagrid had not yet returned, so he decided to visit Ollivander's wand shop, first to acquire the most important wand. Don't say that. The clerk waved her hands repeatedly. You continue. I didn't say anything. You continue. A well-dressed, elegant, middle-aged man approached, standing between the two. Boss. The clerk wiped the sweat from her forehead. I was just telling this customer that he could go to the ice drink shop since he's been here for a long time. Is that so? The bookstore owner murmured. How about we sit upstairs together, sir? Despite Vizet's confusion, he followed the bookstore owner to the second floor. The moment he stepped onto the second floor, the noise of the first floor vanished, replaced by a serene atmosphere. Clearly magic had been cast here to create an ambience distinct from that below. The layout of the second floor was meticulous, with various decorations appearing aged, exuding classical beauty. Vizet couldn't help but exclaim, this is truly a wonderful place to read. Thank you. The bookstore owner waved his hand, inviting Vizet to sit down. What would you like to drink? Is black tea suitable? Vizet nodded somewhat awkwardly, of course. I am Clother Bashett, the owner of Lehan Bookstore. May I know how to address you? Hello, Mr. Bashett, my name is Vizet. Their income is related to the bookstore's sales, and sometimes they may take inappropriate measures. I hope you can understand. Vizet was filled with questions, wondering why the bookstore owner was treating him so well. I can certainly understand that. However, he was also aware of the struggles of working-class individuals. Waving his hand. That clerk didn't say anything wrong. He did ask me if I needed black tea. Bahat took a sip of black tea. Oh, do you really think? That phrase was taken literally. Yes, I thought there was a tea house or cafe here for the convenience of visiting readers. A tea house and a bookstore. I find that concept very intriguing. Could we discuss it in detail? Seeing Bahat's sincere attitude, Vizet nodded and shared his views on bookstores from his past life. Bahat was indeed listening carefully, even waving his wand to conjure a quill and parchment, recording what he said. Mr. Bashett, I must sincerely say, this second floor is truly fantastic, perfect for hosting various book clubs. Since you value the influence of the bookstore, having the clerks actively serve customers would undoubtedly enhance the overall evaluation of the bookstore. Even if they don't buy books, they would order a cup of black tea or a dessert, and with the clerk's service and the elegant environment, the bookstore's own style would be elevated. Brilliant. Bahat beamed with a radiant smile. In fact, this bookstore is my family business, and I want to take it further, giving it my personal touch. Unfortunately, I've never found a better method and have been stuck in place helplessly. Today, from your words, I found a brand new path. Let the clerks serve the customers while making them realize that Lehan Bookstore is a special place. What a brilliant idea. I have greatly benefited from it. Vizet waved his hands repeatedly. I'm glad to help. After all, I have been reading here for the whole morning. He was merely a conveyor of ideas. This model was quite common in the bookstores of his previous life. Bahat continued to thank him, not only covering all his future textbook expenses, but also permanently reserving a seat for him on the second floor. As long as Vizet came to Lehan Bookstore to read, all beverages and desserts would be provided free of charge. Bahat led Vizet to a small rundown shop. Vizet, this is Ollivander's wand shop. Oh, remember to come by if I have the chance. Vizet nodded repeatedly. Thank you for bringing me here. Watching Vizet enter the shop, Bahat did not return to Lehan Bookstore, but turned into the nearby Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. He walked briskly to the back, where an elderly man with silvery hair was seated. Dumbledore was eating candy with a pile of lemon drops in front of him. Clother, you're here. What do you think of Vizet? A very clever child. Bahat sat down, his face beaming. If it weren't for those reports, I wouldn't have seen a hint of the silent one in him at all. He possesses a maturity far beyond his peers, and his thoughts are similarly profound. Merlin's beard. You can't imagine that I actually got inspired by him. He gave me a brilliant idea that could make a name for me in the family history. Perhaps Bashida could remember this and write it into a history of magic. Oh, such a thing exists. Dumbledore asked with a hint of surprise. Could you tell me more about it? After listening to Bahat's account, Dumbledore wore a faint smile, saying, what a good child. Bahat asked, Principal Dumbledore, is Vizet truly a silent one? I don't sense that in his demeanor or behavior. This child possesses a certain charm, to be honest. Even without your urging, I wouldn't be wary of him. How fascinating. It all depends on whether you believe or not. Dumbledore sipped his red tea. Vizet is indeed a silent one. This is what I have witnessed with my own eyes. At that time the situation was urgent, and the Ministry of Magic arrived before I did. He managed to break free from the silent state without my assistance. He actually relied on his own willpower to recover. He is just at the age of a new student, right? Bahat said incredulously. In the morning I thought you were worried he wasn't stable enough, which is why you entrusted me to keep an eye on him and find opportunities to chat with him. I can't believe you misunderstood. Dumbledore gently shook his head. I simply saw Vizet lingering in the bookstore for a long time, worried that he rarely engages with others and hesitates to buy books. That's why I asked you to help take care of him. If he has any needs, you could assist him as much as possible. You've truly helped me a lot this time. Oh, I will remember it. No. Principal Dumbledore, you're joking. Bahat waved his hands repeatedly. I am the one who has gained so much. I should be thanking you. If we keep being so polite, perhaps we can consider what to have for dinner tonight. Dumbledore glanced at the time. I still have an interview this afternoon and need to return to the Leaky Cauldron soon. Alright, I should also head back to the bookstore now. Bahat had already stood up. I'll take my leave. Watching Bahat's light footsteps as he walked away, Dumbledore fell into a slight daze. Ariana, at least this time I won't repeat the mistakes of the past. For modern wizards, a wand is an essential item that affects all aspects of life. As one of the oldest buildings in Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop is quite unremarkable. The shop's facade is both small and shabby, and the golden sign on the door is worn and faded where one can vaguely see the embossed text. Ollivander crafting fine wands since 382 B.C. The glass display window is hazy with an old wand resting on a faded purple cushion. Vizet pushed open the door and entered the shop. It was quiet with only a narrow aisle leading to the main area. This place, rather than a shop, resembles a wand warehouse. The aisles are lined with shelves filled with wooden boxes stacked like bricks reaching from the floor to the ceiling. The space in the main area is also quite small with a polished bench in the corner. Ding ding ding. The pleasant sound of wind chimes echoed in the shop, and a figure suddenly appeared before Vizet, like the wind. Ollivander is an old man with silver hair and a beard, his extremely pale silvery eyes strikingly noticeable. In the dimly lit shop, these eyes seem like two bright moons radiating light. Ollivander spoke softly. Good afternoon. Since the secrecy law took effect, silent ones are rarely seen. You are a special guest. Vizet, I am pleased to serve you. There is a hint of joy in his tone. It's unprecedented to meet a silent one who can touch wands. Which hand do you usually use? The right hand. All right, please raise your arm and relax. I'm just measuring your size. As he spoke, a tape measure sprang from Ollivander's pocket. The tape measure lingered on Vizet's shoulder, slowly rolling to the fingertips, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to the ground, circling around his forehead. At that moment, the shop seemed to come alive. Ollivander moved between the shelves, waving his hand, and 3 wooden boxes flew into his arms. Here, the wood core length. Every aspect varies. Each wand is a unique existence. Of course, you'll always be able to find a wand that suits you. Try this one, acacia wood dragon heartstring, 13 inches. This wand is entirely amber-like with carvings following the wood grain, exuding a sense of calm. Vizet held the wand in his hand, but before he could even grip it tightly, it was snatched away by Ollivander. It doesn't feel right. Try this one, blackthorn wood dragon heartstring, 12.5 inches, very flexible. Recreating the previous action, Vizet didn't manage to grip the wand tightly before Ollivander took it away. Try this one, Hollywood phoenix feather, 13.75 inches with a moderate balance. Cedarwood unicorn tail hair, 10.5 inches, not right. Ollivander rambled on, bustling about the shelves, displaying agility uncommon for his age. Vizet received wand after wand, only for them to be taken away again. Wands and boxes accumulated on the floor, stacking up unnoticed. What about this one? Ebony wood dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Elder wood dragon heartstring, 11 inches. Laurel wood phoenix feather. Time continued to pass, and the stack of wand boxes grew higher, resembling a small mountain. Ollivander, looking spirited, finally paused, his tone excited as he muttered, I never expected this. We've tried nearly all kinds. How can this be? In such a situation, if it weren't for the shield magic he had previously used, Vizet might have doubted whether he possessed magic. Vizet, I need more information. Ollivander rubbed his hands together somewhat impatiently, saying, Would you be willing to share your previous experiences with me? Try not to recall unpleasant things. Share with me some happy or interesting experiences, preferably those before encountering Dumbledore. Vizet voiced his confusion. Mr. Ollivander, is there a problem? Why isn't there a wand suited for me? Wizards being picky about wands is quite common. Ollivander smiled. The wand chooses the wizard, and the wizard also chooses the wand. To achieve a match sometimes requires considerable effort. We need to trace back to the source. Share your previous experiences before meeting Dumbledore. Vizet furrowed his brow, beginning to recall the past. Right? Just share the interesting things. That wizard had a book recording magic at his home, which looked very ancient, and I was quite interested in that. A book recording ancient magic. Ollivander showed a contemplative expression. I have an idea. Oh, please wait for me here for a moment. He pulled out his wand and waved it at the wands on the floor, which returned to their boxes in an orderly fashion, flying back to their original positions. Before long, he emerged from the shadows deep within the shop, holding a silver blue box. Vizet gazed at the swirling emblem on the box, a symbol he was all too familiar with. It bore the same emblem found in the Wizarding Combat Guide. Ollivander's expression was layered with complexity. To be frank, though crafted by the Ollivander family, this is not a complete wand in the conventional sense. My grandfather once told me it served a unique purpose. Under ordinary circumstances, it would likely underperform even a standard wand. Vizet accepted the box and carefully drew back its velvet lining. Upon silver blue plush lay an exquisitely wrought wand. Its handle resembled a single flawless sapphire. A crystalline gray structure spiraled upward, seamlessly fusing the wooden shaft with the sapphire grip. Ollivander gazed upon it, as though beholding a priceless relic. This wand is extraordinary, even defying the established principles of wand lore. It possesses no definitive shaft or core in the traditional sense. An ineffable certainty stirred within Vizet. This wand belonged to him. As if per Ollivander's words, it had waited since its creation for him to become its true companion. Without hesitation, he grasped the wand. A flash of silver blue light erupted in his mind. Instantly, the practical wizard's guide unfurled within his consciousness, its pages whirling like tempest-tossed leaves boiling with frenetic energy. At that moment, the wand dissolved gently from his palm, only to reappear suspended within his mind. The swirling pages darted around it like schooling fish circling in reverent orbit. Now the wand stood as a pillar of cosmic stillness. The gray crystalline lattice flared with radiant silver blue light. The dim shop brightened instantly. Countless beams of silver blue luminescence surged from every corner, converging toward Vizet's eyes. Then the entire Diagon Alley shimmered in unison, pulsing with silver blue radiance. Ollivander's mouth parted slightly, his eyes wide with awe as he watched Vizet rise slowly into the air. Vizet gazed ahead, not as a boy, but as a deity surveying the river of time, witnessing Diagon Alley's rise and fall across centuries. He saw Ollivander's ancestors arrive here, erecting a humble stall to sell their first wand. He saw goblins appear, sensing the nascent prosperity, and begin constructing a gleaming white edifice. He saw shops multiply, gathering around Gringotts and Ollivanders, coalescing into the famed commercial thoroughfare known as Diagon Alley. He glimpsed, however, faintly, the essence of magic itself, the origins of wizardly power, even echoes of epics long buried in antiquity. Focusing intently, he strained to see more, when suddenly a violent wave of vertigo struck, twisting sky and earth into dizzying chaos. At the far end of the leaky cauldron, Dumbledore sat with fingers steepled, his gaze piercing and deliberate, fixed upon a figure cloaked deep in shadow. Professor Quirrell, so I understand you recently traveled to the Albanian forest to gain practical experience in defense against the dark arts. Did your journey yield any insights? Of course it did. Quirrell stammered. I encountered vampires. They were most unwelcoming. At that instant, a pulse of silver blue light flashed through the leaky cauldron, rousing the drowsy patrons from their haze. What just happened? Did you see the light? I didn't just see it. I believe in it. Look, Lumos. Have you had too much to drink? Hick. Tom. 2 more dozen sherries. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward the bar, his eyes seeming to pierce through wood and stone, to the inner courtyard, then beyond into Diagon Alley itself. From that silver blue radiance, he sensed an ancient magical force, and traced its source. Ollivander, could it be Vizet? And there was also an old witch. She was utterly terrifying. Quirrell continued to stammer. Headmaster Dumbledore, what were you saying just now? Nothing at all, Dumbledore replied softly, shaking his head. I was listening. Please continue. What did that fearsome witch do? She kept many snakes, venomous ones. She commanded them to attack me. Upstairs in the leaky cauldron in Quirrell's rented room, Voldemort, possessing the body of a sharp-nosed viper, stirred from slumber, sensing an unfamiliar potent force. He thrust his head from beneath the covers and slithered with startling speed to the window, gazing intently into the distance. Such ancient magic. His voice rasped, brittle and grating. This vessel is too frail. I can only discern the source lies here. Quirrell must secure the Philosopher's Stone without delay. Before the final syllable faded, the serpent's body collapsed, flesh and scales crumbling to ash, releasing a wraith-like coil of black vapor. The vapor drifted silently to a corner of the room where a cage teemed with sleeping serpents. It hovered above the cage for a breathless moment, then lunged, seizing one venomous snake with spectral precision. Meanwhile, Vizet awoke on the long bench inside Ollivander's shop. Everything around him had transformed. The ceiling was crisscrossed with countless faint lines, like dried ink strokes barely glowing with a muted silver blue hue. So too were the wands upon the shelves, each entwined with luminous filaments. Some blazed crimson, others glowed warmly orange, while still others shimmered with soft silver light. Child, you're awake. Ollivander appeared before him. Does the world look different to you now? A mirror materialized, within it a delicate face softened by the gentle roundness of youth. What's happened to my eyes? Vizet stared into the mirror, lifting his hand slowly toward his face. His eyes resembled moonlit lakes, filled with a mysterious silvery blue luminescence, ethereal and profound. He blinked. Light receded entirely. Another blink, and the silver blue glow flooded his irises, once more obedient to his will. The magic eye, a rare and exalted gift. Ollivander spoke with unmistakable envy. The very talent our family has coveted across generations. The first Ollivander wand maker was himself a wizard gifted with the magic eye. He observed magic flowing through the world, distilling its patterns and deepest mysteries. He wove those laws into wandcraft, elevating our art to unparalleled heights, establishing it as the enduring foundation of our lineage. Countless wand makers have walked history, but when one speaks of a wand-making dynasty, only the Ollivanders are named. Truly magnificent. Vizet murmured, then sank his awareness inward. The Practical Wizard's Guide turned to a new page, bearing the entry for the Magic Eye. Basic Magic Eye discerns ancient magical forces ripening across time, absorbs them to strengthen the Magic Eye, reveals magical conduits. To reveal magical conduits meant perceiving the luminous threads coiling about each wand. Yet this was merely the beginner stage. What wonders might unfold if he absorbed more ancient magic, evolving the Magic Eye to intermediate then advanced levels? Vizet attempted to summon his Obscurus, but the ancient magic it generated proved incompatible with the Magic Eye's absorption. Recognizing the path was closed, he let it go. His immediate need remained clear: he required a wand. Mr. Ollivander, earlier you gave me a wand, but it vanished. What should I do now? It's all right, perhaps it will become the key to unlocking the Eye of Magic. Ollivander's tone became softer, resembling that of an elder comforting a younger one. Let us begin anew in choosing a wand. Perhaps this time you will have an unexpected gain. What color of wand? Do you have any requirements for the wand core? Vizet asked in confusion. Did you not say before that wizards and wands choose each other? Can I make a request? Well, Ollivander murmured, under normal circumstances, of course, but you possess the... Tell me what style you prefer. Vizet recalled the various wands he had just tried. Elder Dragon Heartstring, 13 inches. Preferably something sturdy. You remember them all. Ollivander smiled brightly, like a sunflower turning toward the sun. To bear the silent power indeed requires an extraordinary wand configuration. He had already become thoroughly familiar with the positions of all the wands in the shop. With a mere wave of his wand, a wooden box flew from the deepest part of the shelf and landed in Vizet's hands. Inside the box lay a pitch-black wand with minimal carvings, straight and sharp, cold and stern like a military dagger. With the help of the Eye of Magic, he sensed the exquisite craftsmanship contained within the wand. The overall magical circuit flowed smoothly. The only flaw was at the tip of the wand, where the magical circuit appeared somewhat bloated, like a tangled ball of thread. Vizet grasped the wand. The handle was rounded and sculpted, fitting perfectly in his hand. Ancient magical power was stirred, quickly spreading to the wand's body. Power gathered at the tip of the wand, merging into the bloated magical circuit. Vizet felt as if he were engaged in a game of cat's cradle, needing to untangle the magical circuit to make it flow more freely. He did not know how much time had passed, but he finally straightened the magical circuit, and cyclone-like patterns appeared on the wand's body, causing the wand to slightly warm up. Vizet instinctively let go, and the wand floated unusually in midair, emitting a melodious hum. He could sense that this wand was calling to him, contrasting sharply with its previous silence. Not only this wand, but all the wands in the shop also hummed softly, echoing the same call. Remarkable. It has become even more perfect. Ollivander revealed a satisfied smile. Do you understand? Wands choose wizards. You possess the Eye of Magic. You can make wands become even more excellent. No wand can refuse that. In a way, these wands are quite interesting. Vizet chuckled. He recalled a saying from his past life: today you ignore me, tomorrow I will make you regret it. Vizet, I hope that after you graduate you can learn from me how to make wands. Ollivander's tone was filled with expectation. As for compensation, you need not worry. I will pay you according to the salary standards of an Auror. I will ensure you are not at a loss. Can I really do that? Vizet instinctively asked. This should be a profound subject, and there are your family secrets. You possess the Eye of Magic. That is the most important thing. Ollivander said quickly. Perhaps you can consider it for a while. Just give me a reply before you can study it first. I will give you this. Seemingly worried that Vizet might refuse, he quickly vanished into the dark. Before long, he reappeared in the shop holding a notebook with a scale-covered cover. Hungarian horntail dragon skins, specially treated. Even in winter, taking notes will be exceptionally warm. Vizet felt the warmth of the dragon skin notebook, as if holding a small hand warmer, feeling quite good. Vizet, the notebook contains basic wand-making methods along with some of my insights. I give it to you, just flip through it when you think of it. Isn't this a family secret? It's too precious. I can't keep it. Hearing this, Vizet realized the value of the notebook. Having just met Ollivander being treated so sincerely, he felt somewhat unaccustomed and instinctively chose to. Ollivander advised, why don't you flip through it first and see if you're interested? With the conversation reaching this point, Vizet did not refuse and opened the notebook, flipping through its pages. The notebook contained an immense amount of knowledge about wand making, enough to be retained in his mind. Once he confirmed that the contents in his mind matched the notebook, he stuffed it back. Mr. Ollivander, I have finished reading, and it was quite enlightening. Ollivander's expression dimmed. You need not comfort me. It seems you are not interested in wand making. Vizet explained. It's like this. I read quite quickly, although I can't comprehend the meaning. I have memorized the content. Is that so? Ollivander perked up slightly. Do you think hawthorn would be good for the wand body? Vizet reviewed the notes in his mind. If hawthorn wood is used for the wand body, the wand would become strange and contradictory. This is a relatively niche material, but I believe that its existence is reasonable. Since it can be used as a wand body material, it should be able to find a suitable owner. Good. Excellent. Ollivander's eyes lit up again. What about sycamore as the wand body? Regarding questions related to the notebook, if it was merely a simple restatement, Vizet could respond fluently, which Ollivander greatly admired. Vizet, your world is undoubtedly vast and boundless. I must admit, if you were to become a wand maker, it would be a waste of your talents. As the sky darkened, the sunset bathed Diagon Alley in a vibrant orange hue. Observing the buildings of Diagon Alley through the eye of magic, they appeared like stained glass. Carefully observing the lines that maintained the buildings, he could even see nearly dried up silver blue magic. Did consuming the ancient magical power of Diagon Alley allow me to successfully unlock the Eye of Magic? To allow the Eye of Magic to continue to grow, the road ahead is long and arduous, yet if I walk, I shall arrive. Vizet stood outside the wand shop, playing with the wand in his hand, quite fond of its design. Moreover, this wand held significant meaning for him, symbolizing that he had already embarked on the path of a wizard. Ollivander informed him that the price of a wand was 7 galleons, a discount for new students. Subsequently, if he wished to purchase a wand, the price would vary based on the materials of the wand. However, for Vizet, these were not concerns at the moment. If he needed to change his wand, he could come to the shop for an exchange at any time. For Ollivander, the wands improved by Vizet also held research value. After playing with the wand for a while, Vizet cautiously opened his pocket and slowly placed it inside. He looked around, feeling puzzled. Where had Hagrid gone? The two had parted in the morning, and now as the sun set, Hagrid had yet to return. After a brief time together, Vizet felt that leaving without a word was not in Hagrid's character. Could something have happened? He went to the apothecary and found the potion master he had encountered in the morning. Are you talking? The potion master frowned and thought, I believe I saw him walking that way. Why don't you go check? By the way, remember to take a look at the street corner, and whatever you do, don't go into Nocturne Alley. The sky had turned dark and the streetlights along the road lit up as if Diagonal Alley was steeped in beer, exuding a tipsy comfort. Vizet stepped out of the apothecary and turned into a dim alley, following the potion master's guidance. The lights of Diagonal Alley suddenly dimmed, and the air in the alley was filled with a chill and dampness. The brick walls on either side leaned at odd angles, with patches of bioluminescent moss growing on them, emitting a cold green glow that gave off an eerie feeling. At the end of the alley, shrouded in darkness, it resembled the entrance to hell, creating an illusion of a one-way trip. Even with dulled senses, one could perceive the abnormality of this alley. At the end of the alley, Hagrid's roar erupted. Let me go. I don't want to buy it anymore. Don't touch me. A brazen voice cackled. What are you saying? Did we not agree? We brought the dog. You wouldn't want this dog to be slaughtered by us, would you? Hagrid's roar grew louder. Don't do this. The little cutie hasn't even opened its eyes yet. You suddenly raised the price, and I didn't bring that much money. Give me one more day. The arrogant voice continued. One more day. This is a hot commodity. If you let us search you, if you really don't have that much money, I'll sell it to you at the original price. Hagrid shouted firmly. No way. I only have this much money on me. Vizet realized that Hagrid had gotten into conflict with another group. Now was not the time to act like a hero or watch the excitement. The best course of action was to return to Diagonal Alley for help. Just as he was about to turn back, a cold voice echoed behind him, carrying a brand new cauldron. And an owl. Looks like a newcomer. A wizard cloaked in black appeared, raising his wand, which emitted a pale light at its tip. Kid, how did you end up here? Today is your lucky day too, fat fish. Come with me. Vizet reached into his pocket, where lay a gift from Ollivander. A fist-sized iron plate, a magical item with defensive qualities. The usage was exceptionally simple. One only needed to stroke the iron plate back and forth 3 times to activate the iron armor spell contained within. Vizet vaguely understood the preciousness of this iron plate, but given the urgency of the situation, it seemed he could only rely on this magical item to escape. He followed the cloaked wizard deeper into the alley, where he saw a strange sight at the end of the path. A melody rich in Greek charm wafted through the air. The towering Hagrid leaned against a wall, fists clenched and glaring angrily, while 3 ragged figures surrounded this giant, like hungry wolves, despite being only up to Hagrid's waist. Vizet, what are you doing here? Hagrid first asked in surprise, then roared again. You dare to kidnap a child? So you know each other. That's just bad luck for him. The cloaked wizard pushed Vizet aside, joining the other 3 to encircle Vizet and Hagrid. Vizet was not as agitated as Hagrid. He looked behind the 4, where a giant beast lay sleeping. The beast resembled a bulldog magnified countless times. Merely lying on the ground, it matched his height. Most peculiar was the dog's appearance, as it sported 3 heads, drooling thick saliva when it smacked its lips. 3-headed dog, a 5X level magical creature, native to Greece, fond of sweets, possessing a size comparable to dragons and magical resistance. According to the rating in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, 5X is the most dangerous level, and such magical creatures are highly dangerous and difficult to tame. From what Vizet knew about Hagrid, for Hagrid to call a certain magical creature little cutie, it had to possess both size and danger. Vizet asked, Hagrid, do you want to buy it? Hagrid nodded angrily. I brought enough money, but they raised the price to 600 galleons. The cloaked wizard said, to bring this big guy over, one of our brothers was captured. Of course, we have to raise the price. That was our close kin. Hagrid spat, interrupting the cloaked wizard. That's not a valid reason for your dishonesty. Dishonest? Yes, I am dishonest. The The cloaked wizard cackled. Now that there's an extra child who knows our secret, the price has to go up. Now that there's an extra child, you can go back and get the money. If you don't bring 1,000 galleons tomorrow, the ghost this child turns into will come to find you. Huh? Hagrid was taken aback, hurriedly waving his hands. You can't do this. Don't do this. Seeing this, Vizet couldn't help but rub his forehead. His past life in the orphanage taught Vizet that in such situations retreating only allows evildoers to gain it. To deal with such unreasonable villains, they needed to feel fear. Cackling. Of course we will do this. The four opposite cackled. You can go back to raise the money. Whether this child survives depends on you. Ahem. Vizet cleared his throat. You all didn't ask for my opinion and decided everything on your own. My family is still waiting for me. They will worry if I return late. So I'm sorry I cannot stay here overnight. The four opposite froze for a moment, laughing even more wildly. Did I hear that right? Is he threatening us? I'm really scared now. A newcomer with a cauldron probably just bought his— What can you do? Flickering lights. Looking at your clothes, you don't seem like a rich, pure-blood family kid. If you were, we could ask for 2,000 galleons. Vizet calmly said, Do you know about the mute ones? Or do you have a habit of reading the news? The four opposite grew impatient. What mute ones? Stop wasting time. Big guy, hurry up and prepare the money. All right. Vizet sighed. Hagrid, I remember you brought the Daily Prophet. Is it still with you? Oh, it's still here. Hagrid immediately rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a crumpled newspaper. Vizet took the newspaper and handed it to the four opposite. You can take a look. Only the cloaked wizard unfolded the newspaper, while the other three remained vigilant. Soon the cloaked wizard's expression shifted from suspicion to astonishment. He raised his wand, the tip emitting a warm white light, illuminating Vizet's face. The cloaked wizard's expression changed rapidly from surprise to fear, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. A born dark wizard, a walking powder keg, an extremely dangerous element. Vizet pointed to himself. That's me. I am a mute one. You can say that. Who knows if the reporters got the photo wrong? The content is also nonsense. He is Vizet, Hagrid said angrily. He has been treated poorly by many today because of this. Perhaps you need some evidence. Vizet smiled and rolled up his sleeves, each gesture smooth and fluid. The scene of his encounter with the Rue snake unfolded before Vizet, as if recalled from memory. A silver-blue radiance washed over him, and a spherical shield rose enclosing him, and high goo within its glow. That reporter clearly wasn't truly present. Vizet murmured, parting his pressed forefinger and thumb. The barrier rippled outward and stalled mere paces from the black-robed wizard. Vizet gave a cold smile and spoke loudly. I will drive the Rue snake into a dead end and grind it to nothing with this spell. Care to see? Of course you may try to resist. I can still control my power now if the Silent One is provoked. What will happen then is anyone's guess. He scanned the surroundings. This spot is perfect, just a straight line. Here the Silent One will be able to perform. Not only did sweat bead on the black-robed wizard's brow, his three companions broke into cold sweat as well. Boss, this magic isn't that powerful, is it? Let's go. Are the four of us really no match for two of them? Is he bluffing? The Silent One must be fake, right? I have no idea what that thing is. Their chattering vexed the black-robed wizard. He barked, shut up. Even if the Silent One's identity is false, is wandless magic a lie? How many brats have you seen who can cast without a wand? He flung a newspaper to his companions. See for yourself. Don't be so clueless and rush in. He now regretted his decision. He should have driven this Silent One away, or he would not be in such a predicament. The silver-blue shield still shimmered. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed wizard asked unwillingly, What exact? Vizet chuckled and stepped forward 2 paces. I just want to go home. That is all a very simple wish. The black-robed wizard and his men staggered back a dozen steps, their backs pressed against the still-sleeping, three-headed dog. From their reactions, it was plain they knew what a Silent One was, and they knew of Vizet's past deeds. Thanks to L'état Secret's outlandish official reports, Vizet needed say little, and yet achieve the effect he did. By the way, this three-headed dog, how much were you planning to sell it to high good for? You'd still buy it, the black-robed wizard exclaimed. 400 jialong. It's only a pup, its eyes aren't even open yet. Vizet glanced to the side. Haigu is a three-headed dog pup worth that price. His understanding of three-headed dogs came mainly from Shinshi Dongwu's Inali. The book discussed precautions for questions of price. He had to rely on the gamekeeper of Huagu Wasiai. Haigu nodded repeatedly. Of course it's worth it. It's a bargain. Even when I traveled in Shala, I didn't see prices like this. See, the black-robed wizard breathed a sigh of relief. At this price we absolutely won't raise it. Vizet stared at Haigu somewhat speechless. Now that they held the advantage, they ought to have been more forceful. Perhaps wizards in the magical world are simply guileless. Or perhaps it is only Haigu who is so innocent. 400 jialong was no small sum. Vizet's thriftful instincts stirred. That price is plainly unreasonable. This is not Shala. The black-robed wizard turned to him, nervous. What are you implying? Vizet answered with feigned nonchalance. As far as I know, the three-headed dog is a dangerous and rare magical creature. Acquiring a three-headed dog is troublesome. Beyond the purchase price, one must complete many formalities. If you follow proper channels, it requires time and effort. Do you understand? The black-robed wizard feigned ignorance and shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. This price is already very generous. He signaled desperately to Hygo. Big fellow, say something. It's a pup. Don't you want to be the owner of this little cutie? Oh, Hygo made a long soft rumble, but did not answer, lowering his head toward Vizet as if to say, he'll follow his lead. Vizet flashed a sign. 200 jiaolong. This is our highest offer. 200 jiaolong, the black-robed wizard shrieked. You might as well kill us. How could that price be possible? Good idea. Vizet stroked his chin as if pondering in earnest. Such a dark alley. It indeed suits that sort of thing. Vizet. Hygo was startled. You must stay calm. You're a good lad. The black-robed wizard was frightened too. Indeed. The big one is right. Stay calm. Let's talk it over again. Vizet waved his sign. 390 jiaolong. That's our bottom line. 190 jiaolong. If you had a bottom line, you wouldn't have seized me at the start. You? The black-robed wizard, racked with regret, slumped and lowered the price weakly. 380 jiaolong, no lower. Vizet smiled calmly. 170 jiaolong. Judging by your attire, you've likely been living rough for a long while. Did you get into trouble in Shila? So you brought a three-headed dog here to hide. With this sum, you should be able to live for a while, shouldn't you? Besides, Hygo is the gamekeeper of Huago Wasi. Only a preserve as large as the game grounds can let a three-headed dog live comfortably. Do you understand? The black-robed wizard sounded as if a sore point had been struck, his voice cut thin as chalk on glass. You can't just keep lowering it like that. Who bargains like this? 150 jiaolong. Vizet remained composed. I said the bottom line can be lowered. Especially when dealing with people like you. As the moon climbed high and seemed to grin, Hygo shouldered the three-headed dog and led Vizet back toward Fan Daoxiang. Vizet, I am truly grateful to you today. If you hadn't been here, I might never have gotten out of Fan Daoxiang. He fumbled in his pocket and produced an embroidered pouch. That really scared me. They wanted to search me, though I wouldn't have that taken. This was why Hygo refused the search. Vizet had entrusted the wallet to him for the time being. The Runewen snake had been brought by Hygo. Had Hygo harbored selfish intentions, Vizet would not have obtained 500 jiaolong. At least in terms of character, Hygo was trustworthy. Moreover, Hygo's moleskin coat possessed magical resistance and could repel ordinary thieving charms. Leaving the money with him put Vizet's mind at ease. When Vizet retrieved the wallet, Hygo breathed more easily and asked lightly, what do you think this little darling? Vizet looked at the still drowsy three-headed dog and shrugged. I don't know. I'm no good at naming, but it's fluffy, indeed. Adorable, I suppose. Hygo's eyes brightened. Yes, a fluffy little darling. Let's call him Lu Wei. He stroked the dog's back with indulgent affection. Lu Wei, how do you like that? Perhaps Hygo's summons took effect. The three-headed dog Lu Wei gave a low hum and slowly opened his eyes. Yet when Lu Wei, perched on Hygo's shoulder, came awake, the first face to meet him was not Hygo, but Vizet trailing behind and pulling a small cart. Hygo, your Lu Wei is awake. The eyes of the three-headed dog Lu Wei lit up as it pawed, eagerly whimpering as it wanted to leap towards Vizet. Hagrid, having some giant strength, easily lifted Lu Wei over his head after noticing it had awakened. He shouted excitedly, Lu Wei, you're awake. So cute, born to be kissed by its mother. Vizet wiped the sweat off his brow from behind. Only someone with Hagrid's build could effortlessly lift a three-headed dog the size of an African lion. Am I coming at a bad time? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed as Dumbledore appeared before the two. D. Dumbledore. Hagrid seemed startled, quickly hiding Lu Wei behind him, as if concealing a gift. Unfortunately, Lu Wei's size was comparable to that of an African lion, and even Hagrid's towering height couldn't conceal it. The three-headed dog pup looks a bit skinny. Dumbledore smiled. Is the new den you built at school prepared for it? Hagrid chuckled awkwardly. Lu Wei is still young. I don't want it to keep wandering around. I completely understand, Dumbledore nodded. But if that's the case, it might not be able to ride the night bus. Vizet, would you like to try another mode of travel? There's a more economical option I've already discussed with Molly. More economical. Vizet remembered he hadn't paid for the fare that morning and quickly fished out a gold coin, stuffing it into Hagrid's pocket. Hagrid urged, Vizet, you don't need to do this. You've helped me save over 200 galleons. Vizet waved his hand. That's different, that's just how it is. Hagrid, just accept it. Dumbledore smiled more kindly. Vizet, let's go. The Floo network is definitely a good mode of travel. The three of them returned to the leaky cauldron. It was still bustling with the flames and the corner fireplace roaring, adding warmth to the bar's atmosphere. Dumbledore picked up the flower pot on the mantel filled with shimmering starry powder. The usage is very simple. Just grab a handful of Floo powder, toss it into the fireplace, and shout out where you want to go, home. As he spoke, he demonstrated by tossing a handful of Floo powder into the flames. The flames that contacted the Floo powder instantly surged up, turning from bright red to a vibrant green. Vizet, overcome your fear of fire. The flames in the fireplace won't hurt you. They will guide you home. Listening to Dumbledore's gentle voice, Vizet nodded, and pushed the small cart directly towards the flames. Dumbledore. Hagrid shrank back with Lu Wei in a corner. How should we get back to school? Dumbledore gestured invitingly. I've arranged for the Thestrals, but they won't arrive that quickly. At that moment Tom appeared bringing a large pot of tea and a big cake. Seeing the cake covered in sweet cream, Dumbledore's eyebrows relaxed, revealing a joyful expression. I'm very interested in the origins of the three-headed dog. Could you tell me about it? Of course. Where would you like to start? How I met Lu Wei. I was at the Leaky Cauldron. I want to know about the process of buying Lu Wei. Dumbledore waved his hand. From what I heard in your earlier conversation, it seems Vizet helped you a lot. Yes. Yes. Hagrid nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for him, I would have definitely been extorted by those people. Here's how it was. Vizet entrusted me with 500 galleons. How could I let those people search me? At that time I was really scared when I saw him appear. He was so clever that I couldn't even piece together what exactly happened. Those few people actually sold him for 170 galleons. What kind of discount is that? He was so excited that he flailed his arms, and even Lu Wei, who had been dozing off, got back up, barking a few times at the mention of Vizet. A look of relief appeared on Dumbledore's face, using everything you've seen and heard throughout the day to easily turn the situation around. To think of such a perfect solution in such an urgent situation. Honestly, I couldn't have done better myself. Hagrid nodded in agreement. That's why I said, if Vizet hadn't come, I really wouldn't know what to do. Dumbledore smiled and asked, Hagrid, it's clear you really like this boy. Lu Wei likes him a lot too. Hagrid rubbed Lu Wei's head, but many people misunderstand him. It's all those reports. They will soon have. Dumbledore stroked his beard. In a few days it will be Harry's birthday, and I will need your help to run an errand. Hagrid opened his mouth. Harry Potter, right? He's also at the age to enroll. Of course I have no problem with that. I haven't seen him in 10 years. Back then he was just a tiny little thing, barely the size of a dot. Yes, it has been 10 years. Dumbledore suddenly sighed. The future may be very busy for a long time. The Thestrals have arrived. We should head back to school. Just as Dumbledore said, the flames did not harm Vizet. A strange rumbling sound filled his ears, and he felt as if he were in a whirlpool with fireplace exits flashing by before him. Suddenly he heard a boy scream, Mom. The fireplace is reacting. Come look quickly. A more mature male voice said, Vizet must have come back from Diagon Alley. He should have brought back quite a lot of things. Ron, stay back, be careful. He heard as he was pushed from behind, and Vizet emerged from the fireplace, greeted by a living room made of slanted stone blocks. A tall red-haired boy stood before him, extending his hand with great flair. Hello, I am Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor. Another red-haired boy appeared, smiling shyly. Imran, also starting this year. Just then a hand appeared under I'm Fred Weasley, the brother, who always gets points taken away by the head boy. Immediately another hand appeared, covering Percy's palm. Hello. I'm George Weasley, another brother, who gets points taken away by the head boy. Shut up. Percy snapped. If you behave better, who would take points from you? Percy is like that. The two identical boys shook their heads, exasperated. I seriously doubt he's our brother. He's not. In front of Vizet stood 4 boys, all freckled with red hair. Percy was the most formally dressed, wearing a black robe with a gold and red badge pinned to his chest. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly aura. Fred and George wore cheeky grins. Their clothes not only old, but also bore traces of soot and burnt magic. Ron stood at the back, his eyes sparkling as he curiously stretched his neck to look around. All right. A middle-aged woman in an apron appeared, pulling Fred and George aside. Molly. It's so late. Have you had dinner? She bent down to examine Vizet, straightening his collar in the process. Shall I cook you something? She was Molly Weasley, the mother of Ron, Percy, Fred, and George. Vizet surveyed the large group, and in their eyes he felt no distance or fear, only a sense of warmth. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. He smiled and shook his head. I think it's fine, Mr. Lovegood, save me some dinner. Vizet had previously heard from Luna that there were other wizarding families around the village of Autry St. Catchibor. Mrs. Weasley, carrying a basket of vegetables, walked ahead, saying, the Diggory family lives nearby, and their children are much easier to manage than Fred and George. There's also the Fawcett family nearby. It seems they have a girl who should be starting school this year. Perhaps you will run into her once classes begin. She was a talkative and friendly person, and chatting with her felt like a casual conversation with no sense of distance. Ever since Mrs. Lovegood had her incident, their family has become reclusive, and we haven't been in touch much over the years. Luna is a good child, but her thoughts can be quite scattered. Even Fred and George often find it hard to connect with her. Vizet had been in this world for less than 2 months, mainly listening to Mrs. Weasley while occasionally responding. He smiled slightly, saying, a lot of what Luna says is quite enlightening for me. If it weren't for Luna's protection and inspiration, he wouldn't have been able to cast that shield spell when faced with a Niven snake. That's wonderful. Mrs. Weasley looked towards a nearby stream, saying, occasionally I pass by that stream, and I often see Luna there over the past 2 years. She always scoops fish while crying, and when she sees me she immediately runs back home. It must be quite unsettling for a child who hasn't started school yet to be without someone around. Vizet was touched by Mrs. Weasley's words, his heart seeming to skip a beat. I doubt that's the case now. Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. That's truly wonderful. Looking at her kind smile, Vizet felt inexplicably restless. Hogwarts had a closed teaching system allowing students to leave only during summer and Christmas breaks. 2 moons appeared in the sky over the hill. One moon hung high in the sky, while the other full moon floated above the castle, shaped like a carriage. That was a creation of Luna's mother, said to have originated from a magical experiment. As the sky grew darker, the round moon on the castle became increasingly prominent. If he used his magical eye to observe, would he be able to see some extraordinary sights? Vizet felt a stir in his heart, his eyes overflowing with a silver-blue light. The silver-blue magic flowed like liquid, enveloping the entire castle, especially that round moon, which radiated an exceptionally bright silver-blue magic. Most importantly, this was an ancient magical power brewed by time. It seemed that as long as he wished, he could integrate it into his eyes. He chose not to, because at night Luna loved to take walks on the top floor, gazing at the moon above the castle. Vizet suddenly wondered if Luna's mother had studied ancient magic. This is my first time here at night. It's truly beautiful. Mrs. Weasley suddenly said, handing the vegetable basket to Vizet. I will just drop you off here. These vegetables are all from our garden. Please send my regards to Mr. Lovegood. And Vizet's eyes returned to normal as he sincerely said, Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Mrs. Weasley's figure vanished into the night, and a fluffy owl joyfully hooted, diving into Vizet. Hoo-hoo. The cage on the cauldron rattled gently, and the bronze owl inside called out eagerly as if soft and light footsteps approached, and Luna quietly looked at Vizet, revealing a faint smile. Diagon Alley is magical, isn't it? Were you bothered by pesky flies? If you get to school, you can write to me. Hoo-hoo. The owl Diana held her head high, echoing with 2 calls. Yes, you can write to me. Vizet smiled in relief and gently shook his head. Luna always had this kind of magic, effortlessly resolving his confusion. Letting go of his worries, Vizet pointed at the restless owl. What do you think we should name this little guy? A cute little fellow, so spirited, Luna pondered. How about we call him Sol? The sun and the moon always appear in alternation. That's a good name. The 2 walked across the soft grass towards the castle under the dual moons. Unbeknownst to them, time had reached the end of August, and tomorrow marked the beginning of term at Hogwarts. A little over a month may not seem long, but Vizet had used this time to prepare for school and rearranged his room. Among them, Luna contributed a great deal. Or rather, she single-handedly took care of the room decoration. Besides replacing the bedding and wallpaper, she also strung together some puffskein yarn as decorations for the bed curtains. This was a magical material resembling miniature radishes. It was said that the more one came into contact with puffskein yarn, the better one's acceptance of extraordinary things would become. Puffskein yarn was found everywhere in the castle, like Luna's earrings, which were also made of puffskein yarn. Xenophilius, as the editor of the Quibbler, would work in a room filled with puffskein yarn, supposedly to continuously generate inspiration. The second floor of the castle was particularly lively, as it was the printing period for the Quibbler. The magical printing press was in full swing, and the sound of clattering echoed from day until dusk. The printing machines used by wizards were quite special, having a wooden structure and only using iron sheets for reinforcement at key positions, resembling the spinning machines from the Industrial Revolution. With the aid of magic, a magical printing press encompassed the functions of a folding machine, binding machine, cutting machine. What Xenophilius had to do was simple. He just needed to design the draft and insert it into the printing press's entrance. The machine would then operate automatically, printing out one magazine after another. However, the machine's efficiency was not particularly high. In a few days, it had printed less than 100 copies of the Quibbler. During this time, Vizet also rewrote the textbooks he would need. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. During the process of copying the textbooks, he gained a general understanding of the teaching content for the new school year. The illustrations used in the textbooks were also entirely done by Luna. She was very good at drawing. As long as Vizet described, she could depict the corresponding image. Especially in drawing magical creatures, she displayed unparalleled talent, capturing every magical creature with vivid accuracy. I read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them with my mother, Luna explained with a beaming smile. I've seen all the magical creatures in it except for the Horn-Snore Beast. Vizet asked, Horn-Snore Beast. I'll check at the Leaky Cauldron next time to see if there are any related books. It should be hard to find. Luna showed a look of regret. That's a very rare magical creature. My father told me they live in Sweden. I'll personally go find them and then draw them. Going to Sweden. Vizet noted this in his heart. On the last night of August, Xenophilius didn't cook himself. Instead, he ordered from a nearby Muggle restaurant and laid out a sumptuous dinner at home. Remember to write back often, was his only request. Share with us about school. Anything will do. You know what, I understand, Vizet smiled, tossing 2 pieces of steak out the window. Then they'll have to work hard. 2 owls transformed into fluffy lightning, soaring through the air while carrying the steaks in their mouths, hooting twice in agreement. On the day of school, Vizet once again checked the admission notice, going through the items in his suitcase over and over again before finally feeling at ease as he pulled the suitcase down the stairs. Luna was sitting in the living room, bright sunlight streaming through the window, casting a golden glow on her light golden hair. She was grooming Sol's feathers, taking great care with each one. Vizet said softly, I'm going to school. Luna's voice was a bit dazed, though goodbyes always bring a bit of sadness. Every farewell is a preparation for the next reunion. She handed him a vibrant green Gertie-root saying, if you encounter difficulties or confusion, it will bring you good luck. Inside it is the taste of home. This statement was not wrong. The appearance and flavor of Gertie-root were similar to scallions, and only Luna's family made tea from Gertie-root. Indeed, it has the taste of home, a taste unique to here. Vizet nodded, finding this gift very characteristic of King's Cross Station is located in the heart of London and is a vital transport hub for the English people. The time is still early and the flow of travelers is not particularly busy. Vizet smoothly entered the station and after several inquiries found the direction to platform 9. They all appeared to be parents seeing off their children, but their clothing styles were quite peculiar. Some people wore clothes in extremely eye-catching colors that resembled costumes borrowed from a circus, the others had garments that contrasted sharply with a thick winter coat on top and shorts on the bottom. There were also those who seemingly chose the wrong outfit, a balding middle-aged man with a scruffy beard wearing a floral long dress. Despite their attire being out of place compared to other travelers, their actions were surprisingly synchronized. Charging towards the pillars near platforms 9 and 10, they suddenly collided with them and vanished. A middle-aged man in a suit noticed something strange and rushed forward, displaying a look of confusion, even reaching out to touch the pillar. At that moment, a burly man wearing a pleated skirt suddenly appeared, raising his wand and rushing to the middle-aged man's side, chanting incantations. A flash of light went by, and the middle-aged man exhibited an urgent expression, sprinting out of the station at breakneck speed. Vizet wiped his sweat, unsure of where to begin his complaints. Everything was too bizarre. A melodious female voice rang in his ears. Muggle studies should be made compulsory for the entire grade, not just as an elective course. This was an Asian girl with delicate features, shoulder-length black hair, and a few freckles on her dainty nose. She wore a sky-blue hoodie with 2 deep blue letters T on the front. The girl held a suitcase in one hand and an old-fashioned broomstick in the other. The broomstick was well-maintained, showing no signs of ever being used for sweeping. Both the handle and the bristles were coated with varnish, appearing smooth and shiny. You must be Vizet, right? You look somewhat familiar. I remember seeing you frequently on the front page of the Daily Prophet. My name is Qiu Zhang. I am a student of Ravenclaw. Vizet nodded. Hello, Qiu Zhang. Hello. Qiu Zhang smiled and said, we should go now. Oh, just charge straight in. The Ministry of Magic staff will only disperse the Muggles. The Ministry of Magic staff? Vizet pointed at the burly man in the pleated skirt. Is really dressed like that, right? It's hard to understand, isn't it? Qiu Zhang said with a helpless smile. That's why I say Muggle studies should be popularized and updated. I'm wearing a Tattershaw Tornado Team uniform and holding a flying broomstick. Oh, what's the problem? They won't notice me. Muggles are much more accepting now. Can you believe it? It's already 1991, and Muggle studies' understanding of Muggles is still stuck 300 years in the past. It's simply unbelievable. Qiu Zhang walked ahead, speaking while quickening her pace, and directly disappeared into the pillar. Vizet followed closely behind, and after a brief moment of darkness, a bright platform appeared before them. What lay behind was no longer the hall of King's Cross Station, but an iron archway with a sign hanging from the ceiling reading Platform 9 3/4. Whoa! It was a deep red steam locomotive brimming with a strong Victorian style. In fact, this steam locomotive did originate from that era, having been requisitioned by the Ministry of Magic for transportation in England. At that time, the Minister of Magic was Adeline Gamble, who, in order to ensure the safe return of Hogwarts students, overcame opposition and mobilized the ministry to undertake a significant project. This project involved 167 forgetting charms and the largest scale of concealed magic in England's history, ultimately leading to the creation of Platform 9 3/4. The steam locomotive was also thoroughly transformed, shifting from steam power to magic propulsion, and was named Hogwarts Express. The platform was bustling, white magical smoke swirling above and various pets scurrying underfoot. Parents leaned against the Hogwarts Express windows, repeating their parting instructions, while children nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. Vizet activated his magical eye, sensing a rich, ancient magical energy brewing here, with silvery blue magic nearly overflowing the platform. With a thought, countless ancient magical powers surged toward him, and the wizard's combat guide flipped to its 4th page in his mind. Ancient Magic Improvement Beginner, guiding ancient magical powers to enhance spells, increasing magical power, adding special effects to spells. Improvement Magic differs from Shield Magic in that it cannot be used directly and must be combined with other spells. Its effects are very practical, able to enhance the power of magic while also adding some special effects. During this time before school started, Vizet organized the items he needed for the semester and studied the wizard's combat guide to understand how to utilize ancient magical powers. From the perspective of his past life, this notebook could be considered as providing him with special skills, also known as unique skills or SP skills. Whether it was the shield magic from the beginning or the magical eye he acquired later in Diagon Alley, both were different from the wizarding magic of today. Especially with the emergence of improvement magic, it helped him confirm his hypotheses. The notebook mentioned two types of ancient magical powers. One type of ancient magical power comes from the subtle and can be used to cast spells directly. The other type of ancient magical power is even more special, originating from those ancient magical structures. These magical buildings, through the passage of time, generate ancient magical powers that can be directly absorbed, aiding the growth of the magical eye or unlocking new pages in the notebook. Isn't it shocking? Xiao Zhang's voice rang out. I was also quite stunned when I first came in. Such antiques are usually only seen in museums. Several carriages ahead were already full of students. Some were playing in the aisle, some were doing homework with their bags laid out in front of them, while others were chatting idly. Why are you bringing a toad? Is that in vogue now? His name is Leaf. He's a toad my great-uncle bought for me. He was very happy that I have wizarding talent. Are you sure your great-uncle is happy? And not feeling some other emotion? Is anyone still using toads, frogs as pets? Xiao Zhang was a lively girl, leading Vizet all the way to the middle of the train, where they found an empty compartment. Together they lifted the suitcase onto the rack. At this time, they still have to finish their homework. Most of them are Gryffindors. How can you tell? Vizet asked curiously. He didn't know much about Hogwarts. Although he had a book titled Hogwarts: A History in his mind, he hadn't had the chance to read it since it wasn't a textbook. Xiao Zhang took out a cloth and wiped the already shining flying broomstick. As far as I know, Gryffindors usually have very rich plans for their summer vacation. They might go on adventures in wizarding ruins or indulge in Quidditch all day. In short, doing homework is usually the last option. Vizet chuckled. On the day before school starts, is it a choice between finishing homework and sleeping? Xiao Zhang laughed as well. Exactly. That's just how it is. A black boy suddenly popped his head in, holding up the hem of his clothes and saying, "Hey, can you lend me your homework to copy? I have a bag of spiders I got from Africa. You can touch them." In the original work, Xiao Zhang is described as a beautiful Asian girl, just to clarify. Xiao Zhang raised his hand to introduce Li Xiao Dan, a third-year student from Gryffindor, known commentator of the Quidditch matches. "Oh, I'm not that famous." Li Xiao Dan walked into the carriage. "Did you do Professor Flitwick's assignment? I only just realized yesterday that I left my new textbook in Africa and it won't arrive at school until tomorrow. But I haven't written anything for the pre-study paper assigned by Professor Flitwick." Xiao Zhang's lips curled into a half-smile, as if to say, "See, that's how Gryffindor students are. Assignments hold no weight in their hearts." Xiao Zhang patiently explained, "You should ask someone else. I'm a second-year student, and this is Vizet, a new student this year." "Xiao Zhang, I know you." Li Xiao Dan teased. "In last year's match, Cedric failed to catch the golden snitch apparently because he got distracted by you." Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Zhang's cheeks flushed as if he was choked, coughing repeatedly. "You must have mistaken me. I'm a student from Ravenclaw." Li Xiao Dan raised his eyebrows in disbelief. "As a commentator, my duty is to capture the exciting moments. You were wearing that Tatters Hill Tornadoes jersey at the time. I remember it clearly. There's no mistake. I can swear on a bag of spiders. But I still suggest you ask someone else." Xiao Zhang hurriedly interrupted Li Xiao Dan. "We really can't help you. Can I stay here for a while then?" Li Xiao Dan sighed. "They'll wait until Fred and the others get on the train to see if they brought their textbooks." "Feel free." Xiao Zhang did not refuse. Vizet asked Fred. "Is it Fred Weasley?" Li Xiao Dan's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's him. Fred and George are twins, and I'm great friends with them." "Do you know them too?" Vizet nodded. "The Weasley family helped me before, so I guess I know them." "So you are actually acquainted?" Li Xiao Dan sighed again in complaint. "I really don't want to waste my time on homework. The venom from this bag spider is fantastic. When I was in Africa, I experimented with this bag spider. Even if just a bit of venom touches your tongue, it swells up immediately. If Fred and the others come, we can experiment together. If it wasn't for this lousy assignment. It's a pity. I've already asked several people, but no one has homework to lend me. Unable to borrow." Vizet noticed Li Xiao Dan's pocket again. "You want to borrow homework, and the reward is letting them touch the bag spider." Li Xiao Dan nodded repeatedly. "Of course. This is not an ordinary bag spider. Its venom contains magic. It's quite rare. Just like wizards among muggles, it's rare." Vizet understood why no one would lend homework to Li Xiao Dan. Touching a spider sounds a bit creepy no matter how you think about it. This black boy was an unsettled character. Perhaps due to some racial traits, his desire to speak was particularly When Li Xiao Dan learned that Vizet knew Fred and the others, he immediately became familiar and began to introduce. "Gryffindor is obviously the best house. Do you know Principal Dumbledore? He is one of us from Gryffindor. Every house is the best. Ravenclaw is also not bad. If only Xiao Zhang and I were in the same year. Ravenclaw has the highest accuracy in assignments. The people from Hufflepuff are very friendly. That heartthrob Cedric. They have the most food. I really don't know where they get. Slytherin. They produce dark wizards, the worst house, and Voldemort was one of them. Those people would stop at nothing to win the house cup. Their head is a points deduction maniac. Voldemort. That title sounds quite strange. Vizet felt that the title was somewhat familiar. He suddenly remembered that this was one of Voldemort's real aliases, and he was often referred to as the Dark Lord, or the He Who Must Not Be Named. That name was not funny back then. Li Xiao Dan swallowed hard, his voice becoming tense. He was the most dangerous dark wizard of all time. I heard from my dad that those killed by the Dark Lord are enough to form an army of the undead. Even the so-called Dark Lord is just a title, because we dare not speak his name directly. So dangerous. Vizet frowned. I've only heard of Grindelwald. He seems to be a very dangerous dog. The name Gellert Grindelwald he learned from the movie Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. At least in the movie, Grindelwald's combat power was extremely strong. Even facing the horrors of the Magical Congress alone, he could handle it with ease. That was even longer ago. Li Xiaodan shrugged. It was Principal Dumbledore who defeated Grindelwald, I know that for sure. Coming to Gryffindor is definitely the right choice. After wiping his broom, Qiu Zhang said, if you're interested in Grindelwald and the Dark Lord, you can check out A History of Modern Magic, which has more detailed records. Time soon reached 10:30, and with his mouth dry, Li Xiaodan settled down and began to attempt to concoct home repairing charm. The spell is R. What was it R? Repair. It's a spell used for fixing things. Who was the inventor from England again? It seems I've seen it before. Qiu Zhang buried his head in a book titled The Origins of Quidditch, his shoulders shaking violently, occasionally making a puffing sound. Vizet scanned the books in his mind and found standard spells level 3. As long as Vizet intended to search for relevant text, he could find the corresponding paragraphs at an astonishing speed, as simple as a computer searching for keywords. Standard spells consists of 7 volumes corresponding to 7 years of charms classes at Hogwarts. Because of this, while browsing books at Lehan Bookstore, he recorded all 7 volumes. He began to read according to the introduction of Standard Spells Level 3. Mr. Jordan, the spell for the repairing charm is Reparo. If you need a complete explanation for this magic, it should be a spell used to seamlessly repair most broken objects. Are you sure? Li Xiaodan's eyes lit up as if he had seen a lifeline directly grabbing Vizet's shoulder. The book you left in Africa, is it called Standard Spells Level 3? Yes. That's the one. Then it's definitely right. When I bought the book, I thought it was quite interesting, so I just noted it down. Noted it down. Is that something a normal person can do? You really don't know the Dark Lord? I suddenly remembered when you read out the question just now. Vizet nodded. If you are not at ease, you can ask Fred and George for confirmation when they come over. I'll try it myself. Li Xiaodan took out a tissue from his pocket and tore it into several pieces. Arrow. Repair is good. He practiced the question from the pre-study paper repeatedly. After about 10 attempts, the tissue managed to stick together. Magic requires multiple attempts. The fact that the tissue could hold together without falling apart means that the principle and incantation of the repairing charm were both correct. The exam paper was filled with a large number of fill-in-the-blank questions, and if one had truly prepared, the difficulty of the paper was indeed not too great. Vizet pointed at the empty space and said in 1754, the English Ministry of Magic prohibited the misuse of magic in the office, and Arabella Natley repaired the accidentally destroyed Colosseum in Rome. Dude, you're amazing. Lee Jordan gave a thumbs up, immediately writing furiously and filling in the correct answers in the empty spaces. The Patronus charm, the spell, is spelled as Expecto Patronum, and it is explained as an ancient and mysterious spell that can summon a magical guardian. The empty spaces on the preview paper were filled one by one, and the originally smirking Qiu Zhang changed expressions, looking at Vizet in surprise. Wah! A loud whistle sounded as the Hogwarts Express finally set off. Outside the window were countless parents waving goodbye, along with several younger children who were crying and chasing after the train. As the train sped up, those crying children who were chasing after it were left behind, only able to keep waving to bid farewell. Now truly free from their parents' constraints, many children showed expressions of relief, pulling out their wands from their pockets, with laughter and playfulness echoing on the train. Having finished his homework, Lee Jordan was once again lively, saying, "Let me tell you, I met a lot of wizards in Africa and learned a spell that doesn't require a wand." Qiu Zhang became interested, saying, "Wandless magic. I read about that in a book. It seems Africa is quite good at it." Lee Jordan waved his hand. "It's not simple wandless magic. It's a type of magic completed through hand gestures. He'll perform and show you." He rolled up his sleeves and fumbled through a set of flashy gestures, clapping his hands together with a loud sound. But nothing happened. There was no special light, nor did anything extraordinary occur. Qiu Zhang sighed softly and cautiously asked, "Can you confirm this is a spell? What kind of magic is it?" Should I try again?" Lee Jordan scratched his head, pulling his sleeves up to his shoulders, and clapped his hands together once more. "Merlin's underpants. Are you controlled by an African wizard?" An exaggerated voice rang out. Fred slipped in hands on Lee Jordan's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. "You better not get into trouble. We're still waiting for your bag, Spider." "Hey, why is it you're here too?" George followed closely, waving to Greedo and the girl distracting Cedric. Qiu Zhang nodded, not saying much, but her ears turned slightly red. "Of course I'm not in trouble." Lee Jordan shrugged off Fred's hand, saying, "Be careful, you might crush the bag, Spider. Then we would regret it for life." George made a gesture of prayer. "Quick, take it out." For a moment, all 5 people's attention was captured. Qiu Zhang was mainly on guard, fearing that the furry spider might leap up and jump in front of her. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan admired and marveled at the dense fur of the bag spider. Vizet used the eye of magic, scanning the body of the bag spider like an X-ray machine. Other than the fangs and venom glands, emitting a faint green glow, the other parts of the bag spider did not glow, appearing gray and dull. Vizet concentrated, observing the green light from the fangs and venom glands, seemingly revealing a symbol within. However, the symbol was too vague to discern its specific structure. A hand suddenly appeared at the position of the fangs, and without hesitation the bag spider bit down on that hand, injecting its magic-infused venom. As the venom was completely injected, the green glow of the fangs and venom glands dimmed. The hand belonged to Fred, and the bite marks swelled visibly. Qiu Zhang's eyes widened, instinctively drawing her wand. "Why did you put your hand there yourself? Don't panic, it's just—" George remained very calm, pulling out a suction-like device from his pocket, which made a pop sound on the bite. The suction cup seemed to come alive, making a gurgling sound. The magic-infused venom was absorbed through the wound by that suction cup, gathering into a small glass vial at the top. Fred's hand quickly deflated, leaving 2 tiny wounds the size of grains of rice. Lee Jordan was not idle either. He took out a green leaf, chewed it quickly, and spat it onto the wound. A few wisps of green smoke slowly dissipated, and when he pushed aside the green leaf, the wound had completely healed, though it was smoother than the surrounding skin. Fred then gritted his teeth, letting out a long breath. "This bag spider is quite something. It hurt like hell." George took down the glass vial, gently shaking the green liquid inside. "We're coming for the fattened tongue toffee." Fred smiled, "But remember, next time it will be you getting bitten." Vizet dismissed the eye of magic, curiously asking, "Excuse me, is that white fresh? An expert, huh?" Lee Jordan puffed his chest out in a showy manner, taking out a bag full of green leaves. "I got this in Africa. This whole bag was—" "No wonder it healed so quickly. It turns out it's this rare item." Fred exclaimed in amazement. "I wonder how long it will take before we can earn enough to take our families on vacation." "It should be soon," George reassured, then looked at Vizet. "I didn't expect you to recognize white fresh at a glance. My buddy here is quite impressive." Lee Jordan put his arm around Vizet's shoulders. "Brotherly, guess how I finished my homework while waiting for you." Fred said, "You must have guessed randomly. It's just Professor Flitwick's homework, not Professor McGonagall's, so it's not a big deal." Ahem. Qiu Zhang coughed twice, indicating that she, a Ravenclaw, was still present. "I'm not as irresponsible." Lee Jordan chuckled, saying, "With Vizet's help, I finished the preview paper." George rubbed his chin. "How is that any different from guessing randomly? Why don't we compare our exam papers? After all, I trust him." "Trust doesn't need a reason." Fred and George, being action-oriented, quickly brought their preview papers and checked them word by word. Upon checking to the end, George still felt a bit skeptical and brought over standard spells level 3, rechecking the corresponding blanks. Merlin's Mediterranean. How could it all be correct? Some places I was actually careless and didn't spell the words right. Isn't that so? Lee Jordan said triumphantly, "If I hadn't actually cast the restoration charm, I wouldn't believe this happened." He's just a freshman, yet he managed to memorize standard spells level 3 just by the time spent buying books in Diagon Alley. Isn't that amazing? Interested in joining Gryffindor? Fred suddenly became serious, patting Vizet's shoulder. "We need talents like you." "This is hard to say. The sorting ceremony is determined by the sorting ceremony itself." George revealed a mischievous smile. "It might be a bit difficult to pass the sorting ceremony." "Yes." Fred blinked, shifting the topic with a tone of regret. "To enroll, you have to go through the terrifying sorting ceremony." Lee Jordan said solemnly, "Buddy, I believe in you, but it's just a life-and-death duel. Ooh, it should be absolutely easy for you." The three shared a tacit understanding, each leaving a bluffing remark before slipping out of the compartment. Vizet was quite calm. "The sorting ceremony. It shouldn't be that terrifying, right?" "I can't say for sure." Qiu Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. "We should arrive at school by evening, and everything will be revealed then." The train left London, racing across the wilderness. This place was sparsely populated, with only herds of cattle and sheep accompanying the train. Time quickly passed to noon, and the warm sunlight poured into the carriage with the sound of the trolley wheels rolling clack-clack in the aisle. A plump middle-aged woman pushed open the compartment door. "Dear, would you like to buy something to eat? Candy, cakes, snacks, pies. We have it all." As the middle-aged woman spoke, she took out a variety of snacks to display. When Vizet was at Luna's home, he had tasted the homemade cookies from Xenophilius, made from Godric and flour, with a flavor primarily highlighting a strong onion taste lacking any fragrance. Although the meals at the orphanage in his past life were nutritionally balanced, their taste was hard to describe, leading him to have little desire for food. Getting full was his main goal. Suddenly faced with a choice, he sought assistance from Qiu Zhang. "Do you have any recommendations? I've never seen those snacks before. It's a bit difficult to choose, each has its own features." Qiu Zhang furrowed his brows in thought. "If you want to experience the fun of snacks, Birdie Bots, every flavor, beans, chocoballs, and chocolate frogs are all quite good." The snacks were extremely affordable. Vizet bought several of the snacks that Qiu Zhang mentioned, and it only cost him 15. Vizet exclaimed, "This is truly the most magical place." If converted to the prices of his past life, these snacks only cost about 5 yuan, which was unbelievably cheap. Moreover, the packaging of these snacks was vividly colored and very eye-catching, especially the blue box containing the chocolate frogs, which had gold edges, looking exquisite. "Thank you." Qiu Zhang accepted the chocolate frog that Vizet handed over. She opened a box of chocolate frogs, and one jumped up, tracing a brown arc through the air. Vizet was quick and gently caught the chocolate frog, revealing a look of surprise on his face. This actually moves. How amazing. Through the eye of magic, he discovered that the surface of the chocolate frog was infused with magic along with a similarly blurry symbol. The picture inside is also quite magical. Xiaozhang took out a picture card from the box. The card also had a blurry magical symbol attached featuring an old man with a white beard and the character's name, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled and gently nodded at Vizet before disappearing into the picture card. Vizet hurriedly said, "Why did he disappear?" "That's magic," Xiaozhang explained with a smile. "In the magical world, there are many moving pictures that might leave this picture and visit others. The most valuable thing in the chocolate frog is undoubtedly these picture cards. If you are interested, you can start collecting them. The character descriptions are quite interesting." Character descriptions? Vizet flipped the card over and read the introduction on the back. The universally recognized greatest wizard. Defeated the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. Made significant contributions in alchemy alongside the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel. The picture card was not only interesting, but the chocolate frog tasted delicious. The milky and chocolate flavors were rich. After taking a bite, the chocolate frog quickly melted, filling his mouth with smoothness. The perfectly balanced bitterness complemented the sweetness, earning it the highest praise. "It's not too sweet. I should send this to Luna. And Mr. Lovegood." Vizet's eyes lit up as he hurriedly ran down the aisle searching for the selling witch from earlier. Xiaozhang was likely quite popular in Ravenclaw, with students occasionally dropping by to visit. Shortly after noon, another pretty brown-haired girl found her way here. She was a fifth-year student from Ravenclaw named Penelope Clearwater. Penelope wrapped her arms around Xiaozhang's waist and confided, "Xiao, I'm feeling so much pressure right now. This academic year we have O.W.L. exams coming up," she said, tugging at the badge on her chest, which was shimmering in blue and bronze colors. Xiaozhang patted Penelope on the shoulder, comforting her. "Isn't this a good thing? I heard you even have a special washroom, and it's very luxurious. To enjoy the benefits, one must also take on responsibilities." Penelope sighed lightly. "For example, patrolling the train. I just switched shifts with Percy Weasley, and I still have a meeting to attend." She added, "I came here just to take a break during the shift change and practice some magic. I couldn't cast spells during the summer vacation, which wasted a lot of my time." Saying this, she took out her wand from her pocket and handed a notebook to Xiaozhang. "Xiao, can you help me check if I've memorized the content correctly? The summoning charm, the incantation, is Accio." She explained, "This is a spell that can make distant targets fly towards you. The points to note when casting. You must focus your intent, clearly imagine the target, and you cannot use it on living beings." She pointed her wand towards Xiaozhang. "Notebook, fly." The notebook flipped a few pages in Xiaozhang's hands, but then became still. "I've been lax in my practice." Penelope showed a look of frustration. "I need to concentrate. Clearly imagine. Notebook, fly." Vizet had some impression of this spell and saw the description of the summoning charm in the standard spells level 4, which indeed contained information about it. The description of the summoning charm in standard spells level 4 was quite lengthy, and Vizet found it somewhat dizzying. However, he understood the content from Penelope's notes, and even felt he could give it a try. In fact, when Lee Jordan was practicing the repairing charm, he had wanted to attempt it. However, the situation at that time was special, so he couldn't take action. Now was a great time to practice. He placed the chocolate frog in front of him, took out his wand like a military dagger, and gently pulled back. "Chocolate frog, fly." The blue box containing the chocolate frog shook as if being pulled by an invisible thread, moving a couple of inches toward. The learning environment was essential. Penelope summarized her experiences while trying, greatly benefiting Vizet. As he repeatedly practiced the summoning charm, the distance the blue box moved also increased. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the aisle. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing." Vizet looked up to see a panting girl appear before him. The girl had fluffy brown hair, chubby cheeks, and a pair of prominent front teeth resembling an otter. Vizet instinctively wanted to retract the chocolate frog, but habitually recited the incantation, "Chocolate frog, fly." He succeeded. The blue box darted into his palm at incredible speed. The girl widened her eyes in disbelief. "What kind of magic is this? Why haven't I seen this in any of the books?" The girl sat down, and Penelope and Xiaozhang stopped their magic practice, turning to examine Vizet and the girl appeared somewhat excited. "I tried a few spells at home. It was just simple practice, and I thought I knew all the spells we would learn this year. So many strange things happened during school. When I received my enrollment letter, I realized that this was magic. As far as I know, Hogwarts is the best magic school. What I mean is, I have memorized this year's textbooks, but I haven't seen your spell before. By the way, my name is Hermione Granger. What are your names?" Hermione spoke rapidly, looking a bit awkwardly at the others in the compartment. "She is Xiaozhang, and I am Penelope Clearwater." Penelope introduced. "Did you just see Vizet cast a spell?" "Yes." Hermione nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining brightly. He shouted, "Chocolate frog, come here." Then the chocolate frog flew from the seat into his hand. Penelope asked incredulously, "You learned the summoning charm?" "After trying a few times, that was my first success." Vizet gently nodded, recalling what had just happened. He had been deeply engaged in his magic practice and subconsciously wanted to tidy up the seat, habitually murmuring. For some reason, he remembered what Luna had once told him: a wizard always needs a desire when casting a spell which makes the magic more docile. Penelope leaned closer. Can you try again? Let me give it a try. Vizet did not refuse and pointed his wand at the notebook in Qiuzhan's hand. He recalled Penelope's insights, first visualizing the notebook's appearance and trying to imagine the specific details. After a clear image of the notebook appeared in his mind, he incorporated the inspiration Luna had given him, imbuing it with a desire to take the notebook from Qiuzhan. Notebook, come here. Whoosh. The notebook in Qiuzhan's hand shot through the air in a straight line and landed in Vizet's hand. Merlin's beard. This is fourth-year magic. Penelope said, stunned. Is there something wrong with my magical talent? Is this fourth-year magic? Hermione pressed eagerly. Did you buy the fourth-year textbooks in advance? Have you mastered the earlier ones? Vizet gently shook his head. They were practicing over there, and I just listened in. Listening in. Penelope covered her face, her voice filled with frustration. He is a new student and has already mastered fourth-year magic, while I can't even review properly. Qiuzhan could only comfort her gently. You received the prefect badge, which is the school's recognition of you, and Professor Flitwick's recognition. Could it be that you're too anxious? Vizet tried to combine his past exam experiences to share some advice. After all, the big exam is approaching. Actually feeling uneasy is quite normal. Miss Clearwater, after patrolling the train, have you had lunch? No, Penelope shook her head. I just finished patrolling and came to find Qiuzhan. That's the reason. Qiuzhan's eyes lit up. How about you eat something first? My grandfather once told me. People rely on food, iron relies on steel. One meal missed makes one feel anxious. Miss Clearwater, here, take this. Vizet handed her a box of chocolate frogs. It will help replenish some sugar and alleviate feelings of depression and anxiety. Your notes are definitely fine, otherwise I wouldn't have learned the summoning charm in just one afternoon. I practiced step by step according to your insights. I believe this isn't your problem, but rather your current state isn't good enough, so you need to adjust slightly at least to recover your... Is that so? Thank you. Penelope, though somewhat skeptical, obediently ate a chocolate frog. How did you do? Hermione asked curiously. Why does she listen to you? My classmates don't listen to me. Did I do something? Vizet shrugged. I just helped her replenish some sugar. She simply lacks a bit of calmness. Earlier she mentioned facing O.W.L. exams this year, and pre-exam anxiety is very normal. It's just the beginning of the school year. What will happen later? Were you a muggle before? Why are you so familiar with exams? Hermione asked. I read in a book that wizards educate their children themselves to conceal their identity and do not arrange for them to attend school. She then truly examined Vizet. A handsome face with a sense of composure between his brows. You are Vizet, the one who appeared in the Daily Prophet as the Silent One. I'm not saying I'm afraid. It's just that I'm new to the magical world. You should understand what I mean, right? Once again speaking rapidly, Vizet could only nod helplessly. Perhaps you don't need to explain too much, as sometimes saying too much can lead to more misunderstandings. Is that so? Hermione frowned, seemingly recalling some unpleasant experience. Perhaps that's really the case. Notebook, come here. Penelope suddenly exclaimed, her tone much more forceful. The notebook escaped from Vizet's hand and flew back to its owner. The feeling is completely different from before. It succeeded on the first try, she exclaimed, placing the notebook back in Qiuzhan's hand. Notebook, come here. The notebook returned to her hand once again. This is how it should feel. I was able to do this before, how could I Penelope perked up, looking curiously at Hermione. Miss Granger, I remember you were looking for something earlier. Oh, I need to help Neville find his toad. Hermione recalled, showing a frustrated expression. That's Neville's pet. I read that wizards used to like keeping toads. I just can't stand it. Penelope shivered. Hogwarts itself keeps some toads. If you want to practice magic or test potions, you can apply to the school. Testing potions. Is it tested on pets? Hermione's eyes widened. The revitalized Penelope became quite talkative. At least in the Middle Ages, wizards preferred to keep toads as pets. It was very convenient for various tests. I remember there was a description in History of Magic about muggles' misunderstandings of wizards. They thought wizards would persecute muggles and turn them into toads. Magic can indeed do that, but it requires a high level of magical ability. Later, the Ministry of Magic prohibited the mistreatment of toads, and the number of people keeping toads decreased. Miss Clearwater, thank you. You have let me learn so much, but I promised Neville to help him find his toad. As Hermione spoke, she stood up, preparing to leave the compartment. Vizet spoke up to stop her. Miss Granger, perhaps I can lend a hand. When Penelope was talking about the history of toad magic earlier, he tried to combine the summoning charm with enhanced magic to derive a new page: Ancient Magic Enhanced Summoning Charm. Beginner creature capture, guiding ancient magic to cast the summoning charm, enhancing its power to affect living beings. Have you seen it? Hermione quickly asked. It's Neville's pet toad named Trevor. I haven't seen it, but I hope you can describe what this pet toad looks like. Vizet gently shook his head. I'll go get Neville. Hermione hurriedly left the carriage. Penelope asked kindly, are you planning to use a summoning charm? Vizet nodded. Yes, I would like to give it a try. Penelope did not rush to dismiss Vizet's idea, but you should know the summoning charm can only be used on inanimate objects. Even if there are exceptions, they are only for creatures like flobberworms whose structures are extremely simple for the summoning charm to take effect. Why not let him try? Xiaozhang suggested from the side. Vizet is quite special. This morning he helped a third-year student complete his preparatory work. There's such a thing. Penelope exclaimed, putting curiosity into practice is not wrong in itself. As a Ravenclaw, my earlier statement was indeed inappropriate. Vizet smiled slightly, having a good impression of Ravenclaw. After this short time together, he appreciated the atmosphere of Ravenclaw. Upon arriving in this magical world, aside from going to Sweden with Luna to find the Crumplehorn Snorkax, studying and exploring became his primary goals. This world is filled with too many unknowns and wonders. Those spells that encompass all aspects of life are worth his continuous study. In addition, there are those fascinating magical creatures, or the wizarding relics, he has yet to see, which all fill him with yearning. Through Lee Jordan's introduction to the four houses, Vizet now has a basic impression of them. If he could enter Ravenclaw, he should be able to enjoy a good student life, laying a foundation for future explorations. Soon Hermione returned with the boy who had lost his toad. The boy had a round face, tear-stained cheeks, and said, "Tish, thank you." Hermione said you could help me find Trevor. Vizet handed him some tissues. "I need a more specific description. What does Trevor look like?" Thank you." The boy sniffled, his sobs diminishing. "It's about the size of my two hands, deep brown with 13 bumps on its back." He was quite invested in describing Trevor, providing very detailed information. After a round of speaking and gesturing, Vizet could form a concrete image. What he needed to do next was very simple. He took out his wand, waved it gently, and called out the incantation, "Toad, Trevor, come flying." Suddenly the core of his magic surged, bursting forth an ancient magical power that flowed into the wand, causing it to emit a silver-blue glow. The others in the carriage turned in unison toward the door. A commotion erupted in the aisle. "Look, a fly! Oh, how disgusting, it touched my hair. Who would bring a toad on the train? Where is it going?" With panicked croaking sounds, a plump toad appeared at the door. It flailed its limbs, desperately struggling, but could only helplessly flop toward Vizet. Wizet's eyelid twitched as he withdrew his wand. Losing control of the summoning charm, Toad Trevor fell freely into Nevilla's hands. Merlin's beard. Such a large toad, the summoning charm shouldn't have worked. Penelope rubbed her eyes quietly, opening a box of chocolate frogs. "Just as I thought," Xiaozhang said with a smile. "It's really quite interesting." Neville kept thanking him. "Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. My name is Neville Longbottom." Hermione began to speak rapidly. "Vizet, which house do you plan to enter? Is it Gryffindor? Dumbledore came from that. I haven't thought about that yet. It should be Ravenclaw, right? If I could choose." Vizet answered absently, his attention focused on the chocolate frog cards. He thought he saw Dumbledore returning. The returning Dumbledore card seemed a bit different, with a spark of life in his eyes, and Vizet could feel the kindness emanating from it. "Shouldn't you let the others who helped know? After all, the toad has been found." Xiaozhang's words finally sent Hermione and Neville on their way. Phew. Watching the two leave, Vizet let out a long breath. Their half-hour of thanks and inquiries had left him feeling somewhat exhausted. Xiaozhang chuckled. "This year's freshmen are really full of energy." "Indeed." Penelope stood up, adjusting her headgirl badge. "I need to go to a meeting. This badge is actually reminding me to go," with a warm sensation. The sky grew darker, with large swathes of crimson purple dyeing the sky, while the mountains and forests below rushed past the window, creating a rather ghostly feeling. Before long, a hollow voice echoed in the train. "In 5 minutes, the Hogwarts Express will arrive at the station. Please leave your luggage on the train, and we will take it to the dormitories." Dumbledore set down the chocolate frog card in his hand, his face full of smiles. What a marvelous magical ability. Is it possible to achieve this level with just a brief encounter with a wand? He quickly regained his composure, recalling the not-so-pleasant past, and sighed softly. Proper guidance is still necessary. We cannot let the past happen again. One Harry, one Vizet, both require special arrangements. It seems there is much to do. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door as Professor McGonagall, dressed in emerald green robes, entered. "Professor Dumbledore, is the list for this year's sorting ready?" "Of course it's ready. You came at just the right time." Dumbledore stood up, waving his fingers like a conductor as the parchment scroll flew into Professor McGonagall's hands. The sorting list was beautifully written in cursive, and only when Professor McGonagall caught the scroll did the emerald green ink completely dry. Professor McGonagall glanced at the sorting list. "Wizet's surname is Lovegood. What was his original surname?" "It's impossible to verify." Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. "I also investigated that dark wizard. Everything is shrouded in mystery. So we can only use the surname Lovegood. It was previously kept private for his safety. Only today, after Vizet took the Hogwarts Express, did I have Xenophilius handle the paperwork." Professor McGonagall nodded. "That was a necessary measure. I didn't expect it to leak. The Parkinson family is still... It's all in the past." Dumbledore waved his hand. "The elderly Nundu has little value, and using a Nundu egg as compensation is a small punishment for a big mistake." Professor McGonagall looked a little worried. "Will they seek revenge again?" "No," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "I made it clear that I would keep an eye on this child. As long as Voldemort has not returned, they won't dare to be so reckless." "That's good," Professor McGonagall said. "I should go. The train is about to arrive." She walked to a cabinet, took out a tattered hat, and left the headmaster's office with the sorting list. Watching Professor McGonagall's retreating figure, Dumbledore waved again, and his star-patterned purple robe flew up, automatically cloaking him. A similarly purple wizard hat also flew up and landed on his head. Ready for departure, he gently pulled the door of the headmaster's office shut. So marvelous. How did they accomplish that, I wonder? Vizet asked with keen curiosity. It must not be mere magic, right? How did they determine where we live? Xiaozhang tilted his head in thought. This is complicated, perhaps some kind of magical creature. By our guess, it was likely house elves who helped carry our luggage. Vizet heard the unfamiliar term and asked, house elves? Xiaozhang stretched and yawned. They resemble fairies in height and appearance, but house elves seem far friendlier. They usually dwell in ancient enchanted estates, tending household chores day after day, and fulfilling the wizard master's every demand without question. A competent house elf is hard for wizards to detect, so I have never seen their true form, Xiaozhang admitted. The train slowed, and a commotion arose in the carriage accompanied by plaintive cries. Many students changed into their robes, and hearing the noise surged toward the rear of the carriage. It sounded like Holly Bote was fighting someone. Holly Bote. That boy who survived the great calamity. He has finally arrived. Hurry and see. It said the Ma-Urfa family is involved. They're actually tussling with the savior. Vizet stepped into the aisle, and found it packed with students pressing backward, madness like a frenzy of admirers. Night fell as the Hogwarts Express at last came to a halt at a rough, uneven platform. There were no lamps or torches around the platform, a cold wind howled, and many disembarking students sneezed. This is where we part for now, Xiaozhang said with a wave. Xiaozhang waved to Vizet. New students must follow tradition and enter Hogwarts from another place. Vizet asked, follow tradition. Is it the sorting ceremony? No. Xiaozhang exhaled into his palm and rubbed his hands. It is retracing the path the four founders took to discover the castle. In short, that route is rather rugged. First years this way, thundered a voice. Mind your footing. Be very careful. Hurry over here. Vizet turned and saw a great lantern in the distance. The man bearing it was Haigu. Hey Vizet. Finally found you. Haigu called as he spotted him waving his enormous hand. Come here by my... Relying on his towering 3-meter-plus height, Haigu strode past several people and plucked Vizet to his side. He grinned and said, so good to see you. Have you been hassled lately? The Daily Prophet has been more restrained lately, so I suppose not, Vizet murmured. After all, with Holly Bote enrolling, the headlines have been all about him. He is famed throughout the magical world. He'll introduce you to him. Holly, where are you? High guess height was an advantage, like the claw of a fair machine. He effortlessly scooped Holly up. Holly had a pair of emerald green eyes and tousled black hair, and looked somewhat thin. He was brought forward, and another familiar face squeezed through the crowd to stand before Vizet. Luoen waved and said, we've met before. Remember the Flu Network incident? Do you recall me? Vizet nodded. Of course I remember. Pleased to meet you both. Luoen told Holly, this is Vizet, the one I mentioned on the train. Recognition dawned on Holly's face. So it's you. Haigu used to speak of you when he took me to Dui Jiaoxiang. He said you helped him a great deal. Vizet demurred, it was nothing. I was forced into it. Haigu interjected. It was no small favor. You helped me, and you actually helped Principal Deng Buli Duo as well. Principal Deng Buli Duo? Vizet asked, puzzled. Oh, never mind. Haigu realized and awkwardly changed the subject. We should be off. There's still a long way to walk. The path to Hogwarts was rough and pitted. Without the lantern's light, it was easy to stumble into a hole. Such accidents happened often, and Haigu frequently had to stop and lift fallen children. Given his astonishing size, the children did not wail, though tears glinted at the corners of their eyes. Luoen sighed. Good thing I pushed forward. Today's trials are plenty. What trials? Holly asked. Luoen spoke gravely. Fred and the others said the sorting ceremony is terrifying. We might have to fight giants. Holly glanced up at Haigu. Even taller. Luoen shook his head. I don't know, only that they're taller than Haigu. Hemin's voice sounded unexpectedly earnest. Real giants stand at least 20 feet. It's shameful that the smaller ones are treated with such prejudice. Oh, Luoen wailed and suddenly fell silent. Holly reacted much the same. All both closed their... As Hemin was about to continue, Haigu's thunderous voice rang out again. Hold on a bit more. Round this bend, and you'll see Hogwarts. Soon Vizet's eyes fell upon a dark lake. Beyond the broad waters rose a high slope, and atop it stood a majestic castle, its spires a forest of points against the sky. The castle bore a strong Gothic aspect. Window after window emitted warm light, like stars twinkling, and Vizet exhaled deeply. Though in his previous life he had seen many grand structures on screens, only by standing before one could he truly grasp its magnificence. Under the gaze of the eye of magic, the towering castle shone through, and through silver-blue enchantment, blazed like a sun, too dazzling for him to look at directly. The castle cradled vast, ancient magical forces, treasures seemingly sealed in chests that pulled at his curiosity and beckoned him to explore. A rush of information flooded Vizet's mind, leaving him dizzy and lightheaded. He quickly practiced the guardian meditation method, and the vertigo subsided. At that moment, the wizard's practical guide in his mind flipped open and a map appeared on his notes. The very map showing Hogwarts. The map lay shrouded in mist. The castle and lake were only faint silhouettes. Only one route was clear, the rugged path from the station to the lake. Clearly, to disperse the map's fog, he would need to explore Hogwarts' surroundings. It seems life ahead will not be dull, Vizet smiled. Hygo pointed to the little boats. Board in order. Well, cross to the far shore by boat. Each vessel holds up to 4 people. Vizet boarded a boat, with Hemin, Luo, In, and Holly. At high guest signal, the boats moved of their own accord and set off across the water at a brisk pace. Lai Fu, don't run, Nawe shouted as his pet toad again wriggled free and leapt into the lake. Luoan watched the plunging toad Lai Fu and murmured, at least Ban is not so rebellious, he would not try to escape. Vizet drew his wand. Lai Fu, come. With the aid of the guardian meditation method, his casting was swifter this time. The moment Lai Fu touched the lake, he was seized by magical force, hurled backward out of the water and scattering spray. Amid the children's exclamations, Lai Fu traced a half-arc through the air and fell into Na Wei's arms. Holly and Luoan widened their eyes. What sort of magic is that? The summoning charm. Hermione replied eagerly, did I not mention it to you before? You remember when you wanted to turn the rat? Scabbers yellow right. That spell has issues, I'm serious. Ron said somewhat disinterestedly, can we not talk about that? Harry intended to say something, but upon noticing Ron's unusual demeanor, he too fell silent. Hermione was the same, lowering her head, displaying a look of listlessness. Vizard was the most at ease, maintaining the guardian meditation technique, savoring this journey across the Black Lake with a pure heart. A gentle breeze brushed over, creating ripples on the lake's surface. The moon in the night sky resembled a curved blade, casting its light upon the lake, gilding the shimmering surface with brilliance, as if it were a stunning oil painting. The Black Lake was home to numerous creatures, some of which surfaced, gazing at them with curious eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the small boat glided through a curtain of ivy, gently bumping against the shore. Hagrid led the way with a lantern, guiding the children through the dark tunnel to a dock-like area. From there, traces of human excavation finally became visible. Following the pebble-strewn path upwards and climbing a long flight of stone steps, they entered a spacious courtyard, finally arriving at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle. During the brief rest, though the children were panting, they did not sit idle, but began to chat and laugh again. Bang! 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 Hagrid raised his fist as heavy as a sandbag and knocked on the oak door. The door slowly opened and Professor McGonagall stood at the entrance, her tall frame and serious expression immediately silencing the children's laughter. Hagrid moved to the side of the door, saying, Professor McGonagall, I've brought the first-year students. Thank you. Hagrid. McGonagall nodded, gently sweeping over the group of children. Follow me, the Startoftrum feast is about to begin. The hall inside was exceedingly spacious, with a luxurious marble staircase standing in the center. The group ascended the marble staircase, turning into a nearby corridor, entering a small room that had been fitted with a fireplace. The flames in the fireplace blazed warmly, dispersing the chill from the children's bodies. At the far end of the room, there was another door, through which the sounds of chatter could be heard. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stood before that door. Before entering the hall, you will need to undergo a ceremony, the sorting ceremony. The houses are essentially your home at Hogwarts. You will study and live together with your housemates, spending your free time in the same common room. Thus, this ceremony is of utmost importance as it determines your house affiliation. After the ceremony, you will become a member of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Each house has a glorious past, having produced countless outstanding wizards. Your performance in daily life and studies will determine the selection for the House Cup at the end of the year. This is the highest honor you can achieve at school. Regardless of which house you are sorted into, I hope you can bring glory to your house. She suddenly stood tall, emanating an aura of authority. Please wait here for a moment. The sorting ceremony will commence in a few minutes. All faculty and students will attend your sorting ceremony, so I hope you can take this time to adjust yourselves and present your best selves. She turned and opened the door, adding as she looked back, once the stage is ready over there, I will come to fetch you, so please adjust yourselves. Undoubtedly, Professor McGonagall's series of remarks, coupled with her serious expression, plunged the children into an indescribable tension. They looked at each other, only able to see the tension radiating from one another. The light-hearted atmosphere vanished. We might have to duel with a giant. Or a fire dragon. Ron's tone was remarkably assured. I didn't believe Fred and their words before, but now it seems they were telling the truth. Vizard, aren't you nervous? Harry huffed onto his glasses and awkwardly wiped them. The sorting ceremony is about. Not nervous. Vizard shook his head gently. Just stay calm, it's all part of the adjustment. Perhaps aided by the guardian meditation technique, he sensed a hint of amusement from Professor McGonagall's serious tone. Moreover, the words once spoken by Autumn Zhang left him feeling no worry about the upcoming sorting ceremony. Vizard's calm words seemed to possess a kind of magic, easing the tension of those who heard him speak. Using the brief respite, Vizard strolled around the room, taking in everything it had to offer. A glimmer of insight emerged. He released his magical eye, absorbing the ancient magical power contained within the room. This power transformed into a silver-blue liquid akin to ink stored within his notes. The ancient magical power of just one room was insufficient to turn over new pages, which was within Vizard's expectations. Meanwhile, a small bright area appeared on the map within his notes. The power contained in this room was not substantial enough to facilitate the growth of the magical eye. However, Vizard still concluded that only by continuing to explore Hogwarts Castle could he harvest more ancient. A ghost appears on the wall. It's haunted. A scream drew the children's attention, and they all looked toward the wall in unison. Yet the ghosts were not focused on them, but were fervently discussing something. Only when a ghost resembling a friar floated down did it spark a new commotion. "You can call me the Fat Friar," the ghost said cheerfully for the sorting ceremony. "I truly hope you all join Hufflepuff for that." Upon hearing this, the tension returned, flooding the children's hearts. Professor McGonagall also returned to the room at the right moment, saying loudly, "Form a single line and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to begin." The hall was steeped in an incredibly magical atmosphere with a high ceiling that appeared transparent, revealing a dazzling starry sky. Beneath the starry sky were thousands of candles floating in midair, not a drop of wax falling, nor a wisp of smoke rising. They were a marvelous product of magic. As a book-smart overachiever, Hermione's way of calming her nerves was quite interesting. She recited large passages about the ceiling. "The ceiling is enchanted. You can see the sky outside. It can even change the weather." From Hogwarts: A History. McGonagall brought over a four-legged stool and placed a pointed hat on it. The pointed hat looked filthy and was covered in patches hanging on the four-legged stool, making it particularly conspicuous. Vizard half-jokingly speculated, "Are we supposed to use a repairing charm to restore this hat to its former glory? I haven't practiced that spell." Hermione's tone was as if she were about to cry. "What should I do?" Just then the pointed hat split open a mouth, and the sound of sawing wood echoed from it. Setting aside the hat's excruciatingly terrible singing, Vizard could still discern many interesting details from the tune. For instance, this hat was the executor of the sorting ceremony. Simply wearing it would assign one to the suitable house. For example, joining Gryffindor required courage, Hufflepuff valued integrity and loyalty, Ravenclaw favored clever students, and Slytherin preferred those who would do anything to achieve their goals. As the song concluded, Professor McGonagall unfolded a scroll. "When I call your name, step forward, sit on the stool, and put on the sorting hat." A girl with two golden braids rushed forward, her cheeks flushed as she adjusted the sorting hat, tugging it down firmly until its brim obscured her eyes. Vizet suddenly understood why the sorting hat was so heavily patched, likely not to evoke historical gravitas, but because it had genuinely been yanked apart, repeatedly. Moments later, the hat split open once more. Hufflepuff. A wave of cheers erupted from the long table on the right, accompanied by especially enthusiastic applause. The ghost who had earlier struck up a conversation materialized above the table, waving his hands in jubilant celebration. Hannah Abbott lowered the hat and exhaled deeply. She seemed to relax too completely, dazed, almost unsteady, as she stumbled toward the applauding table. It really was that simple. Ron bristled with indignation, glancing surreptitiously behind him. "George is making faces at me. He's doing it on purpose." Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. The children, now far more at ease, grew restless with anticipation, many secretly hoping the next name called would be their own. Yet surname initials dictated the sorting order, dooming them to helpless impatience. The sorting hat's declarations varied in duration. For some, the moment it settled upon their head, it shrieked their house, without pause. For others, long, heavy silence preceded the final verdict. Hermione, for instance, sat upon the four-legged stool for over 4 minutes before the hat reluctantly proclaimed, "Griffin." "Oh," Ron groaned. Neville, too, endured an extended wait upon the stool before the hat declared with unwavering certainty, "Gryffindor." Vizet Lovegood. Calm and unhurried, Vizet stepped forward and placed the sorting hat upon his head. Guided by the Guardian meditation technique, he could sense the weight of numerous watching gazes. 2 girls sat at the leftmost long table, Cho Chang and Penelope, and both turned their attention toward him. Beside him, Professor McGonagall leaned forward slightly, her expression tinged with quiet expectation. Behind him, 2 other presences observed him closely. One gaze carried familiar warmth, surely Dumbledore. The other, however, radiated palpable malice, like that of a robber coveting buried treasure. Yet this gaze vanished after only a few seconds, leaving no trace. So swiftly did it disappear that Vizet nearly convinced himself it had been mere illusion. Must this truly take so long? He wondered. Already 4 minutes elapsed, yet the hat remained silent. "This hall is exquisite. I know it well." A whisper emerged, soft yet omnipresent, like surround sound woven into the air itself. "Though you are but a first year, so many eyes linger upon you. How intriguing." The voice paused, then sighed faintly. "But I must insist, you ought to consider your own thoughts first. You are extraordinary, so much so that I cannot determine where to place you. You're the sorting hat." Vizet raised an eyebrow, his lips moving silently. "Oh, yes indeed." The hat's voice brightened. "I don't know where you wish to go. I can only follow the currents of your mind and feel the myriad gazes within this hall." A spark of understanding lit within Vizet. He realized it was the Guardian meditation technique that had unsettled the hat. Curious about its nature, he asked softly, "Mr. Sorting Hat, how do you sort us?" "What a courteous child," the hat replied, clearly pleased. "Have you heard of legilimency? If not, explaining may prove difficult. I am after all merely a hat." Vizet recalled passages from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them which mentioned legilimency. "Mr. Sorting Hat, legilimency means. You perceive my thoughts. Remarkably close." The hat sounded genuinely surprised. For deeper insight, visit the library. The Hogwarts archives hold the oldest magical knowledge in existence. But for now, I must fulfill my duty. Since you are so exceptional, why not choose your own house? Without hesitation, Vizet replied, "Send me to Ravenclaw." A lover of knowledge then. The hat's tone warmed with delight. Great wizards are forever explorers, sailing boundless seas of wisdom. The library welcomes you, child. Then, finally, the hat parted wide and proclaimed Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, each offering a gentle, resigned shake of the head. The Ravenclaw table erupted in thunderous applause, louder, more fervent than any greeting bestowed upon previous first years. Vizet slipped into an empty seat, maintaining composure outwardly, even as his ears flushed faintly beneath the overwhelming ovation. Cho Chang beamed. "Congratulations, you're now a sorting enigma." Vizet blinked. "A sorting enigma? Absolutely a distinction." Cho explained. "Only students whose sorting lasts over 5 minutes earn this." You know how swiftly the hat usually decides, so for it to hesitate, the student must embody multiple, often contradictory virtues and traits. Vizet nodded inwardly. He suspected his status as a sorting enigma stemmed less from innate complexity and more from the guardian meditation technique, which had clouded the hat's perception, ultimately prompting it to cede the choice to him. Penelope added, "To my knowledge, only 2 sorting enigmas have appeared this century, and both were sorted, and truly exceptional qualities are required. Take Professor McGonagall herself. She was once a sorting enigma and a Gryffindor. As deputy headmistress and a master of transfiguration, her brilliance will become evident once classes begin." The other sorting enigma was Peter Pettigrew, also regrettably a Gryffindor. When the Dark Lord fell, he confronted Sirius Black, his most feared lieutenant, and gave his life in the act. In honor of his sacrifice, the Ministry posthumously awarded him the Order of Merlin First Class. Gryffindor suddenly roared, "We've got Potter. And we've got Vizet too." Cho teased. "A sorting enigma is exceedingly rare, and you, Vizet, are Ravenclaw's very own." Remembering Professor McGonagall's mention of the House Cup, Vizet mused aloud, "So competition for the House Cup is fiercer than I imagined." "Indeed." Penelope nodded in agreement. "It is the school's highest honor, a testament to collective excellence." With the sorting ceremony concluded, Ron too joined the ranks of Gryffindor. Once Professor McGonagall had removed the 4-legged stool and the sorting hat, Dumbledore stepped forward and stood before an owl-shaped statue, which instantly unfurled its wings, transforming into a small lectern. "The new academic year begins tonight. Welcome back to Hogwarts. Before the feast commences, I shall offer just a few brief words." The statue acted as a resonant amplifier, magnifying Dumbledore's voice across the hall with crystalline clarity. Vizet gazed at the bare plates before him, and recalled with wry amusement headmasters from his past life who claimed they'd speak just a few words, only to deliver hour-long orations before relinquishing the microphone. "That is bunk. Blubber. Wobble. Tweak. Please enjoy the feast. Thank you. Edge." Before Vizet could process the words, rich, savory aromas flooded his senses. Amidst resounding applause, platters materialized. Roast beef, pork chops, lamb cutlets, potatoes, roasted chicken sausages, and crisps, all arrayed in abundance. Mountains of steaming delicacies rose before him, instantly igniting his appetite. As Penelope scooped a generous spoonful of mashed potatoes, she added with a smile, "Dumbledore is simply that kind of extraordinary headmaster. If only he were a Ravenclaw." It must be said that at least the opening banquet at Hogwarts was truly outstanding. The meats were cooked to perfection, not only tender and juicy, but also bursting with flavor. The judicious use of spices like black pepper and rosemary highlighted the richness of the meats themselves. Similarly, various sauces, including gravies, tomato ketchup, and dips, could enhance the flavor when spread on sausages or potatoes. Vizet took another lamb chop and drizzled it with gravy as the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly lively. Surrounding upperclassmen chatted and laughed, discussing various anecdotes from current events to gossip about magical celebrities, and from spellcasting experiences to their teaching professors. Although Vizet had not systematically studied magic yet, he was still able to gain a lot from the discussions. Professor McGonagall had a good reputation, being responsible towards both her work and students. As the head of Gryffindor, she was particularly strict with her house's students, never hesitating to deduct points. Professor Snape taught potions and was also the head of Slytherin. If Professor McGonagall was a model of self-discipline, Professor Snape was the opposite. He was exceptionally lenient with his own house, while being extremely strict with others, even nitpicking for trivial infractions to deduct points. However, this behavior was mostly directed at Gryffindor, whose points consistently ranked at the bottom. Professor Flitwick, as the head of Ravenclaw, was responsible for teaching charms, and his classes were very engaging. All Ravenclaw students held him in high regard. Professor Sprout was a kind middle-aged woman often working with various magical herbs, and she had a good reputation among the students of Ravenclaw. After the main course there were desserts, including various pies, cakes, puddings, jellies, and ice creams. However, the syrups on these treats were excessively thick, making them overly sweet. Vizet only scooped a small portion of ice cream, savoring the rich, creamy flavor. Desserts could lift one's spirits as the upperclassmen shifted topics, discussing their summer experiences and the recent break-in at Gringotts. Have you heard about the recent incident at Gringotts? The Daily Prophet has been running headlines about it for several issues. Robbing the underground vault, even the highest level vault, I don't think any wizard would be foolish enough to do something like that. I think so too. It might be a self-directed performance by the goblins to showcase their so-called service spirit. Of course, just for the wealthy pureblood families. Perhaps it's yet another goblin rebellion. During the summer, I visited the Eye of the Mine where remnants of the Goblin Rebellion's facilities still exist. Their smelting techniques are indeed fascinating. As the desserts vanished from the plates, it indicated that the opening banquet was drawing to a close. Dumbledore stood up once more and walked towards the podium saying, "Now that everyone is full, allow this old man to ramble for a few more words." Amidst a wave of light-hearted laughter, he continued with a smile. "First, let me introduce to you the new defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell." Quirinus Quirrell stood up, his head wrapped in a heavy purple turban, dressed in an outfit that had a distinctly Indian flair. He awkwardly waved his arms and stammered, "Hello everyone. I am Quirinus Quirrell. I am very pleased to be in charge of the defense against the dark arts class." "Thank you, Professor Quirrell." Dumbledore gestured for Professor Quirrell to sit down, saying, "There are still some old reminders. First-year students, please note that the Forbidden Forest on one side of the campus is strictly off-limits. It is very dangerous, and you must be completely certain before entering. If you want to learn more about school rules and point deductions, you can seek out our caretaker, Mr. Filch, who has prepared pamphlets. Additionally, the selection for Quidditch players will take place next week. Please pay attention to the notice board in your common room for the exact time." Dumbledore added many details, then cleared his throat, withdrawing his smile and becoming serious. "And one more thing, the most important thing. If you do not want to encounter accidents and suffer a painful death, do not approach the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, remember." A brief silence fell upon the hall until Dumbledore revealed his smile once more. With a cheerful tone, he drew out his wand, saying, "Before you return to your common room, let us sing the school song together." With a bang, a long golden ribbon shot from the tip of his wand, floating in midair within the hall, curling and twisting into lines of text. Dumbledore used his wand as a baton, saying, "Just follow the tune you prefer, prepare for the lyrics. Sing." The voice of Gryffindor was the loudest, followed by Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw and Slytherin's performances were similar, merely mouthing the words with few actually singing out loud. The somewhat awkward school song segment concluded, and the prefects led the students out of the hall, heading to their respective common rooms. Vizet followed the marble staircase forward with the surrounding portraits whispering and pointing as they saw them. A heavy rumble echoed from ahead. It was a set of magical staircases that kept moving, occasionally stretching or shortening, sometimes arriving at a door, and at other times pressing against the walls. Leading the way was Penelope, who proudly pointed at the moving staircases, saying, "The designer of the moving staircases was the founder of Ravenclaw, Rowena Ravenclaw. As a magical school, the staircases cannot be too ordinary. They must move freely like wizards. All right, it's time to go up. Let's go." She led the students onto the moving staircase, continuing to introduce the history of Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw House is as free as the sky, and our common room is located high up. Bronze and blue are the representative colors of the house, symbolizing the free eagle and the sky. Our common room has a library for the house, though it may not compare to the school's library collection. It isn't too shabby either. At least when we read these books, we feel more free. The journey to Ravenclaw's common room was long, requiring them to navigate through the moving staircases. During this process, many first-year students began to feel drowsy, dozing off as they walked. Vizet was not among them. He curiously observed everything around him, whether it was the moving portraits or the armors clashing, all felt so magical. Xiaozhang smiled and said, "It seems you are quite suited for Ravenclaw, as you are not dazed at all." Vizet nodded. "This place is just too interesting. I can never get enough of it. I hope I can sleep well tonight." Xiaozhang reminded, "There are classes tomorrow, so it's best to get up early and leave a good impression on the teachers." Finally, they arrived at the tower where the common room was located. A large bronze door stood before them, adorned with a bronze eagle statue with its wings folded. The eagle statue appeared lifelike, as if it would flap its wings and soar into the sky at any moment. Penelope approached the bronze door, and the ring beneath the eagle statue shook, a melodious female voice emanating from it. "In this place, I am unaware. If neglected, I will face certain death." Penelope looked at Vizet and the others, saying, "Ravenclaw is different from the other houses. We don't need a password. As long as you can answer the question correctly, you can enter the common room. Today's question is not difficult. Oh, why not let the newcomers answer it? Let's see who can guess it." "What is the answer?" She noticed many first-year students were at a loss and gently reminded, "Remember, the answer is not singular. As long as it makes sense, it is acceptable." Vizet recited the question, Being here, yet completely unaware, if I disregard it will I face certain death. Is it the air? Ubiquitous, yet imperceptible, without the ability to breathe one would lose their life leading to certain death. The statue of the eagle seemed to come alive, stretching its broad wings. The bronze doors slowly opened, revealing a marble spiral staircase within. A perfect answer, and the explanation is quite reasonable, Penelope applauded. This is our way of life, welcome to Ravenclaw. Following the marble spiral staircase up at the highest point was an immensely bright round lounge. The dome of the lounge was painted with a starry sky reflecting beautifully, with the clear crystals floating in midair. The snow-white marble walls, the deep blue carpets and curtains, and the archaic bronze decorations combined to create the solemn and tranquil atmosphere of the lounge. Several desks, long benches, and armchairs were arranged in the lounge with bookcases in the niches on the walls stuffed full of thick books, evoking the ambience of a cultural salon. Arched windows opened on the walls, and the starlight outside was exceptionally clear, like flickering lanterns. Senior students found their positions with ease, either reading or gazing up at the clear crystals in midair, seemingly lost in thought. Many new students were eager to make their way to the windows to admire the dazzling night sky. Penelope clapped her hands and called out, Professor McGonagall should have told you the school is your home, and you will be staying here for 7 years. Right now the most important thing is to take you back to your dormitories. I saw quite a few of you dozing off after a long night. You must be very tired, right? She first led the girls to the other side of the lounge, heading towards the girls' dormitory. On the other side of the lounge stood a towering statue, its top almost touching the dome. The statue depicted a beautiful woman dressed in gauze, wearing an ornate crown, her long hair nearly reaching the ground, exuding an ethereal aura that made one hesitant to approach. The pedestal was engraved with an introduction to the statue. Rowena Ravenclaw, whose extraordinary intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. Just as the new students began to doze off again, Penelope finally returned to the lounge, leading them towards the boys' dorm. She suddenly stopped, pointing to a set of double doors, saying, This is the washroom. If you want to freshen up later, come here. Despite the lounge occupying only one tower of the castle, it was surprisingly spacious, with at least 3 spiral staircases and several dormitories for rest. Here is your dormitory. Ooh, I won't be going in. By the way, the stairs to the girls' dormitory have magic. If a male enters, those stairs will turn into slippery slides. A new student quickly asked, Then why can you come into ours? Is it a privilege of the upperclassmen? Of course not. The privileges of upperclassmen do not include this. Penelope shook her head. The most reliable explanation is, the school's founders believe that girls are more trustworthy than boys. The dormitory space was also quite large, with each person having their own 4-poster copper bed and wardrobe, and each desk and chair set was also assigned to individuals. The 4-poster copper beds were draped with deep blue curtains adorned with patterns of eagles embroidered in bronze. A thick blue carpet covered the floor, feeling soft underfoot. The voice from the train was not lying. The suitcases had already been delivered to the dormitory. It was as if the daughter of the rice snail had tidied up here. Not only were the suitcases arranged, but the bedding and pillows were also neatly set, and the air was filled with the scent of sun-dried fabric. Other new students were simply too tired. They didn't even greet anyone before collapsing onto their beds and falling asleep. Hoot! Hoot! The owl Saul began to call, its claws incessantly tapping at the perch, as if expecting something. Are you feeling pent up? Vizet smiled slightly, opening the birdcage. Saul eagerly flew to the suitcase, pecking at it with its sharp beak. Tap, tap, tap. Don't disturb them. Vizet quickly picked up Saul, opening the suitcase to retrieve a large, thick cloth bag. Inside were the snacks he had purchased from the merchant witch. Are you sure you can do it? He stroked Saul's crest. Or should I ask for directions to the Ollery and find a companion? Hoot! Saul hooted, assuming a confident posture. All right then. Vizet smiled slightly and sat at the desk, spreading out a piece of parchment. He pondered for a long time until the ink on the quill dried up without writing a word. He had never truly written a letter to anyone, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. Even with the help of the guardian meditation technique, he still felt his thoughts were chaotic. Where should I begin writing? From King's Cross Station, or from the ferry to the castle? Hoot! Saul bent down slightly as if bowing and pecked at Vizet's chest. That's exactly right, you seem to have truly grasped Luna's teachings. Vizet dipped his quill in the ink again, the tip creating a blot on the parchment. Snape, with a stern face, knocked on the door, and without waiting for a response, pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. A boy who survived a great calamity, a 3-headed puppy in its youth. Hogwarts this year is indeed Headmaster Dumbledore, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore placed the sorting hat on the table and nodded in agreement. Indeed, very lively. Haha. Snape grunted coldly, his voice extremely icy. I never expected upon my return from vacation Hogwarts to have become so safe. While saying the word safe, he deliberately elongated the tone. His eyebrows raised high. I have been pondering a question. How exactly do you intend to protect Harry Potter? Is it enough to just prevent the prophecy from coming true? You would approve his enrollment knowing he could lose control of his emotions at any moment and transform into a mute. Severus, please remain calm. How about a cup of tea? Dumbledore returned to his seat and conjured a set of tea utensils. My suggestion is that you might want to read Singing Out of Tune. Singing Out of Tune has recently become quite interesting, discussing a lot about the mute and how to interact with them. As far as I know, this issue has received quite a good response. However, as far as I know, Snape finally sat down. The editor of Singing Out of Tune is Xenophilius Lovegood, and that mute shares the same surname. Yes, Dumbledore brewed a pot of tea. Xenophilius would do this, clearly indicating he recognizes Vizet. Additionally, I've discovered something interesting. Snape glanced at the teacup and continued, is it also about that mute? This is what the Sorting Hat told me. Dumbledore tapped the table. Can you tell us more? That child is quite remarkable. The Sorting Hat suddenly opened a crack. I seem to be able to see what he is thinking, yet at the same time it feels unclear. This sensation is quite wonderful. I feel he has a charm about him. I'm not saying he is also an old antique. What I mean is, it pondered for a long time on how to phrase it. I can see you all from that child's perspective. This is just too interesting. I really like this feeling. I really like this child. Snape's expression furrowed, revealing a contemplative look. Are you saying? Snape lifted his teacup and took a sip. The brain cloaking spell. Albus Dumbledore added sugar to his cup piece by piece. For Vizet, the brain cloaking spell is crucial. To control emotions freely, to master extreme feelings, what is known as silent outbursts will become manageable. Before he could finish, Snape interrupted, refusing, don't look for me. I have no intention of seeking you for this matter. Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated this, shaking his head with a smile. I have a more suitable candidate. Who is the intruder? Snape abruptly changed the subject, his gaze sharpening. What is in the corridor to the right on the 4th floor? Could it be? The Dark Lord has returned. We cannot be certain yet, Dumbledore sighed lightly. We have only received some leads and need to gather evidence. Gather evidence. Snape's eyes flickered, seemingly contemplating something. Does it have to do with the thief who broke into Gringotts? What was stored in the vault? An alchemical product sufficient to attract Voldemort, one that he would risk everything for, causing such a commotion. It's the Philosopher's Stone. Only it could draw the Dark Lord's attention. Severus, you are being overly perceptive. This makes it difficult for me to continue our communication and share more information. That is your freedom, but I must reiterate my earlier point. Hogwarts is indeed safe. Dumbledore chuckled, following Snape's words. Such safety requires our joint efforts and your assistance. Besides you, I will also enlist other professors to enhance Hogwarts security. Perhaps I arrived at the wrong time. Snape's expression darkened. From the moment I knocked, it was a mistake. You arrived just in time. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Even if you hadn't sought me out, I would have come to visit, sincerely expressing my request. It seems you have ulterior motives. Snape became wary. What do you plan to do next? Is the intruder confirmed? Not confirmed yet, but there will be a moment when he slips up. Dumbledore gently shook his head. It is getting late. The new school year has begun. Let's all do our best. In the dead of night, a portrait of a woman in the headmaster's office suddenly spoke. As you predicted, someone indeed entered that room. Dumbledore, still at work, looked up. Madam Wilkins, who was it? Wilkins replied, Quirinus Quirrell. He didn't directly open the door, but tested it repeatedly with magic. Just as expected from Ravenclaw, quite a clever approach. Despite Dumbledore's compliments, his tone conveyed unspoken disappointment. This is not his style. If things are taking a turn for the worse. The identity of the candidate can now be confirmed. He picked up a quill and added the last name to the list. The list included not only Quirinus Quirrell, but also Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, Rubeus Hagrid, and others. In the morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the dormitory. Just as Vizet opened his eyes, the sounds of snoring and mumbling echoing in his ears. He felt an emptiness in his head, as if he had received too much information but remembered nothing. 1, 2, 3. I maintained the Guardian meditation method for at least 5 hours yesterday. This was the longest I had sustained the Guardian meditation method. With its assistance, I experienced a wondrous magical night, fully immersing myself in everything happening here. The Guardian meditation method helps to control emotions internally, keeping silent outbursts at bay. Out externally, it enhances perception and even speeds up spellcasting, providing a sense of both offense and defense. However, I must be cautious about the duration of its use. I cannot enhance perception all day. A piece of parchment had appeared on the desk with all the classes neatly written in a grid. Vizet glanced at the schedule. Both of the morning classes were potions, and the afternoon class was history of magic. Vizet first wandered around the dormitory, absorbing the ancient magical energy contained within before heading. After freshening up, Vizet arrived at the common room, intending to review the textbooks again, a habit he had developed from. It was not yet 7, but many were already in the common room, engrossed in various reading materials. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Xiao Zhang sat in a corner of the common room, her voice gentle. Are you adapting? Pretty well. Vizet nodded. I am looking forward to today's potions and history of magic classes. They both sound interesting. It seems I must pour cold water on you. Xiao Zhang teased. Well, you should prepare yourself mentally for these 2 courses. Professor Snape will silently appear behind you, so don't be startled. As for the history of magic class, if you see someone sleeping, that's quite normal. Why is that? Vizet asked curiously. Xiao Zhang explained. Professor Binns is the oldest professor here. He is a ghost, and supposedly the only history of magic professor at the school. He speaks very slowly, and combined with the classroom environment, it's particularly comfortable. Even I occasionally fall asleep. Vizet chuckled, not taking it too seriously. That sounds quite magical. Vizet sat in the common room for a while longer until his stomach growled, prompting him to head for breakfast. He had not walked far out of the common room when a sudden hiccup caught his attention, and he bumped into a woman reeking of alcohol. The woman was as thin as a reed, wearing thick, oversized black glasses that magnified her eyes many times. She was adorned with numerous accessories. Her slender neck was draped with countless beads and chains, while her bony arms were decorated with various bracelets and rings, presenting a typical mystic appearance. However, this was based on his past life's judgment, as magic truly existed in this world. Now, with dawn just breaking, Vizet could confirm that this corridor was empty, and the woman had seemingly appeared out of thin air. He stood up first and said flatly, "I'm sorry, madam, I did not notice your presence." Hic. The woman hiccuped, the nauseating smell of alcohol wafting through the air. "It's fine. This is fate's guidance." Her voice was weak and somewhat slurred. "Yes, I knew it long ago. This morning, I would bump into someone which I saw in my crystal ball." At this moment, Vizet was somewhat speechless. He had no idea what this eccentric woman was doing at the school. "Since you're fine, I will take my leave now," Vizet called out, not intending to continue engaging with her. However, the woman widened her eyes, her pupils spinning, her mouth opened wide, looking as if she were about to have a fit. Vizet instinctively took 2 steps back, but the woman quickly closed the distance, her spider-like fingers gripping his arm. The woman emitted a jarring, sawing voice, the one clad in the armor of a hero defeating the revolutionary Dark Lord. He has found the new star. The new star reminds him of the past. He passes on the armor and sword. The former Dark Lord returns. The disguised Dark Lord must defeat the former. The new star gives the disguised Dark Lord a reason to break free from shackles. Is it the former Dark Lord who brings down old fears? Or the disguised Dark Lord who brings new disasters? The future remains uncertain. The rise of the new star will illuminate the path ahead. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. "George, did you hear something? Let's go check it out, shall we?" It must be the Ravenclaw students studying ancient texts. As the footsteps drew nearer, Vizet looked up and saw 2 familiar faces, Fred and George, the twin brothers. "Vizet," Fred smirked, "it's only the first day and you've already embraced Ravenclaw's fine tradition by getting up." "It doesn't seem like you got up voluntarily," George pretended to ponder. "It must be Professor Trelawney itching to perform her most primal divination." "Got it." Fred nodded knowingly, randomly selecting a first-year student to gain insights into fate through blood sacrifice. Vizet couldn't help but smile. The twins' knack for nonsense was somewhat terrifying. Is this lady also a professor at Hogwarts? Why is she drinking early in the morning and spouting nonsensical things? "That's Professor Trelawney, who teaches divination," George explained. "I remember, she's the great-granddaughter of a famous seer. Honestly, I think she resembles a dark witch more." "Exactly," Fred wholeheartedly agreed. "She has a particular fondness for death prophecies. She practically wishes for them to come true. Those are death prophecies, but if she truly desires them to be fulfilled, it would require the curse of evil dark magic." Suddenly, thud. Trelawney's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed, her head hitting the ground with a crisp sound. The twins shook their heads, marveling as if they were savoring celestial music. What a delightful sound. This was Wizet's first encounter with such an eccentric professor, and he was completely unprepared. Seeing how familiar the twins were with this professor, he asked, "What should we do now?" Fred crouched down and nudged Trelawney. "She's fainted." As expected of Professor Trelawney, her every move is beyond my expectations as a seer. He then looked up at Vizet. "What's your first class?" "Potions class." "Then we'd better take care of this." Fred placed a hand on Trelawney's shoulder and lifted her gently. George seamlessly stepped forward, placing his other hand on her other shoulder. Fred said casually, "Your first class is still with Professor Snape. Knowing the way to the hospital wing will increase your chances of survival. Yes, remember this path to survival." George said seriously, his expression stern. "If Professor Snape mentions poison, make sure to rush to the hospital wing at the first sign of trouble." "Poison?" Wizet's eyelids twitched. "Is that part of potions class?" "No." The twins shook their heads in unison. "That's part of Professor Snape's dark humor. In a sense, he's quite impressive," George reminisced. "Many of our prank prop ideas stem from the poisons he has brewed. As long as he doesn't kill us." Fred exchanged a knowing glance with George. George chimed in, "Poisons can turn into gold galleons in our pockets." Wizet's curiosity was piqued. "What do pranks and poisons have in common?" "You get it," Fred praised. "I can tell you're genuinely asking us. Always digging deeper. That's the essence of Ravenclaw." George agreed. "You don't know much about the magical world, so you must not have encountered prank products before. It's a sight unlike any you've seen. The collision of potions and creativity, the fusion of magic and alchemy, gives birth to the magnificent category of prank products." They had a strong conviction about their so-called prank products. Before departing, Vizet activated his magical eye and gazed at the tapestry not far away. The tapestry was enchanted with figures coming to life. A giant in a ballet skirt wielded a stick, relentlessly attacking a frail wizard who was hopping about. Sure enough, the wall opposite the tapestry had something odd, a thick concentration of ancient magical energy gathered there, forming the outline of an arched doorway. Vizet thought to himself, could this professor have come out from there? The magical world truly is wondrous. The hospital wing is located on the second floor of the castle, and before even pushing the door open, a strong herbal scent wafted toward him. Madame Pomfrey was the manager of the hospital wing, equipped with advanced facilities and ample potions to handle most ailments and various magical injuries. A stern voice echoed, "Trelawney, you are drunk again so early in the morning." Just as Vizet was about to knock, a tall, thin, middle-aged woman walked out first, her demeanor somewhat similar to Professor McGonagall. The middle-aged woman wore distinctive clothing resembling a medieval nun's habit, with many pockets in her skirt revealing glimpses of various tools and potions. "Thank you both." The middle-aged woman's voice softened. "You helped carry her again. It's quite embarrassing to have a drunkard lying in the middle of the corridor so early in the term." Fred walked over to Vizet and nudged him with his elbow. "This is Madame Pomfrey." Vizet nodded and observed Madame Pomfrey's treatment process attentively. "Healing as good as new." Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, and a vibrant green light gathered on Trelawney's forehead, instantly dissipating the bruise from her fall. She then pulled out a vial from her pocket, deftly opened Trelawney's mouth, and poured the potion down her throat. Trelawney began to cough violently, expelling a mouthful of amber smoke that still reeked of alcohol. "Disperse." Madame Pomfrey frowned, waved her wand again, and the unpleasant amber mist vanished completely. "Professor Trelawney, I hope you can be a bit more restrained. It's simply two new students." Trelawney, as if stepped on by a cat's tail, covered her face and vanished around the corner at lightning speed. "Cool." Fred and George whistled. If Professor Trelawney didn't become a seer, but instead a seeker, shed surely. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow, looking at the twins. "You two as well. Why would you give new students the bewitching brain potion? Although it has no side effects, taking too much can lead to dependency." "Who are you talking about?" "Us." George pointed to his own nose, bewildered. "Madame Pomfrey, you know us. We don't have money for that." "Exactly." Fred nodded in agreement. "We can barely afford rosemary. How many galleons would a tree frog brain cost?" Vizet added, "Madame Pomfrey, I didn't take any potions. They helped me bring Professor Trelawney here." "Maybe." Madame Pomfrey bent down, scrutinizing Vizet. "Do you feel like your mind is empty? If you take the bewitching brain potion for too long, it can easily lead to this feeling." Vizet, not wanting to reveal the guardian meditation method, could only stick to his previous words. "I didn't take the bewitching brain potion. Maybe I just stayed up late last night." "Perhaps." Madame Pomfrey did not pursue further, producing a bottle of purplish clear potion. "Just a drop will suffice. It can alleviate these symptoms." Vizet curiously asked, "Madame Pomfrey, is this lavender tincture? I saw a similar description during my—" "Seems like a clever Ravenclaw." Madame Pomfrey nodded, waving her wand to dispense a drop of lavender tincture. "You've got classes this morning. Taking this will suffice to alleviate your symptoms, so you won't be drunk. Since you're a Ravenclaw student, find a crystal to clear your mind at noon, and you'll recover by the afternoon." With that, she turned without looking back and entered the hospital wing. "Madame Pomfrey is truly incredible," Vizet exclaimed, feeling much better now. Fred chuckled. "Of course. It's a shame that Madame Pomfrey leaves the castle during the summer, otherwise we could stay at school all year round." "That won't do." Madame Pomfrey returned. "This is not your private clinic. Be careful while studying magic, and let me save some worry." "Understood, Madame Pomfrey." Fred and George raised their right hands, saluting. "We will certainly heed your words." After absorbing the ancient magical powers he could obtain, Vizet finally arrived at the hall. This time he infused the power into the Eye of Magic. Although the Eye of Magic was still at the initial stage, it had gained a special ability to make the magical circuits of magical materials clear and visible. Vizet walked towards the Ravenclaw table, where a strange malice emanated from the Slytherin table. "I heard Miss Parkinson say he is a quiet one. A highly dangerous individual. He looks quite well-behaved and handsome. It's just skin deep. Find a healer to permanently transform him. You can turn into whatever you want. I don't want to end up hospitalized at St. Mungo's. The risks of permanent transformation magic are too high. If this dangerous individual goes crazy in class, we'll all have to pay the price. Why would Dumbledore allow him to enroll? This is too dangerous. I don't want to die. People like him should go to Azkaban and let the Dementors give him a kiss." "I think so too. Azkaban is where these dangerous individuals belong." The voices discussing this in Slytherin were loud, seemingly wanting everyone in the hall to know he was a quiet one, a dangerous figure. Vizet smiled at this, feeling no waves in his heart. In his previous life, he lived in an orphanage, and at school, he often faced various slanders and bullying due to his special identity, which was quite common. Therefore, before entering Hogwarts, he had already mentally prepared himself to face doubts and rumors calmly. However, he was surprised that it seemed only the Slytherin table particularly cared about this matter. The other three tables did not react much. Their conversations mainly revolved around Harry Potter, the boy who lived. A boy with a handsome nose and long black hair sat beside Vizet. "You really are having breakfast in the hall. Chris told me you were taken away by some older Gryffindor students. Oh, I was ready to report it to Prefect Penelope." Michael, you just think Prefect Penelope is pretty and want to talk to her. Chris with brown hair said cheerfully as he sat. Good morning. A blonde boy asked, why is your book so small? Is it a hardcover edition? Good morning, Anthony. Vizet replied, this isn't a hardcover edition. Oh, I just copied the textbook content, and Luna helped me with the illustrations and cover. Good morning, Terry. Vizet nodded. Yes, she is my sister. Chris mourned. Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot, the four who spoke, were all Vizet's roommates. You have such a thoughtful sister. My sister just cries all day long. Sigh. Terry said somewhat discontentedly. Will your sister enroll in the future? Chris chimed in. Of course. Vizet pondered. We will meet next year. Chris said enviously, a sister who can help her brother with art. What a perfect life. His life is perfect. What about us? Michael sighed. The first class is potions. Severus Snape's reputation was indeed poor, and a group of freshmen had already developed a fear of potions before even starting. Nevertheless, they still brought their textbooks and headed to the potions classroom. The potions classroom was quite distinctive, spacious like a medieval monastery, and similarly dim, relying entirely on the few torches for lighting. As they entered the classroom, a cold aura rushed towards them. The classroom was located underground with tall shelves lining the walls filled with glass jars. In the dim torchlight, it was impossible to see what these jars, which emitted strange odors, contained. Terry leaned closer to the jars and immediately stepped back. Hiss. Are these animal specimens? Why do they all look so bizarre? They should be specimens of magical creatures. Vizet also leaned in to carefully identify the specimens. Some translucent fur creatures should be invisibility beasts, and the snake with a bird's head should be a snake bird. Luna really loves the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It's also the first textbook I thoroughly understood. Plus, these specimens are well preserved, so I can easily recognize the corresponding varieties. What seemed obvious to him opened the eyes of his roommates. Terry clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder you are the sorting challenge student. You actually know so much. Vizet said Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is very interesting, so I read it twice. It's not just that, right? Chris interjected. I remember you just said you copied the textbook. Michael scratched his head. Did you? How come I didn't know? Chris teased. You're only thinking about the pretty Prefect Penelope. It's strange you even noticed that. The long tables in the classroom were battered, covered in scorch and corrosion marks. The Ravenclaw students arrived relatively early, but due to Snape's notorious reputation, none chose to sit by the podium. Terry asked Vizet, aren't you going to sit further back? Vizet shook his head. The lighting here isn't very good. It's safer to stay close to see more clearly. Impressive. Anthony said sincerely. To know so much right at the start of school is not without reason. And Michael echoed, to dare face Professor Snape requires not only extraordinary wisdom, but also exceptional courage. Vizet found it somewhat amusing. It's not that exaggerated, it's just convenient for learning. Besides, you all haven't interacted with Professor Snape, so why are you already afraid of him? This potions class needed to be taken with Hufflepuff, and more people entered the classroom. However, regardless of how many people came, they all chose to sit at the back, trying to stay as far from the podium as possible. Until there were 5 minutes left before class, the seat next to Vizet remained empty. Just as the class bell was about to ring, a girl with 2 golden braids rushed in. With all the nearby seats taken, she had no choice but to sit beside Vizet. It was Hannah Abbott, the first girl to be sorted. She wiped the sweat from her cheek, hurriedly arranged her textbooks, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Snape also entered just as the class bell rang, his black robe billowing like a great bat as he floated into the class. He stood on the podium looking down at the flushed Hannah. Hufflepuff. It seems you only don't rush against the clock when you're in the hall, right? Hannah did not respond, merely burying her head in her chest. Congratulations to Hufflepuff for leading the way. Snape said coldly. 1 point deducted. Hannah's face turned crimson, her body trembling, seemingly on the verge of tears. The other students fell silent, and the entire classroom felt frozen. Now we will begin attendance. Snape said no more, his tone cold and curt. Hannah Abbott. Present. Present. The attendance was quick, and everyone remained vigilant, almost immediately responding upon hearing their names. Not bad, there's only one fool today. After confirming that everyone was present, Snape's tone finally softened a little. As beginners, if you lack a sense of time, my advice is to leave here as quickly as possible to avoid harming others and yourselves. Potions is a precise and rigorous discipline. Both destruction and rebirth are contained within the bubbling. I actually do not expect you to truly understand the charm of potions or what potions can bring you. You only need to follow my lead completely, just obediently mimic each step, and wealth, prestige, and honor will all be within your reach. The student's fear of Snape was indeed justified. He was like a king. The potions classroom was his palace, where he could control everything, including the students' behavior. Having said this, he did not begin the formal lecture, but glanced at Vizet from the corner of his eye. Mr. Lovegood, do you not have a textbook? Why bring a children's picture book to class? This is not an art class. Michael Corner has quite an interesting role in the Harry Potter series. He once dated Ginny and became her boyfriend, but later Ginny broke up with him. He then started dating Cho Chang in the same school year, which firmly establishes his preference for looks, and he adjusts his dating speed remarkably quickly. This content is documented in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. You can check it out if interested. Vizet stood up and explained flatly, Professor Snape is like this, my scholarship is only 30 galleons. If used to buy new books, the remaining money is not enough to cover the materials on the list, so I copied all the textbooks by hand. Touching like listening to a cliched motivational story. Snape's expression was emotionless, his voice drawn out. Since you can create your own textbooks, you must be quite familiar with the contents within, right? What materials are needed for the recipe of the boil treatment potion? What symptoms does it mainly target? Hearing this, the other students quickly flipped open their books. Before they could find the page on the boil treatment potion, Vizet had already spoken up. He spoke clearly: half a cauldron of water, 4 ground snake fangs, 3 steamed horn slugs, 2 portions of dried nettles, and 1 porcupine quill. The boil treatment potion mainly addresses common pustules, measles, and boils, and can also be effective against certain symptoms of lymph node tuberculosis. As long as it does not involve magical damage, it is a special remedy. Before adding the porcupine quill, if the boiling is done properly, the cauldron will emit pink smoke. The purer the pink smoke, the more adept the potion maker's technique. Snape curled his lip, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire classroom. Why aren't you starting to prepare the materials? Are you waiting for me to serve you? Except for Vizet, everyone else shuddered in unison, hastily taking out their materials and measuring out the appropriate. Snape was not idle, writing key points on the blackboard. Grind the snake fangs as finely as possible. Uncover the lid frequently to observe the steaming horn slugs, aiming to see the black beneath the transparent skin. Boil until bubbling. Stir clockwise 5 times, then remove from heat to add the porcupine quill. Although the method for making the boil treatment potion was not difficult, preparing the materials required a great deal of time, and all operations had to be meticulous. Even without counting the preparation time, they needed to boil for at least half an hour to complete the potion. During this tight time frame, they also had to record the time spent on each step while enduring Snape's rounds. Snape walked with a gust, his robes billowing, drifting through the classroom like a ghost, making almost everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Facing the slimy slugs, Hannah held a pair of tweezers, but did not dare to act, her body trembling violently. Vizet noticed Hannah's troubled expression and pushed the snake fangs over, saying, "Why don't you handle this? No need to rush, there is enough time." Hannah nodded with a grateful expression, focusing on grinding the snake fangs. Vizet picked up 6 slugs with the tweezers and placed them into the steamer. Under the effect of high temperature steaming, the slime of the slugs solidified and their bodies began to shrink. He activated his magical eye and discovered that the slugs in the steamer had changed. The loose magical circuits of the slugs were also converging. A neat symbol was about to form. Could this be the reason for steaming the slugs? Vizet thought to himself, not lifting the lid, only observing the changes in the symbol with his magical eye. Why not open the lid? Snape appeared behind him, his voice cold and eerie. Are you planning to steam the slugs for a full 10 minutes, as per the book? Hannah's hand trembled, almost crushing the mortar. The surrounding students reacted similarly, holding their breath, almost afraid to exchange any words. Of course not, Professor Snape. Vizet did not raise his head, focusing on the changes in the slug's magical circuits. If the lid is frequently lifted, it will affect the final product's quality. Well said. Snape pursed his lips, standing behind Vizet, occasionally glancing at the timer beside them. At exactly 7 minutes, Vizet picked up the tweezers, took out 2 slugs, quickly covered the lid, and recorded the time. Snape's eyes narrowed as the 2 slugs presented a translucent appearance, the deep black visible beneath the transparent skin. His jaw moved slightly, arms crossed, remaining silent. At 7 minutes and 40 seconds, Vizet opened the lid again, removed the remaining slugs, and recorded the time once more. A total of 6 horn slugs, their shapes and sizes consistent after steaming, all looked perfect. Not bad. Snape gave Vizet a deep look, then began to drift around the classroom again. The potion classroom was still oppressive, but Vizet was not affected by such an atmosphere. Instead, he enjoyed the quiet ambience. Whether it was the slugs, or the snake fangs, or even the dried nettles and porcupine quills, each had its own With the help of the magical eye, Vizet placed each material into the pot to boil, watching as those symbols were broken and reshaped into exquisite and intricate patterns. He relished this process, feeling like an artisan sketching various materials into interesting pictures. Just as Snape had said at the start, whether destruction or rebirth, both were contained within the steaming cauldron. The mixture in the pot turned a deep green, then shifted to a murky blue, beginning to bubble loudly. Vizet glanced aside. Hannah, it's bubbling now, we should stir clockwise 5 times. Okay. Hannah nodded, repeatedly picked up a spoon, and cautiously began to stir in the cauldron. After stirring, the large bubbles turned into fisheye bubbles, the murky blue gradually became clear, and impurities slowly gathered towards the center. The potion in the cauldron transformed into a clear light blue, and impurities suddenly flew up at this moment, forming pure pink smoke at the cauldron's mouth. So beautiful! Hannah exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, eagerly grabbing the porcupine quill, ready to throw it into the cauldron. Vizet quickly reminded Hannah, add the porcupine quill after removing it from the heat. I almost forgot, Hannah said gratefully, quickly using a cloth to lift the cauldron and adding the porcupine quill. The porcupine quill slowly melted in the residual heat, transforming into specks of starlight adorning the potion. Snape walked over again, scooping a sample of the boil treatment potion to inspect. First time making potions. Never learned before. Vizet retorted, I helped Mr. Lovegood brew Gertie-Rip tea, does that count? Gertie-Rip tea. Snape's hand trembled slightly, looking very seriously at Vizet. Do not be influenced by those absurd theories, can you? Vizet replied, somewhat confused. Are you talking about Mr. Lovegood? I think what he said to Luna was quite reasonable. You do have some talent. Snape didn't respond directly, his voice dry. He then shifted the topic, saying, since you've completed the potion, why not take a look at your classmates? Are you trying to stand out? Vizet calmly replied, all right, Professor Snape. Hannah followed behind him, and the two of them wandered around the classroom. If Snape brought fear to the students, then Vizet brought hope. Vizet utilized the magical eye to help improve the potion-making process by observing the completeness of the material symbols. Before long, the students whom Vizet had assisted successfully completed their potions. In the eyes of the students, the once boiling cauldron now looked even more pleasing. Even the pink smoke rising up looked festive, like celebratory fireworks. The school bell rang, and everyone finally let out a sigh of relief, leaning toward Vizet, eager to say something. A cold voice interrupted as Snape's eyelids drooped, speaking slowly. Do you wish to stay here to clean the classroom? The others, like startled birds, quickly gathered their books and rushed out of the classroom. Suddenly Snape said, Vizet, you stay behind to clean up. Michael and the others displayed expressions of good luck to you as they waved and left the classroom. Hannah timidly asked, her face already flushed, can I stay as well? Oomph. Snape scoffed, not giving a direct. Vizet waved his hand, saying, actually there isn't much to clean, I can handle it alone. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have completed the potion. Hannah didn't explain much, rolling up her sleeves to start wiping the tables. Thank you. Vizet softly expressed his gratitude, picking up a broom and dustpan from the corner to clean the snake fang fragments and dry nettles on the floor. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the stone pestle striking the snake fangs echoed through the classroom, while Snape, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, prepared materials for concocting a treatment potion for boils. The cleaning work was quickly finished, and Vizet stood at the front of the podium, closely observing Snape's potion-making process. Snape's movements were steady with no unnecessary gestures. In just 10 presses, the snake fangs turned into an incredibly fine powder. When handling the slugs, he didn't use tweezers, but instead pinched the slug with his fingers before placing it into the pot. The entire potion-making process flowed seamlessly as Snape boldly used intense heat to shorten the brewing. In just 10 minutes, a pure pink mist blossomed like a flower, announcing the success of this potion. Snape looked up at Vizet and coldly asked, what did you observe? Vizet pondered for a moment and replied loudly, familiarity with potion ingredients. Whether you handled the snake fangs or dry nettles, both were done with precise accuracy. The same goes for steaming the slug. You used your hands to assess the quality of the ingredient without needing to lift the lid, thus obtaining the best quality slug. Before adding the porcupine quills, you scraped off the impurities from their surface with a spatula, ensuring the potion was flawless. This is what benefited me the most. Not bad, it seems you aren't foolish, Snape said softly, his tone unreadable. Talent can elevate one's limits, but potion making is not a simple subject. Experience is equally important. Being able to judge the quality of materials based on experience will allow you to go further on your potion-making journey. 5 points to Ravenclaw, you may leave now. Hannah displayed an expression of disbelief, even covering her mouth. Thank you, Professor Snape, we'll leave now. Vizet looked at Snape, and he seemed to catch a glimpse of appreciation in Snape's eyes. However, this fleeting moment of admiration vanished so quickly that he felt he might have misinterpreted it. At the entrance of the hall, Hannah still felt a bit dazed, saying, this is the first time I realized that Professor Snape could speak so much, and he even gave you 5 points. 5 points. Is that not possible? Vizet asked. I remember that Xiao Zhang told me that every professor has the authority to add or deduct points. Professor Snape is different. Hannah glanced back before lowering her voice to explain, Professor Snape only awards points to Slytherin and deducts points from the other 3 houses. So that's how it is. Vizet smiled slightly. It seems I'm quite lucky. After a morning of potions class, Vizet gained quite a bit of goodwill among the Hufflepuff freshmen. As he passed by the Hufflepuff table, the freshmen greeted him with smiles. Madame Pomfrey's advice proved useful. After a noon of meditation, he appeared in the History of Magic classroom, full of spirit. The classroom was located on the 2nd floor of the castle, and its layout was orderly, not only well ventilated, but also brightly lit. In the afternoon, warm sunlight streamed into the classroom, fostering a tranquil and cozy atmosphere. As Hogwarts' only ghost Professor Binns entered the classroom in a particularly special manner. As the class bell rang, Professor Binns floated through the wall and arrived at the podium. It's time, let's start class. He did not take attendance, and the students at the front did not even look up as he began teaching in a monotonous, expressionless tone. Wizards and muggles existed during a stable and prosperous period. Wizards lived in muggle villages, exchanging potions and healing magic for necessities. The dark wizard Emmerich rose in southern England, where he instituted a reign of terror. The appearance of this dark wizard was the spark for the muggles' witch hunts. The relationship between wizards and muggles broke down, and wizards began to distance themselves from muggle villages. Although muggles couldn't deal with adult wizards, they could target young wizard children. The bright and warm sunlight combined with the dragging tone made it very suitable for a nap. Unbeknownst to him, those roommates who intended to take notes around him couldn't withstand Professor Bin's voice, either dozing off like chicks pecking at rice. Before he knew it, the entire classroom was left with only two sounds: the voice of Professor Bin's lecturing and the rustling of Vizet taking notes. The book, History of Magic, was simply too thick. Even if Vizet copied the entire book, it was still difficult to fully grasp all the content. While lecturing, Professor Binns did not simply read from the book, he would summarize the content concisely, allowing Vizet to benefit greatly. Unfortunately, this content was hidden within the dragging tone, requiring the patience of a prospector to discover the shining gems of wisdom. Professor Binns continued, some wizards driven to extremes by the harm done to their children resorted to the brutal slaughter of muggles as a means of revenge. The emergence of these dark wizards intensified muggle fears of wizards, and the witch hunts escalated, leading to the tragic deaths of more wizard children. Wizards developed methods specifically targeting muggles, such as the muggle-repelling charm and muggle-proof doorknobs. The emergence of these methods further reduced communication between wizards and muggles. The so-called mirror of history allows us to understand the rise and fall of civilizations. Through Professor Bin's teaching, Vizet gradually understood why wizards chose to isolate themselves, forming a wizards are inherently capable of casting spells with a way of thinking that differs greatly from muggles. For wizards, when encountering problems in life, the first instinct is to solve them using magic, which is also the reason for the emergence of the muggle-repelling charm and muggle-proof doorknobs. However, this is a case of different paths leading to the same destination. Muggles create various tools for production, while wizards invent various spells to tackle problems. With this thought, Vizet increasingly appreciated the charm of History of Magic. The class bell rang, and his roommates all woke up, instinctively wiping the drool from their mouths. Terry rubbed his eyes and asked sleepily, Vizet, why do you look so spirited? I was taking notes. Vizet said with lingering enthusiasm. The History of Magic class was so interesting. Michael opened his mouth, slapped his face, and said, maybe this is the true essence of Ravenclaw. Even the History of Magic class can be so diligent. Vizet smiled non-committally, turning his gaze to the scenery outside the window. He suddenly felt that writing letters wasn't that hard, as there were so many interesting things to talk about. In the county of Derwin, at the village of Ottery St. Catchpole in the Lovegood household, the bright morning saw the powder blue curtains gently swaying with the breeze. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden sheen upon the bedroom floor. The girl murmured like a cat, slowly opening her eyes. She languidly sat on the edge of the bed, her pale golden hair cascading like a waterfall. Luna rubbed her eyes, stretching lazily, gazing at the blue sky outside. What a lovely day. Descending the stairs, she glanced at the closed door nearby, and the smile on her lips gradually faded. This door had not been opened since yesterday. Yesterday was the day Hogwarts started, and I will be starting next year too, she whispered to herself, as if reminding herself of something significant. Xenophilius was already in the dining room, his hair a tousled mess, holding a writing board in one hand and a charcoal pencil tucked behind his ear, brainstorming for the next issue of the Quibbler. Luna, today is perfect for drawing, he said, bringing over a prepared breakfast. Luna sat down at the table, holding her knife and fork. Yes, the sky looks like a blue curtain. The dining room was quiet, filled only with the sound of charcoal scratching and the occasional clink of cutlery against the plates. Xenophilius set down the writing board. Luna, how are you feeling? Is it because the breakfast isn't tasty? I'm fine, Dad. Facing such a concerned expression, Luna gently she didn't want her father to worry about her, lightly changing the topic. Is this issue of the magazine ready? I'm quite eager. The last few issues have received good responses. That boy Wizen has some great ideas. Xenophilius brightened up. Recently, more people have been submitting articles. They are very interested in the section about local specialties, and they even sent me some samples. I added a bit to the breakfast. The contributor mentioned that this bee collects laurel honey, and those who use it can attain good fortune. What do you think of it? Oh, so it was Wizen's idea, Luna murmured. She picked up a piece of bread and took a bite, revealing a faint smile. I think it tastes quite good. Luna's life continued as usual, tending to the entire garden like a diligent bee. Her owl Diana accompanied her, singing cheerfully. Collecting dew, loosening the soil, watering the flowers, feeding. She still found joy in these tasks, though the joy felt somewhat strange, as if something was missing. The mistletoe and the blimp berries are growing well, and I haven't noticed any of those creatures, Luna said as she picked blimp berries. Wizen, do you know about those creatures? Dad told me they're little creatures similar to maggots, having 3,000 teeth in their youth, and they grow even more teeth as adults. They have 3 eyes and scythe-like hooks on their tails, which is why they are called hookworms. Wizen, isn't that fascinating? Whiz. And the gentle response she expected did not come. All Luna could hear was the sound of the wind around her. She felt as if something had been locked away along with the closed door. Yes, he went to Hogwarts. Luna stood up and walked towards the distant stream. She sat by the bank, contemplating while watching the trickling water. Just a day had passed, yet she felt an emptiness. The pesky flies have increased. She murmured to this feeling was familiar, she had experienced it before. Time could smooth everything over, and given a few more days she could adapt to life without one person. Such changes were commonplace for her. The sky remained clear, and the stream continued to flow crystal clear. Despite everything being as it was, she felt herself drifting away from everything around her. Luna sat by the stream for a long time, gazing at the water's surface until she heard a familiar hooting sound, prompting her to quickly lift her head. Who? The owl grasped a large bag resembling a propeller plane with damaged wings about to plunge. Luna hurriedly reached out, barely catching Soul, preventing it from becoming a drenched bird. Soul, I've got you. Who? Soul struggled, rubbing against Luna's sleeve, and its eyes closed. Carrying so much from Hogwarts to here, it seems you're exhausted, Luna said, gently stroking Soul's droopy crest. Back at home, Xenophilius had just taken off his apron, and a pot of steaming stew sat on the table. I was just about to come look for you. Why did you come back so late today? Luna carefully placed the bag on the table, excitedly holding up the owl. That little rascal still knows how to send letters back. Xenophilius raised his eyebrows, taking the owl from Luna's hands. Look at what he wrote. He'll get some medicine to feed Soul. It looks worn out. Opening the bag, the first thing was 2 large boxes of snacks. The heavy weight immediately made Luna understand why Soul was so tired. Below that was a letter. The thick parchment envelope bore the words to Luna and Mr. Lovegood. The distance of the words Mr. Lovegood seemed a bit far, as if added later. Luna placed her hand over her heart, feeling her heartbeat quicken. She gently exhaled before opening the letter. Dear Luna and Mr. Lovegood, Soul brought me a bag of chocolate frogs, which taste delightful, and I wanted to share them with you and Mr. Lovegood. Hogwarts is wonderful and magical. Why, I've seen so many interesting things that I cannot even begin to describe them with words. I think it's alright because you will be coming to Hogwarts next year, and we can explore together then. How are the mistletoe and blimp? I remember the blimp berries are almost ripe. Last time when we fertilized together, you mentioned the hookworms to me. What kind of... I am still very curious now. Oh, last time you left me hanging. Are you willing to share with me now? There are still many wonders at Hogwarts, and I hope when I write to you next you won't mind my rambling. Additionally, please send my regards to Mr. Lovegood. I hope you're all well. Vizet Lovegood. The letter was plain, yet it was precisely this simplicity that made Luna feel close to Vizet. The Vizet in her heart was not a person so bright like the blazing sun, but rather someone as subtle as the wind who quietly accompanied her. She could express her thoughts without burden, and Vizet could easily accept everything. Luna opened a box of chocolate frogs, the smooth and rich chocolate melting on her tongue, the sweet taste filling her heart. And also, what else? And additionally, Xenophilius' voice rang out, and the owl Soul regained some spirit, able to perch on his shoulder to doze. Luna, are you going to write back to that boy? Then let him be careful next time. When addressing me, don't add, and or also... Okay, Dad. Luna put away the envelope and took out a set of painting supplies from the cupboard. Xenophilius asked in confusion, what are you planning to do? Lunch is ready. I know, Dad. Luna replied as she ran upstairs. Didn't you say this morning that today is perfect for drawing? Being favored by Hufflepuff is a truly wonderful experience. During breakfast, Vizet always receives various flavors of jam from his fellow Hufflepuffs. According to Hannah and the others, these jams are reserved for teachers, and only Hufflepuff students have the opportunity to enjoy them. Vizet must admit that these exclusive jams indeed have their unique flavors. Through the eye of magic, one can see the magical symbols contained within, which are the source of the flavors. At noon, a sleek feathered owl flew into the hall. The owl circled above the hall before landing on Vizet's shoulder. Vizet gently stroked the owl's crowned feathers, saying, You've worked hard. It must be tiring to fly back and forth, right? Hoot. The owl nuzzled his cheek with its beak, flapped its wings, and flew out of the hall, presumably planning to return to the Ollery for a good rest. As Vizet took the envelope down, his roommates turned to him with curious expressions. Chris leaned over, looking at the envelope decorated with mistletoe, and asked, Who sent this letter? Why is it so fancy? It must be from Vizet's sister. Michael guessed correctly, like a keen hunting dog. It's a letter from her, Vizet said as he opened the envelope, revealing not only a letter, but also a small bottle and a pendant shaped like a blimp fruit. What is this? His roommates were even more curious. A mini carrot pendant. I've never seen such a novel gift before. Terry asked, What's in the bottle? Are they seeds? It's seeds of the blimp fruit. Vizet nodded, holding up the pendant as he explained, This is a blimp fruit pendant which can enhance one's ability to accept extraordinary things. Anthony frowned. Blimp fruit. Enhance the ability to accept extraordinary things. Can it help me stay awake in Professor Bin's History of Magic class? Professor Bin's class has a special kind of magic, Vizet smiled. If you adapt to his tone, you will surely gain something. As for the special effects of the blimp fruit, Luna and I were told it varies from person to person. At least for me, the effects of the blimp fruit are remarkable. Terry seemed eager. So will you plant these seeds? Then we can all give it a try. Michael immediately joked, Maybe you also need a crafty sister to help you make pendants. Vizet paid no attention to his roommate's banter. His mind was focused on Luna's reply. Luna's letter was quite simple, gently detailing her day. She harvested blimp fruit in the garden, tasted sweet chocolate frogs, and painted a picture in her bedroom. She also mentioned Xenophilius' praise for him and the blimp fruit pendant, hoping it would bring him inspiration. Wizet hung the pendant around his neck, gazing at the rosy blimp fruit, and his thoughts seemed to traverse the Scottish Highlands, returning to that garden filled with strange magical plants. In the afternoon, there was a transfiguration class, and Ravenclaw would be attending it together with Gryffindor. When Wizet entered the classroom, he saw a number of Gryffindors standing by the podium. Taking advantage of Professor McGonagall's absence, they were doing their best to tease the tabby cat on the podium. They laughed and played around, yet they could not make the tabby cat show even the slightest reaction. Wizet frowned. Seeing the tabby cat gave him a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Soon he remembered that the same cat had appeared when he faced the basilisk, and that cat was actually transformed by Professor McGonagall. In the joyful atmosphere of Gryffindor, Wizet's roommates also wanted to join in, but he quickly called out to stop them. Anthony, sitting in his seat, was still watching the tabby cat. Don't you like cats? The patterns on that cat are so beautiful, especially the black spots around its eyes like a frame. Wizet explained, this is no ordinary cat, but... Before he could finish, the bell for class rang loudly. The tabby cat that had been squatting on the podium suddenly sprang into action, leaping forward in a big bound, transforming into a human form midair. Professor McGonagall! Professor McGonagall! The Gryffindors screamed, quickly returning to their seats. They stiffened their faces, trying to adopt serious expressions and sit properly to avoid being caught. Anthony, still shaken, said, How did you figure it out? Wizet whispered, You just said it yourself. The black spots around its eyes look like a frame. Such patterns are rare. Professor McGonagall's expression was serious as she said loudly, Perhaps to you transfiguration magic seems like a cat, seemingly easy to play with without any cost. However, the truth is, this is the most complex and dangerous magic you will encounter in school, and I do not wish for you to be harmed or even lose your lives because of it. Anyone who wishes to cause trouble in class will be removed from here permanently, to prevent them from facing accidents due to arrogance. Please keep this in mind. She saw the students nodding repeatedly and then softened her tone. As your first transfiguration class, what you need to grasp the most is not the incantations, but caution. Approach transfiguration magic with a cautious mindset. Even if its appearance is just a cat, you must remain vigilant to prevent it from turning into something you fear the most. That's all the warnings for now. Turn to page 4 of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and start by understanding the methods of practicing transfiguration. Transfiguration is indeed a complex subject. Although Wizet had copied the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, he still has only a vague understanding of its content. At this moment, an excellent guide is particularly important, and Professor McGonagall is just such a guide. Based on her own experiences, she deconstructed the textbook content, making the originally profound and obscure theories of transfiguration much easier to understand. After half a class, Professor McGonagall progressively covered the theory and officially entered the practical operation. She handed each student a match, and what the students needed to do was quite simple. Transform the match into an... Having endured half a class of theoretical knowledge, the students couldn't wait to start practicing. The classroom was soon filled with a cacophony of incantations. Just as Professor McGonagall said, while transfiguration magic appears as cute as a cat, it can actually be extremely difficult and dangerous. After a burst of colorful magical light, some students' matches exploded with a loud bang, instantly shattering into countless sparks that flew in all directions. Professor McGonagall was quick to act, waving her wand to transform the scattered sparks into little birds. The birds chirped melodiously, circling around the classroom before vanishing without a trace. Focus! Be cautious! Professor McGonagall shouted. Your goals need to be more precise. Imagine the shape, size, and texture of the needle. Such a light-hearted approach to transfiguration magic greatly increased the students' enthusiasm for practice. Before long, Professor McGonagall arrived at the table where Wizet was sitting. She had noticed earlier that Wizet did not cast the spell immediately, but had closed his eyes to imagine. Seemingly sensing Professor McGonagall's gaze, Wizet opened his eyes. Through his earlier imagination, he had constructed a sufficiently clear image, and now he just needed the support of the incantation. Transformation in order. The feeling of casting transfiguration magic is quite wonderful. With the aid of the incantation, Wizet's consciousness enveloped the surface of the match, as if transforming into a pair of hands that could knead the match as desired. He experienced a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of his childhood days playing with clay in his past life. A clear goal emerged in his mind. A silver needle materialized in Wizet's thoughts as he directed his consciousness to knead the match, which truly began to elongate and sharpen. More details were needed. He attempted to replicate every nuance of the silver needle as accurately as possible. It needed to have a metallic sheen of silver. The needle's tip had to be more delicate. It had to have an eye for threading. The match on the table continuously changed its form, its edges softening the red, and with colors gradually fading, the bright luster belonging to metal became increasingly evident, and the match's shape elongated further, its end narrowing to form a sharp needle tip. Is this really the first time casting a spell, and it succeeded? Oi. Anthony glanced at the match in front of him, and couldn't help but praise, this is too fast, isn't it? Professor McGonagall also nodded slightly, acknowledging Anthony's remark. Transfiguration magic requires not only caution, but also sufficient patience and imagination. Vizet began by visualizing with closed eyes, not rushing to act, which was a sign of caution. Professor McGonagall observed the systematic transformation process where each step was taken steadily, without haste, reflecting patience as changes were made incrementally. Vizet had not yet ceased casting the spell, evidently, because the magic was not yet fully realized. The end of the silver needle displayed an eye for threading, and its surface revealed intricate patterns. Professor McGonagall leaned in to examine and discovered the patterns of mistletoe. The mistletoe patterns served as the finishing touch, making the silver needle more than a mere utility, but one of greater value. Creating complex patterns through willpower illustrates the power of imagination, a unique advantage belonged. She held the silver needle in her hand and exclaimed, "Mr. Lovegood has completed this spell successfully, transforming the match into a silver needle." Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Students raised their heads in unison to look at her. Quickly enlarge. Professor McGonagall cast a spell, and the small silver needle rapidly lengthened and thickened, transforming into a beautifully sculpted cone. She raised the cone to show the students, saying, "Everyone can see this is a very successful case of transfiguration magic." Besides the eye for threading, Mr. Lovegood has also created beautiful patterns. Not only did he transform it into a silver needle, but it also has patterns on it. Anthony patted Vizet's shoulder heavily, saying, "You make me feel quite pressured." Spell stop. Professor McGonagall restored the needle to its original size, saying, "Well done, Vizet." Vizet took the silver needle and suddenly thought of a question. "Professor McGonagall, does this needle count as wood?" "That's an interesting question," Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. "You have merely changed the appearance of the match, so it remains wood." Can transfiguration magic change the essence of a match, turning it into a true silver needle? Of course, but I would not recommend doing so. Professor McGonagall explained patiently, "The danger of transfiguration magic lies in this. For inanimate objects, changing their essence might simply mean making them less fragile and more usable by humans. But what if you change your own essence? After changing your essence, are you still you? Possessing a true steel body means your essence must also turn to steel, causing your original essence to be lost. The essence can be lost." Vizet opened his mouth, feeling a chill rise behind him. Seeing Wizet's fearful expression, Professor McGonagall nodded gently. "This is the essence. To me, a wizard's essence comes from his thoughts and desires, which is the soul. When your body becomes powerful, but your soul has changed, are you still the same you? If not, then who are you?" These are all questions that need consideration. The soul is a fascinating topic. Exploring the mysteries of magic and deepening the understanding of the soul is an essential step. Many wizards may thus go astray and become dark wizards, taking pleasure in manipulating souls. Professor McGonagall suddenly shook her head. "I seem to have said too much. Just remember, if you wish to go further on the path of transfiguration magic, you must recognize and maintain your essence. If you're interested, look up information on Animagus." Professor McGonagall's words were undoubtedly beyond the syllabus, yet they greatly benefited Vizet. The magical world is like a vast treasure trove with countless secrets to explore. He hurriedly picked up his notebook to record what Professor McGonagall had said. There was still plenty of time in this class, and many students gathered around Vizet, asking him for insights on transfiguration magic. Vizet did not hesitate to share his insights. In his view, being able to answer others' confusion also helps to solidify his own learned knowledge. You don't have to be too hard on yourself. Start by trying to sharpen one end of the match, taking it step by step. Did you not see? The color of the match has lightened. That's a good beginning. Changing the color first is also a good choice. You can relax a bit, hold the wand a bit farther away. The earlier explosion was just an accident. If you're really scared, you can break the front red phosphorus. The most important thing is to try. Seeing Vizet surrounded by students, Professor McGonagall let out a gentle sigh. She envied Flitwick, wondering how such an outstanding student chose Ravenclaw. In fact, Hermione also performed well and could shape the match into a needle's rudiment. Unfortunately, this child struggled to interact with others and always seemed to preach when answering questions. Professor McGonagall began to understand why Dumbledore appreciated Vizet so much. Amidst the torment of dark wizards, to cultivate such a humble and sociable nature is truly rare. Vizet seems to have the potential for a mental barrier technique. To develop this potential, I wonder what Dumbledore has in mind and who will be his guide. Hogsmeade Village. Dumbledore emerged from the flames and appeared on the second floor of the Hogshead Inn. Soon hurried footsteps echoed. A tall, thin old man with a gray-white beard appeared before him. The old man raised an eyebrow and asked gruffly, "Why are you here?" Dumbledore replied softly, "Aberforth, I would like to ask you for a favor. The first-year courses at Hogwarts are quite relaxed, and on Friday mornings there are no classes allowing for free activities." After enjoying breakfast, Vizet stepped out of the castle and walked towards the Forbidden Forest across the grass. Just yesterday morning, Hagrid sent him a letter via owl inviting him to visit his hut and wanting to know how he had been lately. Before entering Hogwarts, Hagrid was one of the few who held no prejudices against him, and coupled with his experiences in Diagon Alley, he had no reason to refuse this invitation. Moreover, he was very interested in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid's hut happened to be right on its edge. Hagrid referred to his dwelling as a hut, but Vizet felt like he was stepping into a giant's castle. The oak door frame alone stood nearly 4 meters high, giving the hut a 2-story feel. The outside of the hut had a very rustic atmosphere adorned with various strange tools. Before Vizet could knock, a deep, thunderous bark erupted from beside him. "Oh, that must be Vizet." Hagrid's voice rang out. "Yaya, slow down. You'll scare him." Accompanied by a rushing wind, a massive black dog suddenly burst out. The big black dog, tongue lolling, leaped up to pounce on Vizet. "Hey, Yaya, you're going to scare Vizet." Hagrid quickly followed, grabbing the black dog's scruff, and despite the black dog's height of 1 meter, it stood no chance of resisting in Hagrid's grip due to the vast size difference. This was a Neapolitan Mastiff resembling a Shar-Pei with its wrinkled face that looked rather melancholic. "It's just a bit excited. There aren't many students coming here during the day." Hagrid welcomed Vizet inside. "Actually, he's very friendly, even a bit timid." "Whoa." Yaya, panting, sniffed around Vizet. Despite being a Mastiff, Yaya was unexpectedly gentle, even rolling over to let Vizet rub its belly. "You're my friend, so he'll be good to you," Hagrid said cheerfully. "He may be a bit timid normally, but if he really encounters danger, he'll make the right choice." The layout of the hut was quite simple, consisting of just one room with an enormous table and chairs beside the fireplace, and in the corner was a large bed covered with patchwork. Various items hung on the walls, such as an umbrella, a gigantic leather coat, and a crossbow. The fireplace was also quite large, with space on both sides for hanging smoked meat and chicken, while the center held a copper kettle and a baking tray. "Have some tea. I just baked some biscuits," Hagrid warmly invited. He placed the baking tray in front of Vizet and started brewing tea with the copper kettle. "How do you feel about this place?" He continued, breaking off a piece of biscuit for Yaya. "It might be a bit different from your previous life, but I think you'll adapt." Click, click. Yaya's teeth engaged in a fierce battle with the biscuit, producing a sound akin to gnawing on a bone. Vizet felt his eyelids twitched. His bite couldn't compare to that of the Mastiff. "Thank you," he replied, taking the teacup and blowing on it. "I had breakfast before coming, so just a little tea is fine." The biscuit was a bit too early for him, but just right for Hagrid. "There's no need to be polite here," Hagrid said, grabbing a biscuit the size of a head and crunching it loudly. "You can consider Hogwarts your second home." Regardless of age or height, he always gave an impression of distance. Only by truly interacting did one discover that his character remained simple, and he spoke very straightforwardly, willing to share everything. He talked with Vizet about his youth, how he had been expelled for some reason and missed the opportunity to continue studying it. He also mentioned the Forbidden Forest nearby, which was home to all sorts of magical creatures and plants. Consequently, the Weasley twins always found ways to sneak into the Forbidden Forest to cause a ruckus. They conducted experiments in there. A few times they even attracted centaurs. Not only could they be harmed by the centaurs, but the adorable creatures in the forest could also get hurt. "These two guys are quite slippery. Every time I have to find them, it takes me a lot of time. Luckily, they're in their 3rd year now, and in a few years it should be easier for me." Adorable creatures. Vizet thought about Hagrid's unique understanding of adorable creatures. "Hagrid, which magical creatures do you like in the Forbidden Forest?" "Oh, there are just too many. When it comes to my favorite topics, my tone gets much higher. Night eyes, invisibility, beasts, birds, snakes, hippogriffs, unicorns." Listing various names of animals, his smile grew brighter. "They are all my good children." He pulled out a mat from below while holding the copper kettle. "This mat is made from the crowned feathers of a bird snake. It has excellent insulation and can be expanded or contracted." Getting excited, Hagrid brushed off the black ash from the crowned feathers, revealing a bright azure blue inside. He pinched both ends of the crowned feathers and gently pulled them out, making the feathers the size of a fan. Then he folded them back, reducing them to about the size of his palm. Besides the bird snake's crowned feathers, there were also many materials for magical creatures here. For instance, the bandages hanging casually on the wall were woven from unicorn tail hair. Additionally, the dirty, greasy handbag at the head of the bed was also made from unicorn tail hair. Hagrid casually remarked, "I sold some unicorn tail hair before to buy a bit of a potion. He'll need to find some more later, otherwise I won't have enough bandages." Vizet clutched his chest. "Bandages? You collected unicorn tail hair just to make bandages?" "Yes." Hagrid nodded. "As you know, I was expelled from Hogwarts, so I haven't had the chance to learn more. In the Forbidden Forest, animals may get injured, and bandages made from unicorn tail hair are the best. They not only speed up healing, but also won't hinder the activities of those adorable creatures." Treating magical creatures with sincerity is perhaps why Hagrid receives affection from all sorts of magical beings. Yet such reasoning feels rather crude, leaving Vizet with a sense of pain. He had already gained some understanding of the prices in the magical world. A single unicorn tail hair is worth 10 galleons, and each bandage requires at least a dozen hairs. Hagrid was definitely an invisible wealthy man. The value of just the handbag was immeasurable. As the keeper of the grounds, Hagrid also continuously acquired materials, which was very crucial. Vizet stood up and asked earnestly, "Hagrid, in the future, when I master healing magic, if I help you treat magical creatures, could you give me some unicorn tail hair?" "Oh, of course, no problem." Hagrid paused for a moment, scratching the back of his head. "Actually, if you want some, just let me know." As noon arrived, Vizet bid farewell to Hage and left the small cabin. Before he departed, Hage, taking advantage of his size, stuffed a considerable amount of materials into his pocket. In addition to the unicorn tail hair, there were numerous materials he had yet to identify. Vizet felt his head spinning lightly. His current state seemed perfect for the afternoon's flying class. The weekend is almost here, and with so many materials, I can research how to create wands. Healing magic, the animagus that Professor McGonagall mentioned. I need to learn about them all. This afternoon there are 2 classes left: herbology taught by Professor Sprout, and the flying class he has yet to experience. Herbology takes place in the greenhouse, and the herbs available to first years are quite limited. Before the term began, Vizet had already learned a great deal from Luna. Whether it was digging, fertilizing, or caring for the plants, he handled everything with ease, and even earned extra points from Sprout. Not at all troubled by the dirt on his clothes, Vizet packed his textbooks and planned to head directly to the lawn where the flying class was to gather. Chris hurriedly grabbed him. "Vizet, aren't you going back to wash up? It wouldn't be proper to go like this, would it?" A Slytherin, a stout girl with black hair, suddenly interjected. "That's right. A filthy mudblood can never be clean no matter how much they wash." Her tone was disdainful, and she crossed her arms, raising her chin to reveal her thick jaw. "Is that so? I thought as a wizard I could clean myself in a more magical way." Vizet smiled slightly, drawing his wand to trace a graceful S-curve. "Cleanse away." In the blink of an eye, all the dirt on him vanished, and his clothes regained their pristine condition. He continued to cast the spell casually, helping his roommate clean off the dirt as well. He even extended his hand, asking calmly, "Do you need help cleaning up? Perhaps you could do it yourself? Please." The girl's face turned crimson. Seeing Wizet's humble gesture left her at a loss for words, and his roommates burst into laughter. "Miriam, it's time to go," a girl with thin lips interjected, walking straight past Vizet. "Pansy, I was just helping you." "Miss Bester, please refer to me by my surname. It makes you seem more cultured." Pansy snapped, not looking back as she left the greenhouse. Miriam's face grew even darker, and tears could be seen at the corners of her eyes. She could not utter another word and quickly ran off with her face covered. "What's going on?" Terry asked curiously. "I was wondering, why do they harbor such animosity towards you? After all, he is a mudblood." Anthony frowned. Fear and rejection of magic lead one to become a mudblood, and these traits typically belong to muggles. Slytherin advocates pureblood supremacy and even scorns wizards of muggle descent. I wouldn't be surprised to see such behavior. It's a pity they don't know Wizet's magic," Michael said, draping an arm over Wizet's shoulder. "How can you be friends with Qiu Zhang and wield magic we don't understand? I'm so jealous." "This magic is learned from Qiu Zhang," Vizet explained, "the Scourgify spell, a very useful domestic charm. Do you want to learn it? They'll lend you my notes. Let's talk about it later." Michael waved his hands repeatedly. The broomsticks might already be laid out. "Oh, let's go pick a nice one." Since ancient times, people have been filled with longing and curiosity for the sky. It is precisely because of this yearning that various flying machines have emerged. Wizards share the same yearning, and thus they invented broomsticks, giving rise to a wizarding sport, Quidditch. Madam Hooch is the professor for the flying class, and she is also a Quidditch referee. The Quidditch matches at Hogwarts are officiated by her. She arrived early and arranged the broomsticks in 2 rows on the ground. They look like the eyes of an eagle. Terry leaned in, whispering. Madam Hooch sported a neat, gray short haircut, and her eyes had a distinct bright yellow hue resembling eagle eyes. Her vision was as sharp as an eagle's. When she saw Michael pick up a broomstick, she instantly swooped in. "Please put the broomstick back on the ground. Even if you know how to use a broomstick, please wait until class to pick it up according to my instructions." "Oops," Michael exclaimed as if electrocuted, dropping the broomstick back onto the ground. "Sorry, Madam Hooch." "Ahem." Madam Hooch coughed lightly, showing a hint of embarrassment. "I should apologize. I was a bit too sensitive. Yesterday afternoon I taught flying class to 2 other houses, and one of the kids had an accident, so I need to be more careful." "Who was it?" Michael and the others gathered together, all puzzled. "It was Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor." Henna's voice chimed in. "He broke his wrist. It must have hurt quite a bit." More and more Hufflepuffs gathered around, eager to share various anecdotes from the school. "Draco Malfoy seems to have taken Neville Longbottom's things." "Harry Potter had a run-in with Draco Malfoy." "Harry Potter has become the Seeker." Michael and the others were even more confused. What does that even mean? How did he become the Seeker? Isn't the Quidditch selection happening this weekend? Facing the ringing class bell, Madam Hooch clapped her hands and called out loudly, "Since everyone is here, let's start today's lesson. First, stand next to a broomstick. Remember, do not touch it with your hands. Then wait for my next instruction." The students followed along, laughing and crying at the same time, thinking that Madam Hooch was a bit too nervous. "All right, extend your hand towards the broomstick and don't move yet. Wait for my next instruction." After the students complied, Madam Hooch continued, "You will shout up, and when the broomstick flies into your palm, grab it. Then stop. Waiting for your next instruction," the students said somewhat helplessly. "Yes, just like that." Madam Hooch nodded. "It's all about taking it step by step to avoid any accidents." After a series of up calls, not everyone managed to grasp the broomstick. For example, the Hufflepuff students found their broomsticks rolling on the ground for a couple of circles before slowly flying into their hands. Henna's broomstick seemed to be broken, or it showed no response at all, making her blush in distress. Perhaps due to their higher dwelling, the Ravenclaws performed much better. With just a few more calls, their broomsticks would respond to their voices. Wizet's broomstick was quite obedient. He hadn't even shouted, yet just thought about it, and the broomstick swiftly darted into his hand. Being able to summon a flying broomstick is merely the first step. These brooms are quite old, making it not easy to call. Some flying broomsticks, even when summoned, may fall midway, dropping a few twigs as they roll on the ground. Once everyone was able to grasp the handles, Madame Huichi continued to issue instructions cautiously. She guided each person's preparatory stance and precautions, imparting some tips and demonstrating how to ride without slipping. All right. She became tense, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. I will whistle, and you all mount the broomsticks and kick off with your legs to soar into the sky. Do not be nervous. This is just a flying lesson, not a competition. There is no need for comparison and no pressure. Remember, grip the flying broom tightly. When ascending, pull up on the handle. To descend, lean forward and press down on the handle, and the broom will bring you down to the ground. Listen for my whistle. Do not be nervous. She bit down on her whistle and was the first to mount the flying broom, her expression exceedingly cautious. The students followed suit, mounting their flying broomsticks. With the sound of the whistle, they all soared into the sky without any mishaps. Madame Huichi's tone was much lighter. Oi, let's try landing again. Take your time and go slowly. After completing the descent, she guided everyone on how to hover and turn in midair. These are advanced techniques. Students who are just beginning to fly will need time to adapt to executing them with composure. Seeing Vizet perform a beautiful shaped maneuver, Michael couldn't help but exclaim, Vizet, how do you know how to do that? Madame Huichi hasn't taught us yet. Vizet shook his head, finding it peculiar, as well why flying felt as simple as eating and drinking. However, he quickly realized the reason. He was a quiet one. When he crossed over, he floated in the form of a quiet one. It was due to the innate flying ability of the quiet ones that he was so adept at flying. If it weren't for worrying about Madame Huichi's reaction, he would have flown to a higher place to perform even more difficult. Michael sighed, how are you so skilled? I clearly arrived first, and was the first to touch the flying broom. Chris teased, you were indeed the first to touch it, but when Madame Huichi called out, you got so scared that you dropped the broom. That's right. You abandoned it first, which is why you're flying like this now. Michael raised his voice, trying to defend himself. This flying broom is too old. Look. Twigs drop off while flying. Why did it for safety? Yes, for safety. Makes sense. You could replace Madame Huichi as the teacher. Anthony teased from a high. You're not any better. Michael immediately retorted, how can you ride a flying broom so poorly, considering you boast about having some distant connection to the Aurors? Look at you clinging to the handle, legs tightly squeezed around the broomstick, wobbling forward. Doesn't that look safe? Am I really like that? Michael's mockery flushed Anthony's face red. You all think. Am I like that? All he received in reply were a few snickers. Vizet gently shook his head. Safety is paramount, no doubt about it. Look. Anthony, receiving Vizet's affirmation, felt much bolder. Michael chuckled. That's because Vizet is easygoing. Didn't you hear Chris and Terry laughing? Damn it. Anthony, enraged, gritted his teeth and charged upwards. Michael continued to laugh, showing no concern that Anthony would crash into him. Anthony had lost his senses, showing no sign of fear, and crashed straight into Michael, causing both broomsticks to cry out in agony. They acted like magnets, repelling each other, flying off in opposite directions the moment they collided. You too. Madame Huichi instantly sensed the abnormality and immediately blew her whistle. Everyone, return to the ground at once. Return to the ground. As her voice fell, she dove down on her broomstick, landing just before Michael. She quickly abandoned the broom and lunged forward to catch Michael, both of them unharmed. Look up above. The students screamed as they looked to the sky, where Anthony's broomstick emitted green smoke, carrying him higher as it hurtled towards the castle. Can I still do this job? Madame Huichi's voice held a hint of despair as she mounted her broomstick again. She was too far from Anthony, fearing another injury would occur in today's lesson, not knowing what Madame Pomfrey would have to. At that moment, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a figure. How can he be so fast? Vizet soared into the sky on his broom, leaving a trail behind him. The wind roared past Vizet's ears, and the air flowed into his robes through his sleeves, causing the cloak to billow and emit a thunderous sound. Indeed, the broomstick was somewhat old, while at full power it also emitted a wailing sound. However, to save Anthony, he could not allow the broom to stop. Just as Anthony was about to crash into the castle window, Vizet raised his wand, fly cloak. Anthony's cloak was suddenly caught by a force, preventing him from crashing into the window, while the broom beneath him cracked with a snap and finally broke in two. As Anthony fell, he screamed, flailing his hands as if trying to grab onto a lifeline, but unfortunately, he could only grasp at air. The real lifeline was Vizet controlling the broomstick, shooting down like an arrow, casting another summoning spell. Anthony's descent slowed once more, but his cloak at that moment made a tearing sound. It could not withstand a third summon. Vizet was not surprised. He had anticipated this would happen and was prepared with a backup plan. This week, he hadn't been idle. Besides integrating what he had learned, he had used his remaining time to explore Hogwarts. However, the castle was simply too vast, containing countless secret passages and hidden rooms, and he could only do his best to explore. The ancient magical powers he had collected during this time were sufficient to enhance and improve his spells. The summoning spell had many more uses. He decided to further enhance its capabilities. The current summoning spell could grasp larger creatures, such as the falling Anthony. Many students covered their eyes as if a bloody scene were unfolding before them. Anthony's skull shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Anthony fly. Vizet whispered as ancient magical power surged into his wand, and it instantly glowed with a dazzling silver blue light. An invisible force enveloped Anthony's entire body, lifting him slightly and suspending him 10 centimeters above the ground. Anthony gasped for air, his nostrils filled with the earthy scent of soil, and grasped the feeling of having survived a calamity, sending chills down his spine. Weasley, Goldstein. Professor McGonagall's serious voice rang out. What has happened again in the time rewinds 3 minutes. Professor McGonagall, after tomorrow's Quidditch tryouts, can we use the Quidditch pit? Harry is only in his first year. He needs more practice with us. Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor team, followed closely behind Professor McGonagall, always aiming for the Quidditch Cup. With Charlie Weasley's graduation, that goal seemed to drift further away until Professor McGonagall recommended, I can negotiate with Professor Snape. He applied to reserve the pitch the day before yesterday. Professor McGonagall nodded. Wood, feeling impatient, suggested, how about we let them practice for 2 hours less? That would be perfect. I will try. Professor McGonagall turned around, her expression serious as she looked at Wood. I know you're anxious and I am too, but the pitch is shared by everyone. Looking at the anxious Wood, she suddenly realized something was off. Mr. Wood, it's class time. Why aren't you in the history of magic classroom? Wood suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes darting around in a desperate attempt to find something unrelated to divert Professor McGonagall's attention. Professor McGonagall, look. They're having flying class over there, and it seems there's been another accident. Professor McGonagall remained unmoved. Mr. Wood, I hope you can answer my question directly. As the head of Gryffindor, she knew Wood too well. As long as it didn't involve Quidditch, he was quite obedient. But once something related to Quidditch happened, Wood transformed into a different person, becoming extraordinarily enthusiastic. Just like he was right now. Incredible speed. A beautiful dive, so agile. How does he seem to fly as if born to do it? This is a shooting star. An antique from 1955. A mountain of problems. Wood spoke at an astonishing speed, rattling off. It turns out he was rescuing someone. He should be able to save him. No, wait. Professor McGonagall, someone is about to fall. Professor McGonagall quickly turned her head. When she saw Weasley controlling the broomstick to dive, and another student plummeting towards the ground, her pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. She quickly drew her wand. Just as she was about to transform the grass into a cushion, Weasley's wand erupted with a silvery blue light, halting the student's descent. The two had avoided disaster, and Professor McGonagall sighed in relief as she quickly walked towards them. Weasley, Goldstein, what has happened again in the flying class? Merlin's beard. Madame Hooch finally arrived, out of breath. Are you all okay? Is there anything broken? They'll take you to Madame Pomfrey. This is getting ridiculous. Yesterday a child broke their wrist in a competitive spirit, and today it's another broom malfunction. Why has it been like this lately? Madame Hooch, you're too anxious. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. Accidents in flying class are quite common. Oh, please don't worry about it. Weasley, Goldstein, are you feeling any discomfort? Do you need me to take you to the hospital wing? No. Anthony waved his hands repeatedly. It was thrilling. I almost thought I was going to die. Don't say that. Madame Hooch clutched her chest. 2 days in a row with such problems. Professor Trelawney was right. I've been cursed with bad luck recently. Professor Trelawney. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow and cleared her throat. You really don't need to worry. This was just an accident. Wood picked up the malfunctioning broomstick to inspect it. It was indeed an accident. The twigs have aged beyond usability. Even if nothing happened today, something would eventually go wrong. These broomsticks are antiques from 40 to 50 years ago. It's best to replace them soon. Continuing to use them could result in many promising players being overlooked. Madame Hooch, you should return to class. I will submit an application to replace the broomsticks, Professor McGonagall said. Wood, you should head back too. Madame Hooch took Weasley and the others away, and Wood looked conflicted. Professor McGonagall, can Weasley join our team? Although I haven't seen Harry's true strength, yet I have witnessed Weasley. If both of them join the Gryffindor team, we will definitely win the championship this year. His eyes seemed to sparkle with enthusiasm. If we don't win the championship, I'll eat spaghetti upside down. Mr. Wood, you should hurry back to class. Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows high. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to deduct points. Watching Wood flee in a panic, Professor McGonagall held her forehead. I want Weasley to join the team too, but unfortunately, he is a Ravenclaw. Late at night in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore flipped through a copy of Transfiguration today. A week has passed. What do you think? Snape paced back and forth in the headmaster's office, his tone as dragged out as his steps. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. As mediocre and arrogant as his father. He enjoys breaking the rules, has the same fervor for showing off, he likes to attract others' attention, but understands nothing. It's laughable. Severus, you might only be seeing what you want to see, Dumbledore said softly. Other professors say he is humble and easygoing with decent talent. He's a likable child. Oh, and so what? Snape replied expressionlessly. Dumbledore sat down. Transfiguration today. What about the other child? There was once someone similar to him, equally gifted, perhaps a bit more handsome. With an extreme thirst for knowledge, he was favored by professors, especially Professor Slughornback. Then he even had him join the Slug Club. I've also heard a rumor that you awarded Ravenclaw 5 points, achieving that is no less difficult than joining the Slug Club. Snape seemed to think of something unpleasant, his expression darkening, and even his pacing halted. Dumbledore continued to ask, Severus, what do you think of him? Snape's jaw moved slightly, his voice rising and falling. Since you've noticed the similarities, you can directly nip it in the bud, without needing to ask me. Severus, I have no such intentions. There are no two individuals in this world who are absolutely the same, Dumbledore said, with keen interest, smiling. It's like two feathers from the same phoenix. As long as there are differences in the wand's body and length, two distinct wands will be born. Another weapon. Snape's expression was grim. Wands do not submit completely. You must be aware of the concept of wands backfiring, right? Of course I know. Dumbledore sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. In the past I had to confront Grindelwald and neglected Voldemort, who was still here studying. Severus, my energy is not what it once was, and the situation remains dire. I need the help of others, even— Why do you always tell me these things? Snape squinted slightly. Is it just because I gave him extra points? He is different from Voldemort. He is willing to appreciate the beauty around him. Dumbledore gently shook his head. You must have noticed his uniqueness, right? It's merely a bit of cleverness. Snape did not deny it, sitting down in front of Dumbledore. His eyes can see through appearances to the essence. Indeed, that explains a lot. Dumbledore nodded, his brow relaxing. I'm not just telling you this. I've also asked Minerva and the others. You don't need to do anything drastic. Just provide appropriate guidance so he can stay on the right path. I believe his character will lead him to make the right choices. Minerva and the others. Huh. Snape crossed his arms, a cold smile creeping on his lips. Including Professor Quirrell. How important is the defense against the dark arts class? I don't need to tell you that. Dumbledore's expression turned pained. This is what I wanted to discuss with you. Could you please keep an eye on Quirrell? So it really is him. Snape's gaze sharpened instantly. Then why did you let him participate in the trials on the 4th floor? Please, Severus. Dumbledore said, at least for now it seems Quirrell is acting alone, or I want to draw out the person behind him. What about— Snape pressed on. If he really shows up, what will happen to Harry Potter? Dumbledore crossed his hands, his thumbs tracing circles. If my judgment from 10 years ago was correct, there should be no danger to his life. Judgment from 10 years ago. Snape took a deep breath. Is that why he spent a full decade by the side of two fools, and now you treat it so lightly, needing him to confront Quirrell and even face the Dark Lord? And you say there should be no danger to his life? Precisely because I need to focus on Harry, I cannot afford to be distracted. Dumbledore sighed again. It all rests on you. I hope you remember what you said. Snape stood up, gathered his robes, and quickly left the headmaster's office. Over the weekend, Weasley's life was just as fulfilling. After sending his letter in the morning, he arrived at the hall, where several roommates gathered around him. Good morning, Weasley. Chris handed him a cup of pumpkin juice. I saw you writing your homework last night. Are you done already? Weasley took the pumpkin juice. I'm almost done, and I want to find some materials to enrich the paper on turning matches into needles. How much have you written? Chris continued. Did you not write enough length? I've exceeded the required length, Weasley replied. Professor McGonagall provided me with some extra knowledge, so I want to add some content about Animagus. Terry immediately suggested, how about we go to the library after you finish eating? I didn't write enough for the Transfiguration. Anthony quickly followed, and for potions class I feel like I missed a bit on the properties of the boil curing potion material. Michael nodded in agreement. I also haven't finished that. I didn't complete 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and I wrote even less than Anthony. The unpleasantness from the flying class didn't last long. He and Anthony had already reconciled, and were discussing their assignments together. Looking at the buttered bread, cured meat, and roasted ham, they passed him. Weasley asked with a smirk, did you all plan that? His roommates chuckled awkwardly. Terry said, we just need a little more content. Once it's done, we can go out to play. Michael shrugged. There's a Quidditch tryout this afternoon, and Anthony and I plan to go watch. Once the homework is done, there's no burden left, Anthony added. Right, the Quidditch tryouts this afternoon. Weasley recalled that Autumn Zhang had mentioned this to him last night. Autumn Zhang planned to participate in the tryouts to see if there was a chance to join the Ravenclaw team, and she had invited him to cheer for her. In response to his roommates' eager gazes, Weasley nodded in agreement. This was the first weekend of the semester, and not many students were in the library. Most of the people here were in small groups, either gathered around the shelves looking for materials, or sitting in the lounge area, discussing quietly. That looks like a Gryffindor. How unusual. Michael looked towards the far corner of the lounge area. Hermione was sitting there alone, her fluffy brown hair covering her cheeks, as if she were focused on her homework. Ravenclaw had its own library, but the collection was incomplete, and some materials still needed to be found in the main library. Weasley was not surprised. He often saw Hermione here, always alone. He whispered to his roommates, for the potions assignment you should look for the 1986 issue of Practical Potions Master, which contains relevant content published by Professor Snape. And also the second issue of Today's Transfiguration from 1895, which has the paper on turning matches into needles written by Professor Dumbledore. I also completed my assignment based on these two magazines. Impressive. His roommates gave him a thumbs up. Weasley smiled and waved his hand. It's all thanks to Madame Pants, as she helped me discover that magical magazines can be so interesting. Irma Pants was the librarian at Hogwarts. As long as the library's rules were not broken, she was a relatively kind. Despite her stern demeanor, her reading volume was astonishing, and Weasley could always obtain the whereabouts of the books he wanted through her. His roommates gathered around the periodical section, looking for magazines, while Weasley approached Madame Pants. Madame Pants, may I ask where I can find books about Animagus? Your age? Madame Pants looked Weasley up and down. Engaging with Animagus can be dangerous. Wizet explained, Professor McGonagall asked me to find some materials related to Animagus. I don't intend to practice. Oh, it's Professor McGonagall. Mrs. Pants said flatly, Theory of Transfiguration Section 103 is Shelf 7. She added with a much stronger tone, remember, do not scribble on it. The library had been magically expanded countless times, with a significant portion dedicated to potions and transfiguration occupying a vast area. The entire library was lined with thousands of bookshelves featuring hundreds of narrow aisles filled with countless types of books. It was Wizet's first deep exploration of the library. Many of the books in the library were ancient, more unruly than those in the leaky cauldron, and some even spoke. Some books muttered incomprehensible sounds, some suddenly shrieked, and others whispered tempting words. All rubbish. Defiling Hogwarts. Magic belongs to pure blood families. Open me. Power is beckoning you. With me you can have everything. Escape from death. Wizet was not frightened, on the contrary. He found it very interesting, and even unleashed his magical eye to observe. As expected, the library, being a place that existed since the founding of the school, naturally contained a vast amount of ancient magical power. Though he only walked this one path, the ancient magical power he gained was considerable enough to turn the next page of the practical guide for wizards. Ancient magic mastery of throwing, master the power of ancient magic, hiding it within an object and releasing it upon striking a target. From the description, this was an offensive ability with a certain degree of concealment capable of delivering Wizet paused to digest this ability first. He realized that mastery of throwing was not simple, as this ability required synergy with other magic. When combined with a summoning spell, it could summon nearby objects for attack. When paired with transfiguration, it could directly create projectiles. It could even use ancient magical power as fuel to enhance the flight speed of thrown objects, achieving an element of surprise much like the nitrous boost in racing games. Most importantly, this ability could still be effective even when unarmed. Had he possessed this ability in his past life, he could have considered pursuing a career as a shot putter basketball player or baseball player. Wizet gently shook his head and murmured, but I prefer magic. Losing the ancient magical power, the strange voices diminished significantly, becoming as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Wizet continued forward, spending about 5 minutes before arriving at the bookshelf mentioned by Mrs. Pants. Wizet found Theory of Transfiguration. It had a pitch-black cover adorned with intricate gold patterns. The pattern bore a resemblance to the Vitruvian Man. The Vitruvian Man is a work by Leonardo da Vinci depicting a man standing in the shape of a X and H. However, this pattern was more complex, encompassing numerous anatomical diagrams of animals between circular and rectangular shapes. Wizet could only discern familiar images of pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, lions, tigers, and elephants. He opened the book, and the first thing that caught his eye was not the preface, but a line of floating words made of magic. Do not even Headmaster Dumbledore is exempt. Written by Irma Pants. Wizet smiled lightly. This statement aligned well with Mrs. Pants's attitude toward her collection. The magical text transformed into another string of words. It's true, when I wrote annotations, this book actually flew up and hit my head. Quite painful, so be careful. Written by Albus Dumbledore. Wizet almost laughed, but he still felt puzzled. Would Dumbledore really leave such? The Dumbledore he knew was a kind old man. Wizet found it hard to imagine such an elderly person would leave such. Driven by his thirst for the book's content, he did not dwell on it further, but reached out to turn the page. As his hand touched the page, the magical words vanished, revealing the true preface. Transfiguration is a topic that can spark debates among wizards. Many wizards insist that they change their essence, elevating their transfiguration magic to new heights. As someone who is keen on digging deeper, I discovered a sad truth after interacting with these wizards. They do not even understand themselves, yet believe they have grown and transcended. In this book, I will serve as a guide, leading you to deconstruct yourselves, recognize your essence, and even deconstruct all things, hoping to allow you to progress further on the path of transfiguration. After reading the preface, Wizet was deeply captivated, eagerly turning to the next page. This book not only contains the author's insights, but also has blank spaces for expressions of opinions. Combining the insights with the annotations, he felt he gained a deeper understanding of transfiguration. Wizet even formed a vague idea that was uniquely his own path of transfiguration. Now he had reason to believe that the initial second magical text was indeed left by Headmaster Dumbledore. Focus. Start with what you are most familiar with. Relax. Do not let pressure control you. Find the place of reflection. While reading, Wizet began to try. He plucked a strand of hair and placed it on the ground, a familiar garden appearing in his mind. The tip of his wand hovered above the hair, transform with precision. The hair quickly expanded, turning into a palm-sized leaf-shaped bookmark. Wizet compared it with the deconstruction diagram in the book, refining the details of the bookmark, making it a more vibrant green, with clearer veins, almost resembling a real leaf. He suddenly experienced a sense of creation, feeling as if he could create something out of nothing. In his ears he seemed to hear Luna's voice. "You need to have a wish." "My wish is for it to truly become a leaf," Wizet murmured, and the wand emitted a green light, engulfing the leaf bookmark. In Wizet's mind a branch appeared connected to several lush green leaves emanating a faint sandalwood scent. His imagination became reality, the leaf bookmark stretching outward, its texture softening, color becoming increasingly vibrant, even growing branches bit by bit. Wizet slowly opened his eyes, inhaling the distinctive scent of sandalwood. In his hand appeared a branch emanating the fragrance of sandalwood coupled with a sprig of mistletoe. Undoubtedly this was a fully developed magical product exuding a sense of eclecticism. "Why do you have a branch?" Anthony asked curiously. "Because I need to borrow this book," Wizet replied with a smile, gently tapping the branch. The branch rapidly shrank, transforming into a sandalwood-scented mistletoe bookmark. "Let's go." He tucked the bookmark into the book. The theory of transmutation and transformation had greatly benefited Wizet to the point where on the way to the Quidditch pitch he was still waving his wand, attempting to apply more transmutation spells. Recognizing the importance of practice, he adhered to the learning method he had concluded in his previous life. Now in this magical world it remained effective. Walking across the grass he waved his wand like a symphony conductor. With each step he took, the grass beneath him transformed into a pale white primrose. The theory of transmutation and transformation recorded numerous structural diagrams, distinguishing between plants and animals based on their complexity. The primrose was one such diagram, its structure not overly intricate, making it ideal for practice. Wizet turned to look at the disappearing primrose behind him, a sense of accomplishment filling his heart. Transmutation magic, as an essential branch of the magical arts, possessed a unique charm. The freedom to manipulate and the unpredictability of change were the distinctive features of transmutation magic, drawing him into its depths. In fact, Michael had long noticed this phenomenon. Watching one primrose after another, he gaped, eventually unable to resist picking one. Petals scattered as the pale white primrose lay in his hand, transforming into a small blade of grass. He tugged at Wizet's sleeve. "How did it turn into this?" "The most basic transmutation magic, the difficulty of changing grass into a flower, is not very high," explained Anthony from the side. "It's just that Wizet is extremely skilled at it, exceedingly skilled." "How can he be so skilled?" He sighed in frustration. "His speed in casting transmutation magic is too fast. It seems the first-year curriculum has lost its significance for him." "Practice makes perfect," Wizet replied, sheathing his wand as the petals instantly scattered, the primrose reverting to a blade of grass. "I just practice quite a bit. It's nothing special. If you're interested, I can lend you my notes." He raised the theory of transmutation and transformation. "This book has provided me with great inspiration. You can take a look." Faced with the book over 10 centimeters thick, Anthony instinctively swallowed hard. "Let's talk about it later. It's rare to have a weekend. We should balance work and rest." Exactly. Michael immediately echoed. "Look, the selection seems to have already started." Wizet's activities were still confined within the castle, at most peering through the dormitory windows to gaze at the Quidditch pitch from afar. The oval-shaped pitch resembled an olive, comparable in size to a football field, with the center marked by a white circular pattern indicating the starting area. As a high-altitude competitive ball sport, the stands were also elevated, resembling the columns of ancient Greek temples encircling the pitch. 3 gilded goalposts stood tall at either end of the pitch, with the tops of the posts connected to circular hoops serving a purpose akin to that of a basketball hoop. To score in a match, one must throw the ball through the hoop. Faced with Vizet, who was unfamiliar with Quidditch, his 2 roommates proudly straightened their chests, seizing this rare opportunity to explain the player configuration and scoring methods in Quidditch. This historical sport has long been beloved by wizards worldwide, even featuring large-scale events such as the Quidditch World Cup. The game involves 4 balls, 1 quaffle, 2 bludgers, and a golden snitch. Each team will send out 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker. The chaser's duty is to seize the quaffle, tossing it through the hoops to earn 10 points, which is the primary scoring method in Quidditch. Bludgers, infused with magic, randomly attack players, while the beaters, equipped with bats, must defend their teammates from bludgers and hit them towards opponents to create trouble. The keeper protects the goalposts, preventing opposing players from scoring by throwing the ball through the hoops. The golden snitch, enchanted with flying magic, is about the size of a ping-pong ball, flying at incredible speed and silently. The seeker must quickly locate the golden snitch, capturing it to end the match. Vizet curiously asked. 150 points. If the golden snitch is caught right at the start, does that mean an immediate win? That's what makes Quidditch so exhilarating, Anthony exclaimed animatedly, a team that was initially behind seizing the opportunity to catch the golden snitch and turning the tide. How thrilling. Vizet nodded in agreement. The appearance of the golden snitch indeed added unpredictability to the match, enhancing its entertainment value. As they stepped into the pitch, they heard the call of Qiu Zhang. Vizet, come over here. Many people were already seated on the benches of the team's locker room. Some of them, like Qiu Zhang, brought their own flying brooms to the selection, while others used the brooms provided by the school. Qiu Zhang was polishing her broom, her voice slightly hurried. I thought you had forgotten. Sorry, I really almost did. Vizet sat on the bench. It was Anthony who reminded me. Qiu Zhang waved her hand. Hello. Thank you all. Oh, it's nothing, just like that. Anthony's ears turned red as he lowered his head, not daring to look at Qiu Zhang. Right. Anthony is correct. Michael's condition was not much better. His ears reddened, as if scalded by boy. Vizet couldn't help but chuckle. These two had been animatedly discussing ideas on the way, yet now facing Qiu Zhang, they had turned into shy mimosa. Before Qiu Zhang reached the position she desired for the selection, she still needed time to adjust. To calm her slightly nervous heart, she began chatting with Vizet about the team's recent situation. Ravenclaw's team had suffered significant personnel losses with vacancies among seekers, beaters, and chasers. Qiu Zhang sighed. So the team captain is quite anxious. Before you all arrived, 20 people had already been eliminated. How were they eliminated? Vizet asked, genuinely interested in the Quidditch selection. Hovering, accelerating, maneuvering, sharp turns. Qiu Zhang counted on her fingers. The captain will randomly call out actions. Those who can't keep up will be eliminated. Vizet reminisced about yesterday's flying lesson, feeling that if he had participated in the selection, he could at least have made it to the second round. The second round of selection began, starting with the beaters. This position requires certain levels of accuracy, and more than 10 participants mounted their flying brooms, attaching balloons to their chests, and divided into two groups for the test. They formed pairs to protect their balloons, while hitting the bludgers that could appear at any moment. Just in time, a male voice came from behind, belonging to Oliver Wood, who had met Vizet once before. Qiu Zhang recognized Wood, and asked curiously, why are you here for the Ravenclaw selection? Wood put down his notepad, glanced at Vizet, and replied with a somewhat absent-minded tone, just came to take a look after all. I'm the captain. Looks like you're gathering intelligence. Qiu Zhang smiled. I heard Roger mention you. He said you're a Quidditch fanatic who would give anything for the game. Wood straightened up proudly, and said that is my honor. The beater selection continued, and Vizet discovered that wanting to be a beater seemed to require taking risks. The bludgers were extremely aggressive. If not hit away, they would crash hard into the selectees' chests. They were knocked off their brooms, not only hitting their mouths on the ground, but also shattering their teeth. It was an experience that could hardly be summed up with just one word: tragic. Such accidents scared off quite a few people, who left the field under the pretense of taking the injured to the school hospital. So Ravenclaw is just too precious, Wood muttered, noticing Qiu Zhang turning to look at him, and immediately tried to cover up his words. Actually, there are some brave ones. These two lads are not bad. Their reactions are pretty quick, and their skills are decent. They just need to continue honing them. The two selected were both third years, named Jansen Samuels and Duncan Ingleby. After the beater selection, Qiu Zhang suddenly stood up with a swish, walking a bit stiffly forward. Fred mentioned to me that second years. It seems Cedric has a crush on her. Wood murmured, jotting something down on it. Her flying posture looks very professional. She used to wear the Tattershaw Tornadoes team uniform, so it seems she has loved Quidditch since childhood. She's probably the one to look for a seeker. Vizet was momentarily at a loss for words. You seem quite knowledgeable. I just have an interest in Quidditch. Wood nodded. Anything related to Quidditch catches my eye. Including you. Me. Vizet instinctively shrank to the side. Shouldn't I be unrelated to this? Wood said seriously, I witnessed Harry's flying skills last night, and honestly, while he is impressive, he still falls a bit short compared to you. If his flying talent is excellent, then you seem like someone born to fly. To be able to unleash astonishing speed on a vintage Nimbus 2000 is simply incredible. He lowered his voice and asked Vizet, are you interested in transferring to Gryffindor? I can risk my life to ask Professor McGonagall for you. Vizet shook his head without hesitation. I'm very happy in Ravenclaw. I do what I love every day, and I really like the atmosphere here. That's a real shame. Wood's voice sounded somewhat regretful, and he stopped speaking, focusing his energy on the field to evaluate those seeking the seeker position. The most important quality for a seeker is flying speed, which allows them to catch up to the golden snitch. Qiu Zhang's slender figure gives her an edge in speed during flight. Roger threw a marble from different angles, and she quickly sensed it, catching it before it landed. Her ability to do this easily shows her excellent observation skills and quick reflexes. As Wood said, Qiu Zhang's skills were far superior to others, and she smoothly secured the seeker qualification. The future looks promising. Wood remarked, at least for the seeker position, Ravenclaw has found a good prospect. Qiu Zhang, who had just secured the seeker qualification, beamed with joy upon hearing Wood's comment. Now we just need to find a chaser. Wood doodled on his board, and soon they could return to devise tactics. While he was murmuring to himself, a voice came from beside him. Mr. Lovegood, I didn't know you were here. It was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, accompanied by Professor McGonagall in her green robes. Could it be? Wood's eyes flickered, seemingly realizing something unpleasant. He sighed heavily, smiling wryly to himself. Professor McGonagall, you're really too fair. Could you spare some of that overflowing fairness for Professor Snape? Professor Flitwick, who was quite petite, dashed quickly with his short legs. In the blink of an eye, he stood in front of Vizet, saying, Professor McGonagall told me that you have great flying talent. Would you like to participate in the selection? Vizet asked. Didn't the notice board say that only second years can participate in the selection? The rules can be broken. Professor Flitwick said cheerfully. We believe that first years need time to adapt after joining Hogwarts, which is why this. However, you have no such problems at all. Your performance in class and on assignments has been outstanding. This is something we all agree on. Vizet nodded since Professor Flitwick said, so I would certainly like to give it a try. Professor Flitwick immediately took action, saying, then follow me. I will talk to Arsenal and the others. Xiao Zhang smiled and made an encouraging gesture. Go for it. You will definitely be fine. Anthony and Michael also stood up, eagerly expressing their support with their eyes. However, with Xiao Zhang standing nearby, their movements were relatively restrained. Vizet, go for it. A few more people cheered for him. At this moment, Vizet noticed that quite a few Hufflepuff students had arrived. Wherever there is excitement, they keen on gossip will appear there. Vice Captain Roger was in charge of determining the seeker candidate, while the first round of screening needed to be handed off to someone else. Arsenal Vincent was the team captain, tall and robust, responsible for the goalkeeper position and a 7th-year student. As a 7th-year student, he needed to prepare for the N.E.W.T. exams, leaving him with limited time. This year he delegated most of the team's affairs to Roger while he focused on studying. Unless something unexpected happens, Roger is likely to take over Arsenal's position after he graduates. Seeing Wood's grim expression made Arsenal happy. Arsenal smiled and said, he came to brag to me yesterday at noon, talking about some genius player in Gryffindor. He patted Vizet's shoulder. I heard Professor Flitwick say that you also have great talent. Then hop on a broomstick and let me see your skills. The first round of selection began, and as Vizet had anticipated, this segment was quite easy. Whether hovering, maneuvering, or even flying upside down, he executed various aerial movements with ease. When he returned to the ground, Arsenal smiled and said, I've never seen a freshman fly so well with the meteor. This year is Ravenclaw's most promising year. He was both excited and agitated. Have you thought about which position? Vizet suddenly recalled that he had gained new abilities in the library, and perhaps there was a position that suited him well. How about the chaser? No problem. Arsenal laughed. We will definitely make you a chaser. As the team captain, Arsenal naturally aspired to win the championship. Unfortunately, over the years, the team had suffered severe talent loss, resulting in Ravenclaw's unsatisfactory performance, consistently ranking 4th. The Hogwarts Quidditch Cup had only 4 teams, and being 4th was just a more pleasant title compared to being last. Ravenclaw prided itself on its colors of sky and eagle, yet consistently finishing at the bottom in Quidditch was indeed hard to justify. Vizet's arrival gave Arsenal, who was facing graduation, a glimpse of hope for winning the championship. With excitement in his heart, Arsenal found Roger. Have you found a suitable chaser? Jeremy Strayton. Roger brought over a 3rd-year student. His reaction and precision are decent. With some training he can play. However, we need 2 chasers, and currently there are no more suitable candidates. We can only go through the selection list again and at least gather the team. Then let's meet Vizet. Arsenal unconsciously raised his voice, the genius recommended by Professor Flitwick. His flying skills are impeccable. Really? Roger was somewhat surprised. Vizet, I have a bit of an impression, isn't he a freshman? Arsenal was as excited as if he had won the lottery. I've already brought him through the first round of selection. He even managed to perform upside-down flying while diving. Whether in balance or speed, he is flawless. Roger's eyes lit up. Then he'll add his name to the list right away. Arsenal nodded. Bring both the bludger and the quaffle. Oh, let everyone get familiar and have a brief training session. Riding the team's competition broomstick, Vizet soared into the air with the others. Arsenal reached the goalposts. Jeremy and Duncan, you two are responsible for retrieving Vizet's bludger. Xiaoyu and Jansen form a group and hit the quaffle with Roger. Your target is Vizet. Xiao Zhang frowned slightly and raised her hand to ask, may I ask, why is the target always Vizet? Of course it's because I have confidence in him, Arsenal said with a smile. In the future, tactics will revolve around him. For now, let everyone understand the situation. There won't be much need for explanation when formal training starts next week. The quaffle is an important thread on the field, and this training will also test you, exposing your weaknesses. I will formulate your training tasks based on this session. Once everyone was ready, they immediately scattered. They maintained a distance of over 10 meters from each other, centered around Vizet. Roger opened the box containing the quaffles, and the 2 quaffles shot out like cannonballs, whistling through the air and starting to attack the players on the field. Arsenal threw out the bludger. Vizet, catch. Vizet, hovering in the service area, caught the bludger and shot out like an arrow. Roger quickly moved in the air, successfully intercepting a quaffle and swinging his bat to send it flying. The quaffle made a loud whistling sound, drawing a dark arc in the air, and in an instant it flew in front of Vizet, the distance between them not exceeding 2 meters. Xiao Zhang, witnessing this scene, tightly gripped her broomstick. The reactions of the new players were quite similar. They didn't expect Roger to be so serious, leaving no room for sentiment. Isn't this a bit too harsh? Roger muttered, continuing to search for another quaffle. Professor Flitwick, sitting in the viewing area, tightened his wand, ready to help if Vizet fell from his broom. Professor McGonagall, sitting nearby, adjusted her glasses, her fingers gripping the frame tightly, her eyes fixed firmly on Vizet in the sky. Would squinted his eyes, instinctively clenching his fists at such a short distance. Most people wouldn't be able to react in time. Clearly Roger is a chaser, yet he's hitting the quaffle so fiercely. Arsenal held his breath, staring intently at the quaffle. Vizet, hearing the whistle of the quaffle, was already psychological. When he saw the quaffle appear in front of him, he felt no panic at all. Instead, it gave him a different thrill that urged him to. The competition broom was exceptionally well made, whether for acceleration or stability, it far surpassed the. He showed no intention of slowing down, bending down to trap the bludger with his elbow, his chest pressed against the handle, narrowly avoiding the quaffle. Vizet's speed was astonishing, gliding through the air like a swift swallow, leaving behind a trail. He shifted from extreme motion to utter stillness, appearing in front of Arsenal in an instant, the distance equally less than 3 meters. Ancient magic mastery of throwing. He struck the bludger with force, and under the enhancement of ancient magical power, the bludger emitted a soft whistle. Arsenal instinctively wanted to catch it, but the bludger drew a bright red streak, flying straight through the hoop. In less than 30 seconds since the throw, Vizet surprisingly scored, which took most of the people present by surprise. Xiao Zhang beamed with a bright smile, shouting, "Vizet scores 10 points. Professor McGonagall, I don't even know how to thank you." Professor Flitwick's face broke into a broad smile. "I will definitely help you all snatch the trophy from Professor Snape. It's still too early to say that our Potter is no slouch either." Professor McGonagall forced a smile. "Wait until the match and you'll see. As long as we can snatch the trophy, that's all that matters." Wood looked at the handwritten board, unsure of what to write. When the speed reaches unimaginable levels, one must break through conventional thinking to formulate tactics. In the end, he could only smile wryly and write this down. Fortunately, Vizet is not a seeker, otherwise it's hard to imagine how quickly he could end the match. Roger flew to the goalpost, complaining with a grin, "Arsenal, don't go easy on me. I'm putting in so much effort, yet you aren't resisting at all. At such a short distance, it's really hard to react." Arsenal smiled wryly. "Let's have another 5 minutes. You all need to put in some effort, don't let Roger do all the work." The training almost turned into Vizet's personal showcase. Although they couldn't identify the weaknesses of the other players, as Arsenal said, they all gained confidence in Vizet. If worse comes to worse, they could directly place their trust in Vizet half a minute into the match. Having been selected as a chaser for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Vizet immediately returned to his dormitory to write a letter sharing the joyful news with Luna. Even within studious Ravenclaw, Quidditch remained a topic capable of igniting spirited discussion. The team captain Arsenal was absent from the common room, engrossed in preparing for his N.E.W.T. examinations, leaving his peers without direction. They swiftly cornered Deputy Captain Roger, surrounding him to demand the official roster of the new Quidditch squad. "Aside from myself and Arsenal, everyone else is new. You're well aware how many graduated last year. Next is Cho Chang, a second-year seeker with solid fundamentals and lightning-fast reflexes, and Vizet. Come on everyone, say hello." Just descending the staircase, Vizet was spotted by Roger, who promptly beckoned him forward into the circle of eager faces. Sliding an arm around Vizet's shoulders, Roger raised his voice with theatrical pride, "A top-tier chaser. Even I bow in admiration." Even Arsenal was taken aback. This season's Quidditch promises extraordinary excitement. We truly stand a chance at the cup. With such effusive introduction, Vizet quickly gained modest renown across the house. Ravenclaw's historically underwhelming Quidditch record had long simmered as a quiet grievance among its senior students. Eager to honor Roger's assurance, they resolved to offer Vizet tangible support, freeing his time and focus for rigorous training. Vizet accepted their help, graciously receiving from these seniors a wealth of insightful, meticulously annotated. This too was why he cherished Ravenclaw. Its students revered note-taking, not as rote transcription, but as intellectual craftsmanship, rendering their personal annotations invaluable learning resources. Drawing upon the systematic learning methodology he'd mastered in his former life, Vizet synthesized diverse interpretations of the same spell across multiple notes, distilling them into a uniquely refined understanding of his own. Take the healing charm he'd just mastered. Akin to a magical adhesive bandage, it accelerated the mending of minor wounds. Even post-exertion soreness, like that from hurling bludgers, yielded gracefully to its gentle efficacy, proving remarkably practical in daily life. After synthesizing 4 distinct sets of notes, his grasp of the charm deepened into intuitive mastery. He recalled medical advice from his past life. Physicians urged patients to relax body and mind, knowing recovery quickened when stress receded. That principle translated seamlessly into magic. Maintaining inner calm proved essential for casting the healing charm with precision and ease. Vulnerus and enter. Vizet committed this insight to memory. As the incantation left his lips, emerald light bloomed at his wand's tip. The luminous aura enveloped his wrist, imparting a soothing warm compress sensation, and the lingering ache from Quidditch practice vanished instantly. "You've mastered it astonishingly fast." Penelope stared, her confidence momentarily shaken. "I spent an entire weekend wrestling with this very charm. Without your notes, I'd never have grasped it so swiftly," Vizet replied earnestly. "It's merely fortune. I stood upon the shoulders of giants," he added humbly. Hearing you say that does lift my spirits, Penelope admitted, her mood visibly brightening. She soon resumed her studies with renewed vigor, while Vizet wasted no time. Determined to hone his healing charm further, he set his sights on fellow Quidditch players, treating each one he could catch. The next morning, before Vizet even reached the Great Hall, Fred and George ambushed him at the entrance. Heard you've become a chaser. Why not seeker? I'd love to see you go head-to-head with Harry. Was it Wood who told you? Vizet asked. Not at all. Fred shook his head. Wood wouldn't breathe a word. He only devises tactics. Tactics designed to break us utterly, George interjected. He sat before the fireplace all night, drafting a plan thicker than history of magic. Yes, utterly terrifying. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-mile run. But most crucially, George's expression turned grave. We're forbidden thick winter cloaks. Must conquer cold through sheer willpower. He's lost his mind. Our hair will freeze right off our heads. Amused by the twins' antics, Vizet quipped, no need to fret. I've just mastered the healing charm. Consider yourselves medically covered. Ah, wonderful. Fred yelped. If I ever teeter on death's brink, promise you'll pull me back. George answered the earlier question. For inside information, always seek Hufflepuff. Their network moves faster than any owl. I certainly will. Vizet smiled and nodded. His days remained disciplined. After breakfast, he headed straight to the library to continue studying transfiguration theory. How long he'd been immersed he couldn't tell, until Ron's voice drifted softly beside him. Vizet, have you finished your assignment? Vizet looked up. I completed it 2 nights ago. Did you miss something in your notes? Feel free to ask me if you need clarification. Ron gestured toward Harry. See, that's what sets him apart from Hermione. Harry glanced warily at Madame Pants across the room and nodded emphatically. Vizet tilted his head, puzzled. What's happened? Harry nodded vigorously. Exactly. Our minds are consumed by that creature. We can't concentrate on homework at all. Creature. Homework. Vizet frowned, more bewildered than ever. Relieved to unburden themselves, Harry and Ron launched into a breathless recounting of recent events. Malfoy had challenged Harry to a midnight wizard's duel. Swept up in adrenaline, Harry and Ron sneaked out of their common room, only to encounter Hermione and Neville en route. In truth, the duel was a ruse. Malfoy never appeared, and instead reported them to Filch, hoping to land them in serious trouble for breaking school rules. While frantically evading Filch, the four stumbled into the restricted corridor Dumbledore had warned against, and came face-to-face with a monstrous, house-sized, 3-headed dog. Vezet's brow furrowed. A 3-headed dog, guarding the trapdoor. Exactly, Harry confirmed eagerly. Do you know about the Gringotts break-in? It must be guarding that very package. I retrieved it with Hagrid. This matter falls beyond your purview, Vizet cautioned gently. Dumbledore himself declared that corridor off-limits. So, we've come to borrow your homework, Harry admitted sheepishly. Finishing assignments is urgent. I refuse another round of Snape's icy barbs. Hermione refused outright, so we turn to you, Ron added. Copying homework is hardly advisable, Vizet remarked, arching a brow. Given Professor Snape's discernment, he'd spot a copied assignment instantly, he continued. Since you say so, Ron pressed urgently. Then what should we do? Vizet responded with practiced ease. Head to the periodicals section. Locate the 7th issue of Practical Potioneering Masters, published in 1986. Read it thoroughly, then summarize its key insights. That will fully equip you to complete your assignment. Ron and Harry received guidance and finally managed to complete their homework with great difficulty. As they walked away, Vizet fell into deep thought. No wonder he had noticed Hagrid's unusual tension when mentioning Lu Wei. It seems that Lu Wei had become the guardian of the secret entrance, helping to guard a treasure obtained from Gringotts. Why think so much? He thought to himself with a soft chuckle. This matter had nothing to do with him. Not long after, another faint voice echoed. Did you let Harry and Ron copy your homework? That's not right. We're definitely going to lose points. Hermione held a thick book, speaking rapidly with an expression full of doubt. Vizet looked up. What are you talking about? I just saw it. Hermione pointed behind her to her designated corner. Ron and Harry brought their homework over. They must have come to borrow yours. So where's my homework? Vizet asked softly, spreading out the book on metamorphosis theory. Hermione was momentarily speechless, her ears instantly turning red as she flustered. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Vizet replied calmly. They completed their homework themselves. I just helped answer some questions. It's that simple. Now he somewhat understood why Ron and Harry expressed dissatisfaction when mentioning Hermione. Such a blunt and outspoken personality was indeed hard for people to accept. But I told them the same thing, Hermione said indignantly. I told them that if they copied homework, they would definitely be caught and lose points. And then I said, if they don't understand, they should come and ask me. We covered it all in class, so why didn't they take notes seriously? Vizet suddenly found it amusing. Did you really say all that? Yes. Hermione nodded. I said it all. Vizet continued to ask, do you think they were happy to hear you say that? Why wouldn't they be? Hermione hesitated. They shouldn't be. I was just trying to help them. Vizet frowned. Actually, I saw your last transformation spell, turning a match into a needle. You're too ambitious thinking you can accomplish magical transformations like I did in such a short time. Do you think you have that ability? Hermione's body trembled slightly, her eyes reddening. Don't you understand? Vizet smiled slightly. What I just said was just mimicking what you said to Ron and the others. No one likes to hear preaching, and even less do they want someone speaking from a high ground commanding them to do something, pointing out their flaws and denying their abilities. I know you mean well, but if you want them to accept your suggestions, you can't just criticize them. It's almost time, or I need to go now. He ignored the stunned Hermione, took the metamorphosis theory and his notebook, and left the library. With ample time on the weekend, he planned to continue exploring the magnificent castle and uncover more ancient magical powers. The Defense Against the Dark Arts is an extremely important course covering various dark magical creatures and understanding curses, hexes, and jinxes related to dark magic. This course also teaches several offensive spells and explains how wizards should engage in combat. Moreover, the course itself has been a hot topic. No professor has taught it for more than a year since about 40 or 50 years ago. Even Ravenclaw students would swear, "I'm afraid this course itself is cursed." Each year, finding a new professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts has become Dumbledore's primary challenge. For this reason, the teaching quality of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors has been quite inconsistent. For instance, the current instructor Quirrell receives generally low evaluations from students. First, Quirrell's appearance is peculiar as he wears a purple turban that emanates a strong garlic odor. Students have to endure the pervasive garlic smell during class. Secondly, Quirrell's classroom content consists of him stuttering through the textbook, followed by stammering explanations lacking any real practical content. Such a classroom experience is hardly pleasant, with many students referring to it as a substitute for history of magic class, openly taking naps during the lesson. Sneeze curse. This is an ancient magic. Quirrell began his stammering lecture again. Wizards. After the Wizarding World War, improved sneeze curse has returned to the textbook. Among dark magic, the most dangerous are curses, and the sneeze curse happens to be one of them. However, in Quirrell's explanation, the spell's effect is very simple, causing the victim to have a severe runny nose as if they have a bad cold. The name and description of the sneeze curse are quite ordinary, coupled with his stuttering voice causing at least half of the students to even Ravenclaw students could not hold out, pulling out the homework left by Snape yesterday and hastily scribbling. Vizet always completed his classroom assignments on the same day. With his rich experience in history of magic classes, he could laboriously piece together the lecture content and absorb a small amount of knowledge. It was also a kind of fun for him to piece together the stammering content like a puzzle. The sneeze curse is not as simple as imagined. In Quirrell's narration, this spell has undergone several modifications. Especially after the Wizarding World War, the power of the sneeze curse has significantly diminished. Professor Quirrell. Vizet raised his hand. Excuse me, do you know the original power of this magic? His clear and loud voice instantly awakened the students in class, who groggily searched for the source of the voice. Oh, Quirrell, likewise coming to his senses, said, "Mr. Lovegood, why do you think so?" Vizet replied, "Because this is a curse, is one of the most dangerous effects in dark magic. It shouldn't just cause a stuffy nose, right?" You are very attentive in class." Quirrell laughed, his eyes showing appreciation. Among the distracted students, Vizet, who was taking notes and thinking attentively, stood out. Quirrell continued, "This magic is ancient because its inspiration comes from diseases or plagues, deadly plagues. In other words, the original effect of this curse could be used to kill. It is a killing curse. A killing curse. Naturally, a magic related to death easily caught the attention of the students present. The earliest sneezing curse is quite complicated. It is a composite curse that can cause severe diarrhea, persistent high fever, and skin ulceration. Vizet's earnestness moved Quirrell, prompting him to open up about the sneezing curse in great detail, feeling a sense of imparting knowledge. Only Vizet listened intently, filling an entire page with notes. As the class bell rang, Quirrell approached Vizet, his expression anxious and his voice hoarse, asking, How was it? Did you understand it?" "It was fascinating," Vizet replied with a satisfied smile. "It's my first time encountering a composite spell. Don't previous spells have similar characteristics?" Quirrell laughed happily. "What a brilliant association. No wonder Professor Flitwick and others always praise you. Would you like to learn more about such spells? Come to my office at noon, and I'll recommend some books to you." Vizet nodded in agreement. "Of course, I don't mind disturbing your lunch break." It's fine." Quirrell waved his hand, smiling even more brightly than before. It's rare to meet a keen student. He returned to his office with heavy footsteps, feeling pain reflected in his eyes. "I must do this. It is the master's command," he exclaimed hysterically, "but he is just a studious Ravenclaw, just like I once was." "I'm sorry." "Hiss." Quirrell gasped, instinctively covering his head. The pain made it hard for him to breathe. This was Voldemort signaling his call. He walked to the center of the office and removed the purple scarf from his head. The mirror reflected a terrifying face growing from the back of his head. The face resembled that of a snake, with only 2 slits where the nose should be, and its sinister eyes glimmered with an eerie red light. Voldemort, originally attached to a snake, had transferred onto Quirrell, forming an unbreakable bond. Voldemort emitted a cold, hissing voice. "Quirrell, I hope you bring me good news this time." "Master." Quirrell shivered, his tone respectful. The two boys you asked me to pay attention to, I have invited one of Harry Potter. Voldemort's eyes blazed red before quickly dimming. No. That boy's level is too low. You invited Vizet Lovegood. Indeed. I discussed the sneezing curse today and successfully attracted his attention, Quirrell hurriedly replied. I invited him to come over at noon to recommend some books. He is also a Ravenclaw, and the temptation of knowledge is deadly for you. Voldemort chuckled sinisterly. Very good. Quirrell, you have done well. After such a long time, you have finally accomplished something for me. You must hurry and investigate how to enter that room on the 4th floor. Once accomplished, I will grant you everything you desire. Thank you, my master. Quirrell closed his eyes, his jaw twitching slightly. What should I do next? What was your class content today? Why did it attract his attention? The sneezing curse. Oh, I narrated the history of Vizet felt that since this spell was a curse, it should not be so simple. His intuition is sharp. Voldemort sneered. Those fools to cover their tracks used such a silly and mundane name as the sneezing curse to mask the spell's true name. The curse of affliction. Master, you just mentioned this spell to me yesterday, Quirrell replied, puzzled. But I don't understand. What do you intend to do with Vizet? Is it not just Harry Potter? Quirrell, do not speculate about my intentions. Voldemort snapped fiercely. Quirrell suddenly felt his head was about to explode, and even his body struggled to maintain balance, cold sweat pouring down as he knelt on the ground. Master, I know I was wrong. He pleaded hurriedly. Master, what should we do? Let go of everything, Quirrell. Voldemort's voice was seductive. I will impart the secrets of the curse of affliction to you, and you will teach this spell to him. Quirrell had no time to respond. He shook his head with difficulty, but felt his consciousness fading, only able to nod with great effort. He dragged his heavy body toward the nearby chair. Countless pieces of knowledge surged in, and the intense pain in his head made him lose consciousness, instantly collapsing onto the chair. The resistance of my soul has weakened further. Voldemort chuckled sinisterly. Setting aside your inefficiency, you are indeed a qualified servant. He turned his gaze to the mirror. Finding a silent one now is not an easy task. I hope Quirrell can hold on a little longer, so I can fully explore the potential of this silent one and turn him into a... At noon, Vizet knocked on the office door. Come in. This office was located on the 3rd floor of the castle Wellet, yet it gave a chilly feeling. There were not many items in the office. In one corner stood a half-covered iron cage draped with linen, and aside from the smell of garlic, there was another peculiar fishy odor in the air. Mr. Lovegood, Quirrell called out, please have a seat. The class will start soon. Compared to earlier in the morning, his face was as pale as paper and his lips devoid of color, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Vizet asked softly. Would you like to rest first? I can visit another day. Not necessary. Quirrell quickly replied, waving to summon a chair to place behind Vizet. I remember mentioning before that I encountered several vampires and witches during the summer, and they cursed me in unison, causing me to have such issues from time to time. It is the same during class. Too many people remind me of the scenes back, then causing me to stutter involuntarily. When there are fewer people, I do much better. Vizet remarked politely. It seems curses are indeed frightening. Professor Quirrell, you must take care of your health. Quirrell's body trembled. He suddenly began to stutter again. You are still the first student to care about me. Vizet smiled non-committally, taking out a notebook and quill ready to take notes at any moment. Quirrell did not hesitate, either speaking coherently again. I remember you said this morning that you were interested in composite magic. Yes. Vizet replied with a smile. Actually, I am interested in anything related to magic. That's great. As a Ravenclaw, it should be so. Quirrell forced a friendly smile, though it seemed stiff, as if he hadn't smiled like that in a long time. Let me use the curse of affliction as an example so you can understand what constitutes composite magic and what characteristics such spells possess. The curse of affliction. Is that the true name of the sneezing curse? Quirrell nodded. Exactly. After weakening its power, it was given a new name. As the lecture began, Quirrell posed a question. Vizet, are you familiar with the so-called decryption charm? Decryption charm. Vizet recalled the books he had read. There is a universal decryption charm in standard spells level 2. Not long ago, Professor McGonagall had also used this charm to negate the effects of the inflating charm, which left a deep impression on him. Quirrell smiled reassuringly. That's sufficient. The universal decryption charm is a representative decryption charm that in theory can break all the spells in standard spells. It is called a universal decryption charm, naturally making it very versatile. He explained, the more thoroughly you master the content of standard spells, the more types of magic you can break. The universal decryption charm is like a master key that can always unlock the lock. To combat the proliferation of this magic, wizards have researched composite magic. By replacing it with more complex locks and linking various spells together, this is the basic concept of composite magic. I see. Vizet suddenly understood. It's like drawing, where combining various shapes results in a complex. A very excellent analogy. Quirrell praised. Since you understand the basic concept, we should officially begin the study of the sickness curse. He waved his hand to summon a quill and a writing board. As he sorted out the principles of the sickness curse, the quill automatically transformed the key points into text and wrote them on the board. As a composite magic, the sickness curse integrates quite a few curses and poisons. By interlocking curses and poisons, it forms a powerful curse resembling a transformation brought about by quantitative change. During the lecture, Vizet discovered that Quirrell was not simple, his theory was quite solid, and even the most obscure content could be expressed in simple terms. It seemed that the summer vacation had a profound impact on him, causing the students to have a cognitive bias about him. Quirrell's voice became more hoarse. Vizet, do you have class this afternoon? That's right. Vizet nodded. I have a transfiguration class this afternoon. Then let's conclude for today. Quirrell's tone was slightly regretful. If you have the chance, you can find these books to read. He snapped his fingers, and a still wet note flew toward Vizet. Vizet read the book titles on it. Guide to Medieval Sorcery, The Madness of the Odd Wizard, Poison Against Poison Collection. You're missing a signature. Quirrell pulled back the note to sign his name. The originals of these books are in the restricted section. Without a professor's signature, Madame Pants will not let you in. He handed the note back to Vizet. You give this note to Madame Pants, and she will understand. Professor Quirrell, sacrificing your lunch break, I cannot thank you enough. Vizet solemnly tucked the note away, sincerely expressing his gratitude. A noticeable flush appeared on Quirrell's face. He waved his hands, repeatedly speaking in a high-pitched voice. I am a professor. It is my duty to do these things. But, do you really think I teach well? He asked tentatively, his expression somewhat lacking in confidence. Of course it's true. Vizet nodded firmly. At my current age, I probably wouldn't even be able to access this content. Even if I could access it, understanding its meaning would likely be very difficult. Without your gradual teaching, I fear I would not grasp this knowledge. All the better. Quirrell smiled genuinely. Then I will assign you a small task. Summarize the curses I taught you today, and combine them into a phrase that you think is appropriate and flows well. Vizet recalled the content from his notes. Could this be the structure of composite magic? It seems you truly... Quirrell smiled even more happily. Exactly. The purpose of the assignment is just this. All right. Vizet nodded repeatedly. I will definitely complete it earnestly. All right. Quirrell opened his mouth to say something, but a sudden sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Hiss. To avoid revealing a grimace, he immediately turned around, struggling to suppress the tremor of his body. Voldemort had awakened. He did not want Vizet to discover his secret. Vizet noticed something was wrong and asked, Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Quirrell waved his hands repeatedly, his voice forced out through clenched teeth. You. Go back. Saturday. Come back at 2 in the afternoon. Okay, please be sure to take care of yourself. Vizet placed a chocolate frog on the table, exhaling lightly as he said, Professor Quirrell, actually you teach very well. Keep it up. As the door closed, only Quirrell's pained gasps remained in the office. Whether it was from pain or relief, Quirrell shed 2 streams of murky tears. He walked back to the mirror, tearing off the strip of cloth from his head, revealing Voldemort's snake-like face. Quirrell, it seems you still haven't rectified your attitude. Voldemort's voice dripped with sarcasm, crying. Are you moved by a mere you are great? Or because of a piece of... Don't be so naive. He praises you only because I grant you the secrets of the sickness curse. Without me you would... Do you understand? Quirrell realized something. His body trembled violently. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and said respectfully, Yes. Master, I understand. Voldemort responded with satisfaction. What stage have you reached? Quirrell hurriedly said. I have guided him to understand the basic concept of composite magic and introduced the curses and poisons needed. My. Voldemort's tone questioned Quirrell. I don't seem to recall telling you this right. I instructed you to have him grasp the sickness curse as soon as possible. Quirrell endured the intense pain in his head, struggling to ask, but if so, he will be eroded by the... Are you concerned about the Silent One being eroded by the curse? Voldemort let out a strange laugh. Have you forgotten what the Silent One is? He is inherently a dark wizard. The Silent One in itself is the most extreme curse. I am digging into his potential, uncovering that rare talent of the Silent One. Is that so? Quirrell knelt on the ground, panting, his robes soaked in sweat. Master, are you planning to cultivate? Another wave of intense headache struck, and Voldemort's contemptuous voice rang in his ears. Quirrell, I do not need to explain anything to you. Just focus on your job. Continue observing that Harry Potter find his true strengths. And that Silent One too, make him cast the sickness curse as soon as possible rather than mastering this magic. Do you understand? Additionally, find a time to enter that room on the 4th floor, see what is truly inside. You have only acted once on the night of school opening. Your efficiency is far too low. Quirrell painfully closed his eyes, bowing respectfully. Yes. My master. The notes flew over. Vizet left the office, drawing his wand to cast a spell, summoning the hand-drawn version of Introduction to Transfiguration that was far away in the dormitory. Undoubtedly, the summoning spell is an incredibly useful incantation. Especially after mastering it, this magic can also be used to find lost items and summon textbooks left in the dormitory. Magic is truly convenient. Vizet exclaimed in admiration as he made his way to the Transfiguration classroom. Vizet, Snape said coldly, stepping out from the shadows. Professor Snape, Vizet said, slightly surprised. Good afternoon. Snape replied, his voice low. Come with me. They walked through the corridor and arrived at a secluded corner where Snape finally faced Vizet directly. "Why did you go to Professor Quirrell's office?" Vizet answered truthfully, "I am interested in complex magic and Professor Quirrell wanted to recommend a few books to me, so I went over." For some reason, when he locked eyes with Snape, he felt as if his thoughts were being read, which made him quite uncomfortable. He instinctively cast the Guardian Meditation, and his perception became clear in an instant, dispelling the uneasy feeling. "Oh," Snape murmured, narrowing his eyes slightly, "I see. It seems you have indeed begun to grasp it, although it's easily detectable." Vizet asked in confusion. "Professor Snape, may I ask what is easily detectable?" Snape did not answer his question, continuing to ask, "What have you learned during your afternoon in the office?" "The basic theoretical knowledge of complex magic, and I learned about several dark curses and jinxes." Vizet opened Quirrell's signature and said, "Professor Quirrell asked me to find the original texts of these books." "What else? What do you think?" Snape's expression was somewhat unnatural, as if he were reluctant to say such a thing. "What do you think of Quirrell?" "He's a good professor, as long as you are willing to listen patiently in class. I've learned quite a bit of useful knowledge." "What has he shown any abnormalities? Or anything that struck you as odd?" Vizet stepped back calmly. "It shouldn't be the student's place to make unfounded allegations against a professor, right?" "Haha." Snape sneered. "Twice Gryffindor wouldn't think, so Gryffindor loses 2 points. Vizet couldn't help but smile, inwardly momentarily unsure of what to say, silently mourning for Gryffindor for 3 seconds. In less than a month since the start of school, Gryffindor's house points had already decreased significantly, currently placing Ravenclaw and Slytherin's house points were relatively close. If one only looked at the hourglass of house points, it was hard to tell who was in first and who was in second. "What if I insist that you tell me?" Snape reiterated his previous question. "Has Quirrell shown any abnormalities? Or anything that struck you as odd?" Vizet, feeling helpless, could only say, "Professor Quirrell. His room has a strange fishy smell. Even though the sunshine outside is bright, I feel a chill." "Is that all?" Snape seemed somewhat disappointed, yet also relieved. "Yes." "Well then, what complex magic has he taught you?" "The stomachache curse, which is the complete version of the snot curse, possessing the power and effect that a curse should have." "You are interested in dark magic too?" Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone significantly colder than before. Vizet shook his head. "I haven't been exposed to much dark magic. I can't say I'm interested, nor can I say I'm opposed. As long as it pertains to magical knowledge, I actually want to understand it all. And I believe that magic is like a small. It can become a weapon that pierces the hearts of the innocent, or it can become a scalpel that saves the dying. What it is doesn't matter as much, or what matters is what the wielder intends to do with it." "Ravenclaw, huh?" Snape said emotionlessly. "Your platitudes are quite eloquent, and your theory is quite comprehensive. In that case, show me this magic. Let me see how well you have mastered it, and whether it can wield the power it should have. Am I supposed to learn it this quickly?" Vizet was taken aback. "He is still teaching me theoretical knowledge, guiding me to recognize those dark curses and jinxes. The reason Professor Quirrell gave me a signature is to help me solidify my knowledge. He also asked me to explore the pronunciation and attempt to construct a suitable incantation." "Is that how he taught you?" Snape furrowed his brow, revealing some doubt in his eyes. "He didn't directly teach you how to pronounce spells and cast them?" "No." Vizet immediately shook his head. "Professor Quirrell also introduced me to countercharms, saying that wizards created complex magic in response to countercharms. That's as far as he can go." Snape let out a derisive laugh. "Using magic to counter magic is just one of the unstable solutions." Vizet quickly realized, "Professor Snape, can potions be used instead, right? You're a bit smarter than him." Snape smirked slightly, letting out a soft hum as a form of approval. "When will Quirrell have you come find him again?" Vizet replied, "Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock. It gives more time, and I should be able to practice some magic as well. Then come find me in my office on Sunday afternoon at 2. "Oh." Upon hearing Snape's words, Vizet seemed momentarily confused. Snape frowned. "If you are unwilling, you can refuse." Vizet waved his hands repeatedly. "Of course not. I am very eager to learn more." Snape immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "Then be prepared for the worst. I will throw you out at any time." "I will do my best," Vizet said with a smile, raising the Introduction to Transfiguration in his hand. "Professor Snape, I have to go to class now." After sending Vizet away, Snape went straight to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore said in a low voice, "Is he all right?" Snape replied expressionlessly, "Vizet has an excellent rapport. Even Quirrell is willing to share everything." Dumbledore's eyes brightened. "What has he taught?" "The stomachache curse, a sufficiently evil curse." "So, Quirrell did not force Vizet to cast spells aggressively, but rather took the most straightforward approach, teaching step by step." "Exactly, your concerns are unnecessary. Quirrell isn't too bad, which is a good thing." Dumbledore visibly sighed with relief. "And you? Are you willing to?" Snape said reluctantly, "I sacrificed my precious time to have him come find me on Sunday afternoon. I won't treat him like a treasure like you do. The time I lost will be reclaimed from him." "I understand." Dumbledore's tone was much lighter than before. "I am very happy that you can accomplish this." Snape curled his lip. "As long as you understand." "Headmaster Dumbledore. You are looking for me." Quirrell entered the headmaster's office with beads of sweat on his forehead, looking quite nervous. "Quirrell, you need not be so tense," Dumbledore greeted, handing over a prepared cup of hot tea. "Have you been under too much pressure?" Quirrell slumped in his seat like a puppet, his limbs stiff and appearing very awkward. Dumbledore took a sip of tea, furrowing his brow as he added several sugar cubes. Things have been rather unsettled at the school lately. I believe you are aware of that. What? Quirrell's body stiffened further, as if he were a statue. Headmaster Dumbledore, I don't know. Dumbledore got straight to the point. I have a friend who has asked me to temporarily keep a certain item safe. This item is quite valuable, which is why I specifically arranged for it to be kept in that restricted area on the 4th floor. Quirrell forced a smile. I didn't know that. Someone is after that item. Dumbledore's gaze was intense. Quirrell, I hope to receive your assistance. Quirrell appeared startled, his body frozen in place. Do I have the honor of this? Dumbledore smiled slightly. It is precisely because I believe in you that I agreed to your request for a transfer. Before November, I hope you can provide a protection measure. Can you do that? Quirrell laughed nervously. Of course no. I will do my best. Dumbledore replied, that's wonderful. The old you would have likely refused me. His eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Did McGonagall come to find you around noon? Yes. He has talent, and I provided him with a few reference books. Quirrell nodded in a fluster. Headmaster Dumbledore, you also care about him very much. Dumbledore took a gentle sip of tea. He is a poor child. You may not know as you were not in England during the summer, but he is a quiet one. At that time the situation was urgent, and he was overtaken by silence. The Ministry of Magic nearly erupted. He managed to recover by himself, and was covered in wounds. Dumbledore observed Quirrell's expression. As the defense against the dark arts professor, you should have considerable experience dealing with dark magic. Please do not let dark magic overwhelm him again, all right? Quirrell's gaze flickered, ultimately transforming into unwavering determination. I shall certainly do so. Dumbledore revealed a barely perceptible smile. I look forward to your good news before Halloween. Back in the office, Quirrell conveyed this message to Voldemort. The guards at that place are indeed formidable. Voldemort analyzed that wall itself has issues. Magic cannot be used to spy on it. You can only open the door and confirm personally, understand. Since Dumbledore has even sought your assistance, it stands to reason that Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick will likely be involved as well. You must prepare more thoroughly. Quirrell tentatively asked, Master, I am quite adept at dealing with trolls. Oh, can I use this as a protective measure? I will bring a troll into the school on Halloween night, and during the pretense of confinement, an accident occurs, allowing the troll to escape and cause chaos. That's a good idea. Voldemort praised. Use that quiet one as bait to provoke the silence within him. Master. Quirrell's voice suddenly grew resolute. Just now Dumbledore spoke to me about Weasley. He values Weasley highly, so I believe we cannot use him as bait. Being cautious is never a bad thing. Voldemort's reaction was calm. I shall bestow upon you an ancient spell. Use it to create an accident. He began to teach the spell, his voice becoming more and more beguiling until Quirrell fainted once again. In the darkness his eyes emitted a sinister red glow. Quirrell, do you truly wish to become a professor who thinks of students? What a pity. He continued, very well. The potential of silence must continue to be developed. His voice was filled with mockery. After all, it is you who is taking the risk. I certainly do not care. Learning and practicing made Weasley always feel that time was insufficient. Soon the weekend arrived, and he came to Quirrell's office as agreed. The scent of blood was still strong, and the atmosphere remained as cold as ever. The only change was in Quirrell. His complexion was not as pale as last time, and he wore a warm smile on his face. In addition to the few books recommended by Quirrell, Weasley found some additional texts, hoping to combine them to deduce the composition of the curse for the affliction curse. Quirrell was surprised when he saw the spell in the notes, and asked, is this a spell you composed yourself? Have you tried casting? Weasley replied shyly, I don't know how to attempt it. After all, it is a curse, and it carries risks. Although he was open-minded about dark magic, he also understood the dangers associated with such spells, and did not rush to try it. Then let's give it a shot. Quirrell waved his hand toward the corner. The linen covering the iron cage fell to the ground, revealing a cage full of dormant poisonous snakes, which was the source of the scent in the office. One poisonous snake slowly flew in front of the two. Quirrell gently said, practice is often the most effective way to master magic. Recite the spell you composed toward it. Weasley drew his wand and murmured entangled illness. The snake, stimulated, began to wriggle, shedding a bit of slime and scales. Quirrell nodded and smiled. The general direction of the spell composition is correct. Both the shedding curse and the suppuration curse have taken effect. Weasley expressed some regret. Severe diarrhea, persistent high fever, and skin ulceration. It seems I have only completed the last one. That cannot be said. Quirrell chuckled. What you mentioned is precisely the effect that a curse should possess. Achieving this step is enough to demonstrate your talent. In certain circumstances, I even prefer not to face this magic of yours. Weasley quickly responded, is it because my magic is new, so it would be more difficult to break? Exactly. Quirrell smiled in satisfaction. As long as you do not encounter an aura or an even more powerful. After all, the principle of this magic is based on the affliction curse. It is still quite easy to resolve. He reached out to grab the snake's head, gently moving his lips to return the snake to its original form, ceasing its struggle. First we need to understand the spell of the affliction curse, death, disease, torment, and then correct your pronunciation. Professor Flitwick emphasizes the importance of pronunciation when casting spells during class. However, due to the large number of students, he cannot provide the meticulous guidance that Chilo does. The intricacies of pitch and linking the transformation of mouth shapes the distinction between voiced and voiceless sounds the intensity and rhythm of pronunciation. It was the first time Vizet realized that casting spells required so much attention to detail. He filled 2 entire pages with notes on these enlightening topics. Professor McGonagall must have mentioned to you that concentration and caution are essential elements of transfiguration magic. Chilo took a sip of water to soothe his throat, and the same applies to spellcasting. Only through concentration can spells be cast clearly, and only through caution can you remain alert. Especially when it comes to dark magic, every syllable must be treated with caution. Is it because of the backfire of the wand? Vizet asked curiously. During this time, he had researched quite a bit, including Ollivander's wand, making notes. That's right. Your knowledge in certain areas may surpass that of many graduates. Chilo's expression suddenly darkened. Do they usually target you? No, Vizet gently shook his head. I have a good relationship with them. We often work on assignments together, and they come to watch me train. That's good to hear, Chilo sighed with relief. Let's continue. The stupefying curse as a type of curse has many important points to consider, especially if you wish to avoid backlash from the magic. Vizet was grateful for all that Chilo had done. He would not hide any problems when they arose. Only by clarifying all questions could he truly appreciate such unreserved teaching. The final step is to cast the spell. Chilo's voice was like a fraying violin string. Unleash your imagination. Imagine this snake afflicted by plague, its scales all falling off, its skin beneath rotting and oozing on the verge of death. Vizet half opened his eyes, gradually constructing the corresponding image in his mind. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, but showed no hesitation. In a voice as deep as a serpent's hiss, he intoned the spell, Deathly Affliction. A dark gray light burst from the tip of the wand, swiftly piercing the body of the snake, like an arrow. The snake silently began to decay, and within half a second it transformed into a puddle of green slime, resembling mucus, the foul stench quickly permeating the entire room. Disperse. Chilo retched slightly, waving his wand to eliminate the mixture of slime and foul odor. Vizet instinctively clutched his chest, feeling an unsettling agitation at his core, throbbing twice like a heart. In that instant, countless malevolent thoughts surged like a tide, only to vanish in an instant, leaving just a few remnants of unease in his heart. Chilo, sensing something amiss, asked with concern, What's wrong with you? Vizet exhaled a breath of murky air. I feel like my heart has quickened by 2 beats. Maybe it's because it's my first time casting dark magic. Murmur. Chilo's voice grew grave. So that's what it is? Vizet asked in confusion. What do you mean by that's what it is? You need to restrain yourself, Vizet. Chilo's expression was very serious. Murmur is your talent, but it is also a curse. It will amplify the power of your dark magic, just like the snake that turned into pus earlier. At the same time, it will stir up the malevolence of Murmur. You must exercise greater caution when casting dark magic. Through these 2 lessons, he appreciated Chilo's solid theoretical foundation. Professor Chilo, do you think there is a way to eliminate this influence? My suggestion is. Chilo pondered for a moment. You just need to focus on the incantation and the technique without imagining the specific imagery. That should help a bit. He summoned another snake. Additionally, you could try the brain closure technique. If you can master it. This magic is extremely advanced, and I cannot teach it to you. Thank you, Professor Chilo. Vizet sincerely expressed his gratitude. He'll try the first method. Definitely. Chilo's assessment was very accurate. If he didn't focus on imagining the specific imagery, the power of the stupefying curse would weaken significantly. The snake's scales shed halfway, spewing pus, appearing in a state of near death. However, such power astonished Chilo. Murmur brings you an astonishing boost. Even without the imagined imagery, the power of this magic is still considerable. Perhaps it was Chilo's stutter in regular classes that made him cherish the time spent on unknown instruction even more. Ignoring the pain in his throat, he delved deeper into the knowledge of composite magic and recommended numerous related books. On Sunday afternoon at 1:50 p.m. Vizet stood at the door of Snape's office. Come right in. Snape's voice suddenly rang out. Your sense of time is commendable. Compared to Chilo's theoretical and practical teachings, Snape's instruction was more succinct. The office housed a magical energy field filled with various materials. Both magical plants and animal materials could be seen here. These materials had not been processed. The animal materials were not only bloodied, but could even be seen twitching slightly, very fresh. Snape asked, what materials can you handle? Vizet stepped forward and took a glance. I can work with white ash, shrivel fig, venomous tentacula, gertie-root, and flying snorkack. I've handled them at home. Luna's daily routine involved tending to the garden, and often brought him along to process magical plants, selling them in Diagon Alley to help with household expenses. Very good, Snape replied coldly. Go process those dragon entrails. Having been at Hogwarts for some time, Vizet was not the least bit surprised to hear such a statement from Snape. Vizet rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the magical energy field, immediately feeling a shiver. Snape's voice remained icy. How does it feel? A bit cold. Vizet spread his palms to feel, then took a deep breath. The temperature should be close to 0 degrees, and the humidity is just right. It doesn't feel stuffy, it's very suitable for preserving these materials. Snape said, I will teach you this magic. You can practice it at home, and next time you will maintain the magical energy. Vizet asked, can I use it regularly, or just for processing materials? Use it whenever you want, just don't embarrass me. Snape's tone softened slightly. Do you know the cutting curse? Vizet nodded in response, yes. I've practiced it several times recently. Then let's get started. Use the cutting curse to cut through the membrane on the surface of the dragon liver. Snape took out his wand. Your technique is too rough. Do you think dragon liver is as cheap as pig liver? Congratulations, the pig thinks so too. Pierce from the dent in the dragon kidney. The green lump inside is toxic. You must either use the cutting curse to remove it cleanly, or lick it clean, leaving not a trace. What are you doing? How can you handle the dragon heart like that? It still contains dragon heart blood, an absolutely precious material. Are you planning to sell yourself to pay off debts to Hogwarts? Vizet now understood why students from other houses often displayed fearful expressions when discussing Snape. Such a style of speech is indeed not something an ordinary person can endure. Studying with Snape evokes a sense of experiencing the ancient apprenticeship system. When a master teaches an apprentice, they never hold back, using strict methods to motivate the apprentice's growth. After an afternoon, Vizet's techniques became increasingly proficient, and he gained immeasurable knowledge in potion making. The skills that Snape mentioned were scarcely found in the books. Through the eye of magic, it becomes evident that even the techniques recorded in books are not as efficient or precise as those taught by Snape. In the magical world, potions have always been a sought-after commodity. The profession of potion master is synonymous with a life free of worry. Moreover, Snape is not just a potion master, but the youngest potion master currently. Merely assisting and handling various materials allows him to receive guidance from a potion master, which is undeniably worth the effort. The only headache he faces is the blood stain splattered while handling the dragon's entrails, which have nearly soaked through his robes. The fire dragon possesses high resistance to magic, and its internal organs are no exception. Even using the scouring charm and the scab removal charm does not yield satisfactory cleaning. You can't deal with such a small stain. Snape frowned slightly. Did Quirrell teach you nothing? Or is your mind empty, and you learn nothing? Composite magic. At the mention of Quirrell's name, a glint of inspiration flashed in Vizet's eyes. If I treat the fire dragon's resistance to magic as a puzzle to be solved, then I must employ composite magic to counter it. Compared to the dark and poisonous spells that make up the chronic illness curse, the scouring charm and the scab removal charm are the magic I am more familiar with. Closing my eyes, I cast the guardian meditation spell, and my thoughts immediately became crystal clear. I plan to combine the scouring charm and the scab removal charm to create an effective composite spell. The scouring charm is quite simple, capable of cleansing dirt and feathers. The scab removal charm goes a step further, not only clearing dirt, but also effectively dealing with stubborn stains, such as sauces and blood scabs. Scour. Geo. Tur. Jiffy. Ife. Urjo. With the help of the guardian meditation spell, various combinations flashed through Vizet's mind. After an unknown amount of time, he finally opened his eyes and confirmed the spell, dirt be gone. He waved his wand, drawing a smooth-shaped arc in the air. A gentle breeze swept through Vizet's robes, creating a whirlwind on the ground. Guided by his wand, the blood stains on his robes were absorbed by the whirlwind, forming a dark red mist in the air. My! Snape's eyes widened, and the muscles on his cheek twitched. He quickly masked his expression, reverting to his usual indifference. Clean up the trash on the floor and dispose of it. Understood. Vizet regained his composure and quickly replied, pressing down with his wand. The whirlwind under his wand's control swiftly roamed around, cleaning up the blood stains on the floor. Vizet was filled with joy of being able to complete this composite spell. Meant he had fully grasped the knowledge learned yesterday. Professor Snape, thank you. He spoke sincerely. If it weren't for your inspiration, I surely wouldn't have thought of this so quickly. Snape turned away to dispose of the garbage. Vizet left the office and silence returned to the room. Snape gazed at the floor, now clean as new, murmuring, terrifying talent. As he strolled down the corridor, Vizet was still pondering the composite magic. This was his first innovative composite spell, holding significant commemorative meaning. What should I name it? Powerful cleansing spell. That seems a bit too ordinary. After all, it can work on dragon blood. Purification of dragon blood spell. That seems a bit exaggerated. He was struggling with naming, unsure how to label this spell. Before he knew it, he had arrived at Quirrell's office, intending to share the news of the composite magic. Quirrell seemed to be out, after knocking for quite a while. He received no response. However, this was to be expected. Hagrid had once told him that there was a village called Hogsmeade outside of Hogwarts. Students could only gain access to Hogsmeade after reaching the 3rd year, where they could spend weekends. It is said that it is as lively as Diagon Alley, with pubs, candy shops, and cafes all available. Hogwarts professors are also frequent visitors to Hogsmeade, often enjoying a drink at the pubs. Perhaps Quirrell. Vizet found the moving staircase leading to the Great Hall and descended the steps. I wonder if the improvement spell can work on this composite magic. During this time, he had accumulated a substantial amount of ancient magical energy sufficient to use the improvement spell once more. Taking action, he began attempting to fuse the two spells. This improvement was somewhat special, digesting all the ancient magical energy before yielding a new page. Ancient magic. Guide ancient magical energy to cast spells, enhance magical power, cleanse external filth, and purify the inner soul. As expected, Vizet did not name this spell, and thus the name did not appear on the page. Spending so much ancient magical energy was worthwhile, as this spell could indeed affect the soul. Professor McGonagall once said, to explore the secrets of magic, deepening the inquiry into the soul is an essential step. Through recent studies, he began to construct his own understanding of the concept of the soul. He had a vague feeling that purifying the inner soul should be his first step in exploring the soul. Without hesitation, Vizet took a deep breath, waved his wand, and drew an shaped arc in the air. The wand glowed with a silver blue light, and magic was taking effect. The whirlwind not only appeared beneath his feet, but also around the core of his mind. Since casting the chronic illness curse yesterday, Vizet had occasionally felt palpitations with dark thoughts surfacing intermittently. When the whirlwind confronted the core of his mind, the sensation became even more pronounced. The core of his mind seemed to sense danger, trembling violently, as if trying to break free from its restraints. At that moment, the whirlwind, like a gentle breeze, directly passed through the core, pulling out a plume of dark red mist. As the mist gradually dissipated, the sense of unease slowly faded, and the core of his mind returned to its former tranquility. Cleanse external filth, purify the inner soul. Vizet let out a long breath, feeling a spark of understanding. So that was the meaning of this phrase. Not only can it be used to clean filth, but it can also purify the negative effects brought by dark magic. Then this spell shall be named the Purifying Soul Cleansing Spell. Dear Luna, dear Mr. Lovegood, I recently learned that Halloween is not merely a holiday for muggles to play around, it is also the ancient Celtic New Year. It is said that on the eve of Halloween, the boundary between life and death becomes blurred, and the Grim Reaper and ghosts come to this world. I think this must be a rumor, after all Hogwarts has quite a few ghosts. Like the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw. Unlike the talkative fat friar of Hufflepuff, the Grey Lady is much more taciturn, her knowledge is vast, and she occasionally guides the students' assignments. By the way, Fred and George Weasley also told me that something always happens on Halloween. I actually have a bit of, if something truly extraordinary happens today, I will write it into a story and submit it to sing a different tune, hoping Mr. Lovegood won't mind my submission. I hope you have a wonderful Halloween. Vizet Lovegood. As he watched Soul carrying the letter away, Vizet stood up, and while writing this letter, he realized he had already been at Hogwarts for 2 months. These 2 months have been incredibly fulfilling. Besides the regular classes from Monday to Friday, there are Quidditch training on Tuesdays and private lessons from the 2 professors on weekends. From a certain perspective, Quirrell and Snape are quite similar. Vizet could always feel the talent emanating from both professors during their private lessons. Quirrell has a wealth of theoretical knowledge and speaks in a gentle tone during lessons. Any confusion Vizet encounters is always met with his patient explanations. Snape is erudite, but his tone during lessons is rather cold. Initially, he would often be quite critical, but once Vizet's skills became proficient, he became much more taciturn. Regardless, Vizet is grateful for the guidance of both professors in accessing these hidden magical knowledge. Even before stepping into the Great Hall, Vizet could smell the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin from afar. The suits of armor in the corridor became lively. If a student got too close, they would suddenly stand at attention and shout. Not only was there the smell of roasted pumpkin, but there were also numerous pumpkins on display. These pumpkins were at least 1.5 meters tall, all hollowed out and lit with candles. Some ghosts would hide inside them, and whenever a student passed by, they would suddenly pop out to scare them. The corridor was not the only place filled with Halloween spirit. The Great Hall was decorated as well. Black curtains depicting the silhouette of the castle hung on the walls, and Flitwick waved his wand, directing countless bats, made of black cloth, to fly through the air. Perhaps influenced by the festive atmosphere, Professor Flitwick in the charms class was also cheerful, continuing to teach the levitation charm. Remember the gestures we practiced before: a wave and a shake? Yes, a light wave and shake. Then recite the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. He demonstrated while teaching. When you say Leviosa, you should start waving your wand. Let's practice. Wingardium Leviosa. The classroom echoed with the synchronized incantation. That's right. Vizet's feather is flying very steadily. Just like his flying skills. Ravenclaw gets 10 points. Flitwick never hesitated to encourage students from his own house. Vizet was already well versed in the intricacies of gestures and pronunciation. Moreover, this spell was not overly complex, making a successful attempt quite commonplace. The students of Ravenclaw were no longer surprised, gathering around him, as if he were a teaching assistant asking about the techniques related to the levitation charm. While checking on the Gryffindor students, Flitwick even gave Vizet a thumbs up. In contrast to the harmonious atmosphere of Ravenclaw, Gryffinder's gunpowder scent was much stronger. Seamus got flustered while casting, accidentally igniting the practice feather. If it weren't for Harry's quick reflexes, the flames might have burned Seamus' hair. Ron and Hermione were also in a tense exchange, Hermione's tone rising. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The Leviosa should be elongated. Just start casting the spell. Haven't you been paying attention in class? Ron blushed, almost the same color as his hair. If you can do it, then why don't you try? All right. Hermione didn't back down, rolled up her sleeves, and began waving her wand Wingardium Leviosa. Professor Flitwick looked at the levitating feather. Mr. Weasley, you need to step up. Learn well from Miss Granger, and Gryffindor gets 2 points. As the class ended, the students breathed a sigh of relief, looking forward to the Halloween feast tonight. Terry said mysteriously, I heard that Professor Dumbledore purchased a lot of candies from Honeydukes. As long as it's not cockroach clusters. Anthony casually remarked. I've heard from my elders that Professor Dumbledore really likes cockroach clusters. I don't like cockroach clusters. Michael seemed to recall some bad memories. The moment you bite into them, it smells of cockroaches. Even if you chew them, their legs will still move in your mouth. Have you actually eaten cockroaches? Don't talk to me anymore. Chris asked incredulously. What are you talking about? Who has eaten cockroaches? Michael shouted and started to tussle with Chris. Wizet couldn't help but chuckle at this scene, shaking his head lightly. Suddenly Ron's voice came from behind Wizet. Did you go to the library today? Of course. Wizet nodded. Are you looking for some information? For potions class. Ron's face turned red again, speaking awkwardly. I just wanted to ask if you've seen Hermione. Hermione. The one who often goes to the library from Gryffindor. Anthony and the others also gathered around. She doesn't seem that bad, right? Michael added jokingly, I think so too. Is it that you Gryffindors are just used to being lazy? Different houses may have different lifestyles. Wizet smiled slightly. Ron, Hermione actually mentioned you to me before. What did she say? Ron quickly asked. She actually cares a lot about you and Harry. Wizet recalled the conversation in the library. She asked me how to approach it so that you wouldn't find it off-putting. I told her to avoid being so condescending and to be more tactful. Hermione is indeed very straightforward, and it's quite difficult to change that in a short time. Like in the morning's charms class, I actually saw her making an effort. At first, she bluntly asked if you hadn't attended class, then remembered to amend her question, asking if you were just nervous. Ron lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly, and said through gritted teeth, then I interrupted her. I truly am a jerk. So what should we do? Harry revealed a conflicted expression. Apologize to her. What else can we do? Wizet shrugged. Find her, and have a good talk if you want to gain a friend. TSK. Anthony patted Wizet's shoulder. It seems our Mr. Lovegood is quite the all-rounder. Who knew he could mediate such issues? This time it's just a coincidence. Wizet smiled slightly. I really have no experience in this area. You might as well ask me how to do your homework. As the night deepened, the scent of roasted pumpkin grew more pronounced, wafting through the entire castle. Wizet, who intended to head to the Great Hall, was suddenly stopped by Fred and George. They took Wizet by the arm and led him to a corner. Once they confirmed that no one was around, Fred whispered, You've been getting pretty close with Snape lately. George added, We're worried that Snape might poison you, so we came to ask you. Wizet explained, Professor Snape hasn't done anything like that. He just asked me to help with the materials. Is that something Snape would actually do? Fred's eyes widened. Merlin isn't wearing cotton socks, but stocking. I think that's even more serious. George said solemnly. If he's doing this, he didn't even go to Slytherin. The apocalypse must be coming. Wizet chuckled. Do you really believe in the apocalypse? Fred nodded. We have a genuine diviner. Not like Trelawney's kind. Her prophecies will come true. Ahem. Since you weren't poisoned by Snape, we should discuss serious matters now, George said with a light cough. Wizet asked curiously, what serious matters? You want me to help introduce and handle materials? Fred shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. Our vitality is no match for yours. A glimmer of inspiration crossed George's eyes. We have a grand endeavor and would like to invite you to join us. Fred patted George's shoulder emphatically. It's a brilliant idea. Can you tell us more about it? Wizet tentatively said, I have quite a bit to study recently, so I might not have time. Even among Ravenclaws, you're the most diligent person we've met. George said admiringly, actually we want you to be our materials consultant. Wizet, somewhat confused, asked, materials consultant? Do you want me to help you handle materials? That's right. Fred snapped his fingers. I've heard from Hufflepuff that you have a knack for handling materials. Otherwise, how could someone like Snape ask a Ravenclaw for help? It's definitely because of your exceptional talent. Exactly. George nodded in agreement. We have a good eye for people. We said on the train that you must be extraordinary. Wizet felt a bit embarrassed. So what kind of materials are you looking to handle? Prank products. George, I told you. Wizet definitely remembers. Fred grinned. It's about handling these materials. Let's take you to see. As Halloween approached, most people had already gone to the Great Hall. The two led Wizet through a maze of corridors, finally arriving in front of a painting. The painting depicted a drum set. After looking around cautiously, Fred and George took out their wands and struck the drums. The drums emitted a thump, thump, thump sound and transformed into a narrow wooden door. Wizet exclaimed, so this is how you get in here. Fred and George were quite surprised, asking, how did you know about this? Wizet pointed at the wooden door and said, there is magic contained here. I can feel it. I just didn't know you had to enter this way. That's already quite impressive. Now I want you to join us even more. George said cheerfully, opening the wooden door, and inside was a very small space, no more than 10 square meters. Several burlap sacks were piled around the walls, and one could vaguely see that they contained herbs. A battered charcoal wood table leaned against the wall covered in pockmarked experimental traces. On the table there was not only a cauldron, but also a mortar and pestle, herb scales, a knife for cutting herbs, cabinets, funnels, potion bottles. Everything one could need. We're planning to make fireworks to celebrate. Fred rolled up his sleeves. If you think we're doing something wrong, just let us. Suddenly Vizet spoke up. Hibiscus flower. What do you plan to do? Make the fireworks shine in a brilliant... Fred and George halted simultaneously. Yes, but we've tried several methods, and the color isn't vibrant enough. Grinding it into powder seems to yield the best results. Vizet recalled what Snape had said. You can add the roots of the hibiscus flower at a ratio of 1 to 20. And 2 drops of valerian juice to stabilize the color and keep it golden without fading. So that's what was missing, valerian juice. George realized. We did think about using the hibiscus roots, but once mixed the color turned into a muddy yellow. Vizet smiled. That's the role of valerian juice, to maintain stability and prevent muddiness. It feels like we can create some super cool fireworks. Fred clenched his fist. Let's continue. Quirinus, release your soul, let it go completely. Voldemort said ominously. To avoid being discovered by Dumbledore, this spell cannot be cast by you. But Master, that wasn't what you said before. Quirrell wiped the sweat from his forehead. Aren't you really afraid of being discovered? Quirinus, you seem to be quite bold. Master, will it really not be discovered? Once the troll is freed, you will send word and inform everyone of this news. Voldemort's tone grew impatient. Release your soul. Quirrell shivered, ultimately closing his eyes in pain. All right, Master. He moved like a puppet, his arm raised in a strange position, pointing far away at the troll locked in the dungeon. Voldemort's voice came from behind. Crucio. Dark light entered the troll's head, and the troll convulsed violently like it was having a seizure, its roar deafening. The decorations in the hall have become even more elaborate. Floating pumpkin lanterns hang in midair, while countless black cloth bats flit about. Groups of these black bats dive into the pumpkin lanterns, then swirl around the ceiling in a chaotic dance. Unlike the school opening banquet, the Halloween feast is far more relaxed, unbound by so many rules. Dumbledore did not deliver a speech, but instead raised a glass and enjoyed drinks with the teachers, sharing laughter and conversation. Students simply need to sit on the benches to start enjoying the carefully prepared delicacies. Halfway through the banquet, Ron and Harry finally arrive. Both were drenched in sweat, appearing rather glum. Spotting his brother sitting nearby, Percy curiously asked, Ron, why are you so late? And Fred and the others haven't arrived yet. You didn't do anything bad, did you? You mustn't follow Fred's example. We didn't, we were just looking for someone. Ron's expression was awkward, clearly embarrassed. Neville munched on lamb chops and mumbled, Harry, have you found Hermione? Hermione is missing. Percy's brow furrowed. What exactly happened? Ron and Harry exchanged glances, and it was Neville who finally clarified the situation. So what you're saying is, you looked for a long time in the castle and couldn't find her. Percy's frown deepened. Have you tried the girls' bathroom? Huh. Harry and Ron were taken aback. Hermione is in the girls' bathroom. I heard it from your classmate, Miss Patil. She said Hermione has been in the girls' bathroom, crying there all afternoon, and nothing they said could console her. Which girls' bathroom? Ron pressed on. Which floor is it on? At the other end of the marble staircase, there's a secluded corridor, Percy recalled. I caught Fred and the others there a couple of days ago. As the head boy of Gryffindor, he knew so many obscure routes, all thanks to his helpful brothers Fred and George. Let's go check it out. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Vizet is right. We should have a proper talk with her. Bang. Just then the doors of the hall were suddenly pushed open. A breathless Quirrell rushed in, looking dreadful, his face devoid of color and his robes soaked with sweat. Troll! Troll! He shouted in terror, running straight up to Dumbledore. The troll is in the dungeon classroom. You must know. Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor. The troll stands 12 feet tall, and has considerable resistance to magic, with a temperament that is capricious, often attacking for no reason. This magical creature is immensely strong, yet possesses extremely low intelligence, making it infamous in the wizarding world. Even in exams and assignments, the term troll is used as the lowest grade, meaning your performance is as poor as a troll's intelligence. Because of this, every student entering Hogwarts knows about trolls and understands that these magical creatures are incredibly dangerous, causing chaos in the hall. They pushed and shouted, running around in panic, trying to escape. Quiet. A firework exploded above the hall, the dazzling light and deafening sound briefly silencing the students. Every student's ears rang with Dumbledore's voice. Don't panic. There's still time. He continued, prefects, take your respective students back to the common rooms. Go check it out. Don't rush to reveal yourselves. Dumbledore whispered to Snape as he approached him. Disillusionment charm. Snape drew his wand and tapped it against his arm, gradually becoming transparent. Hearing Dumbledore's command, the prefects sprang into action. Percy shouted to the panicking Gryffindor students, follow me. We're heading back to the common room. Hurry up. Time was of the essence as he quickly led the students back to the 8th floor. While counting heads, he suddenly realized something was off. Neville, where are Ron and Harry? Where did they go? Neville shook his head helplessly while Seamus beside him spoke up. They seem to have gone back, mumbling something about warning someone of the danger. Percy sighed dramatically. Those two. They must have gone to find Hermione. I need to inform Professor McGonagall. On the way, he ran into the Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope. Are you looking for someone too? Penelope nodded eagerly. Yes, Vizet is missing. He hasn't shown up for the Halloween feast. Time rewinds to a little over 10 minutes ago. At this moment, the hall was empty, and Quirrell groaned on the floor, struggling to rise. Disillusionment charm. With the help of the disillusionment charm, Quirrell quickly left the hall, making his way up the marble staircase to the voices of the prefects directing students echoed above. Quirrell let out a soft breath, gripping his wand tightly. In his mind, a glimmer of hope flickered. If he could succeed, perhaps he could fulfill Voldemort's orders tonight. If so, he could escape Hogwarts, and the days of living in fear would be behind him. Quirrell tried to comfort himself with, "What a pity. I won't have the chance to teach Vizet what I learned." He murmured to himself, then dashed towards the large door at the end of the corridor. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air cut through the atmosphere, and a sharp silver light shot towards him. Armor protection. Quirrell revealed himself, quickly shaking his wand to conjure a transparent shield beside him. He countered swiftly, thrusting his wand in the direction of the silver light, shouting, "Thunder explosion." A blinding orange-red fire burst forth from the tip of his wand, shooting straight down the corridor. Snape also revealed himself, casually flicking his wand to dissipate the explosion spell into nothingness. His tone was icy as he slowly remarked, "Quirinus Quirrell, as a professor, why are you not searching for the troll here?" As Snape approached step by step, Quirrell's expression turned fearful, retreating as he stammered, I was afraid someone would come here. Professor Dumbledore told me that. Someone has ill intentions toward the school's treasures. I thought the troll had lost control, so I came to check." A perfect explanation, truly a fine professor. Snape stood at the doorway. "I'm right here, you can leave now." "Why are you standing there?" Quirrell, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and questioned, "Aren't you the one with ill intentions?" An interesting accusation. Snape's tone became even colder. "Perhaps I should go fetch Dumbledore and let you explain these words to him in person." "All right, I'll go find Professor Dumbledore right now." Quirrell took a step back, then instantly drew a flock of birds. More than 10 small birds of light chirped in a playful manner akin to a trick meant to amuse children as they swooped towards Snape. Snape exhibited clear displeasure at such feeble magic. He reached out and grasped the air, instantly extinguishing the small birds of light as if they had never existed. "No wonder Malfoy complained to me, hoping his father would expel you. Is this your only skill?" Professor Quirrell of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. "What do you want?" Quirrell's eyes widened as he continued to retreat. He displayed an expression of sheer terror, and in his distraction, he tripped over his robe and fell to the ground. Snape's lips twitched as he was about to say something, only to notice the change in Quirrell's gaze, which had turned extreme. Silent casting. Snape immediately became alert, simultaneously sensing a wave of heat erupting from behind him. The small birds of light reappeared, coalescing into a massive fireball that ignited like a phoenix in rebirth. The fireball distorted the surrounding air, trailing a fiery red tail as it rushed towards the wooden door at an astonishing speed akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. "Stupefied," Snape called out sharply. The fireball was nearly extinguished, but quickly grew larger again, clearly Quirrell casting another spell. Everything happened far too quickly. The wooden door was engulfed in flames, and fierce barking emanated from within. 3 massive dog heads suddenly burst through the doorway, all opening their mouths, filled with fangs, to snap forward fiercely. Despite Snape's rapid reaction, he could not avoid the bite of one of the dog heads. The 3-headed dog's teeth pierced Snape's calf, issuing a menacing growl from its throat. Quirrell's face turned pale. A 3-headed dog. How could there be such a thing in the school? With this important information, he decided not to linger, scrambling to his feet to escape. Snape's expression grew grim as he waved his wand. "Repel the enemy 3 feet." Accompanied by a tremendous roar, an invisible force slammed into the 3-headed dog, causing it to lose control. It let out a pained howl, flying backwards in disarray, crashing into the wall, causing a tremor in the surroundings. Snape clenched his teeth, standing up to face the 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog had just regained its balance when it caught sight of Snape's stern gaze, causing it to shiver involuntarily. It emitted a low growl as a warning, but did not advance recklessly. Snape pressed his lips together, sweeping his wand across the room to conjure an iron door, sealing the 3-headed dog back inside. Thinking of escaping, Snape turned to Quirrell, only to see him already a distance away. He bore the intense pain in his calf, and with a sharp tug of his wand, he shouted, "Green flame." Quirrell finally heard Snape's voice, and a surge of crisis consciousness, an imminent sense of death, rose within him. He frantically waved his wand, desperately reciting spell after spell. "Protego. Protego. All shields up. All shields up." Several invisible protective spells converged in front of him, solidifying into a robust, gray magical barrier. However, the sense of impending doom did not diminish in the slightest. He could only deploy protective spells to the best of his ability before the magic arrived. The eerie spell finally struck, silently crashing against the magical barrier. The solid magical barrier shattered instantly, and an immense force slammed into Quirrell. He was thrown like a puppet, his body carving a grotesque arc through the air. Quirrell flew backwards, his arms flailing weakly, his face bearing an expression of incredulous terror. He crashed hard into the wall, the plaster splintering upon impact, dust and debris scattering around in the shockwave, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Quirrell kept coughing, spitting up mouthfuls of blood. He felt dizzy as if he had been struck by a dragon. Every inch of his skin and every organ was moaning. Quirinus Quirrell. Snape's gaze was icy as he limped towards Quirrell. His wand trembled, constantly scattering flecks of emerald green light to staunch the bleeding from his calf. As Snape closed in, the sense of crisis from death became even more palpable. Quirrell forced himself to calm down, stuttering in his defense, "Professor Snape, this is all a misunderstanding." It really was a misunderstanding. My wand, it backfired. My wand backfired. So my magic went out of control and burned through that wooden door. Fortunately, you're okay. You still want to act. Snape's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he stopped himself. The reason for this was that his true target was not Quirrell, but the potential mastermind behind him, Voldemort. Voldemort was the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. If Voldemort was still alive, everything he said and did now would affect Voldemort's attitude towards him in the future. Even without considering Voldemort, there were other matters to contemplate. This was no longer the past, it was a relatively peaceful era, and committing murder at Hogwarts would easily draw the Ministry of Magic's heightened scrutiny. He also bore the identity of a Death Eater. Any act of murder, even with Dumbledore as a guarantor, would be difficult. Moreover, once Dumbledore intervened, it would imply a connection between them, making it even more challenging for him to return to Voldemort's ranks in the future. Snape thought back to the past. Perhaps it was precisely because he walked the gray area that he encountered so much. Lily, Hogwarts, Harry Potter, Voldemort, Death Eaters. Memories surfaced before his eyes. That hauntingly beautiful smile seemed so close. He took a deep breath, forcing the sound out through clenched teeth. Quirinus Quirrell. What are you doing? Are you working for? Quirrell raised his hands, letting out an awkward and brief laugh. I'm just a professor. What else can I do? Of course I'm working for Principal Dumbledore. Just then a sharp shout suddenly rang out, followed by tremors and loud. In an instant, Snape conjured a layer of magical energy field. What sort of trouble have you caused now? He whispered, pointing his wand at Quirrell's forehead. I don't know either. Quirrell spread his hands, indicating he had done nothing. The two faced off for a while before the voices of three boys rang out. Whoa, Weasley's fireworks that you helped us improve are really awesome. This year's Halloween feast is so Can you be serious? The situation is dire. Fred, be careful. Immediately followed by a steady and resonant incantation, Fred, fly. What's going on? Quirrell displayed an anxious expression, scrambling to his feet. Why is Weasley being targeted by? Snape seized the opportunity, waving his wand to conjure a rope that bound Quirrell. With the rope binding him, Quirrell's expression grew more anxious as he pleaded, Snape, please let me go. Oh. Snape remained unmoved, snatching the wand from Quirrell's hand. You seem quite concerned. Downstairs more shouting ensued. Weasley, run. It's targeting you. Run. Quirrell continued to plead. If that child confronts the troll, it will cause chaos. We have to stop him. Snape's jaw tightened, and he waved his wand to make the rope disappear. Thank you. Thank you. Quirrell struggled to stand, using his hands and feet, not even bothering to grab his wand, and bolted down the stairs. Snape looked oddly at Quirrell as he rushed away, ultimately gritting his teeth and following after him. With a loud explosion, a burst of colorful flames erupted, unfolding into a firework lion in the sky. Fred and George embraced each other, cheering, We did it. It's even more beautiful than we imagined. This gold is simply stunning. It's even better than Galleon's. Vizet also smiled, as the twins possessed a magical ability to spread joy effortlessly. In truth, he hadn't done much. Mainly, he just ensured that the materials fully showcased their effects to guarantee the final product's vibrant colors. However, in Fred and George's eyes, the contributions made by Vizet were the most significant. The twins were not idle. With the experimental fireworks completed, they busied themselves creating larger ones. The two even pretended to write a patent application, insisting that Vizet add his name as well. In the secret passage, Vizet pondered the patent issue, saying, Are you planning to take this to the Ministry of Magic and apply for a patent? Can magic really be patented? His understanding of the ministry was limited, mostly gleaned from Luna's whispered secrets. For example, the elite Aurors of the ministry are actually part of the Corrupt Tooth Conspiracy. The so-called Corrupt Tooth Conspiracy refers to those with sinister intentions who would use magic and gum disease to undermine the ministry from within. This conspiracy sounded impressively intricate and very magical, and since it came from Luna, Vizet believed he wanted to understand the Corrupt Tooth Conspiracy more comprehensively, naturally developing an interest in the ministry itself. The Silly Product Patent Office is the department that handles this. Fred cheerfully explained, It's a subordinate department of the Department of Magical Sports. It shouldn't be hard to go through the process. Mr. Bagman is quite easy to talk to. He was a professional Quidditch player in his youth. George chimed in, mimicking a batting stance with a baseball bat. Vizet remarked, It feels like you two know a lot of people. Fred sincerely replied, You're our material consultant now, so the people we know are. George draped an arm around Vizet's shoulder, grinning. Your acquaintances. Seeing the genuine smiles of the twins, Vizet couldn't help but smile back. As they exited the secret passage, the trio looked around and noticed the first floor was unusually quiet, raising their suspicions. Vizet suggested, "Let's check the Great Hall first." The three dashed to the hall only to find it completely empty except for the black fabric bats fluttering in the dome. At that moment, a sharp scream suddenly echoed from afar. The three rushed out of the hall and saw Hermione, Ron, and Harry fleeing in panic down the corridor. A massive shadow loomed, followed by an enormous creature comparable to Hagrid. Its gigantic body was as rough as granite, with grayish-black skin covered in moss and growths. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble beneath the creature's weight. Its long arms gripped a thick wooden club, dragging it across the ground with a screeching sound. Fred let out a cheer. "Halloween really does have surprises," George shouted, "and it's a troll." Vizet frowned slightly, reminding them, "I just saw Ron. Did you notice?" "Of course we did," Fred and George replied in unison. "Let's go check it out." "Vizet, you stay here." Harry and the others ducked into a room, and the troll immediately attacked, smashing down a section of the wall and burying the three inside. After doing all of this, the troll suddenly sniffed the air and turned to walk toward Vizet. Hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, Fred and George quickened their pace. They approached the troll at lightning speed, the fireworks in their hands already ignited, trailing a long line of sparks. The situation was too bizarre. Vizet had no idea where the professors had gone and felt unsafe being left alone. After a moment's thought, he did not remain stationary, but instead gripped his wand tightly, cautiously following behind the twins. Boom! The fireworks shot out, leaving a dazzling trail of light in the corridor, and instantly transformed into two firework lions. They roared like real lions, pouncing on the troll and engulfing it in a brilliant explosion of fireworks. Faced with the sudden explosion and noise, the troll appeared somewhat flustered. It lost its balance and fell crashing sideways against the nearby wall. The wall could not withstand the troll's weight. The collapsing stones fell like rain, all crashing down upon the dust filled the air, and the troll's massive body vanished amidst the smoke, leaving only its intermittent low growls to be heard. George raised his hands high and shouted, "Hooray! Vizet, the fireworks you helped us improve are really something." He waved his wand to disperse the dust, eager to see what. As the dust cleared, the troll was trapped under the rubble with one arm still holding the club visible. Fred laughed. "This year's Halloween feast is so innovative. I love it." Vizet said seriously, "Can you be a bit more serious? The situation is quite critical." Before he could finish, the exposed arm of the troll started to move, swinging the club towards Fred. "Fred, watch out!" Vizet shouted loudly, quickly casting an improved summoning spell, Accio Fred. Ancient magical powers surged into the wand, which instantly glowed with a brilliant silver-blue light. The light transformed into an arm, grabbing Fred by the collar and pulling him back just in time to evade the troll's attack. The troll, failing to strike, stumbled to its feet, letting out a short growl. "Oh no, it's going down." George realized the troll was acting strangely, and while quickly retreating, he waved his wand to shoot a red light. The red light hit the troll's chest, but had little effect, dissipating into sparkling motes in the air. The troll shook its potato-sized head and looked up in Vizet's direction. A chill ran down Vizet's spine as he realized he was being targeted by the troll. The troll let out an angry roar and moved swiftly. It seemed even more agile than before, raising the wooden club with a whoosh, and then suddenly flinging it straight toward. Vizet was already on high alert. Seeing the club flying towards him, he unhesitatingly cast the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. The levitation charm worked, and the initially menacing club was restrained by an invisible force hovering. It was the wonders of magic that allowed him to easily restrain the club. In his past life, lifting such a heavy club would have been nearly impossible by mere physical strength. Vizet's mind raced, recalling crucial information from the books in his mind. The troll's weakness was its head. For most creatures, the head is a vital weak point, and trolls are no exception. The troll's head was only the size of a potato. Hitting it accurately was no simple task. Vizet understood this as well. On top of the levitation charm, he decided to add another spell. His wand shone with a brilliant silver-blue light, and without hesitation, he waved his wand, launching the club forward. Ancient Magic Mastery of Thrown Objects. With the enhancement of Ancient Magic Mastery of Throwing, the wooden stick flew back, and in the blink of an eye reached above the giant's head. In that moment, Vizet's heart felt as if it would leap out of his chest. Faced with the crisis of life and death, he surprisingly felt a sense of exhilaration. He unleashed his understanding of magic, calculated the landing point of the wooden stick, and dispelled the levitation spell, allowing the stick to accurately smash down onto the giant's head. Bang! With a chilling sound of cracking bones, the giant's head was smashed into its chest like a gopher in a whack-a-mole game. The bewildered giant stumbled and struggled forward a few steps before crashing down, raising a cloud of dust. Direct hit. Ravenclaw scores. What a promising hitter. Fred and George high-fived each other, looking even happier than Vizet. Vizet coughed lightly, reminding them, Ron and the others are still buried in the wall. "Oh, right." The twins hurried towards the collapsed wall. "Ron, are you still alive?" "Alive. Alive." Hermione, Ron, and Harry's voices came simultaneously. "Then we'll come over." Just as the twins passed by, the giant, an anomaly occurred. The giant actually stood up again. Is it a resurrection? The twins were puzzled, backing away quickly against the wall from the restanding giant. The headless giant broke through the dust, suddenly raising its hands like a zombie, craving fresh flesh, charging towards Vizet. At that moment, the giant moved like a puppet on strings, each step exuding an eerie stiffness. Fred and George noticed the giant's abnormality and instantly understood, shouting at Vizet, "Vizet, run. It's targeting you. Run." All petrified, dampen and halt. Change it up. Shoes glued to the ground. They waved their wands frantically, a variety of magical lights flashing as they desperately tried to stop the giant's advance. However, the giant possessed an extremely strong magical resistance, making their spells ineffective. Even the transfiguration spells were in vain. The ropes conjured by the twins were easily brushed aside by the giant. The terrifying danger of a level XXXX creature was glaringly evident at that moment. Vizet, escape to the Great Hall. There's a door that can block the giant. Vizet, move. Are you scared? Fred, let's go. Fred and George shouted while running, taking the most primal approach, leaping onto the giant's back. This approach was undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The giant violently swayed its body, throwing the two against the wall. Both let out a muffled grunt, eyes closing as they fell into a brief unconsciousness. The ground trembled continuously as the giant approached Vizet like a tank full of horsepower. Vizet did not take a step back, his mind fixated on one image, the giant's granite-like skin rapidly peeling away, revealing rotting flesh that oozed pus. The Decay Curse. This was a spell he was reluctant to use. The Decay Curse stirred a restless agitation within him that he disliked. However, at this critical moment, as both the spells and transfiguration failed, the Decay Curse was undoubtedly the most effective means. He no longer hesitated, raising his wand high, his voice low, and serpentine deathly illness torture. In that instant, he felt as if a second heart was beating within him, the core of his unsettled feelings becoming extraordinarily agitated, like a powder keg on the brink of explosion. A stout dark glow burst from the tip of his wand, plunging straight into the giant's neck. That was the only part that was gory, and also the weakest point of magical resistance. The disintegration began at the neck. The skin of the giant's neck peeled away, revealing rotten flesh that turned into a foul green liquid. Its speed slowed down like a vitamin C tablet, dropped into water bubbles forming around it. As the bubbles continued to burst, the giant seemed to dissolve, its form shrinking into an incredibly foul-smelling green sludge that spread across the ground. Finally, it could no longer maintain its form, collapsing like mud on the ground, splashing a large puddle of foul green sludge. Vizet's robe was splattered with green goo, but he couldn't care less, instinctively covering his head. Malice surged like a tide, constantly battering at his consciousness. He felt increasingly dizzy, even losing his balance, involuntarily stepping back. Fred and George's concerned voices reached his ears. "Hey, Vizet, are you okay? What just happened? You look too pale. Should we go to the Great Hall to rest? There's no one else there. Why is there black mist coming from you? That's so cool. Black mist is a pretty good idea too. George, hurry and take note." At the moment Vizet was about to collapse, two hands supported him, preventing him from falling to the ground. The twins' lively energy was infectious, and Vizet felt a light appear before him, staving off the overwhelm. The Guardian meditation technique. Seizing this rare opportunity, Vizet entered a meditative state, allowing himself to regain calm. Everything was returning to normal, the grandly decorated Great Hall manifesting in his mind, accompanied by the twins' retching sounds. Ugh, what on earth happened? Why did the giant turn into foul water? Who cares? To make dung bombs you need to buy corpse stink essence. I think its scent can't compare to this stimulus. Ugh, that's true, corpse stink essence is expensive, we need to gather some more. Hearing the twins' conversation, Vizet couldn't help but smile. Fred and George were truly fearless, disregarding their pain, to collect the green sludge on the ground, seemingly planning to use it to make dung bombs. Perhaps influenced by the twins, Vizet felt the encroaching malice growing weaker. He quickly seized the opportunity, gripping his wand tightly, drawing a smooth-shaped curve in the air. Dirt be gone. The wand glowed with a silver blue light, forming a cyclone. The cyclone not only swept away the green sludge on his robe, but also eradicated the malice brought by the unsettling core. At that moment, Dumbledore's voice came from outside the Great Hall. "Let me help you. If Mr. Filch finds out a little later, he might be furious." The Great Hall finally became somewhat lively, acquiring a hint of a Halloween atmosphere. Fred and George stood like royal guards in front of two large bottles filled with green sludge, blocking the moving Percy, as if Percy were a dragon coveting treasures. Hermione, Harry, and Ron stood aside, uninjured, but covered in dust, looking quite disheveled. The three kept their heads bowed, appearing humble and ready to accept criticism. Penelope sat beside Vizet, asking with concern, "Do you need me to take you to the hospital wing? Your complexion is too pale, like a piece of paper." Dumbledore spoke softly. "Miss Clearwater, could you please wait a moment? I wish to clarify a few matters." Penelope nodded, eagerly, not saying another word. Dumbledore looked behind him. "Professor McGonagall, please proceed." With her lips pursed, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her gaze falling upon Harry and the others. "Headmaster Dumbledore has asked everyone to return to the common room. When I want to check, Percy came to tell me someone was missing." Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, do you have any idea how dangerous it was just now? The walls collapsed and buried you all inside. Thankfully, none of you were injured. But luck cannot always be. Harry and the others were mentioned by Professor McGonagall, seemingly startled, as they looked up only to quickly lower their heads again, demonstrating perfect tacit understanding. The three of them turned their heads obediently and exchanged glances, but not a single word was spoken. It was Snape standing to the side who spoke up. The boy who lived through great peril is like this, always feeling the need to do something more outrageous to showcase his uniqueness. His voice was cold and flat, lacking any inflection, yet it was laden with sarcasm. Professor McGonagall's tone became severe. Please explain yourselves. Why did you not return to the common room, but instead stayed on the first floor? Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I saw you in the Great Hall earlier. Why didn't you follow Percy and stay in the common room? Perhaps provoked by Snape, Harry lifted his head defiantly, stating, Professor McGonagall, we had our reasons for... Professor McGonagall's tone softened slightly. Mr. Potter, please elaborate. However, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Harry suddenly found his mind blank, speechless. The origin of the matter was simple. Ron spoke ill of Hermione, leading her to be unaware of the rampaging troll. He and Ron found Hermione not only informing her of the news, but also Ron formally apologized, and the three of them reconciled and became friends. It should have been a happy ending, but unexpectedly they encountered the troll midway, leading to the subsequent ordeal. Once this matter was clarified, Ron's disparagement of Hermione would also be revealed. For Harry, saying such a thing would be akin to betraying his friend Ron. Regardless, Ron was the first good friend he made after arriving at Hogwarts, and his closest friend, even willing to risk his life for him. Harry gently turned his head, glancing at Ron, and then at Hermione, deciding to alter the version of the story. He would make himself the one who spoke ill. However, before he could utter a word, Hermione had already stepped forward. Her eyes were red and glistening with tears as she choked out, Professor McGonagall, it was my fault. I thought I could handle the troll by myself, so. Miss Granger, I hope you are not deceiving me. If you weren't in the Great Hall, how could you know about the troll? Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her expression extremely serious. Professor McGonagall, I. Hermione choked back a sob, her face flushed, and at a loss as tears streamed down her cheeks. Professor McGonagall, it's actually all my fault. Ron's face turned red as he stood in front of Hermione, eyes shut tight, shouting. I said bad things about Hermione. I had intended to get Harry to help me apologize to her, but unexpectedly encountered the troll. If there's punishment, it's to write a letter to my mom. Hermione quickly looked up, hastily wiping away her tears. Professor McGonagall. When the wall fell, it was Ron who protected me. Please don't expel him. Harry also panicked and echoed, Professor McGonagall, Ron protected Hermione and me. You can't let him leave. Fred and George both exclaimed, strange. So strange. Ron actually was so brave, volunteering to ask Professor McGonagall to write a letter. The things that frightened Harry and the others were each different. Hermione resisted being expelled. Harry didn't want to leave Hogwarts, while Ron didn't want to get into trouble at Hogwarts and have someone write home to his mom about it. Professor McGonagall, since the children are all fine, why not give a light punishment? Dumbledore spoke up, a satisfied smile on his face. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and sighed deeply. I see a brilliance of friendship in you all. But breaking school rules must be punished. Gryffindor loses 30 points. Percy, take them back to the common room. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and sighed deeply. For them, this was the best. Hermione's eyes were still red, feeling that it was her fault that Gryffindor lost another 30 points. Next, it's your business. Dumbledore took a couple of steps forward. Facing the troll must have been quite a thrill, right? Why didn't you return to the Headmaster Dumbledore, it was all an accident. Compared to the panic of Harry and the others, Fred appeared much calmer, even winking as he responded. George also showed little panic, seamlessly continuing. We were just a few minutes late. Maybe 30 minutes at most to the Great Hall. Who knew we would encounter this incident? At that time, the Great Hall was completely empty, and we were very scared. We almost cried. Fred recounted, and George covered his face with his hands, nodding while wailing. That's right. I actually cried. Boo-hoo-hoo. Penelope nearby covered her mouth, struggling not to laugh out loud. Vizet held his breath, also trying to suppress his laughter. What were you doing before? Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm herself. Why were you with Vizet? Seeking advice on magic. Fred's eyes darted around before he blurted out. We sought Vizet for potions advice. Discussing potions with a first-year student. Professor McGonagall murmured, skepticism filling her tone. At least you should have. Vizet is qualified for this. Snape crossed his arms and interjected coldly. These two are not as skilled as he is, I assure you. George lowered his hands and nodded along with Snape's words. Though Professor Snape's comment makes me sad, the truth is indeed so. All right. The matter is clear, but it was an accident. Dumbledore maintained his smile. Everyone is tired tonight. Shall we return to rest? Fred and George chimed in unison. Yes, yes, yes. We're tired too. Good night, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. They hurriedly carried the large green bottle of goo behind them, sprinting out of the Great Hall. Before leaving, they also left a parting remark. Vizet, we will never forget your life-saving grace. Professor McGonagall watched the retreating figures of Fred and George, letting out a gentle sigh. Those two kids Headmaster Dumbledore, shall I take Weasley back as well? Penelope asked tentatively. Given that such an incident occurred without any points being deducted, it was already the best outcome. I have some matters to discuss privately with Mr. Lovegood. Dumbledore waved his hand. Professor Flitwick, would you kindly take him to the headmaster's office? The password is Jelly Slug. With fewer people present, Dumbledore looked at Quirrell and softly asked, Professor Quirrell, I couldn't find you earlier. Where did you go? I just woke up. Quirrell said, sweating on his forehead and stuttering. Then I left. I heard some noise and came to check. Is that so? Dumbledore murmured, turning to Snape. Professor Snape, I saw you come in with him just now. Quirrell took a deep breath, his eyes revealing worry as he looked at Snape with trepidation. Snape curled his lip, responding curtly, it was a coincidence. Yes, a coincidence. Quirrell sighed with relief. I was a bit dazed when I woke up, but am feeling much better now. Since you are fine, Professor Quirrell, that's wonderful. Dumbledore nodded. Otherwise everyone can disperse and get some. The professors left one by one, leaving Dumbledore alone in the hall. He strolled to a distant corridor where the ground was littered with debris from the giant's rampage. Reveal the traces, he whispered as golden smoke erupted from the tip of his wand, forming a vortex in the air. The vortex made a rustling sound, scattering countless golden particles. The golden dust then coalesced, forming moving silhouettes, playfully reenacting scenes like a film. Dumbledore took out a pack of lemon drops, savoring them like a cinema audience watching intently. Magical fireworks. Fred and George have improved. Could it be due to Weasley's help? Is this the special summoning spell that Minerva mentioned? It truly is interesting. Dumbledore mused, understanding the weaknesses of giants with an exceptionally proficient levitation charm. It seems there is additional magical power at play. Is this the uniqueness of Merrily? The power of the stupefying curse is enough to rival some Death Eater. Realizing this, Dumbledore carefully tucked away the lemon drops, his expression turning grave. So this is Voldemort. What is his aim? Snape's voice suddenly echoed as he limped towards Dumbledore. Seeing Snape's condition, a hint of guilt flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. You are in poor shape. Do you need me to call Fawkes? No need. Snape curtly refused. Since you say Quirrell is Voldemort's subordinate, we should limit our interactions. The tears of a phoenix can indeed heal wounds, but my injuries heal too quickly, making me less safe in the future. I am truly sorry. Dumbledore sighed softly. Your leg, is it because of fighting with Quirrell? His strength, actually. I was bitten by a... Snape interrupted. You never mentioned that the three-headed dog was hidden in that room. Why not keep such a creature in the Forbidden Forest? Actually, I did mention it. At the Startofterm feast, Dumbledore clarified. I set a spell on that room to mark it with the door. The Fluffy can only move inside unless the door is opened, then it can come out to harm. I also didn't expect you would go in. Snape opened his mouth, struggling to maintain his icy tone. Quirrell disguised himself very well, adept at silent spellcasting, and set the door ablaze. It was a fortunate accident, something I hadn't anticipated. Dumbledore sighed. He is after all a talented wizard. What a pity. Indeed, he has some talent when it comes to foolishly striving for Voldemort. Snape said bluntly. What did you mean by Voldemort's aim? Dumbledore explained. To have Weasley cast dark magic, thus stirring Merrily. Voldemort's aim is Merrily. A flicker of reminiscence crossed his eyes, as if recalling an event from the past, his expression suddenly darkening. He also seeks the power of Merrily. Snape asked, is this Voldemort's aim or Quirrell's? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. What else happened between you and Quirrell tonight? Quirrell heard Weasley's voice and his expression instantly tensed. He even pleaded with me, exposing his back to me running down the stairs without caring for his life. Is that why you both appeared together? Dumbledore's brow relaxed as he stroked his long silver beard. That is to gain Weasley's power and care for him. Is that still a good thing? Snape crossed his arms. I think he should see St. Mungo's for his mind. Perhaps his soul has already split. One half cares for Weasley, while the other half only thinks about following orders. I wouldn't mind brewing some potions to help him relieve himself. Dumbledore waved his hand. Conflict is an opportunity. Under Weasley's influence, Quirrell might have a chance. You still need to maintain contact with him and find out how Voldemort is doing now. This is very important for us. What else? Snape scoffed coldly. This is why I don't use Phoenix Tears. I will go find him again tonight. Dumbledore looked at Snape intently, his tone sincere. Severe as thank you. No need. Snape's tone was very stiff. As long as I can kill Voldemort, I can do anything. I haven't sighed this frequently in a long time. Dumbledore self-deprecatingly said, changing the topic. Let's continue watching. Do you need me to help you? Snape remained silent, furrowing his brow, and taking 2 steps forward, indicating his answer through action. The two returned to the hall where Weasley, composed of golden dust, exuded a distorted aura. Dumbledore's voice lowered. Merrily is stirring. This is not a good phenomenon. He showed a contemplative expression. Once I soothed Harry and returned to the hall, how did Weasley return to normal? Soon the tracking spell provided the answer. The Weasley, formed of golden dust, waved his wand and cast a spell on himself. Seeing that familiar movement, Snape's expression became strange. Composite magic innovating in front of me. I remember the incantation as, Dirt be gone. The wand traced a beautiful S-shaped arc and a vortex rose from beneath their feet, sweeping away a cloud of dust. Snape explained, "As you can see, it can clean various kinds of dirt, even effective against dragon blood." Dumbledore murmured, "When was this completed? Was it under your guidance?" "No." Snape shook his head. "The knowledge of composite magic comes from Chilo, though his classes are worse than the Potion of Despair. But when he taught Vizet individually, he displayed a level befitting a Ravenclaw, at least his theoretical knowledge. He is only in his first year." Dumbledore sighed. "Creating a composite magic is impressive." Snape coldly reminded, "Don't think you can change the subject. It's impossible for me to face Harry Potter." "Rest assured." Dumbledore chuckled helplessly, waving his hand. "This composite magic isn't particularly complex. It cleverly combines the advantages of two types of magic." Dumbledore became interested and effortlessly replicated the magic according to Snape's casting movements. He closed his eyes to experience the magic again, but couldn't understand why such a domestic magic could suppress. However, he knew someone who had a deep understanding of the quietude, and planned to write to him later for advice. Snape, looking impatient, asked, "Since the Dark Lord has set his eyes on Vizet, will you inform him about this matter?" Dumbledore murmured, "I am contemplating this matter, considering how much I should tell him." "Hiding parts is your usual tactic, which is not surprising." Snape scoffed, "My suggestion is to tell everything." "You actually trust him that much?" Dumbledore's tone carried a hint of surprise, truly unexpected. Snape pursed his lips, choosing not to say anything further, and limped away. "Vizet, take this." In the corridor, Flitwick stuffed something into Wizet's hands, a large bag of Honeyduke's finest chocolate. "Eat, eat." Flitwick encouraged, "You didn't attend the Halloween feast, and must be starving. Have some chocolate to fill your stomach." The Ravenclaw students adored their headmaster not only because of the relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere of the charm classes, but also due to Flitwick's excellent personality. He always had various snacks hidden on him, and when encountering an unhappy Ravenclaw, he would heartily offer a bag of treats along with a word of encouragement. According to Penelope, if one felt down, they could visit Flitwick's office to see him waving his wand directing snacks to perform a jitterbug for their enjoyment. Honeyduke's finest chocolate lived up to its name, tasting far superior to chocolate frogs with a smoother texture and a richer, sweeter flavor. After finishing 2 pieces of chocolate, Vizet felt warm both physically and mentally. Flitwick led Vizet into a corridor that ended in a huge statue sculpted as a fierce gargoyle. The gargoyle had a fierce expression, crouching with its wings extended on a stone pedestal, looking so lifelike, as if it would come to life at any moment. Flitwick called out, "Jelly Slug." The crouching gargoyle statue truly seemed to come alive, stretching its body and retracting its bat-like large wings, skillfully jumping aside. Behind the gargoyle statue was a bright passageway with a spiraling staircase slowly ascending. The sensation of riding the spiral staircase felt familiar to Vizet, reminiscent of escalators from his past life, moving at a steady pace, smooth, and most importantly, without the need to climb stairs. Thanks to Flitwick's good rapport and the practicality of charms, he usually had the most students seeking his advice. Taking advantage of the time on the spiral staircase, Vizet seized the opportunity to ask numerous questions related. Just as Vizet thought, none of the professors he knew were simple. Each was well-versed and could easily answer his queries. Hand gestures, incantation, tone, and relaxation are 3 points to remember when practicing charms. Keeping these in mind will make your efforts more effective. Flitwick entered teaching mode, animatedly explaining. Beginners must especially remember these 3 points. The hand gestures and tone will affect the final magical effect. Laying a solid foundation will allow you to master more advanced magical techniques. More advanced magical techniques. Vizet blinked, curiously asking, "Headmaster, could you please give me an example?" "For instance, wandless magic and silent casting are both advanced magical techniques." Flitwick raised his hand, extending 3 long fingers. "Let me demonstrate briefly." He snapped his fingers, and a spring of clear water emerged from his fingertips. He then raised his other hand, gently swiping with his long finger, causing the spring water to instantly freeze into floral ice blocks. Flitwick handed over the ice flower, smiling as he said, "The water-making charm combined with the freezing charm achieved through silent and wandless casting can produce such an effect. As the name suggests, silent casting means demonstrating the magical effect without making a sound or quietly reciting the incantation." Vizet nodded, pulling out his notebook to start recording. Not delving too deeply into the so-called silent aspect, the mere act of not loudly reciting the incantation itself is quite a challenge. In terms of the magic he was currently exposed to, ensuring the tone was rhythmic was the only way to give the magic sufficient power. Writing it down isn't a bad idea, but solidifying the foundation is the most crucial part. Flitwick wore a satisfied smile. "Of course. I have great confidence in you. Your tone and pronunciation are excellent." What he appreciated most about Vizet was this: not only was his foundation solid, but he was also always ready to learn. "As long as you pass the O.W.L. exam when you reach 6th year, I will lead you in practicing this technique." Vizet raised his head. "Headmaster, may I ask if wandless magic can also be learned in 6th year?" Flitwick shook his head. "Hogwarts does not offer instruction on this technique. European wizards began using wands long ago, and utilizing this technique would be considerably more difficult. Lacking a wand for assistance makes magic less accurate and prone to various accidents. I remember in Africa the local wizards excelled in this technique. The spiral staircase brought them to a corridor at the end of which was a beautifully carved wooden door. Vizet tucked his notebook back into his pocket, revealing a satisfied smile. I feel like I've learned a lot again. Learning is an endless journey. You must also take time to relax. Flitwick expressed concern. For this reason, I allowed you to join the Quidditch team to balance work and play. Inside the wooden door is a spacious circular room, its walls adorned with numerous portraits. These portraits also have the ability to move, but as night has fallen they have all succumbed to slumber, their bodies gently rising and falling. As they entered, Flitwick lowered his voice, saying, "These are the portraits of the headmasters." Weasley nodded in acknowledgement, curiously surveying the room. Several desks are arranged in the room, with one against the wall covered in an assortment of uniquely shaped silverware that spins or leaps, releasing puffs of smoke. 2 rows of curved cabinets line the walls, one of which contains a tattered wizard's hat, the sorting hat used for this. Just as Weasley was overwhelmed by the sights, a melodious sound came from above. He looked up to see a large crimson bird appearing before him. The bird resembled a swan trailing a shimmering golden tail. Its beak and claws were long, exuding a deadly elegance. "This is Professor Dumbledore's companion, Fawkes the Phoenix," Flitwick whispered, "a rare magical creature. I've seen it in Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them," Weasley replied, nodding, "though it looks even more beautiful than in the illustrations." Seemingly hearing Weasley's praise, Fawkes let out a soft trill, hovering next to him. "Try extending your arm, Flitwick encouraged. "Don't worry about not being able to hold it. Phoenixes are quite understanding." Following his advice, Weasley raised his arm as if beckoning an eagle, and Fawkes immediately landed upon it. Just as Flitwick had said, the phoenix posed no burden and brought warmth to him. This warmth felt strangely familiar, reminding him of his initial arrival in this world. "I remember you," Weasley said softly, his voice tender. "Thank you for supporting me." Fawkes trilled again and nuzzled against his cheek. "It seems you and Fawkes have made a connection, which is wonderful," Flitwick said with a smile. "I will have someone prepare some food for you, which will be brought here shortly." Weasley felt a bit embarrassed and quickly replied, "That would be too much trouble." Flitwick winked. "It's late, and I could use a late-night snack myself. It's just a small favor." Weasley had no idea what Flitwick's late-night snack entailed. However, he was certain that what suddenly appeared on the desk was definitely not a late-night snack. If he were to consume a hefty lamb chop and steak along with 3 baked potatoes before bed, he would surely feel stuffed in his dreams. Nevertheless, he couldn't resist the tempting aroma of meat and indulged in the late-night snack. He chewed on the steak in small bites and fed Fawkes some airship berries. This was something he learned from Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them, that phoenixes enjoy drinking dew and tasting herbs and berries. Fawkes seemed to delight in the airship berries, lifting its beautiful head to indicate that Weasley could stroke its neck. Weasley placed his hand on Fawkes' neck, feeling the smooth and soft feathers radiating warmth. After a moment of stroking, he felt a strong affinity with Fawkes. He felt more relaxed and could finally reflect on the events of the night. As he pondered, he recalled several past occurrences and suddenly felt a wave of gloom. After an unknown period, Professor Dumbledore's voice emerged. "It seems you have gotten along well with Fawkes." He turned to see Dumbledore standing at the door of the headmaster's office, a gentle smile upon his face. Time seemed to have silvered Dumbledore's hair and beard, yet it had not burdened him. He remained spirited, with bright blue eyes filled with vitality. Fawkes flapped its wings and perched on Dumbledore's arm, nuzzling its elegant beak against his cheek. Dumbledore patted Fawkes back, and the phoenix took flight again, landing on a bird stand by the door. He approached the desk and asked gently, "Isn't it marvelous to spend your first Halloween night at Hogwarts?" Weasley nodded, saying, "I plan to submit an article to Mr. Lovegood recounting my experiences from tonight. I am now a devoted reader of the Quibbler." Dumbledore replied with a smile. Noticing the gloom on Weasley's face, he rummaged through his pocket and magically produced an assortment of candies, saying, "I am looking forward to your submission." Looking at the lemon sherbet Dumbledore offered, Weasley spoke first. "Professor, can I know what exactly happened tonight? After I appeared, that giant gave up its original target. Its only target became me, which is quite unusual. Furthermore, there are also doubts surrounding the previous attack by the basilisk. According to Hagrid's account, the snake eggs came from that basilisk. But Luna told me that the basilisk attacking us was quite old and probably incapable of laying eggs. Those snake eggs have earned me 500 galleons, which is no small sum. So I want to know what things I shouldn't be aware of." Having finished his lengthy explanation in one breath, he felt a sense of relief as much of his previous gloom dissipated. Dumbledore maintained his smile, saying, "Expressing what's on your mind must feel much more comfortable now, right?" Dumbledore nodded. "It's quite good. The experiences you've had may have changed you significantly, leading you to endure many unpleasant things at such a young age. I once went through a similar period, lacking someone to confide in and bottling up my worries and troubles. Until I made a—" Weasley asked in confusion, "Grave mistake?" "Indeed." Dumbledore nodded gently, but did not delve deeper into the topic. "Weasley, you should express yourself more often like you are now." Weasley cleared his throat and shyly replied, "Life here is wonderful. I only don't understand 2 things. Precisely because this place is so wonderful, I hope that various accidents do not occur to ruin it." The most fundamental and pure curiosity towards everything. That's the quality Ravenclaw appreciates the most. Dumbledore smiled and said, Ravenclaw indeed suits you very well. Let's first talk about the incident with the bat. This matter was instigated by a pureblood family, and I intervened, leading to the result of those snake eggs. He spread his hands, displaying absolute firmness and confidence. The pureblood families dare not take further action. You can use that money with peace of mind. Are the pureblood families targeting me? Weasley thought of Slytherin's attitude towards him. Is it because of my status? Not entirely. Dumbledore explained the Muggleborns not only signify danger, but also, you come from the Muggle world. A portion of the pureblood families still do not understand that blood purity is merely a ridiculous consolation, and wizards will not become the rulers of this world. However, these families have become particularly exclusive to showcase the uniqueness of wizards harboring animosity towards all Muggles, as well as those wizards born from Muggles. They simply forget that pureblood wizards are becoming increasingly rare. Even in the magical world, mixed blood or Muggle-born wizards have become the mainstream. After listening to Dumbledore, Vizet felt a sense of absurdity arise within him. The theory of blood purity, indeed, quite laughable. The so-called theory of blood purity is very similar to the racism theory known in his previous life, extending further to the so-called one-drop rule. Fortunately, at Hogwarts, the blood purity theory only prevails within Slytherin. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that they exist in isolation from the other houses. Yes, a ridiculous theory. The magical world is increasingly moving away from this. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, so they made one last desperate move, and thus Voldemort was born. Wait, Voldemort was endorsed by the pureblood families? Vizet asked incredulously. Dumbledore gently shook his head. Voldemort's upbringing was quite unique, which led him to become an advocate of the blood purity theory. When Voldemort rose to power, the pureblood families realized this, which was when they truly began to support him, hoping to maintain their rights and status. Because their ideologies were similar, they joined forces to grow stronger. Voldemort became the one whose name cannot be spoken, and the members of the pureblood families turned into Death Eaters. The magical world underwent a dark period until Voldemort was defeated by Harry Potter and vanished, bringing peace. And now I must tell you, Voldemort has returned, and he is not only fixated on Harry Potter, but also has his eye on. Vizet felt a twitch in his eyelid. He has his eye on me. Yes. Dumbledore nodded emphatically. So that giant troll was under his orders, but why? Vizet furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing, is it because I am a Muggle-born? Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. You are quite perceptive. He noticed that Vizet did not show panic upon learning of Voldemort's return, but instead began to think, and quickly arrived at the answer. This was a rare quality, and one of the important reasons he valued Vizet. He saw many shadows of people in Vizet, not only Ariana, but also himself. Since Vizet had not disappointed Snape's trust, Dumbledore decided to reveal more information. His expression turned serious. Vizet, I must tell you something, and I hope you are mentally prepared. Vizet sensed the change in Dumbledore's demeanor and nodded solemnly. Of course. It was only after I had interactions with Quirrell that I believed Voldemort had returned. In other words, this operation was likely executed by Quirrell. Quirrell, the professor. Vizet's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. How could it be him? He found it hard to imagine that a professor who had imparted so much knowledge to him could be connected to Voldemort, even putting him in danger. Dumbledore sighed. It is perfectly normal to go astray, and many people go through similar experiences. This statement seemed to serve as both comfort for Vizet and a self-reflection. I have been observing Quirrell, ever since he returned from vacation. His behavior has become increasingly odd, and he hardly interacts with those around him. Until I felt he might not be able to turn back, racing towards the abyss. A turning point finally emerged. Vizet pointed at himself and asked, the turning point is me. Of course. Dumbledore smiled. You and he are both from Ravenclaw. It is a marvelous coincidence. How could it be Professor Quirrell? Vizet still had many questions. If Voldemort instructs him to deal with me, why would he want to impart knowledge to me? It was from him that I learned dark magic can evoke hidden malicious thoughts. He even suggested I master the art of mental blocking to counteract the evil thoughts that arise from such darkness. That's right. Dumbledore maintained his smile. Contradictions can be turning points. Perhaps you haven't noticed that your words and actions are quite unique. You respect each professor equally, and this respect and sincerity are what Quirrell has long desired, yet found difficult to obtain. He has strayed onto the wrong path, while your sincerity causes him to waver, which is also the key to his turning back. Vizet frowned, still filled with confusion. What do I need to do? Dumbledore slowly replied, maintain this respect and sincerity. You, for a sensitive person, special treatment may cause unease. Act as if you know nothing and subtly influence him. You can continue attending Quirrell's private lessons, or choose to no longer trust him. He exhaled deeply and spoke in a serious tone, and the most important thing is to pay attention to your own safety. At that moment, Fawkes sang softly, taking flight from his perch and landing beside Vizet. Of course I haven't forgotten. Dumbledore gently stroked Fawkes' feathers. If you encounter danger, you can call for Fawkes, and it will help you. Fawkes nodded in a very human-like manner and plucked a feather from its body. The scarlet feather floated into Vizet's palm and then vanished without a trace. Vizet raised his hand, looking left and right, but saw nothing. Yet the warmth in his palm told him that everything that just happened was real. He seemed to have established a connection with Fawkes, as he could call upon it in his heart to receive a response. Fawkes indeed likes you. Dumbledore explained that is its mark. As long as you are in the school, it can quickly find you. We still have some time. You can take your time to contemplate this matter. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always come to find me. Professor Flitwick knows the password here. Vizet stood up directly, his tone unwavering and his gaze resolute. I will continue to attend Professor Quirrell's classes and do my utmost to change him. Dumbledore intertwined his fingers and said softly, good. He slightly lowered his head, preventing Vizet from seeing. After Vizet left the principal's office, the place became a bit desolate. Dumbledore drew out his wand and traced a perfectly complete circle, called the Guardian Spirit. A dazzling silver light burst forth from the tip of the wand, transforming in midair into a vividly lifelike phoenix. Newt, how have you been lately? My student has created a spell, and the casting process is as follows. The incantation is dust and dirt begone. Yes, an extremely efficient and practical everyday spell. I vaguely remember that you seem to have a means of suppressing the Nameless One. So, I want to know, does it help in suppressing the Please reply to me as soon as possible. I wish you and Tina all the best. He flicked his wand gently. The silver phoenix spun around and flew out of the principal's office, disappearing into the distance in an instant. The brain closure charm. Having completed all this, he let out a long sigh, fatigue gradually creeping across his face. I must go find him once more. In Quirrell's office. Snape stood up, looking down at Quirrell from a height. Quirinus Quirrell, since you want more time to think, then use your garlic head to think it through. Do you really believe that your lone strength can help the Dark Lord? In comparison, I am actually more reliable than you. Quirrell gritted his teeth, still refusing to admit, Professor Snape, I really don't. I don't know anything about that. Very well. Snape sneered, walking away while throwing out one last remark. I will come to find you again. Bang. A loud crash echoed from the direction of the door. After Snape left, Quirrell seemed to have been drained of all spirit, collapsing onto the floor. Suddenly he sprung up like a spring, clutching his head and letting out a feral roar of pain. He hurriedly cast a spell towards the door to prevent any sound from leaking outside, and finally tore off the cloth strip from his head. The grotesque face of Voldemort appeared in the mirror. Voldemort spoke in a calm tone, you did well. It's right not to mention me to someone as unreliable as Snape. But I don't understand. Quirrell panted, the tearing sensation in his head diminishing somewhat. But he knows many things about you, isn't he a Death Eater? Voldemort coldly commanded, he is a traitor. Quirrell screamed again, the tearing sensation in his head suddenly intensifying, nearly causing him to faint. Quirinus, your ignorance amuses me, Voldemort sneered. Even I know that those truly loyal servants have mostly ended up in Azkaban. Only those like Snape who use various excuses to absolve their crimes have managed to live freely for a decade. They are all traitors. Of course. It is quite normal to want to find me to atone for sins after hearing about my news. After all, I have told them that I have achieved immortality. Is that so? Quirrell clutched his head, so he concealed what I did tonight. Voldemort impatiently replied, Quirinus, I do not need your reminders, I know everything about you. Quirrell shivered, an infinite regret flashing in his eyes. Feeling regretful, Voldemort displayed a look of delight. I have never deceived you, haven't you mastered that dark magic knowledge? Isn't it with my help that you can further advance your silent casting? Help me acquire the Philosopher's Stone, and I will reward you more. And that Nameless One, it was the stupefying charm that saved his life this time. So, continue to teach him more dark magic, do you understand? Quirrell trembled, hesitating, but Voldemort snorted lightly. Yes, my master. Quirrell's moan resonated in the office, echoing, as if it had come from an abyss. Voldemort laughed heartily, as if trying to drown out this only echo. That's righty, I will watch you from behind, and you must remember this. I am very dissatisfied with your performance tonight. You dared to stop the Nameless One's rampage. And just now you wouldn't really want to be a good professor, would you? Ridiculous. Since that's the case. His laughter became even more frenzied. Then endure it. Endure the wrath from me. Quirrell clutched his head again, his head enveloped in a swirling light of black and green. Even his screams faded. Only his body trembled violently, like a person having a seizure, expressing his endless pain. In the time of silence you grasped my true name. When you speak, I shall cease to exist. In front of the bronze door of the Ravenclaw common room, facing the question from the bronze knocker, Vizet fell into contemplation. He had lived here for 2 months, and the knocker always raised new questions, which was quite interesting. It is silence. Not speaking is to remain silent. Oh, once I open my mouth, I am no longer silent, and thus I cease to exist. Well answered. With the knocker's affirmation, the eagle statue spread its wide wings, and the bronze door slowly. It was already midnight, and Vizet didn't expect that quite a few people were still in the common room. Seemingly hearing his footsteps, the team captain Arsenal stood up and looked around. You finally returned. It's so good to see you safe. His roommates and other Quidditch players were also in the common room, seemingly waiting for his return. Thank goodness you. Qiu Zhang patted his chest, showing a relieved expression. Penelope put away her review materials and said to Qiu Zhang, didn't I tell you? Nothing will happen. Roger rushed over and put his arm around Wizet's shoulder. A first-year student dealing with a troll is simply a plot from a Lockhart novel. Anthony eagerly asked, but that's a XXX-level dangerous creature. Quickly tell us how you defeated it. Everyone gathered around. Yes, Fred and George are just bantering. We should trust what you say. I remember the troll's weakness is that head. If it were me, I would use the stunning spell to attack there. The troll has a high resistance to magic. Are you sure the stunning spell can knock it out? The troll is very tall and aiming for that spot is not easy at all. Perhaps we should add transfiguration spells. This can limit the troll's movements and at least ensure our own safety. I think potions are also a good choice. The living death potion is quite good. After all, trolls are not picky eaters and should be able to swallow it. The theoretical knowledge of the Ravenclaw students is quite solid, and they often engage in discussions akin to talking about military strategies on paper, expressing their views, and chatting about what should be done in real combat. Now they are also doing something similar, sharing their methods for dealing with trolls and letting Vizet judge whose approach is better. To resolve the troll issue, the Curse of Insomnia plays a decisive role. The combination of the levitation charm and the ancient magic mastery of throwing is also crucial. However, these are Wizet's secrets, and he is not ready to reveal them just yet. He also does not want to attract too much attention, and instead concocts a story of everyone banding together to defeat the troll, inspired by various novels he has read in his past life. Even in the magical world, a first-year student defeating a troll is simply too fantastical. The tale of everyone defeating the troll seems far more reasonable and satisfies the curiosity of his peers. After finishing the story, Vizet feels even more exhausted and instinctively rubs his eyelids. Penelope and Xiaozhang notice this and send everyone back to rest, allowing Vizet to find an opportunity to return to the dormitory. His roommates are also worn out, exchanging goodnights and collapsing onto their beds without even changing into pajamas, resting their heads on the pillows and drifting off to sleep. After washing up and changing into his pajamas just as he is about to sleep, he hears a noise from outside the window. Turning his head, he realizes that Sol is tapping on the glass with its beak, clutching a bulging letter in its claws. You've worked hard. Vizet quickly lets Sol into the dormitory, cradling it in his arms to warm it up. You could have rested for the night and come to find me tomorrow. Cool. Sol shakes its head. There is a fragrant herbal scent on it, the smell of the Ollery feed. The feed is personally prepared by Professor Sprout and helps the owls recover their energy quickly. The 4 house heads of Hogwarts possess extraordinary abilities and have made remarkable achievements in their respective areas of expertise. The letter naturally comes from Luna. As soon as Sol sensed Wizet's return to the dormitory, it hurriedly delivered the letter. Vizet immediately tears open the letter, which contains Halloween blessings from Luna and Xenophilius. Additionally, there is a blank space with a smiley face drawn by Luna. Within the candies lies a little surprise from your dad. This explains the bulging envelope, which also contains a bag of handmade candies. Unwrapping the outer oil paper packaging reveals shiny toffees, each with various shapes, including dirigibles, owls, and candy fish. Luna has added numerous details to the toffees, and thanks to the delicate brushwork, these candies appear vividly lifelike. Vizet picks up a candy fish toffee and slowly chews it. The flavor of the toffee is delightful, with a blend of creamy vanilla and caramel notes, creating an exquisite sweet experience. After chewing a few more times, he feels a powerful impact. The soft candy core, made of gudgeon juice. If described simply, it is akin to having a bite of vanilla caramel ice cream, and then biting into a scallion pancake dipped in honey. This soft candy core must be the surprise from Xenophilius, who loves brewing tea with gudgeon. Having stayed at home for a long time, Vizet has also become accustomed to this scallion-flavored tea. Moreover, he does not mind the taste of the soft candy core. In fact, it evokes distant memories in him. He smiles to himself, saying, "This is the taste of home." Coo. Sol coos twice and nuzzles Wizet's neck. Vizet shakes his head, bringing his thoughts back to reality. He first picks up Sol softly, saying, "Could you return to rest for now? It must be too tiring for you to keep running back and forth like this." Coo. Sol tilts its head and lightly pecks his hand with its beak, seemingly indicating that it does not mind. "I plan to submit something to Professor Lovegood, so I can't finish it quickly." Vizet chuckles helplessly and rephrases, "Can you come back tomorrow afternoon to collect the letter?" Coo. Sol indeed accepts the suggestion, flapping its wings and flying out the window, gracefully gliding away. Vizet picks up a toffee and pops it into his mouth. This time he does not chew, but patiently waits for the candy to dissolve while he begins to write a letter. Whether it is the unique taste of the soft candy core or the sensation of home, he feels little drowsiness at this. 2 months can change many things. For example, he has gained a deeper understanding of magic, mastered a dangerous curse, and acquired numerous ancient magical powers. Moreover, he can now effortlessly reply to letters conveying everything he wishes to say to Luna. Regarding tonight's adventure, he intends to draw inspiration from the novels he has read in his past life to craft a more dramatic story. This is not a simple task. By the time he has conceived the overall framework, the sun outside has already risen. Facing the morning sun, Vizet stands up and stretches. A brand new day. Today is Friday, and there are no morning classes for first-year Ravenclaws, allowing him some extra sleep. Waking up at noon, the midday sun spills onto the blue carpet, giving Vizet a feeling of being in the clouds. He stands by the window gazing at the forbidden forest in the distance. Now it is late autumn transitioning into early winter. The forbidden forest remains dark and gloomy, and it is likely that only with the arrival of winter will the snowflakes adorn it in silver. The dirigible plant on the windowsill has sprouted with the seedlings stretching towards the sunlight, soaking in its warmth. Under the guidance of Professor Sprout, the dirigible seedlings are growing well. Suddenly Anthony's voice rings out. "We took care of it for you this morning." His roommates have returned to the dormitory holding several oil paper bags that exude a rich aroma. Chris puts down the oil paper bag in his arms, saying, "Since you haven't come to the Great Hall, we brought this back for you." Just as Vizet is about to express his thanks, Michael interjects, first saying, "No need to say thanks. Did you not also bring us breakfast when we didn't wake up in the morning?" "Oh, what a pity about last night's Halloween feast." Terry reminisces, "You didn't come last night, but that Yorkshire pudding with the special spices left a deep impression on me." Michael starts to banter teasingly, saying, "If you love to eat so much, you should go to Hufflepuff." Terry retorts immediately, "If it weren't for you last night, I wouldn't have known that Yorkshire pudding could be so delicious. You're more suited to go to Hufflepuff." Anthony summarizes, "My suggestion is that you all go together." Vizet has long been accustomed to the playful banter among his roommates. He picks up a piece of apple pie and sits by the desk enjoying the lively scene. When his stomach is empty, sweets always have a special allure. Leaving the Ravenclaw common room, Vizet noticed something strange. People around him were constantly pointing, and Anthony leaned beside Vizet, speaking with a mix of envy and jealousy. "You're quite the celebrity, now having defeated the troll." "Indeed." Michael nodded. "I've heard several versions of the story today. They seem quite different from what you experienced." "Several versions of the story?" Vizet asked in confusion. What did they say? He was also considering his own piece. It would be nice to draw inspiration from these tales. Michael turned to ask, "Chris, do you remember what Ron and the others said?" Let me think." Chris scratched his head. "They seemed to say that the troll was quite unusual, much smarter than Flint, and actually threw a stick to attack." Flint. Hearing this name, Vizet couldn't help but chuckle. As a member of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, he was familiar with the teams of the other three houses, and Flint was indeed the captain of the Slytherin team. As a seasoned Quidditch fan, Anthony immediately understood why Vizet was laughing. He burst into laughter as well, saying, "Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been at odds. I've seen Flint a few times. He does resemble a troll, just a bit too short." "Are you going to let me finish?" Chris complained with dissatisfaction. Michael quickly replied, "Of course we're listening." With encouragement, Chris continued, "Vizet used the levitation charm to catch the stick, then threw it back, directly causing the troll's head to burst open. For some unknown reason, the fallen troll came back to life, seemingly transformed into a wraith, wanting to take Vizet. In this dire situation, Vizet unleashed a spell that emitted dark energy, successfully dealing with the wraith." Vizet rubbed his nose, suspecting that this story must have originated from Fred and George. Only they as witnesses would know so many details. "Very fitting for a Gryffindor story," Terry commented. "They love tales of single-handedly defeating enemies, as such stories best exemplify bravery." Arriving at the greenhouse, several Ravenclaw girls gathered animatedly discussing something. They glanced toward the door from time to time, only to reveal disappointed expressions before chattering again. Only when Vizet and the others appeared at the doorway did the girls stop chatting, regarding Vizet with curious eyes and stifled giggles. Terry gestured toward the girls, saying, "They came over to ask us several times this morning. If it weren't for Prefect Penelope stopping them, I guess they would have barged straight into the dormitory." "How infuriating." Michael clenched his fist, looking heartbroken. "When will I become the topic of their conversations?" "When you get a T on your final exam," Anthony teased. "If a Ravenclaw gets a T, the others will use you as an excuse for their poor performance." "I support you doing just that," Chris said seriously. "Not only will the girls discuss you, but we will also remember your great achievements." The class bell rang and Sprout entered the greenhouse holding her wand, while two large boxes floated behind her. "Children, it's time for class." The two boxes were distinct. One was an ordinary wooden box, while the other was coated with heavy black paint. "Let's open 1,000 magical herbs and fungi." Turn to page 726 to learn about a highly dangerous vine plant, Devil's Snare. They usually appear in dark, damp places such as dense rainforests or fog-laden swamps, which are ideal for their growth. Remember, you must be especially careful of Devil's Snare. They are extremely cunning and can even camouflage themselves. She tapped the ordinary wooden box with her wand, and it opened with a sound. Inside was a vibrant green vine plant, its tendrils swaying back and forth like crab claws. This is the crabapple plant, a common magical plant that thrives well and can even survive a month without watering. As a demonstration, she watered the crabapple plant, which immediately began to sway joyfully, as if dancing. "All right, everyone, please stand back." She cleared her throat, clapped her hands in front of the students. "I will open another box that contains Devil's Snare." Sprout stepped back 5 meters, signaling the students to stand behind her, before waving her wand to dim the greenhouse like dusk. The black wooden box opened at that moment, revealing a magical plant that closely resembled the crabapple plant, not only in color, but also in the amplitude of its swaying, appearing harmless and intriguing. Sprout timely reminded, "This is Devil's Snare, just disguised as a crabapple plant. Now please pay close attention." She transformed a tissue into a sheepdog, guiding it slowly towards Devil's Snare. The students craned their necks out of curiosity, eager to see what would happen next. On regular teaching days, Sprout usually appeared cheerful. Today, however, she seemed like a different person, her expression serious, and her tone much more solemn. Affected by her demeanor, the students held their breath, not daring to relax in the slightest. Vizet was also on high alert, casting his Eye of Magic and the Guardian meditation technique, preparing to observe closely what would happen next. Under the influence of the Eye of Magic, the two plants before him underwent slight changes, revealing blurred magical circuits of similar shapes. Using the basic Eye of Magic, one could only see the magical circuits of magical materials. For untreated magical plants and magical creatures, the magical circuits became much more indistinct. The sheepdog controlled by Sprout approached Devil's Snare closer and closer. Devil's Snare appeared as harmless as the nearby crabapple plant, embodying a sense of calm before the storm. 12 feet, 11 feet, 10 feet. The students silently counted the numbers in their minds, estimating the distance between the sheepdog and Devil's Snare. 5 feet, 4 feet, 3 feet. Just when the sheepdog was less than a meter from Devil's Snare, an astonishing scene unfolded. The tendrils' vibrant green instantly morphed into a deep dark green, intertwining like a frenzied swarm of snakes, forming a deadly black net that tightly ensnared the sheepdog. Immediately afterward, Devil's Snare began to tighten, slowly squeezing the sheepdog's body, gradually choking and shredding it, until it transformed back into a tissue. Sprout drew her wand and quietly commanded towards Devil's Snare, "Lumos." Sprout controlled the light at the tip of her wand, transforming it into a broad barrier as much as possible. She resembled a gallant female knight, raising the shield of light in her hands and pushing the devil's net back into the pitch-black box. The students still wore expressions of shock. The sudden attack of the devil's net had left them a bit stunned. "Children, fortunately our victim is only a tissue." Sprout restored her cheerful demeanor, symbolically waving the tissue in her hand to help the students relax a bit. Once they regained their composure, she cleared her throat and continued the lesson. "Did you see that? As I said, the devil's net is extremely cunning and highly dangerous. Its strangulation ability is astonishing, capable of inflicting effective harm even on giants. However, its weaknesses are obvious. A warmth and light can drive the devil's net away. The fire spell and the illumination spell, I believe you all should have mastered them. If you haven't mastered them, it's okay. We will practice these two spells next." Vizet had zoned out, perhaps for the first time. He was still recalling everything he had seen earlier, especially the moment when the devil's net revealed its true form, which left a deep impression on him. As the shepherd dog approached, the blurred magical circuit representing the devil's net changed its overall structure, seemingly expanding slightly and becoming more complex. Still limited by the level of his magical eye, he could not clearly see the entire process. Vizet had a hunch that this transformation of the magical circuit would certainly help him better understand transformation magic. After a brief contemplation, he infused ancient magical power into his magical eye, hoping for its further growth. Similar to when he first opened his magical eye, everything around him changed. The world before him seemed to collapse. Cracks appeared one after another, spilling forth colorful lines and patches. These lines and patches converged to shape the entire world, transforming into one clear pattern after another. The patterns became more numerous and intricate, arranging and stacking against each other, until he could no longer see those patterns clearly. In the blink of an eye, the greenhouse reappeared before him. The students lined up with Sprout as the safety guide, practicing how to deal with the devil's net. Vizet gently exhaled, savoring everything he had just experienced. When he first opened his magical eye, he felt as if he were standing on the banks of history, viewing the world from a macro perspective. Now, with the further growth of his magical eye, his perspective shifted from macro to micro, altering how he viewed the world. The pages of the wizard's practical guide also changed. Intermediate magical eye: incorporate more objects into your field of vision, clarifying and visualizing their magical circuits, discovering the ancient magical power cultivated over time, absorbing it to continue aiding the growth of the magical eye. "Vizet, come here quickly." Anthony turned his head and called out to Vizet. Vizet nodded and lined up behind Anthony. Anthony asked with concern, "You seem to zone out for quite a while. Is it a remnant from dealing with the giant last night?" "No." Vizet gently shook his head. "I probably just didn't get enough sleep. I only went back to sleep this morning at sunrise." Michael leaned in, asking, "Why did you sleep so late? Were you too excited from taking down the giant to fall asleep?" "I had to write a reply." Vizet explained. "By the way, did you guys eat the toffee Luna sent me?" Michael waved his hand, speaking in a dejected tone. "I don't want to eat it. The gummy center must be sour and stinky." Vizet corrected. "It's actually onion-flavored, which is the taste of Godric, and it's not bad once you get used to it." Chris also joined the conversation, asking in surprise, "Is that still toffee? Your sister has such unique taste." Vizet shook his head. "It's Mr. Lovegood's idea. He wanted to give me a surprise." Anthony murmured, "It seems you have a good relationship with Mr. Lovegood. I heard from relatives at home that he's not easy to get along with." Vizet replied earnestly, He's an interesting person and quite respectable. This statement was heartfelt. After Luna's mother passed away, Xenophilius took care of Luna on his own. Luna's family background was very ordinary. Her ability to remain cheerful and optimistic was not only due to her own wisdom, but also significantly influenced by Xenophilius. Happy people heal their lives with childhood. Oh, unhappy people spend their lives healing their childhood. Clearly, Xenophilius made every effort to ensure Luna wouldn't have to spend her life healing her childhood. Stop talking. Michael pretended to clutch his chest, feigning a heart pain expression. I feel the sour smell getting stronger. Vizet's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the nearby Christmas cactus. With the help of the intermediate magical eye, the magical circuits within it were indeed clearly visible. Compared to the symbols presented by potion materials, the magical circuits of the Christmas cactus were evidently more complex. They arranged and combined like precisely functioning mechanical gears where a tug on one would affect the entire system, granting the Christmas cactus such agility. Vizet gazed at the clear scene before him, becoming somewhat entranced. Sprout's voice rang out, Mister. Please take out your wand. Vizet. Vizet. Michael nudged Vizet's shoulder. Vizet quickly apologized. Sorry. Professor Sprout, I zoned out. Sprout showed concern. You must not have slept well last night given that it was your first encounter with such a perilous situation. But I hope you still remain alert. In special circumstances, the danger of the devil's net is no less than that of a... Therefore, I will teach you how to use your wand to protect yourselves and respond calmly to the devil's net. Thank you, I will do my best. Vizet nodded, gripping his wand in his hand. Sprout instructed, I will open the box. You will have more than 10 seconds to react. Don't push yourself. You can use the illumination spell or the fire spell. She placed one hand on the box's handle, the other gripping the wand, ready to cast a spell to drive away the devil's net. Are you ready? Yes. The box was pulled open, and at that moment the devil's net did not disguise itself. Its vines were dark green, which left Vizet feeling a bit regretful. He had a hunch that seeing the devil's net's disguise process once more would greatly aid in understanding transformation magic. Sensing a living creature ahead, the devil's net immediately extended its snake-like vines, reaching for Vizet from all directions. Luminosity flash. Vizet waved his wand, unleashing a burst of bright light akin to a flashbang. The devil's net dared not approach, retracting back into the box in the blink of an eye. Even the swaying vines did not dare to continue. After the herbology class ended, the students left the greenhouse with lingering excitement. Clearly, the Hansen experience was far more popular among the students than their usual watering, fertilizing, and transplanting. Why isn't the next class a flying lesson? Sprout asked, lifting her head and humming a little tune. Is there something? Professor Sprout, I would like to ask. How does the devil's snare disguise itself as a crab's claw? You always manage to ask the most unexpected questions. When the devil's snare senses danger or needs to hunt, it will disguise itself, Sprout replied with a smile. In fact, it can disguise itself even smaller and less noticeable, like a Virginia creeper or a common vine. However, it is much quicker to initiate an attack when disguised as a crab's claw, she continued. After all, they are essentially the same type of magical plant. Essentially a magical plant. Vizet exclaimed in surprise. Is it like the relationship between wolves and dogs? A wonderfully insightful comparison. You're very perceptive, and you can understand it that way. The relationship between them can be seen as akin to that of dogs and wolves, Sprout praised. In ancient times, the devil's snare was a highly threatening magical plant. Wizards would typically travel in pairs for safety when venturing into swamps or rainforests. She continued, it wasn't until later, as wizards created more magic, that the threat of the devil's snare gradually diminished. Some wizards later attempted to improve the devil's snare, which led to the creation of the crab's claw. Vizet looked at his notebook and said, this seems a bit contradictory. How did the devil's snare mimic the crab's claw when the devil's snare existed first? The appearance of the crab's claw is one of the forms that the devil's snare adopts when it is not attacking, Sprout explained. When not in attack mode, the devil's snare's disguise is quite pleasant to look at. Those ancient wizards must have noticed this, which is why they solidified this form. Don't you think? The appearance of the crab's claw is quite adorable. Vizet smiled softly, sensing that Professor Sprout was very similar to Hagrid, possessing a profound love for magical plants and magical creatures. Sprout took out her wand from her pocket, saying, nevertheless, the danger of the devil's snare still exists. Next, I will demonstrate how to make the devil's snare disguise itself as a crab's claw. Vizet tidied up his notebook and summoned his magical eye, saying, Professor Sprout, please. It is our duty to help students resolve their doubts. Sprout waved her hand dismissively and led Vizet 5 meters away before opening the box containing the devil's snare. First, we need to create a suitable environment that allows the devil's snare to feel safe. She gently waved her wand, tracing a path in the air resembling a combination of C and D. Chill. A familiar magical energy field appeared, enveloping the devil's snare. The magical energy field brought coldness and dampness, causing the devil's snare to sway its vines gently within. Before long, the dark green hue of the devil's snare gradually faded, and it indeed transformed into the appearance of a crab's claw. Sprout continued to cast spells, gently pressing her wand down, while calmly reciting the incantation, preserve the essence. For Vizet, he was already familiar with both of these spells, having been taught them by Snape during their private lessons. Chill and Dampness is the incantation for a moisture-preserving spell, which can construct a magical energy field that preserves materials at low temperatures. The moisture-preserving spell can be likened to a refrigerator, as wizards can adjust the temperature and humidity according to their will. This spell is quite complex, and Vizet practiced for 2 weeks before he could barely master it. When he demonstrated his results, Snape's cheeks bulged continuously, possibly displeased with his pace of learning. Preserve the Essence is the incantation for the solidification spell, which can temporarily solidify the state of materials, ensuring that the magical effects contained within do not dissipate. This magic also originated from Snape's teachings, and is often used when handling rare potion ingredients. As Sprout cast her spells, Vizet, with the help of his magical eye, witnessed the process of the Devil's Snare, disguising itself as a crab's claw. Just as he had anticipated, this process of disguise inspired him greatly. With the assistance of the magical eye, he saw the magical circuits of the Devil's Snare begin to contract, the originally sharp circuits smoothing out as they gradually transformed into the magical circuits of the crab's claw. He quickly picked up his notebook to record what he observed about the magical circuits. Sprout glanced curiously at his notes, which featured a variety of neatly drawn patterns. Although the patterns appeared exquisite, she couldn't comprehend what Vizet was actually drawing. However, in the magical world, wizards each have their own understanding of magic, and it is quite normal for others to be unable to grasp it. After finishing his notes, Vizet shyly asked Professor Sprout, "Could you please make the Devil's Snare return to its original form? I would like to see it once more." "Of course, no problem." Sprout agreed, and that tissue became a victim once more, torn apart by the Devil's Snare. Vizet picked up his notebook again, refining the original patterns while noting some subtle differences. Chill and Damp. He instinctively raised his wand, reciting the incantation to assist the Devil's Snare in its disguise, while continuing to refine the patterns. Seeing Vizet skillfully casting the spell, Professor Sprout exclaimed, "You already know this magic?" Vizet nodded. "Yes, I learned this magic from Professor Snape." Sprout slapped her forehead. "I completely forgot that you go to Professor Snape's classes on weekends. It's quite normal for you to learn this magic. The potion class is closely related to the herbology class, and she often goes to Snape to deliver materials, so she naturally knows about this." She curiously asked, "This incantation is quite complex and requires precise control of magical energy. How long did it take you to master it?" 2 weeks. Vizet pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps that was too slow." When Professor Snape learned about this, his expression didn't look very good. 2 weeks. Sprout was momentarily speechless, then seriously patted Vizet on the shoulder, saying, "Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You are already extremely remarkable. I will continue to work hard." Vizet nodded earnestly. "After all, I've just started to explore magic. There's still so much I need to learn." "Professor Sprout, I should go to flying class now. May I ask if you have another class later? I would like to stop by again. The next class will also be about the Devil's Snare, so feel free to come back." Sprout smiled. Principal Dumbledore specifically instructed that everyone should learn how to deal with the Devil's Snare. Watching the hurried figure of Vizet leave, Sprout closed the dark wooden box. It only took 2 weeks. She couldn't help but exclaim, "These kids nowadays are truly remarkable. No wonder Professor Dumbledore values him so much. And he even managed to put Snape in a tight spot. It's quite amusing to think about." She sighed softly. "It's a pity I couldn't see it in person. Oh, I wonder what expression Snape had." The approval for the flying broom Professor McGonagall had applied for finally came through. Although it was still a second-hand broom, it was well maintained, and the previous incidents had not recurred. The students took advantage of the rare time to fly freely in the air, while Vizet was still trying to understand the magical energy circuits. After watching the camouflage process of the Devil's Snare repeatedly, he felt countless inspirations rippling in his mind, even feeling a sense of overflow. Once the flying class ended, he bid farewell to his roommates and returned to the greenhouse. In the greenhouse, only Sprout was present, conducting the last tidying up before the weekend. Vizet first greeted her, then took out his wand and began to help with the cleaning. Sprout handed him a drink. "White fresh honey water. You can't find this anywhere else. It's my exclusive recipe." Vizet took the cup and took a small sip. Besides the sweetness, there was also a refreshing, invigorating feeling. "Is it good?" "This year's honey is of excellent quality," Sprout said proudly. "Are you still planning to observe the Devil's Snare?" Vizet shook his head. "Professor Sprout, I actually want to borrow a crab claw plant. Can I cast a spell on it?" Sprout nodded. "Of course. As long as you don't use dark magic, the crab claw plant is quite resilient." "I want to practice transfiguration," Vizet quickly said. "I have some insights I want to put into practice." Sprout took out her wand and waved it at a nearby dark wooden box, which immediately floated into the air. "You can practice here slowly," she instructed Vizet. "I need to hide the Devil's Snare. It's quite dangerous. When you leave later, just help me close the door. Wingardium Leviosa." Vizet gently raised his wand, causing several pages of notes to float in the air. These pages contained records of the magical energy circuits of the Devil's Snare and the crab claw plant, detailing both dynamic and static changes. Not only that, but the theory of transfiguration was also ready in his mind for reference. He cast the Guardian Meditation method, allowing the pages to follow around him, coming to rest in front of a crabclaw plant. The plant sensed someone approaching and became lively, its vines swaying gently in rhythm. With the help of the Guardian Meditation method, his focus sharpened and his thoughts traversed between the note pages and the theory of transfiguration. Vizet gently flicked his wand, guiding the floating charm to turn the pages back and forth, creating an effect akin to flipping through a book. Combining this with the theory of transfiguration, light seemed to appear in his eyes, so this can be done in this way. He activated his magical eye, lifting his wand with the tip pointing directly at the swaying crabclaw plant before him. With the aid of the magical eye, Vizet's magic penetrated into the crabclaw plant, targeting its magical energy circuits. He transformed his magical energy into clothes that wrapped around the plant's magical energy circuits. Vine shaping. Vizet whispered, controlling the magic enveloping the crabclaw plant to become sharp, approaching the magical energy circuits of the devil's snare. As he shaped it, the swaying of the crabclaw plant stopped, and its vibrant green turned into dark green. The vines of the crabclaw plant moved with the agility of a swarm of snakes, twisting and turning in all directions as if stretching its body. Suddenly, the crabclaw plant seemed to receive some command, and its extended dark green vines surged forward, completely wrapping around Vizet and lifting him into the air. The sun gradually set, and the two professors made their way to the greenhouse together. Sprout looked at Professor McGonagall, her tone filled with worry. "Minerva, is it really okay that I left the devil's snare there?" "At least that's what Professor Dumbledore said." Professor McGonagall shrugged, a hint of helplessness on her face. "After all, he even told you to share the weaknesses of the devil's snare. I still feel it's a bit risky after all. It's the Dark Lord. This shouldn't be prepared for the Dark Lord." Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. "Consider it an extra final test, perhaps. If that's the case, the students being tested are rather unfortunate." Sprout lamented. "Even adult wizards would likely have a headache facing so many challenges at once." "Since it's Dumbledore's consideration, we should continue to trust it," Professor McGonagall said firmly. "After all, he has led Hogwarts through so many years of storms and trials." "Of course, I would never doubt Dumbledore," Sprout laughed. "Speaking of which, he recently started working overtime again, always coming to ask me for white fresh honey." She shrugged helplessly. "I originally prepared a whole jar of white fresh honey for you, but now there's only half a jar left." This gesture is enough, after all the pressure on Professor Dumbledore is quite significant. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but chuckle. To relieve stress, sweets are undoubtedly the best means. It just feels like he's a bit obsessed with sweets lately. Sprout laughed as well, gazing toward the distant greenhouse, then suddenly screamed, "Oh, Merlin's beard. How is there still a devil's snare? Impossible. I only brought one devil's snare over, and I've already taken it away. I even mentioned it to Vizet." "Vizet?" Professor McGonagall quickly looked toward the greenhouse. Through the open door there indeed was a large mass of devil's snare, writhing like a swarm of snakes, seemingly engaged in a capturing action. Without time to speak, Professor McGonagall transformed into a tabby cat and rushed out in an instant. In just a few breaths, she arrived at the greenhouse door. As expected, the devil's snare was indeed hunting. It had wrapped up a student and was still writhing its vines, seemingly trying to strangle him. Professor McGonagall felt her heartbeat slow for a moment as she caught sight of a face through the gaps in the devil's snare, the face belonging to Vizet. Flames roaring. She shouted sharply, and a fiery lion sprang forth from her wand, growing larger as it charged toward the devil's snare. Immediately, the fiery lion pounced into thin air, and the devil's snare suddenly scattered in an instant. "Professor McGonagall." Vizet's voice sounded just in time. "It's me, Vizet." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, her expression becoming extremely serious. "What on earth just happened?" At that moment, Sprout also rushed over, breathless and anxious, asking Minerva, "Vizet, are you okay?" "I was practicing transfiguration magic." Vizet explained somewhat awkwardly, and happened to see the camouflage process of the devil's net, which suddenly inspired me. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but chuckle. "Practicing transfiguration magic. Just now we saw a large pile of devil's nets appear in the greenhouse. You have no idea how anxious Pomona and Professor Sprout were." "I'm so sorry, Professor McGonagall." "Professor Sprout, I should have explained this in advance," Vizet said, lowering his head with a somewhat somber tone. "It's not your fault." Noticing Vizet's depressed tone, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but purse her lips. "We were just overly concerned." "You mean to say that you can transform the Christmas cactus into a devil's net, is that correct?" "Yes." Vizet nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling. "I read the theory of transmutation that you recommended and combined it with my observations during this time and accomplished this." He eagerly raised his wand and cast a spell at the distant Christmas cactus, vine shaping. About 10 seconds later, the gently swaying Christmas cactus changed color, coating itself in a deep dark green, twisting like a devil's net and lunging towards Vizet. Professor McGonagall and the others instinctively drew their wands, but were stunned by the scene before them. The devil's net clustered around Vizet's feet, forming a vine platform that lifted him into the air. He raised his wand high, waving it like a conductor leading an orchestra. Under his direction, the vines climbed up from beneath him, tightly covering him, forming an impenetrable vine armor. With a gentle flick of the hand that gripped the wand, the vine armor transformed back into vines, converging into a conical shape that shot straight forward with a loud bang. Minerva? Sprout leaned towards Professor McGonagall. Are you really going to teach this to the first-year students? Of course not. Professor McGonagall, usually serious, had a flushed face from excitement. He figured it out on his own. My only suggestion to him was to borrow a copy of the Theory of Transmutation from Madame Pants, who knew he could make it this far. As the Professor of Transfiguration, she understood better than Sprout how astonishing Wizet's current application of transfiguration magic was. Hogwarts offered several magical disciplines, with transfiguration being the most rigorous. In transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall followed a process from simple to complex, guiding the students step by step to reveal the mysteries of transfiguration. For instance, first-year students can transform matches into needles, or iron into files, and even feathers into fans. Mastering the transfiguration of small objects is already quite impressive. This is basic same-species transfiguration, primarily focused on the transformation between various non-living objects. As their proficiency increases, students need to learn how to use magic to allow living beings to transform among themselves. Fourth-year students will learn these advanced techniques, and there will be no involvement of mutual transformation of magical creatures. Wizet's current application of transfiguration magic is not only advanced same-species transformation, but also involves the mutual transformation of magical creatures. As long as they are magical creatures, they inherently possess a certain degree of magical resistance. For a first-year wizard to cast transfiguration magic on magical creatures is nothing short of fanciful. Moreover, Vizet had no guidance from others. He merely observed the Christmas cactus and the devil's net, along with his understanding of the theory of transmutation, making him a self-taught expert. Professor McGonagall never expected that such a fanciful thing would actually occur, and even more so, an even more outrageous fanciful event. Furthermore, from Wizet's earlier remarks, Professor McGonagall had reason to believe that his understanding of magic had already begun to sprout. This is an ancient magical concept that cannot be inspired by others, but can only be constructed through one. Only by having one's own understanding of magic can one walk further along the path of magic, experiencing the greater mysteries brought by magic. The earlier one allows their understanding of magic to sprout, the more likely they are to leave their name in the annals of magical history. For instance, Duel Champion Elbert, Tussle, Giant Hunter, Gifford Alvin, C. Serpent Slayer Gramo Perks. Wizet waved his wand again, and the devil's net slowly shrank back, returning to its previous form of the Christmas cactus. He also landed on the ground, excitedly pointing at the Christmas cactus. Professor McGonagall, this is the transfiguration magic technique. I comprehended. Truly outstanding, Sprout said with a smile, enthusiastically applauding. Professor McGonagall focused on the Christmas cactus. The Christmas cactus hasn't changed? Sprout asked in confusion. Minerva, what do you mean the Christmas cactus hasn't changed? Having been absorbed in herbology for years, she could not immediately grasp the deeper meaning behind Professor McGonagall. Yes. Wizet nodded, repeatedly, speaking with great pride. Its essence hasn't changed. I just applied magic outside of its essence. He looked at the gently swaying Christmas cactus, not far away, trying hard to find specific words to explain everything he had done. It's like wearing a piece of clothing. That person is still that person, but by putting on another piece of clothing, the impression others have of that person can change. I draped the Christmas cactus in the clothing of the devil's net, so it became a devil's net. But once the clothing is removed, it can revert back to being a Christmas cactus. Wizet, I understand what you mean. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, striving to calm her tone. You are undoubtedly the most talented student I have ever encountered. Wizet's cheeks flushed as he stammered. I still have so much to learn. And Professor Sprout is willing to help me. And I am also lucky enough to have learned about the devil's net today, and to understand the connection between the Christmas cactus and the devil's net. Yes. Professor McGonagall nodded, responding with a sigh. You are indeed quite fortunate. Talent is something that can be encountered but not sought after. Wizet's claim of being fortunate enough is absolutely valid. However, being able to utilize this luck and continually learn and improve is what makes Vizet truly remarkable. Wizet tucked the pages back into his notebook, intending to tell the two professors, and then head to the Great Hall for dinner. After a busy half-day, his stomach was growling non-stop. He canceled the enhancements of the Guardian Meditation, and the Eye of Magic, and the world returned to its familiar appearance. But in the next moment, he felt the world spin. Even the two professors before him seemed to be rotating. Wizet barely had time to think before he fell. At the moment he lost consciousness, he heard the surprised exclamations of Professors McGonagall and Sprout, as well as the soft landing on a cushion behind him. When Vizet regained consciousness, he was already in the school hospital. The hospital lacked the antiseptic smell of the hospitals from his previous life, replaced instead by the peculiar fragrance of various herbs. A hint of lavender lingered at the tip of his nose. At this moment the sunlight was just right, streaming through the window and warming the sheets. The bright sunlight. School hospital. He remembered that when he had fainted the sun was just setting, yet now it was after. This also meant that he had been lying in the school hospital for almost a whole day. Professor Quirrell's class. Vizet struggled to sit up, but was stopped by an invisible yet gentle force. Accompanying this was a dull pain encircling his forehead, reminiscent of the feeling of cramming for exams 2 nights in a row in his previous life. "Child, you are awake." A weathered female face suddenly appeared before him. It was Madame Pomfrey, who helped Vizet sit up and brought over a cup emitting silver mist. "Will your head still hurt? Drink this." Vizet covered his forehead, and as he sat up the dull pain became more pronounced. He nodded and said weakly, "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. You ended up here because of overexertion." Madame Pomfrey began to murmur, "Students from 5th and 7th grades can endure that, but you are only in 1st grade. As a Ravenclaw, are you putting too much pressure on yourself? You can afford to relax a bit. After all, you will be here for 7 years. Did we not meet last time? I told you then not to use the brain-boosting potion. You haven't used it, have you? You must not become dependent on it." "Of course not." Vizet shook his head helplessly and brought the cup to his lips. "I will be careful. This time was just an accident." The potion itself had no taste, but felt thick upon entry, similar to a porridge that had been boiled down. Then came a wave of lavender fragrance as the grainy particles slowly slid down his throat. "All right, you should lie down and rest," Madame Pomfrey advised. The potion's effects were quick. Within 3 seconds of ingesting it, just as he lay back down, he felt the dull pain alleviate. Soon after, drowsiness followed, causing him to lose consciousness. When he awoke again, it was the same bright sunlight. He quickly calculated that perhaps 2 days had passed. Not only had he missed Professor Quirrell's class, but also Professor Snape's. The thought of this made him feel somewhat uneasy. He wanted to know Professor Quirrell's current situation, while also not wanting to miss out on the knowledge from both professors. The first to visit him were his roommates, who surrounded Madame Pomfrey with questions, wanting to know if he had any after-effects from battling the troll that required hospitalization. At first, Madame Pomfrey answered patiently, but soon grew annoyed and pushed the crowd of roommates out, citing that the patient needs rest. Next came Penelope and members of the Quidditch team. Having learned from the experience of his roommates, they hardly exchanged a few words before being asked to leave the hospital. Harry and the others also arrived, but under Madame Pomfrey's pressure, they could only lower their voices and offer us. Ron said, "George and the others told me that you got hit by the troll, which is why your head hurts, right?" Vizet rubbed his temples and understood why his roommates were so anxious, clinging to Madame Pomfrey. Hermione blushed and said, "Thank you for speaking up for me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become friends with Ron." And Harry was about to say something when he was interrupted by Madame Pomfrey. "You can all leave now." Harry bravely retorted, "But I haven't said a word." Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow. "The patient needs rest. You have already said 1 sentence. Adding up, that's 3 sentences. With Harry's exclamation of "ah," the 3 of them were pushed out of the hospital. Vizet had a simple meal, mainly consisting of pumpkin porridge and stew. On the table were also several oil paper packages containing candies, cakes, cookies, and jerky, as well as a silver container from which white mist was emanating, carrying the scent of lavender. Madame Pomfrey introduced, "The snacks are from the new Hufflepuff students. It seems you have quite a good rapport." The silver container was sent by Professor Quirrell. He asked me to light it, claiming it helps alleviate headaches. Professor Snape checked it first and added some lavender essential oil before allowing me to light it. Mentioning Snape, he appeared at once. He walked silently into the hospital, holding a cup of potion emitting silver mist, the same type Vizet had consumed yesterday. Vizet noticed that Snape's gait was somewhat strange, but didn't have time to examine it closely. Before leaving, Snape glanced at Vizet, then curled his lip and exited. Vizet thoughtfully reached for the notebook on the nearby table, wanting to retrieve it. "Can you take a break?" Madame Pomfrey said helplessly. "Your level of diligence exceeds most Ravenclaws I've seen." "Sorry, Madame Pomfrey, I need to note down this potion's formula." Vizet took the potion and sipped a small amount. "The scent must be lavender, but I'm not sure if it's a tincture or essential oil. Let me take another small sip. It should be a tincture. The alcohol evaporated during the boiling process. The granules upon entry are probably moonstone powder. What about the thick texture? It might be a blend of moondew flower nectar and mugwort infusion with a slightly sweet taste." He attempted to deduce the specific formula of the potion using techniques previously taught by Snape. As the potion in the cup diminished, Vizet's eyelids grew heavier. He pushed through to finish the last note before finally drifting off to sleep. Madame Pomfrey watched this series of actions with great concern. After sealing the hospital door, she immediately stormed into Snape's office. Upon seeing Madame Pomfrey for the first time, Snape immediately frowned and said, "Is there a problem with the potion?" "Impossible. Have you put too much pressure on that child?" Madame Pomfrey questioned. "The moment you left, he started taking notes." "Taking notes?" Snape seemed puzzled. "What notes? Then why are you here to find me?" Madame Pomfrey crossed her arms. "He was tasting the potion while deducing the formula." "Is this an assignment you said?" "Deducing the formula?" Snape's eyelid twitched. "So what? It's what students should do." "But he is a patient." Madame Pomfrey was a rather gentle person, but when it came to patient issues, she would argue her case. Snape replied flatly, "Then he'll make more potions. Until he is well." In the dimly lit, unknown storage room, Dumbledore navigated through a myriad of clutter. He reached the deepest part of the storage area and found a massive object covered by a gray cloth. With a forceful flick, he lifted the gray cloth, sending dust swirling wildly in the air. "Dust be gone." Dumbledore waved his wand, and not only did the dust disappear, but the gray cloth also returned to its original white color with the aid of magic. "What a useful spell," he smiled, faintly turning to gaze at the object concealed by the gray cloth. It was an imposing mirror standing at least 2 meters tall, its top nearly brushing the ceiling. At the top, a flowing script was engraved reading, "Eri stra eru oit ube kafir oit onwosi." An exquisite serpentine relief formed the golden frame supported by 2 coiled serpent statues that ensured the mirror stood firm. He stood still for a long time, not daring to step in front of the immense mirror, merely tracing his fingers over the relief of the frame, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Behind him, a bright light appeared, and a silver-white, horse-shaped water creature emerged, drifting before the grand mirror. Dumbledore looked at the guardian of the water creature and softly asked, "Newt, have you any news?" The horse-shaped water creature floated in the air and spoke in an ancient voice, "Headmaster Dumbledore, your memory serves you well. I indeed kept a secret. However, when I went to New York, the secret was seized by the Magical Congress. After that incident, I tried to recover the secret, but was informed by the Magical Congress that it had vanished. If I am not mistaken, it was likely taken by Gellert Grindelwald, so I am unable to make an attempt. I apologize for not being able to assist you." After saying this, the horse-shaped water creature seemed to dissolve into the air, vanishing in a ripple. "So it is like this." Dumbledore's gaze flickered as he watched the silver light ripple disappear, a myriad of thoughts coalescing into a long sigh. Vizet slept soundly until the evening. The heavy pain in his head completely vanished. When he opened his eyes, 2 remarkably similar boys appeared before him. Fred grinned and asked, "How does our dear materials consultant feel?" "If you could refrain from spreading rumors about me, I would feel much better," Vizet smiled. "How can this be considered spreading rumors?" George waved his index finger back and forth. "We are merely celebrating the great deeds of our savior, just like the troubadours of the medieval ages." Exactly. Fred nodded in agreement. "As long as you can still joke, it means you must be getting better. Today should still be the weekend, right?" Vizet shook his head, a cracking sound echoing from his neck. "Yes," George said with a tone of regret. "Such a beautiful weekend, and you wasted it in the hospital." Vizet stretched lazily in bed. "Occasionally sleeping like this is actually quite nice. Professor Flitwick told me to balance work and rest," Vizet said. Fred stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. "When it comes from you, it sounds particularly convincing." Just then, faint footsteps suddenly sounded around them. Fred and George immediately became alert, waving to Vizet. "Hope to see you in the hall tomorrow." Vizet also waved to them. "I hope so too. Goodbye." Fred and George's instincts were sharp. The footsteps came from Madame Pomfrey, making her rounds. Once she confirmed no one was disturbing, she felt relieved and left the hospital wing, locking the door behind her. After confirming Madame Pomfrey's departure, Vizet opened his eyes and cast the eye of magic, surveying everything in the hospital wing. Lumos. As he expected, rich, ancient magical energy existed here. Normally, entering the hospital wing was not an easy task. Madame Pomfrey usually resolved issues outside the door. In her view, it was the patients who needed to enter. Seizing the rare opportunity, Vizet strolled around the hospital wing, exploring every area and illuminating the corresponding sections of the map in his mind. He continued to check the map in his mind until all relevant sections were illuminated before stopping to collect the ancient magical energy. Vizet activated the improved transformation magic, the crabclaw plant, transforming into the devil's snare, spell worthy of the ancient magical energy. He wanted to know what characteristics ancient magical energy would bestow upon the transformation magic if it were enhanced. Hesitating was not Vizet's character. He quickly took action, pouring all the ancient magical energy he had just acquired into the transformation magic. The wizard's practical guide began to turn pages. Unlike before, he drew understanding from the page that had not yet been turned regarding transformation magic. These insights were profound. He could barely grasp a tiny bit of the content with the assistance of the theory of. Uncertain how long had passed, the page finally turned, revealing a new spell, ancient magic, self-shaping devil's snare form, guiding ancient magic to perform transformation magic, turning fingers into devil's snare. Combining the understanding he had just acquired, he did not use his wand, but extended his hand directly. Vine shaping. His fingers were enveloped in a silver-blue glow, a tingling sensation spreading from his fingertips throughout his body. Under the influence of magic, his long fingers stretched continuously, and the bones inside seemed to soften. It was a peculiar feeling. His will seemed to transform into a hand, while his actual hand became Play-Doh. He guided the magic to reshape his fingers, which quickly transformed into dark green vines adorned with unique patterns found in plants. Nox. Vizet not only extinguished the light at the tip of his wand, but also closed his eyes, walking through. He walked remarkably steadily, deftly avoiding beds and herb cabinets, as if he knew in advance where they were. It was an extraordinarily wonderful experience. Even with his eyes closed and surrounded by darkness, he could see everything around him through the transformed Devil's Snare hand. As a magical plant that lurks in damp, dark environments, the Devil's Snare had a strong sense of darkness. Through entering the Devil's Snare form, Vizet also gained the corresponding perception ability. He suddenly recalled the Animagus suggesting that after casting this transformation magic, one could also gain abilities corresponding to the respective animal. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a light ahead where a burst of fire appeared out of nowhere. Warmth and light are the natural enemies of the Devil's Web. Vizet felt the withering of the Devil's Web on his hand and immediately opened his eyes. As expected, the Devil's Web formed from his fingers, curled up like a clump of iron maple leaves, and even its accompanying sensing ability dissipated entirely. As the flames faded, the lights of the school hospital suddenly illuminated. Dumbledore softly said, "A truly perfect transfiguration spell, achieving such a level is indeed rare." He wore a loose green cloak adorned with golden buttons, each button displaying the Hogwarts crest. Vizet blinked, pondering something. Dumbledore's attire seemed to have never varied. In stark contrast to Professor McGonagall's fondness for dark green robes and Professor Snape's obsession with black cloaks. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore," Vizet said, somewhat awkwardly restoring his hand to its original form. Dumbledore inquired with concern. "I believe Professor Snape's potion, aside from its terrible taste, is quite effective." "Actually, the taste is not bad, it's like drinking porridge," Vizet recalled and replied honestly. "But its effect is truly remarkable. I have already recovered." Dumbledore mused, almost as if reflecting upon himself, whispering, "Is the taste really okay? Perhaps next time I could ask him to add a bit of sugar." He did not dwell on this issue, and continued, "I heard from Professor McGonagall that you have a talent for transfiguration capable of completing high-level transformations of the same species. But it seems that you have not only completed high-level transformations of the same species, but have also managed to perform human transformations. To be honest, this can no longer be described as talented." Vizet felt his ears flush. Waving his hand, he said, "Professor Dumbledore, there is still much I want to learn." This time it was primarily due to a sudden inspiration coupled with that book, The Theory of Transmutation, that coincidentally transformed the crabclaw plant into the Devil's Web. The Theory of Transmutation. Dumbledore stroked his beard. "Is that the one borrowed from the library?" "Yes, it even has your notes on it." Vizet thought of the annotations and notes in The Theory of Transmutation and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Are the notes real?" "They are real." Dumbledore also chuckled. "Madame Pants has a unique dedication to the care of books." The two exchanged smiles, and Vizet felt much more at ease than before. Dumbledore glanced at Vizet and casually asked, "With half the term nearly over, which subject do you find most They're all quite interesting." Vizet blurted out, "Perhaps because I am just getting introduced to the magical world. Being impartial to knowledge is a commendable quality." Dumbledore said gently, "You are not wrong. This place is indeed the starting point for English wizards to... The courses here all hold corresponding significance. We hope students can discover joy from them and find the subject they are most passionate about. We hope that during their 7 years at Hogwarts, students can follow their souls, establish their understanding of magic, and find the magical path that suits them best." Soul, understanding magic. Vizet frowned vaguely, sensing the weight of these two terms. "You remain quite perceptive." Dumbledore smiled satisfactorily. "While mastering various practical spells allows one to live in the magical world, having your own understanding of magic and knowing the direction you should take is what truly marks the beginning of the magical path. Most wizards who achieve this often do so after they have reached a certain age. Next, I want to share some content that far exceeds the syllabus." He blinked, noticing Vizet skillfully pulling out a notebook. "These are my views on the soul, so you don't need to write them down and we can just chat casually about them." "All right," Vizet replied, slightly regretful, putting the notebook back on the desk. "Vizet, what do you think distinguishes one wizard from another?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. "Answer in a more magical way, if you can." Vizet nodded, merely combining his life experiences at Luna's house and his time studying at Hogwarts. He finally uttered a single word: soul. "Yes." Dumbledore smiled, as if treating the hospital as a classroom. "Every wizard's soul is unique. After all, I mentioned it so many times that I won't give Ravenclaw any points for it. The souls of wizards differ, and thus their magical strengths also vary. For example, Professor Flitwick's talent in charms. Do you know he was once a dueling champion?" "Dueling champion? I didn't know." Vizet widened his eyes. Although he didn't understand what this title meant, he felt it must be quite impressive. Dumbledore reminisced. "During duels, one could use most dark magic. Professor Flitwick did not do so. He relied on his extraordinary charms to defeat his opponents. The earlier one establishes their understanding of magic, the sooner they comprehend what their soul requires, just like Professor Flitwick, including Professor Sprout, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. They possess their own understanding of magic, which allows them to better wield their talents. It's like some wizards might excel at disarming charms, oblivion charms, or wandless magic. Souls are wondrous. There are as many types of souls as there are wizards, and as many talents as there are souls, just like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Each one brings a new and exciting experience. This is an ineffable process. Professors can only play a supportive role, enlightening you to feel the soul and construct your own understanding of magic. Vizet tentatively asked, Professor Dumbledore, do you think my soul leans towards transfiguration? Dumbledore nodded gently. Besides your performance during this period, the silent burden you carry is also an important basis for my conclusion. Silent burden. Vizet placed his hand on his chest. Then shouldn't I have more talent in dark magic? Isn't that the case? Dumbledore asked with a smile. No one dictates that a soul can only have one preference. Souls are complex and even changeable existences. Having talent in disarming charms also means one can master the difficult Patronus charm. Anything is possible. Vizet wizards can create miracles, remember this. Silent burden is itself a form of dark magical power, yet it is not merely dark magical power. He spoke while gently waving his wand. A wisp of black mist spread from the tip of the wand, sometimes transforming into a cloud of darkness, at other times condensing into a black cone. After demonstrating, Dumbledore retracted his wand and let the black mist dissipate. His voice was low. Murmur has an extremely strong plasticity, yet is also extremely uncontrollable. Most people's understanding of Murmur often only stays at its uncontrollable aspect. Yet they forget Murmur's talent for transfiguration. The ability to control such immense power to shrink and expand at will. Is not that a reflection of this talent? Vizet nodded somewhat dazedly. He truly could not comprehend this part. Dumbledore's proficiency in transfiguration was something he was exceedingly aware of. That book, Theory of Transmutation and Transformation, would be a very difficult read for him without Dumbledore's annotations. So it is just a casual chat. Dumbledore smiled warmly. This is my understanding based on my knowledge experience in the past. You are different from me. You possess a unique talent that can help you understand magic more efficiently. A unique talent. Vizet pursed his lips, somewhat bewildered. Yes. Dumbledore nodded. Your eyes. The eye of magic. This is an extremely ancient and rare talent. Vizet's eyelid twitched. Did Mr. Ollivander tell you? Yes, he wanted to keep the secret completely, so he came to me. Dumbledore extended his arm, rolling up his sleeve. As he clenched his fist, 3 chain-like fine lines gradually emerged on his arm. The fine lines emitted a dazzling light resembling fireworks. Vizet tentatively asked, Professor Dumbledore, is this a magical contract? Yes. You have a broad reading range, which is a good thing. Dumbledore smiled appreciatively. This is the unbreakable vow, a very powerful magical contract. Unbreakable vow. Vizet whispered the words back. Although he inferred that Dumbledore had forged a magical contract based on keeping secrets, he did not know the specific function of this magic. He upheld the attitude of asking when he did not understand, and asked, so does this mean this magical contract cannot be broken? In a certain sense, indeed, it cannot be broken. Dumbledore nodded. If the vow is broken, the person who breaks it will. Vizet gasped. It's a very dangerous magical contract, but it's also quite secure. Professor Dumbledore, may I ask, why did you forge such a dangerous magical contract? Ollivander cherishes your talent, which is the most important reason. Dumbledore explained. I was also startled when he told. To prevent this secret from being discovered by others, he forged a contract with me. The content of the contract is very simple. Concerning your eye of magic, we cannot disclose it to more people. Mr. Ollivander, really? Vizet felt deeply moved. Although he had only met Ollivander once, the wand maker had gone to such lengths. During this time, although he had read notes on wand making, he had only stayed at the theoretical level without putting it into true practice. Dumbledore smiled slightly, keenly sensing Vizet's emotional changes. Wand making is not something that can be achieved overnight. It is an extension of alchemy. It requires a vast amount of knowledge to better learn wand making. You should relax more and enjoy life in the magical world. If you end up in the hospital wing again for similar reasons, Madame Pomfrey will likely come after me. Vizet thought of the theory of transmutation and transformation and smiled, nodding. I was just thinking, Mr. Ollivander said the same thing to me. All right, don't think so much. Dumbledore patted Vizet's shoulder and took out 2 lemon drops. He handed one to Vizet and unwrapped one for himself. The reason I am telling you this is that your eyes are very special, so I thought of something that should suit you. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a well-used notebook. The notebook bore a special symbol, a circle embedded within a triangle, with a straight line touching the top angle of the triangle piercing through the center of the circle. Vizet took the notebook. Besides that symbol, the cover also had 2 signatures, Albus Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald. He rubbed the symbol on the notebook and couldn't help but ask, this is the notebook of Gellert Grindelwald, and you? Yes, this is my secret. I hope you can keep it for me. Dumbledore blinked and nodded generously. Vizet cleared his throat, calming his somewhat tumultuous emotions. There was an extraordinary relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. This point could be seen from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. However, Vizet did not expect that the two had once shared a notebook, possibly conducting some form of magical research. Dumbledore looked at the notebook, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Grindelwald's eyes were very magical. Although they cannot compare to the eye of magic, they are also a rare talent. He possessed a true prophetic eye, allowing him to accurately foresee the actions of opposing wizards. Professor Dumbledore, may I understand it this way? Vizet felt a bit breathless. This notebook can help me develop the abilities of the Eye of Magic. It is not so much about helping to develop. Dumbledore gently shook his head. I just think of it as a reference book. After all, the Eye of Magic is even rarer. During that time, Grindelwald and I were a bit mad, utterly obsessed with developing the ability of the prophetic eye, summarizing a lot of related theoretical knowledge. We recorded all the relevant theoretical knowledge in it. He patted the notebook, including some related magical traces which I have preserved quite intact. Wouldn't it be too precious? Vizet was somewhat worried, and the names on it. How should I conceal them? Good child. Dumbledore's tone was very gentle. I will give you some extra protection. He took back the notebook, drawing his wand, and seemingly writing something. After a while, he closed the notebook and handed it back to Vizet. As soon as Vizet touched the notebook, a warm sensation spread through his palm, and the notebook was enveloped in a soft glow. In the midst of the radiance, the notebook seemed to come alive, slithering like a serpent to climb onto Wizet's wrist. When the light dissipated, a silver bracelet appeared on his wrist. Wizet examined the bracelet repeatedly. Its surface featured an exquisite phoenix relief, and the somewhat dim silver material had an ancient quality, exuding an extraordinary aura. Headmaster Dumbledore, what is this? You can try flipping your wrist and say open to it. Wizet immediately complied. In the blink of an eye, the silver bracelet transformed back into a notebook lying quietly in his palm. Incredible! Wizet exclaimed in amazement. Headmaster Dumbledore, is this also a transfiguration spell? Dumbledore smiled and waved his hand. Aside from transfiguration, it also involves some basic alchemical techniques. This is also a result of the research I conducted when I was younger with him. He pointed at the notebook and continued, I have recorded the method for making this bracelet in the notes. I see, Wizet said with surprise, having noticed a new addition to the handwriting. The strokes of this new writing were much bolder, forming a stark contrast with the previous flowing and carefree script. I guess. You must be very interested. Dumbledore asked with a smile. From the initial to the final form, I have laid it all out clearly. You can treat it as extracurricular reading to study slowly. A new week began and Hogwarts completed its winter transformation overnight. Not only did the weather turn cold, but heavy snowfall followed suit. The grayish peaks surrounding the school were drenched in ice and snow, turning them into a desolate white. When the sunlight shone upon them, the snow-covered peaks lost their desolation and became as warm and smooth as the lake beside the castle had formed a thick layer of ice which was as hard and transparent as tempered glass, reflecting a fantastical underwater world. The discussions about the troll had not yet ceased, especially after the students learned that Wizet had been sent to the hospital wing by Professor McGonagall, which only intensified the chatter. To them, such a storyline seemed normal, though otherwise it was hard to believe how a first-year student could handle a troll. Perhaps if the feat of defeating the troll had been accomplished by Harry, it would not have drawn as much discussion. After all, Harry's title was not just the boy who lived, but he was also viewed by many as the savior. A savior who defeated Voldemort at the age of 1. Defeating a troll seemed quite reasonable. Many curious students even followed Wizet to the library. They neither spoke nor read, simply staring intently at Wizet to the point where it made him feel uneasy, yet they showed no signs of giving up. Feeling disturbed, Wizet had no choice but to seek a different place to study. The Ravenclaw common room was actually a great place, but unfortunately the other Ravenclaws thought the same, leading to frequent overcrowding. The dormitory was also suitable for studying, but occasionally he needed to practice certain spells, which made it impractical to stay there too often. Fred and George's secret base was hidden away, but the space was a bit cramped, and their experiments with prank items often led to various mishaps. After thinking for a while, Wizet finally found a good place, the hut of Hagrid. The fireplace in the hut was crackling with fire, making the room quite warm. Once he became familiar with it, it would lie in front of Wizet, letting him scratch its belly. Although Hagrid looked exceedingly rugged, he enjoyed making little crafts. He would sit alone in a chair using a small knife to whittle wood into flutes. To Wizet, the sight of a giant over 3 meters tall using a small knife to whittle flutes was as challenging as threading a needle for embroidery, a truly remarkable skill. In a few days it should be fine. They shouldn't be following you to spy anymore. Hagrid comforted while carving wood. After all, the Quidditch matches are about to begin. I heard from Harry and the others that you are the seeker for Ravenclaw. That's impressive. Once Quidditch starts, their attention should shift to the matches. Wizet nodded in agreement. I think so too. The matter of the troll is really just a recent novelty. Arsenal had already informed him of the match schedule. Mid-November was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Before the Christmas holidays there would be another match with Ravenclaw against Hufflepuff. Hagrid set down the knife in his hand and rubbed his hands in anticipation. Would you like some tea? And have some of my rock cakes. They're hot and just about to come out of the oven. Wizet gently waved his hand. I'll just have some tea. I had a big lunch. Hagrid had a unique talent for cooking, able to bring out certain qualities of food to the extreme. For example, with rock cakes, Hagrid had perfected the rock element. The cookies he baked were so hard that they could rival real stones. Just as Hagrid got up to boil water, a faint pop sound echoed in the room. A bird about the size of a rooster, plump and fluffy, appeared in front of the fireplace. This bird had brilliant plumage, but near its wing was a gruesome wound oozing a greenish liquid mixed with. This was a magical creature akin to a dodo. Or rather, the snidget was the dodo of this world, and according to Muggle records the snidget was already extinct. Only the wizards in the magical world knew that the snidget had not gone extinct, it had merely hidden away in the magical realm, annoyed by Muggle interference. As a magical creature, the snidget possessed remarkable magical abilities. It could suddenly disappear and then reappear in another location. This ability was similar to a wizard's apparition and disapparition, but it was quieter and not subject to the usual anti-apparition spells. Barry, how did you get hurt? Hagrid hastily set down the kettle, spilling water onto the fireplace, creating He quickly cradled the snidget, placing it on the table for a careful examination. You're hurt. And there's poison. It seems you'll need to recuperate here for a few days. As he spoke, he walked towards the wall to retrieve a unicorn hair bandage, preparing to treat the snidget. Vizet stood up and said, Hagrid, can I give it a try? If the magic works, we won't need that bandage. Hagrid's eyes widened. You learned healing magic that quickly? Vizet nodded gently. I learned a little bit. Since you have the intention, go ahead and give it a try. Hagrid nodded, holding the snidget in front of Vizet. Vizet did not immediately cast a healing spell. Instead, he applied the techniques learned from Snape's private lessons to first examine the classification of toxins within the snidget. Lumos. A bright light burst from the tip of his wand, warm and gentle like sunlight. This was a spell he had learned from Snape, a variant of the illumination charm used to check for dark magic within materials. The snidget let out a piercing scream, its wounds quivering with pain. Hagrid quickly pulled out some rations from his pocket, gently feeding them to the snidget while softly humming. There, don't be afraid. It will be all right soon. Under the glow of the light, the trembling flesh around the wounds emitted wisps of black mist, a clear sign of dark magic. Nox. Vizet dispersed the light, asking, Hagrid, are there many dark magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid nodded, yes, quite a few. Otherwise, Hogwarts wouldn't have a clear rule stating that being found in the Forbidden Forest violates school regulations. He continued, actually, this happens every winter. As the activities of ordinary animals decrease, those ferocious magical creatures become desperate for food. Just as he spoke, 2 more snidgets appeared. They were also in poor condition, with their wounds mixed with green liquid. A magical creature capable of injuring snidgets. Hagrid's gaze flickered, his face filled with grave concern. He set down the snidget in his arms and strode towards the wall, retrieving the umbrella leather jacket and crossbow hanging there. Dressed and ready, he pulled out a small pouch of rations from his pocket and handed it to Vizet. I'm going to take a look in the Forbidden Forest. If more snidgets come, feed this to them, and they won't be afraid of you anymore. Hagrid hurriedly left, leaving Vizet and Yaya in the small hut. Yaya quickly scampered to the window, wagging its tail as it watched Hagrid venture deeper into the Forbidden Forest. A few more snidgets arrived at Hagrid's hut, all looking terrified. Fortunately, the rations left by Hagrid helped them gradually calm down. Vizet exhaled softly and began using his magical skills to clean the wounds. At first, the snidget trembled in his arms, but only after extracting the toxin from the wounds did it finally stop shaking. As the toxin left its body, the snidget's spirit began to improve. Wingardium Leviosa. Vizet stared at the floating toxin, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Have I seen this toxin somewhere before? He utilized his magical eye, discerning a clue from the symbols revealed in the toxin. Could it really be venom from Are there such magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? The Acromantula is a XXXX level dangerous creature typically found in tropical rainforests, particularly deep within the jungles of Borneo, where a large population resides. Hogwarts is located in the Scottish Highlands, and the cold must pose a significant challenge for the Acromantula. It is no wonder they have begun hunting magical creatures to survive the harsh winter. However, they have chosen the wrong target. Snidgets are far too agile, making their efforts fruitless. According to the descriptions in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Acromantulas are bred by wizards to protect their homes or treasures. Perhaps due to their artificial breeding, these magical creatures are inherently cruel and may even hunt humans as food. Acromantulas can spin incredibly strong webs and secrete venom to aid in their hunting. Their venom holds immense value in potion making, serving as a material for invisibility potions and neutralizing armadillo bile. Before neutralization, armadillo bile is highly corrosive, and only by combining it with Acromantula venom can its corrosiveness be mitigated, turning it into a material for intelligence-enhancing potions. Moreover, after dilution, the venom can also serve as an enhancer for certain potions. According to Snape, the highest quality Acromantula venom sells for 100 galleons per pint. PS 1 pint is approximately 550 milliliters, similar to a bottle of essence of Didney. After an Acromantula dies, the venom it stores will dry up quickly. To collect the venom, one must act while the Acromantula is gravely injured. This also means that wizards must take on the risk of being countered by a dying Acromantula, which is why the price of Acromantula venom is so high. As he continued to clean the snidget's wounds, Vizet managed to collect a small vial of venom, about 50 milliliters in quantity. Unfortunately, this venom had mixed with blood, resulting in a lower quality and thus a reduced selling price. Having finished cleaning the wounds, he began to help the Snidget heal as before. The healing spell emitted a vibrant green light, cascading over the wounds, the opened flesh slightly writhing. Just as the wounds were about to close, a wisp of black mist unexpectedly rose from the flesh, countering the effects of the healing magic. After this period of study, Vizet had become increasingly adept at distinguishing different types of magic. No wonder it is rated as XXXX level. He murmured, observing the wisp of black mist. Not only did it leave behind toxin, but it also concealed a layer of curse. Then let's try ancient magic. Vizet raised his wand and drew an S in the air, Scourgify. A whirlwind rose, and the trusting Snidget did not hide, allowing the cleansing spell to sweep over its body. The efficacy of the cleansing spell was remarkable, completely eliminating the curse. A smile appeared on Vizet's face as he continued to treat the Snidget. It was an immensely fulfilling experience to put his learned knowledge to good use. As the wounds on its wings healed, the Snidget's spirit was also restored. They extended their long beaks and affectionately rubbed against Vizet's arm. The Snidgets began to playfully chase each other, disappearing and reappearing together, pecking at each other and having a great time. Vizet maintained his magical eye and noticed something extraordinary. The energy circuits of the Snidget changed during its flickering appearance. He quickly took out his notebook and meticulously recorded the complete energy circuit. However, he did not delve deeply into the research. He simply aimed to refine the process of the energy circuit's changes, striving to document all the transformations involved. It seems the Snidget really likes you. Hagrid returned to the hut, shaking the snow off his coat. Hagrid, I'm glad you returned safely. Vizet put his notebook aside and said with concern, there are acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. These Snidgets were all attacked by them. You? Hagrid's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as he nervously asked, how do you know it was the acromantulas that attacked them? I have healed the Snidget. Vizet pulled out a vial of venom from his pocket, saying, I recognize the venom from the eight-eyed giant spider since I've encountered it before. Oh, so that's how it is. Hagrid sighed with relief, forcing a smile to change the topic. You really healed the Snidget. That's truly amazing. Since returning from the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid seemed troubled, his expression consistently grim, and his eyes reflected a hint of worry. As for the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider, he showed no interest and directly told Vizet to keep it. The Forbidden Forest was not very peaceful. Hagrid would occasionally venture deep into it, bringing back a few injured magical creatures and asking Vizet for help in treating them. Vizet did not refuse this request, as during the treatment process, he could continue to collect the venom from the eight-eyed giant spider, making it a win-win situation. Not only did he obtain the venom from the eight-eyed giant spider, but Hagrid also gifted him a pack of unicorn hair bandages as a reward for treating the magical creatures. Didn't we agree on this earlier? Hagrid pushed the bandages back to Vizet. You help me heal the magical creatures, and I'll give you the bandages. Even if I use the bandages to treat them, it will take them several days to recover. It can't compare to your healing magic. Just accept it. Vizet had another fulfilling week filled with busy learning and practice. There was so much to learn, from the magical circuits of the Snidget notes on Dumbledore and Grindelwald review materials on composite magic to Quidditch training. With so many study materials, he constantly felt like there was not enough time, wishing he could manifest time and divide it into pieces to use. Additionally, he needed to revise and polish his manuscript on the Halloween Giant to complete it before the Christmas holiday. Before he knew it, the weekend had arrived, and Vizet went to Professor Quirrell's office as scheduled. Saying that nothing had happened seemed simple, but when he actually faced it, he realized it wasn't easy. He arrived on the designated floor 30 minutes early, wandering up and down the stairs for a long time before finally adjusting his mindset to face Quirrell alone. He carefully placed the silverware on the table and said solemnly, Professor Quirrell, thank you for your help. Quirrell merely responded with a brief acknowledgement, appearing somewhat cold. Vizet couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Quirrell's condition seemed quite poor. His complexion was very pale, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and his forehead was covered in sweat. All these signs indicated one thing: Quirrell was under immense pressure. Professor Quirrell, you don't look well. Vizet greeted him as usual. How about we go see Madame Pomfrey? No need. Quirrell squeezed out an incredibly ugly smile. It must just be the cold weather. I haven't adjusted. Sit down, let's get started. He exhaled deeply, not looking at Vizet directly. Let's learn a more complex composite curse, the Hanging Neck Scream Curse. The Hanging Neck Scream Curse is also a curse that it can be released directly through a lengthy incantation or concealed within an object to be used as a trap. Among them, the best choice is Opal, which can fully unleash the effects of this curse. To demonstrate this curse's effect, Quirrell preemptively cast the Hanging Neck Scream Curse and created an opal pendant. He tied the pendant around a poisonous snake. The moment the opal pressed against the snake's abdomen, the snake suddenly went limp, as if losing consciousness. Then the snake floated into the air, emitting a heart-wrenching hissing sound, its body twisting continuously. After about 5 minutes, the snake was hanged to death in torment and struggle, losing all signs of life. What the snake experienced was very much in line with the name of this composite magic, Hanging Neck Scream. Ending life in such a cruel manner made Vizet's heart uneasy. Quirrell's condition was even worse than his. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and bulging veins at his temples suggested he was enduring something. He didn't give himself a moment to relax, forcing himself to speak. As you can see, this composite magic contains, first it allows the victim to lose their ability to resist, then they float into the air and scream loudly until the victim is tortured to death. He began to stutter again, his face turning extremely pale. Vizet sighed softly, trying to remain calm, imagining how he would ask questions if he knew nothing. Professor Quirrell, do we really need to learn curses? I feel that the stupefying curse is enough. And I don't think I am suited for curses as you've told me. Yes. I did tell you. Quirrell nodded, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Dark magic is just one form of magic. After all, it's what I'm good at. Weren't you learning the levitation charm? The hanging neck scream curse also contains the knowledge of the levitation charm. That's the effect, making the victim float into the air. This composite magic will utilize the extended incantations of the levitation charm, the extended stupefying charm, and the extended binding charm. He finally got into the rhythm, deeply analyzing the hanging neck scream curse. If one were to ignore Quirrell's concerning state, the content of this class was actually more exciting. Just the discussion about the levitation charm and its extended incantations had greatly benefited Vizet. Not only did it deepen his understanding of the levitation charm, but it also opened a new chapter in the practical ancient magic levitation charm. The incantation La Yasa guides ancient magic to cast the levitation charm, enhancing its power to lift larger creatures. This magic is quite similar to the improved summoning charm, both having effects on creatures. Compared to the lengthy incantation of the levitation charm, this magic's incantation is clearly much more concise and powerful. More importantly, Vizet did not expend any ancient magical power when acquiring this ancient magic. As the sun set, it marked the end of today's lesson. Quirrell seemed to have expended considerable mental energy, just slumping in his chair, without any semblance of dignity. Vizet asked with concern, Professor Quirrell, are you really okay? Should I take you to the hospital wing? No need. Quirrell rejected again, I'll just eat. Eat something later. You should go. Quickly go. Vizet nodded, Professor Quirrell. Thank you. As he grasped the doorknob, he turned to glance at Quirrell leaving behind a chocolate frog. Quirrell's expression was one of extreme pain, his face as pale as a sheet. He noticed the chocolate frog left by Vizet, his tone becoming more resolute as he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Go. In the office, only Chelou remained. Suddenly, he jumped up, his face twisted in agony as he clutched the back of his head. After casting a spell toward the door, he yanked the cloth strip from his head. Isn't that just right? Voldemort let out a hoarse chuckle. Everything will be done as I say. Show him the hanging screeching curse, and guide him little by little to learn this spell. Quirinus, I hope you can remain obedient. Chelou glanced at Voldemort in the mirror, the grotesque face sending chills down his spine. Of course. Chelou looked at the chocolate frog on the table, saying with pain, I will follow your orders until you regain your power. This is good. Voldemort's voice carried a hint of smugness. Have you found a way to deal with the obstacles behind that room and the three-headed dog? I have some clues. Professor Sprout must have set up the devil's snare. Chelou shuddered as he spoke, trembling with, as for the three-headed dog, I asked Professor Kettleburn. He has no idea how to handle it. Is there really? Voldemort murmured, if even the professor in charge of magical creatures doesn't know how to get past the three-headed dog, then you should find someone else. Chelou hurriedly asked Master. Do you have an idea? The gamekeeper Rubius Hagrid. Voldemort's face showed disdain. His head is filled with knowledge about magical creatures. Find a way to get close. He is quite loose-lipped. A few words will likely make him spill the weaknesses of the three-headed dog. Yes. This. Killis' face showed difficulty. Master, you seem very familiar with him. Do you have any good methods to get? His tastes are disgusting. Voldemort displayed a look of revulsion. I remember. He loves those huge, ugly magical creatures. First find him a XXXX level creature cub, then give him some alcohol, and he will spill everything. Is it really effective? Killis' tone was filled with worry, and XXXX level creature cubs are not cheap. Quirinus, you seem to be disobeying again. Voldemort grinned. I've spoon-fed the plan to you. Don't you want to find a way to execute it? Understood. Chelou quickly begged for mercy. I will do my utmost to complete this task. Sunday afternoon is the time for attending Snape's private lessons. Today's office felt somewhat empty, with neither baskets of blood and flesh materials needing processing nor bundles of herbs awaiting cleanup. In the center of the office stood a table with a cauldron weighing tools for processing materials and neatly arranged dozens of potion ingredients. Vizet glanced at the potion materials on the table, feeling a sense of familiarity. Snape sat nearby, raising his chin and gesturing toward the table. Let's begin. Vizet nodded in understanding, walking up to the cauldron to carefully identify the potion ingredients on the table. Snape indeed had him distinguish the materials. The notes from that night were not wasted. He recalled the potion recipes noted that night, keeping the necessary potion ingredients. Chill water cold. He stretched out a magical energy field, placing the unusable materials inside, without the slightest carelessness. After completing all this, Vizet returned to the cauldron and scrutinized the potion materials on the table. Explain their uses. Snape crossed his arms, and the specific processing methods. All right, Vizet replied. He first held up a handful of herbs, saying slowly lavender needs to be made into a tincture, chop the flowers and leaves of the lavender, and soak them in alcohol. The soaking time depends on the concentration. Generally, it needs to be soaked in a cool place for 4 to 6 weeks, and it must be shaken regularly to ensure full. Use the summoning spell to extract the flowers and leaves, then filter it 3 times to ensure no impurities remain, and store the tincture in a cool dark place. Filtering 3 times is your operation, Snape said coldly. 1 summoning spell is enough to remove all impurities. Yes, I still have a lot to learn, and my magical skills need improvement. Vizet adeptly responded, picking up another jar covered by a black cloth. Moondew honey must be collected at night, with the best time being a clear full moon night. Avoid direct sunlight when using it. Moonstone best ground on a clear full moon night to maximize effectiveness. Mugwort, the method of making the infusion is similar to the tincture, but needs to use morning dew. He systematically introduced all the materials while Snape remained silent, only his right knee occasionally trembling. From Vizet's understanding of Snape, as long as Snape remained silent, it was essentially a sign of approval, so Vizet did not pause. Rote memorization fits my impression of Ravenclaw. Snape put down his hands, his voice low. If you can understand to this extent, then those potion materials have not been wasted. But it's still just the basics. Even a troll after long training can guard a vault. A potion master who merely mimics others should change professions immediately. Using a troll as a metaphor is very much in line with Snape's usual style. Vizet did not mind. He had already learned how to identify the key points from these words. Professor Snape, may I stop processing the materials now? Of course not. You've merely succeeded in detaching from the troll. The materials still need processing. Snape still showed no change in expression. Soul-soothing potion, that is the name of the potion you drank in the school. A high-level potion that deeply soothes the mind, healing the damage done to the soul. Vizet's spirit was lifted. What Snape spoke of was not superficial textbook knowledge, but a deeper theory of potions. This part of the theory he had heard before, but it was mostly glossed over in one sentence, rarely explained so systematically. He attempted to comprehend these words, having a vague concept of the deeper theory of potions. When a wizard truly understands potions, whether adding a certain material or lacking a particular ingredient, they can guarantee the final quality of the potion through techniques, understanding, or substitutes without being affected. According to Vizet's original understanding of potions, as long as the materials are properly handled and the techniques are sufficiently standardized, high-quality potions can be made. However, for Snape, adding a bit more or a bit less of any ingredient can still yield the desired effect in the potion. For ordinary wizards, brewing potions is like completing a jigsaw puzzle requiring all pieces to fit correctly to restore the full picture. For Snape, potion ingredients are like building blocks, and as long as he can ultimately achieve the desired shape, it doesn't matter which blocks he uses, seemingly unrelated tasks, yet the disparity between an ordinary potion maker and a potion master is stark. Snape's method of private instruction is the same as his guidance to Vizet on handling materials, using concise and powerful language to convey all the key points. The advantage of this approach is its simplicity, but the downside is that it is too concise, requiring Vizet to take notes while constantly making associations to truly keep up with Snape's teaching pace. Especially since the soul-soothing agent he is studying is a high-level potion, which makes it necessary for him to exert considerable effort to record some content. Only when the sun set did this particular lesson come to an end. Vizet rubbed his forehead, shaking his head as he felt somewhat dizzy, overwhelmed by the vast amount of knowledge he had absorbed and needing to digest it before he could grasp its intricacies. The reason he said approximately is that he firmly believes that theory and practice must be intertwined for knowledge to truly be of use to oneself. We'll continue next week. Snape unconsciously stood up, only to immediately lean forward, a faint scent of blood filling the air. Professor Snape, thank you for your guidance. Vizet rushed forward as he stood up. He supported Snape's arm and tentatively asked, Professor Snape, I actually wanted to ask you earlier. You are in. Snape frowned, a thin sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. You can go back. Is the potion ineffective too? Vizet was still somewhat immersed in the earlier lesson. After all, for wounds that cannot be healed by healing, magic potions are the best choice. Snape curled his lip. These words were indeed part of the previous lesson. I was bitten by a dangerous magical creature, its malice and toxins intertwining, causing the wound to be difficult to heal. This magical creature is rare, and there are no records on how to dispel its malice. It's just like the principle of breaking curses. When faced with rare and unusual malice, if there are no corresponding methods to counter it, one must use potions to continuously break the curse. He pulled open his robe, revealing a still bleeding calf. I haven't found a corresponding antidote, yet it's that simple. Professor Snape, can I give it a try? Vizet looked at the shocking wound, unable to suppress a gasp. During this time, I've been helping Hagrid, treating quite a few magical, dispelling numerous dark curses. If you want to try, then go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Hearing this, Snape suddenly felt a twinge of irritation, remembering events from a few days. At that time, he had changed the antidote formula and went to Filch for help in exchanging potions, only to encounter Harry in the office and forget to deduct points in front of him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, muttering darkly, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Vizet was somewhat confused, unable to understand why Snape suddenly wanted to deduct points, especially from Gryffindor. Did it have to do with the pain of the wound? Not dwelling on it further, he drew his wand and traced an S in the air, casting the purification spell. A cyclone immediately surged upwards, swirling around Snape's calf. Surprisingly, the swirling cyclone gradually turned black, enveloping a large mass of deep malice. When the cyclone dissipated, the malice hovered in the air, bobbing up and down like balloons. Snape's brow relaxed considerably, his wand lifted, and various potion materials emerged from the cabinet. He moved like an experienced symphony conductor, using only his wand to manipulate the potion ingredients, processing them in midair, with countless magical lights flashing throughout. Vizet was dazzled, every step was crucial, and he genuinely didn't know where to look first. The aromas of various potion ingredients intertwined, steam billowing from the cauldron, revealing perfectly sized fisheye bubbles within. Snape waved his wand again, and the potions soared into the air, coalescing into a mass before rapidly condensing into a fist-sized ointment. Throughout the process, he didn't take a single step, as all the steps of brewing the potion were completed through magical manipulation of his wand. His expression was also effortless, as if it were as simple and casual as flipping through a book. The ointment slowly descended onto the wound, and amidst the rising green smoke, the previously bleeding wound. Snape finally stood up to deal with the mass of floating malice. He casually drew a circle, causing a transparent glass dome to appear, enveloping the floating malice within. After completing all of this, he finally turned to Vizet and coldly said, "Try to avoid showcasing any special effects with your magic. There will always be those with ulterior motives. The magical world is not as beautiful as you imagine. Especially outside, you must remain vigilant and not easily trust anyone to survive better." Vizet felt as if his chest had been struck by a hammer, instinctively responding, "I understand. Thank you very much, Professor Snape." After hearing Snape's words, he suddenly felt a sense of regret. Life at Hogwarts is indeed quite wonderful, which has made him somewhat complacent. Just as Snape said, there is still malice in this world, as exemplified by the snake he encountered before enrolling. From the news in the Daily Prophet, it can also be seen that outside the ivory tower of Hogwarts there exist various wizards. Among them are not only Voldemort, who can strike again at any moment, but also an endless stream of dark wizards. These dark wizards also commit crimes, and due to the existence of magic, the cost of their crimes is lower, causing if someone covets the purification spell and captures him for research or threatens Luna and Xenophilius. This cannot happen. As December arrived, a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff was imminent. Early on Saturday morning, Arsenal began to chatter as the team captain. "Don't be nervous, we've practiced this strategy for a long time. Xiao Zhang, relax a bit, we still have 2 more rounds to play. There are plenty of opportunities. If anyone's broom has a problem, remember to call for a pause. Not getting injured is the best outcome." Originally the players were not that tense, but after Arsenal's speech they began to show some unease. Vizet was unaffected. He was still reviewing his previous notes, completely oblivious to what Arsenal had said. He would have to wait in the locker room later, where Arsenal would explain the strategy once more. Moreover, based on his rich exam experience from his past life, becoming nervous would only hinder his actual performance. He had a methodology tailored to himself that helped calm his nerves, such as reviewing more. There weren't many entertainment activities for wizards, so it was rare to have a Quidditch match to watch. The students arrived early at the scene, filled with enthusiasm as they awaited the official start of the match. As Vizet just stepped onto the field, a loud explosion echoed through the sky, revealing a soaring firework eagle. It was the fireworks ignited by Fred and George, and he could see the two waving at him. In fact, many people in the viewing area were waving downwards. Although the match was still half an hour away, the stands around the field were already packed with spectators. Seeing such a lively scene, Vizet was reminded of the football leagues from his past life. Primarily the World Cup and the Champions League. Arsenal led them into the locker room to change into sky blue Quidditch robes, donning knee pads, gloves, and although the knee pads, gloves, and chest protectors were leather, they were coated with a deep bronze-colored leather oil, resembling true bronze armor. Arsenal went over the strategy once more, delivering the final speech before the match. "We have many new players, and Hufflepuff is relatively friendly, allowing you to adapt to the match's rhythm. However, you must remember that only Hufflepuff would be so friendly. When facing Slytherin next time, you must be on high alert. They have many tricks." Roger smiled and added, "But don't worry too much, that's something to consider later." Exactly. Arsenal set down the tactical board. "Let's make the final adjustments. The bell will ring when it's time." While waiting for the match to begin, Xiao Zhang also took out chocolate frogs to share with everyone. "This is from Penelope. She said if you're nervous, eat a chocolate frog. It can easily alleviate worries." At 11 o'clock, Vizet followed the players out of the locker room, heading to the center of the Quidditch pitch. All the way cheers were incessant. "Go Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff for the win. Just don't lose too badly. Our house emblem is an eagle." "Hey, what are you saying? That's so pessimistic. We must win. Ravenclaw can't lose again." Various voices rang out. The students of Ravenclaw were not very optimistic, as the team had too many new. "Don't be swayed by them. Arsenal said firmly. Today we are here to prove Ravenclaw's worth. The players echoed with equal determination. Accompanied by a deafening roar, another magical firework soared into the sky. The firework eagle let out a loud cry, flapping its wide wings into the heights until it disappeared completely. According to Fred and George's design, the complete form of this school firework should fly around the field before slowly It was uncertain how long they would need to adjust to achieve the ideal effect for the magical fireworks. But that didn't stop them from making some pocket money. After the firework eagle disappeared, there was another loud bang overhead, and a cute firework badger emerged. And also, both types of fireworks are for sale. Alright, 2 small school fireworks. That'll be 2 galleons. Watch closely. This is the badger and eagle combo you wanted. Excited sales voices from the two could be heard from the stands. 2 massive explosions sounded, and the firework badger and firework eagle appeared simultaneously, calling out eagerly. With 1 minute left until 11 o'clock, Madame Hooch appeared on her flying broomstick. Please mount your brooms, she instructed, her voice and demeanor incredibly natural as she bit on a whistle. Being a referee was her main job, and the Quidditch pitch was her true domain. Only in this place did Madame Hooch mount your brooms and listen for my whistle. She released the bludger, holding onto the quaffle. While watching the time, she said 3, 2, 1. The match begins. With the whistle blown, the beaters soared high, first taking aim at the bludger. Vizet shifted his attention from the stands, fully immersing himself in the match. When he heard Madame Hooch call out, "The match begins," he immediately shot into the sky, catching the quaffle that had just been thrown into the air. What incredible speed, commentator Lee Jordan exclaimed, as a newcomer Vizet has secured the quaffle first. His speed is astonishing. Let's see his broomstick. It's actually just a shooting star. He glanced at the commentary booth. Professor Flitwick, I thought you would have gotten this newcomer a new broom. Professor Flitwick stood on a platform made of ebony wood. Seeing Vizet seize the quaffle first, he felt elated, a broad smile spreading across his face. If we're lucky enough to win the Quidditch Cup this year, he'll make sure the whole team gets new brooms. While they were talking, Vizet seized the opportunity while his opponents were still stunned, charging straight towards the Hufflepuff goal. The Hufflepuff keeper was startled, moving back and forth in front of the 3 hoops trying to defend. Vizet hesitated not for a moment, hurling the quaffle with force. The bright red ball arced through the air, grazing the keeper's nose as it slipped into the hoop. The Ravenclaw stands erupted in cheers, with students shouting wildly. Ravenclaw scores 10 points. Lee Jordan's voice rang out. In less than a minute, Vizet has already scored the first goal. I've commentated for so long, and have never seen such a quick goal. The Hufflepuff team felt similarly, as they hadn't even reacted before Vizet had put points on the board. Taking advantage of the moment, Arsenal shouted, "Strategy! Strategy!" Madame Hooch served again, and Vizet surged forward faster than the opposing chaser, grabbing the quaffle once more. Roger and Jeremy followed the strategy, not shielding Vizet, but instead turning their broomsticks to block the way of Hufflepuff's chasers. I figured out their strategy. Lee Jordan, the commentator, revealed a cunning smile, as if he had seen through it all. They've placed all their bets on Vizet. As he commented, Hufflepuff's 2 beaters came together, swinging their bats fiercely to hit the bludger towards Vizet, who was near the scoring zone. The 2 struck the bludger simultaneously, increasing its already swift speed to another level. Double hit. Lee Jordan shouted loudly. It seems Hufflepuff has indeed worked hard. No wonder Wood said they have a secret weapon. This is bad. Ravenclaw's beaters were not by Vizet's side. They were dealing with another bludger. The bludger was getting closer to Vizet. He hasn't slowed down. Is he crazy? He'll collide directly. At the very least, he should change direction. Merlin's pink stockings. Vizet dodged. He actually flipped his broomstick. Upside down, he avoided the bludger. Is he an eagle? So agile, unlike a wizard. Exactly. He is an eagle. The sky is his stage. Ravenclaw scores again. In less than 2 minutes, Vizet scored another 10 points. The Ravenclaw viewing area erupted once more, with excited students bursting into even more enthusiastic cheers. This can't be real, right? Lee Jordan's voice was somewhat dazed. Why do I feel like I'm watching professional Quidditch players perform? Hufflepuff needs to think of a way. Otherwise, they'll have to rely on Cedric to see if he can end the game with the golden snitch. If it drags on, things will really get bad. In just 10 minutes, Vizet forced Hufflepuff to score only 1 goal. With this fast-paced strategy, currently the score is 70-10. Hufflepuff, completely thrown off course, had no choice but to call for a timeout to discuss their next strategy. Vizet returned to the ground, and his teammates crowded around him. Roger's face turned red, excitedly shouting, "Vizet, well done. Leading by 60 points in just 10 minutes. I wouldn't have dared to imagine this last year." Duncan raised Vizet's hand high, shouting, "We have Lovegood. Vizet, Lovegood. We're far from done. This is only the first game of the year." Arsenal timely splashed cold water, but couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. They will definitely target Vizet next, which we actually considered beforehand. Let's continue executing the strategy from training. What if Hufflepuff chooses to end the game with the golden snitch? The seeker Chiozhang looked somewhat worried. I noticed Cedric's movements from high above. He probably already spotted the... Indeed, that's a point to consider. Arsenal rubbed his chin. After all, his performance last year was outstanding, even comparable to Charlie. Chio, don't put too much pressure on yourself. He patted Xiao Zhang's shoulder. The timeout was called by them, so they might lose track of the golden snitch. Vizet, hearing their conversation, had a sudden inspiration and used his magical eye to observe the surroundings. A tiny black that appeared in the air quickly flashing past him. It was indeed the golden snitch that Xiao Zhang and Arsenal mentioned. If it weren't for the magical eye, he would have needed to rise high and maintain a high level of concentration to spot the golden snitch. At that moment, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, calling the two teams to gather. 5 minutes are up. She set down the box containing the bludgers. If you need to request another timeout, please wait until after takeoff. Let me inform you, Ravenclaw has used 2 timeouts while Hufflepuff has only 1 remaining. Please be aware. We're good. The players on Hufflepuff nodded, all mounting their broomsticks. All right. Madame Hooch nodded, first releasing the bludgers and then cradling the quaffle in her arms. 3, 2, 1. The game continues. Let's return to the game. Lee Jordan, hearing the whistle, felt invigorated. It seems Vizet's excellent performance has caused quite a bit of trouble for Hufflepuff. Once again, Vizet has the ball to achieve such speed with a sweeping motion. I believe the upcoming teams will make Vizet their study subject. Something's off. Why are Hufflepuff's teammates not defending? He quickly scanned the battlefield and noticed something strange. Let's look at the other end of the field. Hufflepuff's players, except for Cedric soaring high, continued searching for the golden snitch, with the others floating outside the scoring zone. A wise choice, although it's a bit lacking in excitement. Lee Jordan sighed, but it fits Hufflepuff's stable character perfectly. Vizet's flying speed is too fast. They haven't found a suitable way to cope. Just defending without attacking is also a tactic. Use the bludger to disrupt. Arsenal shouted from afar, create openings. Break through their defense. He felt a sense of powerlessness. Despite Vizet's strong breakthrough ability, the coordination with his teammates was still lacking a bit. Hufflepuff adopted a defensive formation, guarding around the scoring zone in a posture of waiting for the opportunity. Jansen and Duncan, the 2 beaters, could only continuously hit the bludger towards Hufflepuff, creating small openings for Vizet to break through and score. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw's players were all newcomers, only occasionally creating openings for Vizet to have a chance to break through. The game was not as thrilling as before, and Lee Jordan could only think of ways to make the commentary more exciting. Hufflepuff's double hit must have been practiced. They repelled the bludger again, not allowing their formation to loosen. This is probably the contest between the fledgling eagle and the honey badger. It seems Ravenclaw has the initiative, but Hufflepuff still has a chance. Currently the score is 170-40. As long as Cedric catches the golden snitch, Hufflepuff still has a good chance of winning. Just as Lee Jordan was trying to liven up the atmosphere, Cedric suddenly moved, turning the handle of his broom and dashing towards a spot. Everyone look. Cedric seems to have spotted something. Remember last year when Cedric just joined the team, he caught the golden snitch. Xiao Zhang followed closely. Her broomstick is a Comet 260 with excellent performance. The distance between the two is very tight. Vizet heard Lee Jordan's commentary and immediately searched for Cedric's whereabouts while casting the Eye of Magic to observe the precise position of the golden snitch. He discovered that there was no trace of the golden snitch in the direction Cedric was chasing. This is a trap. Vizet quickly made a judgment and looked in the opposite direction of Cedric, where it was not far from the Ravenclaw goalpost. Sure enough, the golden snitch was there, hovering in the air, tracing zigzag lines. The golden snitch was a magical artifact mimicking the golden flyer, inheriting certain traits from it, and would hover in the air for a brief moment. The seekers aimed to find the golden snitch using this brief hovering time to ascertain its exact location. Cedric's earlier approach was actually one of the strategies employed by the dominant side seekers, using feints to confuse the opponent, drawing them off course, then suddenly changing direction and accelerating to catch the golden snitch unexpectedly. Why is Vizet suddenly flying towards his own goalpost? Lee Jordan suddenly noticed the unusual movement. It seems he is preparing to throw the ball. Wait, this is his own goalpost. Points will be awarded to Hufflepuff. Vizet raised his hand. He really intends to throw the quaffle towards his own goalpost. Arsenal was also somewhat puzzled, but out of trust in his teammate, he remained silent and concentrated, ready to coordinate with Vizet. Vizet exhaled softly and shouted to Xiao Zhang, "Xiao, the goalpost, the goalpost." Xiao Zhang instinctively turned to look, no longer pursuing Cedric's broomstick. She noticed a glimmer of gold next to her goalpost. Oh no! Cedric felt a chill in his heart, suddenly realizing what Vizet was saying, and immediately turned his broom towards Ravenclaw's goalpost. Oh, Merlin's beard. Hearing Vizet's shout, Lee Jordan reacted. So the golden snitch is in the opposite. Cedric was just faking it. But Xiao Zhang is closer. She's near the goalpost. She might be able to catch the golden snitch faster than Cedric. The audience's hearts tightened as they focused on Xiao Zhang and Cedric, eager to see who could catch the golden snitch. If Cedric catches the golden snitch, the score will completely reverse and Hufflepuff will achieve final victory. Vizet executed the guardian meditation, his gaze constantly shifting between the 4 directions: Xiao Zhang, Cedric, the goalpost, and the golden snitch. Once the seeker approaches, the golden snitch will fly away instantly. Given Xiao Zhang's flying angle, the golden snitch is most likely to fly towards Cedric. At this rate, Cedric might catch the golden snitch. Then the turning point would be the quaffle in his hand. Vizet took a deep breath, channeling ancient magical power into the quaffle, and then hurled it with great force. The quaffle, propelled by the ancient magic, whizzed through the air and reached Arsenal in an instant. From the trajectory of the quaffle, Arsenal could ascertain that Vizet's target was indeed not his own hoop, but rather the goalpost below it. He vaguely guessed what Vizet was about to do and murmured, "Can he really do something like this?" In the hopeful gaze of Arsenal, the quaffle, like a red lightning bolt, struck the goalpost and instantly ricocheted in another direction. It seems Vizet has something else in mind. The quaffle hit the goalpost. Lee Jordan hesitated to speak. He then looked to the other side, his tone becoming more excited. "Cedric is very close to the golden snitch. But Qiu Zhang is faster. The golden snitch is escaping. It's fleeing towards Cedric. Merlin's, what a roller coaster this match is. Cedric is about to catch the golden snitch." A wave of sighs arose from the Ravenclaw spectator stand. Just as Vizet predicted, the golden snitch sensed Qiu Zhang's approach, and in a panic chose to fly towards Cedric. Vizet's focus remained on the quaffle, continuously channeling the ancient magical power within it, gradually adjusting its direction until... "Let's congratulate Hufflepuff for their victory," Lee Jordan babbled, suddenly pausing the quaffle. "Hufflepuff. Cedric has caught a quaffle. The golden snitch is now in Qiu Zhang's hands. She has caught the golden snitch. The match is over. The final score is 320-40. Ravenclaw takes the opening victory. Let's congratulate Ravenclaw." However, he was still somewhat puzzled and hurriedly asked Professor Flitwick what just happened. He had been focused on Cedric and had not noticed when the quaffle appeared. The Ravenclaw spectator stand erupted into a frenzy filled with thunderous cheers, and many students stood up waving their arms and shouting Vizet's name. "Ravenclaw! Ravenclaw!" Flitwick was also shouting loudly. He raised his wand, conjuring a myriad of colorful ribbons that flew freely around the Quidditch pitch. When he heard Lee Jordan's question, he lowered his wand and cleared his throat, trying to suppress the excitement in his voice and make it sound as steady as possible. The quaffle thrown by Vizet struck the goalpost, hit the post, and then was knocked out. He gestured dramatically. Then it hit the golden snitch. "It's simply unbelievable. Ooh, I've never seen such a play. It's utterly incredible." A stir arose among the crowd, followed by shouts of Vizet's name growing louder, echoing throughout the Quidditch field. "Is this..." Lee Jordan swallowed. "Is this luck or skill? Regardless, let's congratulate Ravenclaw once again. Incredible Ravenclaw." Vizet returned to the ground, and his teammates immediately rushed towards him, their faces filled with uncontainable joy. They desperately needed a victory. A dormitory high up with an emblem of an eagle had consistently ranked at the bottom in Quidditch results. It was simply unacceptable for Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw students gathered around, lifting Vizet like a hero crowned with a laurel surrounding him as they... If it weren't for the worry of dropping Vizet, they would have wanted to carry him across the snow-covered grass directly into the Ravenclaw dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Vizet also checked the time. It was still not yet 1 in the afternoon. He had time for a nap before attending Quirrell's private lesson. The afternoon classes were still fulfilling, yet recently Killis' condition remained poor, with anxiety etched across his brow and dark circles under his eyes resembling thick, inky smudges. Aside from teaching, Chilu remained reluctant to engage in excessive communication with Vizet. To avoid alarming the situation, Vizet could only continue expressing his concern through chocolate frogs. When he returned from the auditorium, he learned that although the celebrations on the pitch had concluded, the festivities in Ravenclaw had not. The students of Ravenclaw rarely indulged, joyfully reveling in this long-awaited victory night. Penelope and the others raised their wands, casting spells at the crystal in midair, causing it to refract a myriad of colorful lights. Some found Fred and George purchasing a considerable amount of magical fireworks from them to celebrate today's victory. Fred and George were overjoyed, generously providing a plethora of food and candy, elevating the evening's celebrations to new heights. As the snow around Hogwarts grew thicker, it heralded the approaching Christmas holidays. Waking up early after bidding farewell to his roommates, Vizet packed his luggage and returned to the uneven little platform. Watching the Hogwarts Express puffing white steam, Vizet felt a surge of sentiment. Unbeknownst to him, he had already lived at Hogwarts for nearly half a year. His excitement and anticipation began to replace his previous emotions. Soul flapped its wings, rubbing against his cheek. "It seems you miss Diana too, don't you?" "Cool." Many students chose to stay at the school, walking forward with several compartments being mostly empty. Vizet sat by the window in the compartment, taking out his notes on magical circuits to study while waiting for the Hogwarts Express to depart. The notes featured 2 magical circuits, one belonging to the quaffle and the other to the golden snitch. The magical circuit concerning the golden snitch originated from the one Autumn Zhang had captured. Curious about the golden snitch's magical circuit, Vizet recorded it for further research. The magical circuit of the quaffle was fascinating. It appeared fragmented, yet harmonious, as if it were meant to be disconnected. When the quaffle utilized its transfiguration ability, half of the magical circuit contained within it would vanish, while the missing half would manifest at the appearance location. The magical circuit of the golden snitch was also intriguing, resembling several stacked circles akin to rolling wheels that seemed never to cease. Perhaps it was this very magical circuit that endowed the golden snitch with incredible speed and agile turning ability, making it difficult to capture. After some time spent researching, he felt that there was a certain connection between the two magical circuits. He divided the quaffle's magical circuit into two halves, filling the middle with the golden snitch's magical circuit, and then began to make connections. However, no matter how he connected the lines, he felt that the resulting magical circuit lacked a sense of fluidity. Vizet had a feeling that if the two magical circuits could truly merge, it might lead to remarkable changes. Vizet Lovegood, a male voice suddenly rang out. Is anyone sitting here? Vizet looked up to see an unexpected visitor at the compartment door, Cedric Diggory. He was a tall and handsome boy with a rosy complexion and a gentle expression. He was quite popular in Hufflepuff, even first-year students occasionally mentioned him. Vizet put away his notebook, gently shaking his head as he said, "No one is sitting, you feel free to take a seat. You performed exceptionally well in the last match." Cedric sat down and said, "Even in professional matches it is rare to see players like you who dare to play the quaffle in such a manner. It's probably because I felt no pressure." Vizet touched his nose. "Besides, it was quite thrilling, and I acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. That is a talent in itself. You fly exceptionally well." Cedric expressed with an envious look, "If you become a seeker, I might not sleep the night before the match." Cedric's popularity was not unfounded. He was not only talkative, but also had a great attitude, steering conversations away from confrontational topics and avoiding sensitive questions. Maintaining a good sense of distance in conversations and being adept at finding topics helped keep the dialogue flowing smoothly. Cedric was skilled in transfiguration, and Vizet consulted him about several related questions. Cedric pondered and said, "As Professor McGonagall mentioned, transfiguration requires caution. I believe observation is also important. Being able to remember the shape of an object allows for more perfect transfiguration." Indeed. Vizet nodded in agreement, not pausing in his note-taking. Understanding the essence of things better will allow for more precise attention to details. As peers, they were able to gain valuable insights from each other. The midday sunlight streamed into the compartment, and Vizet and Cedric began to chat. The more they spoke, the more topics arose, discussing various aspects of Hogwarts and their respective lives. Vizet's life was quite simple, with all the beauty of this world engraved in that garden and within Hogwarts. Cedric carried the expectations of his parents, thus he had many worries. His parents hoped he would study hard and eventually work in the Ministry of Magic, preferably joining the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He seemed to find a confidant, and even though his face flushed with embarrassment, he said firmly, "But I think working with my dad would be a wonderful thing. My dad works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and often has to work overtime. There are also risks of injury, so I want to help him so he can have it a little easier." After saying this, he sheepishly scratched his head. "You wouldn't laugh at me, would you? I'm quite envious of you." Vizet gently shook his head. "Your parents have expectations for you, which shows they love you and hope for your better future. You also love your parents and wish to work with your father, which would practically help him. I can only admire you. Since you wish to work with your father, you must also strive to ensure you can enter the Ministry of Magic. Since the prerequisite is to enter the ministry, the goals are aligned. Then what other worries do you have? Shouldn't you put in more effort and aim for better results to join the Ministry of Magic in the future? This way your options will also increase. You can help your father and prepare for future promotions, can't you?" "Oh, I see," Cedric exclaimed. "I seem to have been stuck in a rut. Why couldn't I figure this out?" "Because you're inside the maze while I'm standing outside." Vizet smiled slightly. "So I can see some clues from an outsider's perspective." "Thank you." Cedric sighed with relief, extending his right hand. "I'm glad to have truly met you today." Vizet smiled slightly and shook his hand. Vizet. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had already transformed into a setting sun, casting a crimson hue as it swept over the towering skyscrapers. The steel forest under the glow of the evening clouds appeared as a dark expanse reminiscent of the shadowy woods of the Forbidden Forest. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into the station, the night draped over the sky, illuminating the windows of the tall buildings like fireflies flitting through the iron forest. As Vizet and Cedric passed through the wall, they arrived at the bustling King's Cross station. Vizet did not enter the alley, but instead dragged his luggage outside the station, leaning against the railing and gazing around. Everything seemed to have changed after spending so long at Hogwarts. Returning to the bustling modern city felt like a journey through time. "I will soon be home." Vizet checked his suitcase once more to confirm he had everything, then walked into the alley. With a flick of his wand, the night bus quickly appeared. "Welcome aboard the night bus. I am your conductor." Vizet pulled his suitcase along the path, and the familiar castle-like vehicle appeared before him. Diana was the first to appear, flapping her wings as she flew towards Sol, the two owls instantly engaging in playful antics. Vizet looked on from a distance, catching sight of a familiar figure. He quickened his pace. Luna seemed to have grown a bit taller. Her light golden hair appeared to have lengthened as well. When he finally saw Luna's smile clearly, he realized one thing. Nothing had changed. Having been away for nearly half a year, there were noticeable changes here. The first floor displayed a brand new mural where Luna had painted large swathes of white on the wall, outlining various animals and houses, depicting a cozy village after a heavy snowfall. The village of Ottery St. Catchpole is located in Devon, influenced by the North Atlantic Drift, and one would need luck to see snow. With Vizet's magical prowess, creating snowflakes to cover the village using weather spells would require further study. The fireplace at home had also changed, finally connecting to the Flu network, making magical travel a bit more convenient. Recently, the sales of Singing Out of Tune had been quite good, and Xenophilius had replaced the magical printing press. The current printing press, entirely crafted from brass, not only operated without the clack-clack noise, but was also significantly more efficient. Xenophilius seemed busier than before, with deeper dark circles under his eyes resembling a raccoon. He brought in a fir tree as a Christmas tree, placing it in the center of the living room, allowing Luna to hang decoration. In addition to the essential mistletoe and blimp berries, the Christmas tree was adorned with numerous exquisite little sugar figurines in various shapes, seemingly showcasing most of the designs from Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Atop the Christmas tree sat not a shining star, but a bright red snitch. A little figure stood atop the snitch, resembling Vizet in his cloak. The night wind was somewhat boisterous. As Vizet got up during the night, he unexpectedly bumped into Xenophilius, who was still working. It's Christmas break. During the day I should spend more time with her, Xenophilius explained matter-of-factly, so I work at night. You have to. Switching to this printing press was truly worth it. It's incredibly quiet while working. Luna can't hear a sound. He swallowed a large gulp of gurdy root tea, shivering slightly, his eyes bright, within the dark circles revealing a proud gleam. Mr. Lovegood, you should really pay more attention to your rest, Vizet said somewhat helplessly. After all, the days ahead are still long. Don't exhaust yourself too much. Do I need you to tell me that? Xenophilius raised an eyebrow. Your giant troll story is quite good, Luna. She even helped illustrate many pictures. I aim to finalize the first edition of the storybook before Christmas to give it to her as a Christmas gift. A Christmas gift for Luna, Vizet murmured. Mr. Lovegood, is there any way I can lend a hand? Of course. Xenophilius waved his hand. Since you're home, why not take her out tomorrow? Then I can work during this way. Efficiency will be higher. Besides, the Flu network is set up now. If we don't use it, that would be a waste. There's a maintenance fee every month. As he spoke, he looked down at the floor as if trying to see through it to the fireplace below, his face full of a pained expression. Vizet couldn't help but chuckle. Then he'll take her out for a stroll tomorrow. Take this. Xenophilius took out a cloth bag from the drawer, which jingled with a clinking sound. Inside are 42 galleons, 4 sickles, and 16 nuts. Use this money to buy some Christmas essentials. Remember to get Luna a Christmas gift. Send it in your name. Make sure she doesn't catch you when buying the gift. Give her a surprise. You don't need to pay me back for the remaining money. Buy yourself a Christmas gift or save it as pocket money for next semester. Looking at him in his tattered robe, planning, while huddled up, Vizet felt both amused and touched. In truth, he didn't need to worry about the gift. The Christmas gift for Luna had been in preparation since he received Grindelwald's notes. However, Vizet understood that this money was a gesture of goodwill, so he accepted it. Mr. Lovegood, I will make. All right. You should go rest, Xenophilius reassured. Mr. Lovegood, you should also rest early. Good night. During these past few days, there had been no sign of snow, and the clear skies were devoid of any clouds. Even while helping Luna with the fertilization, the lining would become damp with light sweat. Maybe it will snow in a couple of days, Luna said softly. They're preparing. I feel the same way. Vizet nodded. How about we go stroll around London first? The Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley. You'll be starting school next year too. Last night, upon returning to his room, he spent some time planning, finalizing today's list and itinerary. We also need to buy new clothes. You can help pick out a few for Mr. Lovegood, since his robes have holes in them. Sure. Luna nodded, her eyes crescent-like and charming. The Flu network truly is a great way to travel. In the blink of an eye, both of them stepped out of the fireplace at the Leaky Cauldron. Mr. Tom, Merry Christmas. Vizet nodded towards a distance, leading Luna to the small courtyard behind the pub. Merry Christmas. The bald old Tom set down his cup, his thin lips curling into a smile. It's been quite a while here to buy something. Vizet responded, briefly tapping his wand against the wall. Watching Vizet and Luna leave, old Tom wiped the youth is truly wonderful. The warm morning sun slanted onto the street, yet it could not warm the desolation of Diagon Alley. Many shops had closed their doors, posting notices that they would reopen after the Christmas holiday. However, they had hung up the necessary Christmas decorations with bells gently swaying in the breeze, producing a tinkling sound. Many people have gone home to celebrate Christmas. Luna set her hands clasped behind her back as she hopped on the cobblestone floor. The Leahing bookstore was still open, having set up a display in a prominent position filled with various magical greeting cards. Some of them produced the sound of bells, others scattered snowflakes when opened, and still others delivered a Christmas blessing. Vizet and Luna entered the bookstore, picking up a book titled Why I Did Not Die When the Nightingale Sang, and began to read together. Vizet, Merry Christmas. Mr. Bashert, Merry Christmas. The owner of Leahing bookstore, Clodel Bashert, approached the two, saying, Did you forget I reserved a spot for you upstairs? Come up and sit for a while. Luna was very interested in the content of the book, and Vizet naturally had no reason to refuse. The second floor had been newly decorated with more tasteful furnishings, resembling an elegant salon. Even with the Christmas holiday approaching, wizards gathered here to discuss and express their thoughts. Bashart brought over a set of tea utensils and some pastries, saying, "This is Vizet." Naturally introduced, Luna spoke in a soft, dreamlike voice, "Hello, Mr. Bashart, it's a pleasure to meet you." She looked around and said slowly, "My father told me that a bookstore is like a portal to higher dimensions. I think ghosts must also enjoy staying here." Following her intuition had always been her strength. Vizet was quite familiar with this notion, nodding in agreement as he smiled and said, "The ghosts of Hogwarts are very knowledgeable like that, Lady Grey." Mr. Bashart, Lady Grey is the ghost of Ravenclaw, and she is very willing to help us solve problems when we encounter difficulties. Bashart tried to understand the conversation. "Vizet, are you suggesting that I could allow ghosts to That would also be a very magical attempt." Vizet looked at Luna, and the two exchanged smiles. Vizet continued, "A bookstore is a place where knowledge converges. Books can provide knowledge, and I believe ghosts can too." Oh, Bashart seemed to grasp their meaning somewhat, adding uniqueness. "After all, Hogwarts has so many ghosts, perhaps it could create a distinct atmosphere for the school. Perhaps we could try a different theme each month." Vizet recalled his past life and thought of another model. "After all, this is the initial stage, and we can seek a broader audience." Yes. Bashart nodded repeatedly, his eyes brightening. "Freshness is also crucial. This will help maintain their interest in the bookstore." Vizet and Bashart chatted for a while, mainly as listeners, hearing Bashart discuss his upcoming plans, until Bashart, parched and hoarse, gently shook his head and said, "Sorry, I got a bit carried away. It must be quite boring for you." "Not at all." Vizet smiled slightly. "What you mentioned about prospects is something I have never encountered before. It's very refreshing." Bashart was a man of action. Seizing the moment, he left the bookstore, intending to find someone to implement his plan. Luna was immersed in that book, showing no intention of leaving Lihing bookstore for the time being. Vizet greeted Luna and then exited the bookstore. Many shops in Diagon Alley were closed, and to purchase related items, one had to go to regular shops. For Vizet, the difference between the two was actually not significant. It just required going to Gringotts for currency exchange. Gringotts, managed by goblins, had no tradition of closing for Christmas. The number of wizards in the hall was significantly reduced, and the speed of service was faster than last time. Regarding the exchange of galleons for pounds, Gringotts imposed no restrictions, making Vizet's expenditures much more flexible. His second stop was the wand shop. Having recently studied wand notes, he had a few related questions to ask Ollivander. To his surprise, not only was Ollivander present in the wand shop, but Dumbledore was there as well. "Vizet, you're here." Ollivander's head was wrapped in bandages from which a strong herbal scent seeped out. His silver eyes seemed much dimmer, revealing a hint of confusion. Vizet quickly asked, "Mr. Ollivander, what happened to you?" "I'm fine, just had a little accident." Ollivander waved his hand. "Just now Albus mentioned you, and said your performance at school was outstanding. I didn't expect you to come by." "Indeed, what a wonderful coincidence." Dumbledore gently adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses and asked, "Are you here to buy something?" "Yes," Vizet nodded. "Since I was in Diagon Alley, I thought I would come visit Mr. Ollivander." Dumbledore continued, "You seem very relaxed, which is a good thing." "Because I went home." Vizet smiled. "May I ask what happened to Mr. Ollivander?" "It's quite a rare occurrence. The wand shop was broken into." Dumbledore blinked. "But the criminal has already been caught. They should be going to Azkaban." Vizet looked at Ollivander with concern. "Mr. Ollivander, are you seriously injured?" "Just a minor issue." Ollivander waved his hand. "I just need gentle healing, so it appears a bit exaggerated." "Gentle healing? I can." Vizet instinctively thought of the cleanse and purify spell, then immediately corrected himself. "I have bandages made from unicorn hair." Snape's words had inspired him greatly, and he planned to keep the cleanse and purify spell hidden, avoiding casting it. However, in front of a venerable elder who was willing to guard secrets with an unbreakable vow, he still hoped. "Bandages made from unicorn hair." Ollivander's voice suddenly rose, the confusion in his eyes vanishing, and he quickly ran in front of Vizet, asking, "Can I see them?" "Of course, no problem." Vizet took out the bandages from his inner pocket, pulling out the longest one and handing it to Ollivander. Involved in his lifelong career, Ollivander seemed like a different person. He cradled the bandage in both hands, his wide eyes radiating vitality. "By Merlin's beard. Unicorn tail hair. The quality is exceptionally high. Absolutely excellent wand core material. To think it was made into bandages. It's simply. He struggled to find a suitable adjective. "Is that so?" Vizet expressed some confusion. "This quality doesn't seem to be high-grade tail hair, does it?" Page's method of handling unicorn tail hair was quite crude, simply weaving and binding it into bandages. The lack of maintenance left the tail hair dull and even split. If judged by the standards of potion materials, it certainly wouldn't be considered good material. Ollivander said animatedly, "But wand lore is quite different. From these tail hairs I cannot discern any curse. To obtain tail hair of such quality, there must be a good relationship with the unicorn. Unicorns are incredibly pure, and acquiring materials from them through coercion would result in curses attached to them. Though these curses are extremely subtle, a curse is still a curse, and will inevitably have some effect. To make unicorn tail hair into a wand core, a series of treatments and purifications are needed to eliminate the... He held the unicorn tail hair that Vizet had in his hands, and the tail hair you brought out completely requires no purification process. The curse of the unicorn. Vizet frowned. Unicorn tail hair is also a potion material. Could those potions, magic cauldrons and flames work in unison to dissolve the tail hair and extinguish the faint curses? Dumbledore explained with a smile. Of course. Except for unicorn blood, the curses contained within it cannot be dispelled by these three things. Unicorn blood. Vizet asked curiously, does it contain even more powerful curses? Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them also mentions unicorns, but mainly describes their form and praises their beauty without mentioning curses. Of course. Dumbledore's expression turned extremely serious. Only by killing a unicorn can one obtain its blood, which is an exceedingly cruel act. Unicorn blood can prolong life even for someone on the brink of death. But they can only possess a cursed half-alive existence. But who would be so mad as to drink unicorn blood? Ollivander interjected, let's get back to talking about wand. Once the topic of wands was brought up, his confusion vanished, and he spoke at length. Vizet took this opportunity to ask all his previous questions about wand making. Ollivander ultimately did not accept the bandages, merely symbolically taking a few strands of tail hair and leaving them as a Christmas gift. Watching Vizet's departing figure, Ollivander smiled and remarked, what a good kid. He then shifted his tone, sounding somewhat concerned. Albus, shouldn't we tell him everything about that matter? Not for now. Dumbledore gently shook his head. The Canaan wizard has many suspicious points, and it is truly uncertain what his true aim is or whose information he seeks. To take risks for a ledger. Ollivander frowned. In the end, neither the ledger was lost, nor did the Canaan wizard retain his memories. It's too strange. He remembered what the Auror had said during a follow-up visit, that the Canaan wizard was arrested at the border, struck by an extremely severe memory charm, losing all past memories, as if reborn. Dumbledore said yes. The ledger contains information about Harry's wand, as well as details about Vizet. It's uncertain whether it's the Death Eaters collecting information to investigate Harry, or if other forces are trying to cause trouble for Vizet. Could it be the Saints? Or the Pure Blood Party? Ollivander asked tentatively, might they want to do something? If they are true saints, they wouldn't do such a thing. Dumbledore's tone was resolute. At the very least, they would first greet you, then try to take the ledger from you in a gentle. As for the Pure Blood Party, that is somewhat possible. After all, that name is more widely known. Perhaps someone is scheming something under the guise of the Pure Blood Party. After all, many people have done similar things in the past, so it's not surprising. Ollivander asked Albus, do you plan to investigate this direction? That's a good line of thought. Dumbledore nodded. Whether it's targeted at Vizet or Harry, it's not something I wish to see. Vizet and Luna left the Leaky Cauldron, walking north along Diagon Alley, where the number of pedestrians was increasing. Indeed, it was snowing in London, with translucent white snow piles lining the roads surrounding each Christmas tree. These Christmas trees were prepared by the nearby shops, which also hung colorful lights and ribbons in their windows, with multicolored bulbs strung up along the eaves, and a large Christmas wreath on each shop door. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. As the shop doors swung open and closed, the tune of jingle bells faded in and out. The pre-holiday atmosphere was infectious. Luna walked with a light step, curiously observing everything around her, her eyes shining brightly, overflowing with excitement. Vizet walked beside Luna, gently introducing everything along the way. This area is all commercial street, just like the Diagon Alley behind the Leaky Cauldron, serving the same purpose, meeting all needs for clothing, food, shelter, and transport. It's somewhat different from what Dad said. Luna hummed as she spoke. I just remembered. I need to change into Muggle clothes. Times have changed. Actually, there's no need to worry so much. Vizet explained they also celebrate Halloween. They will dress up as various monsters, knock on their neighbors' doors, and say in a fierce tone, trick or treat. Hearing Vizet's rough imitation of trick or treat, Luna burst into a melodious laugh. Monsters. Like ghosts, female spirits, and ghouls. And zombies. But they refer to them as the undead, though the undead aren't afraid of fire and light and feed on humans. So Muggles have to deal with such terrifying creatures. That's impressive. Those are merely creatures of their imagination depicted through movies and novels. Movies? What are those? Similar to the images in the Daily Prophet, they require special props to play, and the characters inside will move. They were close to each other. Vizet only had to turn his head slightly to see the smile on Luna's face and the soft fuzz on her cheeks. After all, Luna's family situation was unique, and to avoid trouble, her usual activities were limited to Ottery St. Catchpole. When she arrived in the modern city, everything around her, from the passing vehicles, the diverse attire of pedestrians, to the electronic products sold in stores, was all a novelty to her. Let's go in and take a look. We just need to find a clothing store. Vizet noticed that Luna's gaze lingered on a particular. This was an unusual clothing store with no decorative ribbons or lights in the window, and a deer head wreath hanging it. The furry deer head continuously snorted, yet it failed to attract the attention of passers-by. This was a clothing store run by a witch named Madame Felton's Clothing Store. Upon entering the shop, they encountered an elderly woman wearing a tilted wizard hat. Her tone was gentle. What a rare visitor. Children, do you need new clothes? Yes, Madame Felton. Vizet nodded and quietly said to Luna, "Go try it on. They'll be right here." Luna replied, flitting around the store like a joyful flower butterfly. The elderly woman followed closely behind, leisurely explaining the craftsmanship of the clothes and the meticulous selection of materials reminiscent of Ollivander's manor. Throughout the afternoon, Vizet also took Luna on a tour of a department store, purchasing everything they planned to buy for the day. The commercial street was even more beautiful at night, with the colorful lights of the shops illuminated, intertwining beautifully with the lavishly dressed Christmas tree under the eaves. Luna wore a velvet robe adorned with snowflakes, its hem decorated with feathers and bells. Although she carried large bags, it did not hinder her grace. Walking in the dappled light cast by the colored lanterns, she resembled a fairy that had fallen to the mortal realm. On the night before Christmas, as Vizet and the others were enjoying dinner, a gentle snow began to fall. Though it was only a thin layer of snow, Luna was overjoyed. She and Vizet took out shovels and gathered the snow around the garden to sculpt 3 owl-shaped snowmen. Xenophilius retreated to the second floor, continuing his hidden plan, striving to complete the first edition of the storybook before the midnight bell tolled. Returning to the living room after finishing the snowman, Luna quietly covered her mouth and yawned. Vizet softly said, "It's time to go to bed, it's already quite late." During this time, Vizet had treated the Leaky Cauldron as a transit station, exploring various places in London with Luna. Besides sightseeing, Vizet would also stop at various spots to prepare Christmas gifts for those close to him. It was only until this afternoon that he had prepared the gifts and successfully sent them out. Luna had helped a lot, so it was quite normal for her to feel tired now. Tonight she felt a peculiar determination, insisting that she was not tired at all as she curled up on the sofa reading a book titled Sing the Reverse Tune. Vizet smiled slightly and said nothing more, taking out his wand and notebook to sit on one side of the sofa. The living room was silent save for the sound of pages turning and Luna quietly covering her mouth as she yawned. After an unknown amount of time, Vizet felt a weight on his arm. Luna's head had fallen onto his shoulders, sleeping soundly. Vizet smiled faintly, realizing that just moments ago she had been saying she wouldn't sleep, yet now she was lost in dreams. He carefully picked up his wand, pointed the tip at the cushion, and instinctively murmured, "Change has its ways." The cushion in Luna's arms suddenly elongated, transforming into a warm orange blanket. Vizet realized something. The spell he had just uttered was not loud, and it seemed to lean towards silent. Although he was very familiar with the spell Change has its ways, achieving such an effect still delighted him. Most importantly, his incantation had not disturbed Luna. She remained in a deep sleep, curled up like a cat, still clutching Sing the Reverse Tune, her body rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. Vizet did not continue flipping through his notes, closing his eyes to rest. Ding dong, ding dong. The clock. Vizet suddenly opened his eyes just in time to meet Luna's gaze. Luna, unable to rub her eyes in time, sprang up like a nimble rabbit and dashed into the room. Vizet rubbed his sore neck and arms, feeling inexplicably empty inside. However, he did not dwell on it, and instead took out a gift box from his pocket. This was a Christmas gift for Luna. She quickly returned, holding a gift box adorned with flowers from the garden. Inside the gift box was a transparent potion bottle containing a golden yellow clear liquid that shimmered faintly, making it hard for Vizet to look away. Within the potion bottle was a floating leaf fruit, seemingly crystallized, resembling a stunning oranger gem. "This is the potion my mother taught me." Luna tucked her hair behind her ears, saying, "Collect the first drop of dew you encounter every morning and present it as a gift on important days that can bring good luck." Vizet held the potion bottle, feeling its warmth radiating from the glass, akin to savoring a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg upon waking. So this was the reason Luna collected dew in the mornings. A warm current coursed through his heart. Through this bottle of potion, he could almost return to the past and see Luna carefully gathering dew every morning. "When you get up in the morning, make sure to put on an extra coat so you don't catch cold." "Okay." Luna's cheeks turned very red, so much so that she had to open the window for some fresh air. After the snow fell, there were no clouds in the night sky, and the bright moonlight poured down on her, creating a mist of pearl. Vizet walked to the window, handing over his gift, and whispered, "Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas." Luna's voice sounded clearer than usual. Inside the gift box was a bracelet woven from unicorn tail hair. The gentle silver color resembled the dawn. The bracelet was adorned with feathers and flowers, including the vibrant feathers of a puffbird and fragrant blooms. In the center was tied a round crystal bead, within which was a daisy-shaped metal tag, intricately patterned. Vizet helped Luna put on the bracelet, pointing at the crystal bead as he said, "If danger arises, just hold it tightly." He cleared his throat, trying to articulate his words. "In case of danger, hold it, and rub it 3 times, it will protect you." The metal tag inside was a gift from Ollivander, a magical item with defensive properties. He had modified it multiple times, using transfiguration magic and spells inspired by Grindelwald's notes to change it into the shape of a daisy. "Okay," Luna said softly. She raised her wrist towards the moon outside the window, constantly adjusting the angle. "Vizet, look." She smiled, saying, "This imperfect moon has been completed by you." Vizet bent slightly, following Luna's gaze, and saw the crystal bead reflecting the moon in the sky as if they were one. "Luna, where are you?" Suddenly, Xenophilius' voice came from upstairs. Hearing the voice of Cien Nuafizi, both of them were taken aback, stepping back in unison and exchanging a smile. Luna playfully blinked her eyes and fluttered past Vizet, calling out, "Daddy. I'm here. Merry Christmas." "Uh-huh. My dear, Merry Christmas," Cien Nuafizi exclaimed with a high-pitched voice, freshly baked storybooks. The Shadow of Darkness in the Fortress. The Wizard's Last Dance. Upon hearing the title, Vizet couldn't help but chuckle. He truly appreciated Cien Nuafizi's naming ability. Although the content and illustrations of this book were derived from him and Luna, he still wanted to open it up to see what was inside after hearing the title. Vizet stepped forward, presenting a Christmas gift, a newly refurbished ancient book titled I Saw the Brain, the Flying Trembling Maggot. The book described the adventure of a wizard who, while fetching water from the River of Oblivion, unexpectedly discovered the trembling maggot, complete with multiple exquisite illustrations of the creature. According to the book's description, the trembling maggot is a floating creature that resembles a brain and can be used in potions to enhance the effects of talent elixirs. Ultimately, this wizard became an outstanding supplier of talent elixirs thanks to a trembling maggot, but he also faced bankruptcy when he exhausted his supply. This gift came from Luna's suggestion, as she believed that not only would she enjoy the book, but Cien Nuafizi would as well. A peaceful night passed until Vizet was awakened by a commotion by the window. Several owls were perched outside, clutching packages in their talons and tapping on the window with their beaks. Letting the owls into the room, a few more flew in immediately. Before long, Vizet's bedside was piled high. He received gifts from many people. Professor McGonagall's gift was a notebook primarily focused on the basics, containing numerous essays and annotations. Professor Flitwick's gift was also a notebook detailing many concepts about wandless magic and exercises on how to attempt silent casting. Professor Sprout's gift was seeds containing modified crabclaw plant seeds that not only swayed, but also changed color with the seasons. Headmaster Dumbledore's gift was a small appended box carved with a phoenix design. When opened, it would emit the melodious song of Fox. Inside the box was a note that read, "I hope this helps you when needed. Sincerely, Merry Christmas." Vizet folded the note into a lucky star, placing Luna's lucky potion inside, then took out a circle of unicorn hair bandages to fill all the surrounding gaps. He chuckled and shook his head as if understanding Hagrid's sentiment. Such soft tail hair is perfect for protecting. Hagrid also sent him a gift, a pillow the size of a fist. Attached was a note that read, "Vizet, Merry Christmas." Inside the pillow was stuffed with bird snake fluff, which you could pull and stretch to your preferred size. To Vizet's surprise, Molly, the mother of Fred and George, also sent him a gift, a sky blue sweater and a box of chocolates. The sweater had the letters WL on it, along with a thank you note. "Vizet, thank you for saving my 3 children. This is a small token of our gratitude. Merry Christmas." The Weasley couple went to Romania to visit Charlie, so this year the 4 Weasley brothers spent the Christmas holiday at school. The box of chocolates was a specialty from Romania. Vizet took one and found it to be slightly more bitter and rich than chocolate frogs, perfect for an evening pick-me-up. His friends also sent their gifts, mainly various magical candies. He stuffed all these candies into jars, managing to fill up a total of 7 jars. "Look at my wand, how does it feel?" At the staff table of Hogwarts, Flitwick was saying this while directing his wand to help him slice the sausage. Sprout observed seriously, "It seems a bit brighter than usual. And more responsive." Flitwick emphasized, "Vizet sent me a deluxe wand care kit. It's the first time I've received such a unique gift from a student." Sprout smiled slightly. "No wonder you're so happy. As a former dueling champion, such a gift is indeed thoughtful. He also sent me a Christmas gift, a plant harvesting calendar just launched by the Leaky Cauldron, which I can use right away. He must have given gifts to all the professors." Flitwick glanced at Professor McGonagall. Beside him, Minerva, "What did you—" "A set of teaware." Professor McGonagall put down her knife and fork, her mind conjuring the teaware adorned with flowers, green leaves, and kitten patterns. "It's beautiful. Would you like to try some muggle candies?" Dumbledore also approached the staff table, gently tapping the table, which transformed into a fruit platter filled with a variety of candies. Professor McGonagall tentatively asked Albus, "How many candies did Vizet send you?" Dumbledore chuckled, "A full 7 boxes. There are all sorts of flavors. I never expected muggle candies to change so quickly. These candies are quite interesting." Professor McGonagall rubbed her forehead. "I remember Madame Pomfrey told you to be careful. How could I disregard Vizet's intentions?" Dumbledore picked up a blue-wrapped candy. "I highly recommend this popping candy. Sprinkle some in your mouth, and you'll feel the candy fighting in your mouth." He also picked up an egg-shaped chocolate. "This one's interesting too. Muggles put toys in candies like cars that can roll away when pulled and dolls that move when wound up." While Dumbledore was introducing the candies, Snape also arrived at the staff table. He watched Dumbledore's movements with a pursed lip, taking a seat as far away from Dumbledore as possible. Flitwick waved his wand, making a chair float next to Snape. "Severus, Vizet should have sent you a gift too, right? Given his character, it certainly wouldn't be less for you." "A gift? He did," Snape replied in a low voice, "a set of useless potion equipment and a bottle of soul-soothing agent. The finished product of the soul-soothing agent is terrible. There must have been an issue in the process. I wrote him a letter pointing out those flaws." "I see," Flitwick murmured. "Is that your Christmas gift to Vizet? Suggestions for potion improvements? Think whatever you like." Snape tapped the table, a plate of smoked meat, sausage, and buttered bread appearing in front. Flitwick sighed. How peculiar. You rarely give gifts at Christmas. Oh, Snape's voice remained low and measured as he calmly sliced through the bacon. I simply cannot abide seeing potion ingredients go to waste, that is all. Phileas Flitwick offered a knowing smile. Understood. Perfectly understood. At that moment an owl flapped its wings and soared into the great hall. Clutching a rope in each talon, it dragged a sizable parcel behind it, landing gracefully at the far end of the staff table, where Quirinus Quirrell sat. Flitwick watched the owl vanish from the hall, and murmured thoughtfully, judging by the shape of that parcel. Could its contents be potions as well? Snape cast a casual glance, then sniffed sharply. Soul's soothing elixir. Equally abysmal in quality. Quirrell appeared startled by the owl's sudden arrival, until he spotted Velt's name inscribed upon the parcel. Only then did he regain his composure and depart the hall, cradling the package. He sprinted back to his office at full speed, his stomach churning violently, as if the meager breakfast he'd eaten that morning were about to surge upward. Hurry, open that parcel. I demand the potion inside. A muffled, oppressive voice emanated from the cloth-wrapped back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell dared not delay. As he tore away the cloth, he waved his wand to unravel the parcel. Inside lay a glass vial brimming with silvery liquid, its surface shimmering faintly with a delicate mist. A magical greeting card was affixed to the bottle. Professor Quirrell, may this soul-soothing elixir restore your spirit. Merry Christmas. So even absurd sentiment proves marginally useful, Voldemort observed, gazing into the mirror, his eyes fixed intently upon the vial. At least that Obscurial has delivered a generous quantity of soul-soothing elixir. Pour it for me now. Now. Quirrell poured a cupful of the elixir and levitated it before Voldemort with a flick of his wand. Like a parched traveler stumbling upon an oasis in the desert, Voldemort greedily consumed the entire dose. A look of rapturous satisfaction crossed his features. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Indeed, everything unfolds precisely as I foreordained. Voldemort's demeanor had visibly improved, and curiously so had Quirrell's pallor, which now held a faint, fleeting flush. Master, what do these words signify? A cold dread settled over Quirrell's heart, and he pressed urgently. Master, what do you mean? In unusually placid tones Voldemort elaborated, the soul-soothing elixir, a highly advanced yet deceptively accessible potion. It tests the purity of a potion-maker's soul. The more unblemished, or obsessively singular, the soul, the finer the elixir produced. Of course, purity is the standard by which most potion-makers judge themselves, whereas my criterion is chaos. A chill gripped Quirrell. Master, then Velt's soul. Yes, yes. Voldemort let out a guttural, jagged laugh. He is already succumbing. Exquisite. Unbelievably exquisite. How many distinct flavors can I discern within this elixir? Let me count. Pure chaos, malevolence. Delicious. Quirinus. Another cup immediately. Absolute void, novel. Another cup. Another cup. Ah, and another peculiar nuance. Indescribable, unprecedented, transcendent. He savored each successive cup like a connoisseur of rare wines, meticulously tasting the very essence of Velt's soul. Astounding. Utterly astounding. It has been ages since I felt such profound ease. Quirinus, you could never comprehend this sensation, the sublime art of savoring a soul's unique flavor. Indeed, Voldemort's mood had lifted considerably, so much so that he even indulged Quirrell with further explanation. Quirinus, your soul is profoundly tedious, transparent in its timidity, pitifully craving validation, yet trembling like a squirrel before a storm. That is precisely why I chose you. I saw your hunger for power, your desperate yearning to be seen, as fervent as a squirrel hoarding acorns. Quirrell's expression grew complex as he strained to grasp the Dark Lord's meaning. Tentatively he ventured, Master, if he brews a soul-soothing elixir worthy of your approval, might we cease instructing him in the dark arts? Keep him close. Let him continue supplying you with these elixirs. I shall provide the ingredients. Have him brew more for contingencies. Quirinus, Quirinus. Voldemort's tone curdled into venomous disdain. Your memory remains lamentably frail. You forget what matters most. I see all, Quirinus, and you ought to consider yourself fortunate. This vial grants you a measure of respite. Yes, my master. Quirrell shuddered. I understand. Excellent. Excellent. Voldemort chuckled darkly. Since it is Christmas, I suppose I ought to bestow a gift upon you. Quirinus, may you remember, truly remember, in the days ahead precisely what powers I command. Let this lesson etch itself deeply into your mind. Instantly, a sickly blackened emerald light engulfed the entire office. Christmas break stretched long, nearly 2 weeks. Velt spent his holiday either tending the garden alongside Luna or poring over Snape's reply. Before Christmas, he had only just completed the theoretical study of the soul-soothing elixir. Guided by the principle of integrating theory with practice, he seized the holiday to brew the elixir according to his notes. This was an advanced potion, one demanding constant vigilance. Volatile fluctuations during brewing required precise adjustments to heat intensity and technique. Even with the aid of his magic eye, the process proved perilously exacting. Yet when the final elixir emerged, he felt a deep, quiet pride. Upon tasting it himself, both its appearance and efficacy matched perfectly the standards recorded in his notes. Thus he chose to present it as a gift. To Quirrell, hoping to ease his burdens and soothe his anxieties, to Snape it carried the subtle weight of a student submitting a hard-won assignment. Yet to Snape, a master of potions, Velt's elixir fell woefully short of acceptability. This verdict struck Velt as wholly unexpected. In response, Snape penned a lengthy letter enumerating likely causes of failure and offering numerous refinements. Alongside it, he dispatched a substantial parcel of potion ingredients. 3 owls were required merely to deliver that single parcel. Setting aside Snape's acerbic phrasing and biting wit, Velt could nonetheless sense the profound care and earnest intent woven throughout the letter. Following Snape's guidance, he revised his notes, established several control groups, and incrementally refined temperature regulation, stirring technique, and the precise timing of wand work. Despite investing half the Christmas break and expending vast quantities of costly materials, Velt still failed to earn Snape's approval. Eventually, Snape instructed him outright to suspend further attempts at the soul-soothing elixir. That directive landed upon Velt like a quiet, disheartening blow. Later, Snape sent a letter explaining his reasoning. It was possible that a lingering presence within him affected Wizard's control over the soul-soothing potion. Wizard felt a rare sense of gloom, a tinge of frustration surfacing in his heart. He sat on a bench in the garden, clutching the letter, gazing at the distant stream. Unbeknownst to him, Luna had quietly taken a seat beside him. She accompanied him in the gentle breeze, listening to Sol and Diana playfully bickering. She shared his gaze toward the horizon, where the wind swept through the grass, yet could not truly bend it. She sat with him from afternoon until sunset, until the stars filled the night sky and the moon hung in the heavens. Wizard felt his calm gradually returning, the gloom and frustration within dissipating significantly. Luna raised her wrist, directing a crystal orb toward the sky, where the moon shyly revealed half of its face. Tonight the moon has risen, and tomorrow the sun will rise again. They are akin to the phoenix's rebirth and renewal, all part of the natural order. Wizard listened quietly to Luna's words, and upon seeing her pale silver eyes, he suddenly smiled in relief. He felt like Cedric on a train, deeply ensnared in a labyrinth, trapped by a remarkably simple question for far too long. Fortunately, a guide, as ethereal as a spirit, had pointed him in the right direction. Perhaps an end merely signifies the beginning of a new life. Failure is the same. It is a valuable experience, a result of an overly smooth journey. Maybe we should try some Birdie Bots every flavor beans. Luna's eyes twinkled. Dad often told me he got a taste. Of course I remember, there's a pack in the candy jar. Wizard nodded. I hope the luck isn't that bad. Vomit would be too much. At most I can handle the taste of snot. My luck is great. I always get to taste orange flavor, Luna said with a smile. Wizard slowly stood up, looking at Luna, who tucked her hair behind her ear, feeling that everything was as it should be. Frustration was not a big deal. What mattered was how to face it. During the final Christmas holiday, Wizard focused on living life. The professor's gifts were packed into his suitcase, safely stored away, waiting to be unsealed upon his return. The Shadows of Darkness in the Fortress was immensely popular, even making it to the front display at the Leaky Call. Wizard and Luna utilized the Flu network to continue exploring around London. This time their outing was different from before. They had no specific purpose, simply enjoying the purest joy. They took the night bus to a countryside market, sitting on a peeling white wooden bench, savoring crispy toast and fresh cheese. After breakfast, they lingered on the bench, inhaling the scents of flowers and coffee from outside the restaurant, observing the passers-by, and trying to imagine the stories that would unfold. They strolled along the Thames, counting how many spires and domes adorned the opposite side of London, or climbed the hills beside the city to admire the panoramic urban scenery. Wizard felt his body and mind thoroughly rested, seemingly more effective than taking the soul-soothing potion. If he were to be likened to a building still under construction, that magical knowledge would serve as the foundation and brick walls, while the bits of life would form the windows. With those windows, moonlight could shine into the room. Unbeknownst to them, the day to return to school arrived. Wizard and Luna exchanged no excessive farewells, merely sharing a glance that conveyed everything. Bidding farewell to Luna, Wizard took the train back to Hogwarts. The Scottish Highlands were still blanketed in snow, and the caretaker Filch was bundled in a thick coat, shivering. Leaning against the railing of the small platform, Filch yelled at the disembarking students in a gruff voice, "Come this way." Under Filch's guidance, Wizard arrived at a broad dirt path in the woods lined with row upon row of carriages. Wizard hopped into one of the carriages, which automatically closed its door, and began to move at a leisurely pace. He activated his magical eye, peering curiously ahead, where a massive magical circuit pulsed. With the ability of the intermediate magical eye, he was still unable to discern its intricate components. Through the intermediate magical eye, he could make out creatures no larger than a wizard, yet could only glimpse the vague magical circuits of larger beings. As for what kind of magical circuit a wizard contained, the current capability of the magical eye was still far from reaching. Returning to the dormitory, Wizard found it empty. From the disarray of his roommates' desks, it was clear they were likely in the midst of a final push, battling against the accumulated assignments of the holiday. Sure enough, Vizet found a note on his desk containing a plea from 4 roommates. Vizet, hurry to the library and help us check our assignments. He brought along the notes from Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick to the bustling library. Madame Pants was far stricter than usual. If the noise level exceeded a certain threshold, she would randomly chase away a group of lucky students. Anthony and the others had the foresight to sit in the farthest corner from Madame Pants, occasionally glancing around. Upon seeing Vizet, their faces lit up with joy, and taking advantage of Madame Pants's momentary distraction, they stood up and waved frantically. Vizet, you finally returned. Michael lowered his voice and said, quick, help us see if there's anything we can improve. Ravenclaw has certain standards for assignments. Completing the work is just the foundation. They aspire for good feedback and strive for excellence. Vizet quickly went through the 4 assignments and praised, well done. If you really want to improve, you could quote some original text from the book as a conclusion to elevate the theme. Let me think. In the potions section, the 12th cabinet has a book called Basic Potion Treatise, which contains sentences that are rather serious and concise, fitting Professor Snape style. In the charms section, the 6th cabinet has a book, Chalwick's Magical Volume 1, which has some interesting summaries you could reference for your revisions. In the transfiguration section, the 15th cabinet, I remember, on the 6th shelf, has a book called From Silver Needles to Blades, which also contains some fine sentences. You're just too amazing. The 4 roommates whispered in admiration, giving Vizet a thumbs up. They split up, doing their best to remain silent, avoiding Madame Pants's scrutiny, vanishing into the vast sea of books in the library. Ron and Harry exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Do you know Nicholas Flamel? The 2 boys had stayed at school over the holidays and spent several days buried in the library. They weren't there to finish assignments, but to track down a single name, Nicholas Flamel. Harry felt certain he'd heard that name before, yet despite their relentless efforts, nearly turning the library upside down, they found no trace of him. Even Hermione, upon returning to school, uncovered no references to Nicholas Flamel. The trio decided to revisit the library for one last attempt, and happened to run into Vizet. Trusting him implicitly, they approached him for help. Do you know? Harry gazed at Vizet with eager anticipation. After all, you're practically. Ron chimed in immediately, practically more Madame Pants than Madame Pants herself. Not only do you know the titles of books, you even know exactly where to find them. They'd witnessed this firsthand long before befriending Hermione. Vizet had helped them complete countless assignments. Nicholas Flamel. Vizet mentally scanned his vast repository of knowledge and instantly retrieved the relevant information, distilling it with precision. He is an immortal wizard and a legendary alchemist currently living in seclusion in Devon, and the sole possessor of the world's only Philosopher's Stone. That's it. Harry gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. Fluffy is guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Ron added, wide-eyed, Merlin's beard. Snape has been scheming after the stone all along. Oh, Fluffy. Professor Snape. The Philosopher's Stone. Vizet arched an eyebrow. The stone is in the school, eh? Hey. Hermione cried out in alarm upon hearing Vizet's rapid-fire questions. Though she'd sensed something amiss moments earlier, she hadn't intervened in time to stop Harry and Ron. Not only had the 2 boys blurted out critical details, sparking Vizet's curiosity, but they'd also drawn Madame Pants's attention. As a result, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were summarily ejected from the library, and Vizet too was politely but firmly escorted out. We're so sorry. We never meant to drag you into this. Ron flushed crimson, his face matching the fiery hue of his hair. Hermione pressed urgently. Vizet, when you said Nicholas Flamel is an immortal wizard, what exactly does that mean? He has lived over 600 years, from 1327 to the present day. Oh, that's what? Ron exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. We spent the entire Christmas holiday searching for a study of modern wizardry, yet never once found his name. I remember now. Wait for me. I'll meet you in the Great Hall. Hermione dashed off in a flurry, sprinting toward the moving staircases. Don't you eat chocolate frogs? Vizet asked Ron and Harry. Nicholas Flamel's name appears on a chocolate frog card. It does, see. Ron and Harry looked baffled. Not on Flamel's own card, but mentioned on Albus Dumbledore's. Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry's eyes lit up. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. I've been saying that all along. He rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled chocolate frog card, reading aloud, discoverer of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and highly accomplished in alchemy alongside his collaborator Nicholas Flamel. I never thought of that. Ron slammed a fist lightly against his forehead. I've collected over 500 cards. Neither did I, Harry admitted, a wave of clarity dawning across his face as a smile broke through. Thank goodness for Vizet's reminder. Vizet, do you collect chocolate frog cards too? Ron asked curiously. Do you have Agrippa or Ptolemy? I'll trade you any cards you don't have. Seeing Harry and Ron veering wildly off topic, Vizet interjected with quiet urgency. What intrigues me most is, what precisely does Professor Snape have to do with all this? Ron explained, because Snape constantly invents pretexts to deduct house points from Gryffindor, right in front of Harry. And from me too. Every time Harry and I sit at the same table, both of us lose points. Others do too. Harry retorted indignantly. Anyone sitting beside me gets dragged down with me. Vizet coughed softly, struggling not to laugh. Professor Snape did deduct points publicly, And yes, Vizet himself had endured that very treatment twice. Noticing Vizet's near burst of suppressed mirth, Harry declared with fierce conviction, "He definitely wants to harm me. His leg is injured. A deep wound, inflicted by Fluffy." As he spoke, he yanked up his trouser leg and traced the spot on his calf. "Right here. That's how I figured it out. So my broomstick malfunctioned." Then Ron and the others saw Professor Snape casting spells there. So they tried to, stop him. His mouth was abruptly muffled by Ron's hand, muffling his words into frantic, incoherent whimpers. "Harry, stop." Ron's expression contorted in sheer terror, as if confronting some unspeakable horror. Vizet spun around just in time to see Professor Snape clad in flowing black robes, standing barely 2 meters away. A faint chilling curve tugged at Snape's lips, a smile devoid of warmth or amusement. His voice was glacial, drawn out, utterly devoid of inflection. "Let me think." Discussing professors in the corridors, once setting fire to a professor's robes. He took 2 deliberate steps forward, positioning himself squarely between Vizet and Ron, then leaned down, his gaze locking onto Ron's. "Mr. Weasley, you seem remarkably well informed about the identity of the arsonist." His eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice hissed like dry leaves scraping stone. Both Harry and Ron flushed scarlet, though Harry's cheeks burned deeper still. Ron reddened from fear and tension. Harry, suffocated by Ron's hand over his mouth, turned crimson from sheer lack of air. Harry wrenched Ron's hand away and glared fiercely at Snape. The professor straightened, continuing to loom over Ron. Discussing professors in the corridors, Gryffindor loses 20 points. "You." Harry ground his teeth, maintaining his furious stare. Snape blinked slowly, his focus remaining fixed on Ron. 20 points each. Under Snape's unnerving scrutiny, Ron's nerves snapped. Ignoring the 40-point penalty entirely, he seized Harry's wrist and bolted down the corridor at breakneck speed. Just as they vanished around the corridor's far end, Ron's voice echoed back. "Vizet, thank you for telling us everything. Stay safe." Snape turned sharply, his expression impassive, his tone stripped of its usual sibilant drawl. "Vizet, come to my office. Now." Ravenclaw is not without its merits. Snape sighed inwardly. He had indeed pondered how to respond should Weasley inquire about the Philosopher's Stone. However, on the way to the office, Weasley merely followed silently, asking no further questions. This was undoubtedly the best outcome, as it spared him the effort of explaining Dumbledore's troublesome matters. He even felt a bit fortunate about his choice to teach Weasley instead of becoming Harry's nanny. Do I want to kill Harry Potter? 10 points from Gryffindor. Weasley looked up, sneaking a glance at Snape, who wore a completely expressionless face. Another arbitrary point deduction. He seemed somewhat accustomed to it. He could even skillfully suppress a smile, maintaining a blank expression. Probably similar to Snape's expression at that moment. He followed Snape into the office, where on the desk in the corner, apart from a notebook, there was also a brand new set of potion-making equipment. Weasley squinted slightly, finally able to make out the brand of the potion-making equipment. It was indeed the Christmas gift he had sent. Listening to Luna was indeed wise. A potion master would not refuse a brand new set of equipment. Beside this set of potion-making equipment, there was also a toad, which remained very quiet, simply gazing at the 2 newcomers with a hint of curiosity. For some reason, Weasley felt a strange familiarity with this toad. Not the kind from having seen it before, but an inexplicable sense of recognition. He found it hard to articulate this feeling. Perhaps if Luna were there, she would instantly understand what he meant, as that was their silent rapport. Snape strode quickly to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down, casually waving his wand to summon a pile of potion ingredients. Weasley immediately recognized them as the ingredients for the soul-soothing potion. Snape retracted his wand and crossed his arms, signaling, "Let's begin. I want to see you make a soul-soothing potion." Weasley nodded, rolled up his sleeves, lit the cauldron, and began to work swiftly, grinding moonstone into powder, blending the moon dew flower nectar with wormwood infusion, pouring the dew into the cauldron, waving his wand to cast spells. During the Christmas holidays, he had lost count of how many soul-soothing potions he had made, and was naturally familiar with the entire process. Weasley's movements were fluid, without any pauses in the steps. Snape could perceive that in the technique of brewing the soul-soothing potion, Weasley had no flaws. Although all of this was accumulated through a great deal of time and materials, he still remembered Weasley's age and the grade he was currently in. Hogwarts, first year, 11 years old. Snape rubbed his brow, waiting for the final product. "Professor Snape, it's done," Weasley said with a normal expression, bringing the soul-soothing potion, which was emitting silver mist, in front of Snape. "Still like this?" Snape murmured, frowning as he asked, "Have you tried the potion yourself?" "I have." Weasley nodded. "Though the effects are nowhere near what you achieve after drinking the potion, I feel relaxed and sleepy." "So you used yourself for testing right from the start?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "Why not use an owl? I remember you have an owl, don't you?" "I couldn't bear to. Sol is already quite tired delivering messages, and it's my friend." Weasley coughed lightly. "So I just drank it myself." In fact, there was another reason. He had observed the potion with his magical eye and confirmed it was fine before testing it. Snape said nothing more, stood up, and opened the inner door, retrieving a struggling toad. At any time, toads are good companions for potion masters as their skin can absorb liquids, making them very suitable for potion testing. Let's put it this way. Snape gently pointed at the toad, which immediately froze in place. Administer the potion to the toad, if it is the correct soul-soothing potion. He demonstrated as he spoke, taking a vial of the potion and pouring it onto the toad's back. After the toad absorbs the soul-soothing potion, it will gradually calm down and then fall into a deep sleep. The better the potion, the faster the toad will fall asleep. Weasley frowned. His soul-soothing potion not only failed to put the toad to sleep, but seemed to make it more excited. The word excited was not quite accurate. Or rather, it should be said that after absorbing the soul-soothing potion, the toad's behavior became extremely bizarre. It grew increasingly hyperactive, attempting to leap forward, but suddenly convulsing in midair before falling down, rolling back and forth on the table. Just as it was about to crash into the potion-making equipment, Snape waved his wand, seemingly erecting a magical barrier in front of the equipment. The toad wriggled around for over 10 minutes, and with a ribbit it fell into a coma, seemingly exhausted. Weasley swallowed hard. Professor Snape, why is it like this? Perhaps it's due to the effects of mildness. Snape casually tossed the toad back through the inner door. Try a different potion. He waved his wand again, and another set of potion ingredients flew onto the table. Bloodroot, Angelica, sneezing herb, castor oil, frog brain. This was a recipe for a confusion potion. Weasley knew of this potion, but had never made it. According to the normal teaching process, he would officially learn about the confusion potion in his 3rd year. Snape spoke. It seems you know what it can be used for. The confusion potion, a potion that confuses the mind, can make a person impulsive and reckless. The stronger the effect, the more pronounced the related effects, and it can even drive a person into complete madness, making it difficult to regain sanity. Snape nodded. I say what you do, let's begin. All right. Weasley nodded and returned to the cauldron. First add dew to the cauldron, heat it slowly over a low flame, then start processing the bloodroot, crushing it in a mortar. Pour the castor oil into a beaker, also heating it over a low flame, and after it bubbles, add the frog brain. While heating, process the sneezing herb, cutting it into fine strands. Snape's speed was not slow, and with the help of his magical eye, Weasley managed to barely keep up. When you see fisheye bubbles emerging from the cauldron's inner wall, add the Angelica and simmer on low heat for 10. Scoop out the frog brain, take another mortar and mash it together with raw castor oil. Add the crushed bloodroot, adjust to medium heat and boil until the potion presents a chaotic color and emits faint gray mist, then remove from heat to cool. Although Vizet had never learned the confusion potion, he mastered the production process of the soul-soothing agent, making it easy to follow the instructions while working. Once he adapted to the rhythm, he even had time to take out his notebook to record the specific processes and key points. Reheat the cauldron, add shredded sneezing grass, and simmer for 5 minutes. When the gray mist disappears, add the mixture of frog brains and castor oil and heat over high flame. Vizet scooped out the confusion potion, a magical brew of pale pink color, which had a scent reminiscent of leaded gasoline. Snape brought in another toad and dripped the confusion potion onto its back. The effect of this trial was promising. After absorbing the potion, the toad began to croak erratically and jumped more vigorously, not caring whether it bumped into the walls. Snape murmured, tossing this toad into the inner chamber. Let's do it again, and you will do as I say. Once again, the same ingredients for the confusion potion were used, but Snape's commands became much more rugged. Boil the dew over high heat, then add the Angelica. Chop the bad blood grass, and just chop it. No need to be meticulous. Mix the frog brains and castor oil into a paste, and add it directly to the cauldron. Sneezing grass can go in as well. No, wait. Snape suddenly waved his wand, causing all the potion ingredients on the table to vanish. He made a strange request. Just do whatever you want to, I only need the final product. My. Vizet raised his head, including the method from last time. I don't need to consider that. Exactly. Just do it however you like. Snape nodded. Don't worry about the boiling time you recorded. Don't care about the procedures in your notes. I'll rely entirely on your intuition and instincts. All right. Vizet, filled with confusion, complied nonetheless. He closed his eyes to clear his thoughts, putting himself in a state of emptiness. If one were to observe his eyes, they would notice they were unfocused, conveying a sense of bewilderment. Vizet maintained this feeling, casually picking up the potion ingredients on the table and tossing them into the stone mortar, mashing them into juices. He then added the castor oil and frog brains into the cauldron and started frying them directly. When a peculiar foul smell filled the air, he poured the juice mixture of bad blood grass, Angelica, and sneezing grass directly into the cauldron. The cauldron emitted a popping sound, and an even stranger stench replaced it, wafting through the entire office. Vizet completed the potion making in only 1/3 of the usual time, and the final product surprisingly presented a pale pink color. The third victim, toad, appeared. After absorbing the potion, it exhibited even more terrifying madness. Not only did it show aggressive tendencies, but it also continuously crashed into the walls, seemingly lost to madness. This. Vizet looked at Snape. Snape tossed the third toad into the inner chamber. As I mentioned in my letter, do not continue practicing the soul-soothing agent for now. The inner demon is still affecting you. You have suppressed the inner demon quite well. Throughout this long period you have only lost control once, which was on Halloween night. However, the inner demon is inseparable from you. You will unconsciously release the dark magical traits it carries. Vizet inquired, will it harm those around me? For now it won't. Snape waved his wand, cleaning the cauldron thoroughly, leaving only those few potions. To unleash your inner demon's traits, black magic, and certain potions are the most effective means. He spoke while observing Vizet's expression. Vizet merely nodded, his expression calm, with no hint of panic in his eyes. Noticing this, Snape continued, you're doing well, just maintain this state. Vizet paused for a moment and tentatively asked, Professor Snape, is there anything else I need to pay attention to? What should you pay attention to? Snape raised an eyebrow. Just maintain your vital signs and don't die at Hogwarts. I don't want to face a ghost. Vizet left the office, but Dumbledore walked out from the inner chamber. Severus, you could have just placed the toad on the table without tossing it to me to deal with. Snape waved his wand as he replied, since you came to my office, it's necessary for you to help me with something. If I didn't toss it directly with Vizet's personality, he would enthusiastically bring it into the inner chamber only to... Vizet would indeed do such a thing. He's a very good child. Dumbledore smiled faintly, placing the unconscious toad on the table. Snape waved his wand, and 3 glass jars appeared out of nowhere, each covering a toad. Dumbledore picked up 2 of the jars. I want to take 2 with me to see what they turn into under the effect of those 2 potions. The results are predictable. Snape pointed to the toad next to the potion equipment. It will be endowed with traits belonging to Vizet in some way. He recalled the Christmas holidays when the toads, due to potion testing, would awaken with changed temperaments, their behavior increasingly resembling Vizet. They became calm, harmless, filled with curiosity about their surroundings, studying the potion equipment and observing the world with curious eyes. Returning to the present, Snape continued, this also means his soul even influences the user directly through certain potions. This is my judgment. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Based on your description and the behavior of the toad just now, I would also arrive at a similar conclusion. Amazing. Truly amazing. Dumbledore exclaimed, this indicates that his soul is abundant like a spring overflowing. It's unprecedented. What exactly is his background? Snape murmured, his voice somewhat heavy. With your extensive abilities, you can't uncover Vizet's true origins. I couldn't find any leads on that dark wizard's origins either. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Dumbledore said, someone must have deliberately concealed it and did it very thoroughly. It will be impossible to find any flaws in a short time. To obtain clues, perhaps it will take years. His origins aren't actually important. Snape looked at the set of potion equipment. What's crucial is, what exactly does that dark wizard aim to achieve by tormenting Vizet? I don't know. Dumbledore recalled, I had St. Mungo conduct a thorough examination. Vizet bore no residual harm, and all those dark magic effects were healed by Fawkes. Snape asked abruptly, what about the soul? Even using the soul reading spell, it's difficult to probe the soul itself. Dumbledore said, you are also a master of the soul reading spell. You should be aware of this, right? Snape remained non-committal. To truly understand the study of the soul, such wizards are few and far between. Indeed. Dumbledore sighed. Wizards traversing the path of magic can never escape the eternal topic of the soul. Croak. The toad beside the potion materials stirred restlessly, seemingly regaining its animal instincts. Snape waved his wand, summoning a notebook. As he recorded data, he said, 5 days. The soul-soothing potion from Wizard Weasley has affected this toad for a full 5 days. Truly remarkable. Utterly remarkable. Dumbledore responded with a sigh. The office fell silent save for the rustling of Snape's notes and the croaking of the toad. How annoying. Snape finished recording everything and flicked his wand, making the toad and its glass jar disappear. He then looked at Dumbledore. Why not tell Weasley the truth? In fact, we have revealed part of the truth, Dumbledore explained. He is indeed unsuitable for studying such potion. Wizards who study the soul will notice Weasley's abnormalities through such potions, and that would be a dire consequence. For example, Lord Voldemort. Snape set down his notebook. If Weasley sends a bottle of soul-soothing potion to Quirrell, it would likely end up in the hands of Lord Voldemort. Sigh. Weasley puts great thought into every Christmas gift. We cannot stifle this sincerity. Thus we need to employ white lies using such disgraceful means to protect his safety. Snape scoffed. Fortunately, Lord Voldemort will conceal this matter. In truth, he hides many secrets. He claims to have achieved immortality, yet has never revealed the secret to it. This is Lord Voldemort. He desires to be everyone's lord. He revels in that feeling. Master, your holy name shall never be spoken. Dumbledore's tone was gentle yet firm. Precisely for this reason, we must uncover the secrets of it to defeat this master. The second half of the school year has arrived, and in this new term students are somewhat plagued by anxiety. Especially the 5th and 7th year students who must take the O, W, L, or N, E, W, T exams, making this anxiety even more pronounced. They either held their notes in hand or tucked textbooks under their arms, these materials marked with various lines seemingly validating their day and night preparations. The library occupied by 5th and 7th year students resembled a battlefield with students weaving between the shelves. They sought fragments of information hidden within the books that could aid them in the exams. During mealtimes in the hall, the steaming food was neglected as 5th and 7th year students continually flipped through books, hardly finding time to relax or chat. This atmosphere of anxiety appeared to be spreading not just in the hall, but even the common room had grown considerably more somber. Ravenclaws pursued knowledge and wisdom, and exams undoubtedly manifested these two aspects most clearly. Especially for the 5th and 7th year students, their conversations in the common room were almost entirely exam-related, discussing the intricate theories of transfiguration, verifying the correct sequence for potion brewing, and repeatedly reciting key dates and events from magical history. Penelope, tasked with the duties of a prefect, needed to squeeze in time for patrols or to maintain order on campus. At this point, after fulfilling her prefect duties, she appeared somewhat overwhelmed, even reluctant to speak with those around her, hinting at signs of breakdown. When Weasley finished his private lesson with Snape and returned to the common room, he heard intermittent crying from a corner. As he approached and stepped on a shadow on the ground, a figure peeked out, first readied and confused. Weasley. Weasley nodded. Penelope. What happened to you? Cough. Nothing. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and hid a textbook behind her, just sitting here for a moment. Weasley noticed it was the textbook for potion class, a hefty volume titled Intermediate Potion Making. If it's about potionology, perhaps I can think of a solution. You want to consult Professor Snape? No. No. Penelope instinctively refused. Professor Snape is too terrifying. It's futile. Cough. Weasley cleared his throat, surprised by Penelope's intense reaction, despite him not even mentioning that point. It was evident that Professor Snape's reputation was indeed quite poor. In fact, from a certain perspective, Professor Quirrell's reputation was even better than his. According to Fred and George, although Professor Quirrell stumbled through his lessons and was less effective than self-study, at least he had a good temper. Even if hit by snowballs, Professor Quirrell wouldn't get angry. Weasley immediately advised, "Could you not do that next time?" The twins playfully saluted. "If it's a request from the materials consultant, we promise not to do that next time." Fred and George also mentioned that if anyone dared to throw a snowball at Snape's head. Weasley remembered how the twins had exaggeratedly horrified expressions, clutching their throats and saying, "We definitely wouldn't see the sunrise the next day. We would be poisoned that very night." In truth, Professor Snape is quite reasonable, Weasley pondered, as long as one can discern the important information. After all, that is Professor Snape's style of communication. Is that so? Penelope seemed to have calmed down, gently wiping away the last of her tears with her sleeve, her eyes not as red as before. "Of course." Weasley nodded. "I just asked him some questions. First, tell me what you want to ask Professor Snape next time, and I will help you with that." "That works too." Penelope seemed a bit shy. "Professor Snape, has he never scolded you?" "No. It seems he even gave you extra points, right? I heard this from Hufflepuff people before." "Yes," Weasley did not deny, "so you can rest assured to tell." Penelope nodded, hesitantly taking out her textbook and flipping to a page marked with various lines. "I remember Professor Snape mentioning 2 key points when reprimanding regarding the preparation of this vitality restorative." She pointed to 2 of the brewing steps. "It's right here regarding the dosage and stirring speed." Professor Snape seemed to say there are methods to expedite potion brewing. Brewing magical potions is an arduous and time-consuming process. Effectively reducing brewing time would significantly improve examination performance. "Did you not approach Professor Snape after class?" asked Vizet. "I didn't dare ask." Penelope's voice softened. "Last term, Robert Hilliard summoned his courage and entered the classroom. Yet before he even posed a question, he was detained to clean the premises." Robert Hilliard was another Ravenclaw prefect. And then, he didn't manage to ask anything at all. Ahem. Vizet cleared his throat twice. "Professor Snape is actually quite decent, though one must first acclimate to his manner of speaking." Absence of comparison breeds no disillusionment. To Vizet, Professor Snape seemed rather affable, certainly far more so than the tale suggested. At the very least, after Vizet finished cleaning, Snape not only awarded house points, but also patiently clarified his doubts. The 2 questions Penelope raised were topics Vizet had already studied thoroughly before the Christmas holidays, and now he was perfectly poised to answer them. He pointed to a line in the textbook. "Here you must use double the quantity of valerian roots, finely chopped and added to the cauldron, to reduce brewing time by 10 minutes. However, the heat must be lowered to medium. As for stirring speed with the spoon, it isn't speed that matters, but force. Each stroke must reach the very bottom of the cauldron, brushing firmly against its inner walls." As Vizet explained with meticulous care, Penelope's expression gradually brightened, her eyes widening in sudden realization. "That's exactly right. That's precisely what he said. Thank you so much." "I'm glad I could help," Vizet replied with a gentle smile. "Still, I'd recommend trying it yourself first. If your procedure is flawless, brewing the vitality tonic should take 15 minutes less." "How many times have you helped me? I hardly know how to thank you." Penelope said, her gaze tinged with admiration. "You're far bolder. I'd never dare approach Professor Snape with questions." "SSS." She gasped sharply, hastily pulling out her prefect badge. "What rotten luck. I'm due for patrol again. See you later." "See you later?" After bidding Penelope farewell, Vizet continued toward the common room. He still had much to learn, such as cross-referencing Professor McGonagall's notes with those of Professor Flitwick to unravel the subtle art of nonverbal spellcasting. On the eve before Christmas, he recalled casting a near-silent transfiguration charm, not wanting to disturb Luna. And as he walked lost in thought, Dumbledore's voice drifted softly from behind. Vizet, would you accompany me somewhere? Hogwarts Castle is vast, mapping it entirely would consume immense time. Dumbledore led Vizet down an utterly unfamiliar corridor. Vizet, I received your Christmas gift, such a delightful assortment of sweets. Simply marvelous. While quietly gathering traces of ancient magic, Vizet smiled. Truth be told, I felt somewhat uneasy. I considered giving you a book instead, yet feared it might seem overly formal. Later, Luna and I explored London and sampled many intriguing confections, so that became my Christmas offering. I'm truly delighted you enjoyed it. Family. Dumbledore murmured softly, his voice resonating like a velvety saxophone. I love it. Oh, how dearly I love it. If you wish, practical gifts would suit me splendidly. Wool socks perhaps, or even more inventive sweets. An old man's unreasonable request, I confess. Vizet chuckled in agreement. Of course, I'll make note of it. He followed Dumbledore through corridor after corridor, hall after hall, until they finally arrived at the castle's rear garden. At the garden's heart stood a grand circular fountain. Beyond it rose a majestic marble archway, flanked by two winged boar statues. The marble archway bore a striking Gothic style, imposing and regal, its surface adorned with intricate blossoming motifs. The two winged boars crouched motionless, their carvings exquisitely detailed. So lifelike, they seemed poised to surge forward at any moment. Vizet asked curiously, Headmaster Dumbledore, where exactly are we going? To Hogsmeade Village, Dumbledore replied, striding ahead. By standard regulations, students may not enter until their third year. So, we shall require a discreet means of passage. He raised his wand and lightly tapped Vizet's forehead. Vizet felt a cool liquid trickle across his brow, a sensation that instantly spread throughout his body as if doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving him startlingly lucid. He hurriedly glanced at his hands. Where his palms should have been, he saw only the ground beneath. He had seemingly dissolved into thin air. Headmaster Dumbledore, is this the disillusionment charm? Exceptional intellect is humanity's greatest treasure, Dumbledore mused. Indeed. Just follow me, and speak as little as possible along the way. Magic permeated every inch of Hogwarts Castle. As they approached the archway, the iron portcullis before them clattered upward, revealing a broad stone bridge beyond. The bridge bore the weathered marks of centuries, each pothole and groove a silent testament to time's passage. Vizet strolled beside Dumbledore, simultaneously activating the mental map unfolding in his mind. Sure enough, as they traversed the path, numerous, previously uncharted regions lit up on his internal map. Vizet wasted no time, drawing upon and storing every trace of ancient magical energy within immediate reach. Dumbledore appeared to sense something, glancing down at Vizet with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Around the stone bridge, returning students chatted and laughed, laden with parcels large and small. The disillusionment charm rendered them invisible. If they made no conspicuous sound, the students would scarcely detect. Beyond the bridge stretched pastoral scenery, a simple leveled earthen path flanked by luxuriant magical flora, swaying gently in the breeze. They proceeded along this path until reaching a junction where they paused. At the junction center stood a signpost shaped like an inverted tree crown, crooked, whimsical, and inscribed with the names and directions of Hogsmeade shops. Dumbledore deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Vizet ample time to memorize the route. His low, resonant voice sounded, this way, Vizet. Strangely, though Vizet could not see Dumbledore, his presence remained vividly palpable. Feeling warmth in his palm, Vizet considered a possibility. Could it be Fox Feather? Following Dumbledore's lead, Vizet beheld a timber-framed gate crowned with a pointed roof, and suspended above it a carved wooden plaque. The plaque's design was captivating. Crossed wands adorned its upper section, two charging wild boars occupied the middle, and beneath them arched a wooden banner inscribed with Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade is more prosperous than Weasley's imagination. After all, Diagon Alley is merely a commercial street, while Hogsmeade is a pure wizarding village. The place is quite spacious, with shops and residences intermingling, exuding a strong sense of everyday life. Many residents stroll along the street, greeting each other friendly, while discussing the news from the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore continued in a low voice, let's walk this way. Weasley followed closely behind Dumbledore, entering a somewhat shabby and disheveled bar. A tattered sign swung in the wind on the door, depicting a blood-stained pig's head. We need to head to the back. Dumbledore's voice was lighthearted as he circled around the bar. Behind the bar was a gigantic barrel. He pushed open the back door, and a strange odor of mutton wafted in. Accompanying this was the chaotic shouting coming from behind the wall. Additionally, some coarse cursing, along with the sounds of shattering glass and overturned chairs. Let's go upstairs and wait for him, he said, casually waving his finger to move the heavy objects blocking the inner door. Undoubtedly, this was the result of silent spell casting and wandless magic. Through understanding Professor Flitwick's notes, Weasley had grasped a bit of the nuances of silent spell casting. However, he still needed more practice to perhaps replicate the silent spell casting from that night. After all, transfiguration spells have the lowest requirements for incantations. The so-called incantations are more like prompts intended to help wizards concentrate, guiding their learned knowledge and awareness to perform transfiguration. It is precisely because of this characteristic that spells like transformation and vine shaping can be used as incantations for transfiguration. The structure here is similar to the leaky cauldron, with a bar on the first floor and the second floor rented out as an inn. Dumbledore skillfully opened a door, waved his wand to dispel the disillusionment charm, pulled out a chair, brewed tea, and enjoyed candy all in one go, as if this place were his home. "Come sit here," he beckoned Weasley. "There's no need to be so formal here, but it's best to be a little more relaxed." Weasley nodded, picked up the steaming cup of tea, and blew gently on it. "Professor Dumbledore, may I ask, what are we doing here?" Dumbledore took out 2 lemon drops and gently asked, "The brain closure spell, do you remember it?" "I remember." Weasley took a lemon drop. "Professor Quirrell suggested that I could try learning the brain closure spell. Perhaps it could reduce the influence of dark magic on me." "This is an extremely profound magical skill." Dumbledore stroked his beard. "There are many things it can accomplish." "How much do you know about the brain closure spell?" Weasley replied without hesitation. "I only found some basic concepts from the few records in the library. This technique can resist mental penetration, using the method of closing the brain to counter various magical invasions and resist the effects of magic. It is quite versatile, isn't it?" Dumbledore winked and smiled slightly. Just then another voice appeared. "A skilled brain closure specialist, when prepared, will be unaffected by the stunning spell." A tall, thin old man with a gray beard and flower dust on his clothes pushed the door and entered. The tall old man's voice was somewhat gruff. "I didn't expect you to come so early." Weasley widened his eyes, glancing at Dumbledore and then at the old man who had just entered the room. Aside from his voice being a bit hoarse and his sleeves smeared with blood, his figure was nearly identical, and his face, not hidden by his beard, bore a striking resemblance. How could they be so alike? Noticing Weasley's unusual gaze, the tall old man pulled out a chair to sit down and introduced himself first. "My name is Aberforth Dumbledore, the lesser-known brother of the esteemed and renowned Professor Dumbledore." From Aberforth's tone, Weasley detected a hint of Professor Snape's intonation, that teasing and sarcastic. "He is not unknown, merely content with his current life," Dumbledore interjected with a smile. "He has always been of great assistance to me, and I am very grateful for his help." "I don't need you to sugarcoat anything for me," Aberforth interjected somewhat rudely, then looked at Weasley. "Kid, you see, I am just a bar owner. By the way, the Hog's Head Inn is nothing like the 3 broomsticks. It's quite unglamorous. You'd better be mentally prepared." Dumbledore's smile remained. Regardless of the type of wizard, there is always the possibility of exploring a unique path in the pursuit of magic, so please do not underestimate. "Did you bring him here today, or did he bring you?" Aberforth raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you let him decide for himself? Why must everything be arranged by you? In the past, and now, how many lives are you planning to control?" Dumbledore took a deep breath, suppressing his smile, revealing a hint of weariness. "You are right. Weasley, why don't you speak up?" Aberforth's expression also darkened, breathing softly, occasionally sneaking glances at Dumbledore. Faced with Dumbledore's somewhat unusual demeanor, Weasley's curiosity was piqued. He had been observing the two, and through their brief exchanges and subtle expressions, he sensed some abnormalities. The relationship between the two brothers is extremely complex, seemingly distant and tense, yet there is an inexplicable connection and a shared secret that they both guard. This secret seems to be a grotesque wound for both of them, festering and scabbing. The two are like conjoined twins, clearly sharing the same bloodline and deeply knowing each other, yet due to the wound that separates them, they endure endless pain. Professor Dumbledore actually trusts Aberforth very much, otherwise he wouldn't help mediate and speak well of him. However, Aberforth seems quite averse to this, always bluntly exposing everything, revealing a more authentic side. Not only does he want to present his true self, but he also wants Dumbledore to show his true self. "Kid, my time is limited. Tell me your true thoughts," Aberforth impatiently shouted. Weasley stood up, but his thoughts did not cease. He had thought about many things during the Christmas break, and had also discussed many matters with Luna, leading to some shifts in his. Where in life is there no learning? Leaving Hogwarts Castle and the formal teaching environment, one can surely gain. This meeting with Aberforth might just be a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Vizet bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Dumbledore, I am quite concerned. What can I do here?" Sigh. Aberforth shook his head with a long sigh, looking pained. "You in your current state remind me of the great Headmaster Dumbledore. When he was young, he looked just like you, meticulous and stern. You are even better than him. Which house were you, Gryffindor or Ravenclaw?" "Ravenclaw," Vizet replied. "If it's Ravenclaw, then that fits quite well." Aberforth stroked his beard and sighed again. "Anyway, I have already agreed, so you can stay. I hope it won't affect my bar business." "Thank you." A glint flashed in Dumbledore's eyes as if he sighed in relief. "When does he need to come over?" "I will give him a Hogsmeade pass." "No need for that." Aberforth waved his hand and directly refused. Not being the right age means not being the right age. Starting next week, he must come here every Friday night. He cannot come through the Hogsmeade pass. He has to find his own way here. Regarding the existence of the soul-soothing agent, Vizet specifically asked Quirrell. Confirming that the potion did not trouble Quirrell, he felt a bit relieved and devoted himself to his studies. Besides reviewing in class, Vizet also arranged some extra tasks. He had 5 notebooks at hand. 2 were from Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape's private lessons. 2 were Christmas gifts from Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, and the last one was Grindelwald's notes. These were ample resources sufficient to make his life more fulfilling. On Mondays, he studied the 2 private lesson notebooks. On Tuesday evenings, he had Quidditch training. On Wednesdays, he studied Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall's notes, and Thursdays were dedicated to Grindelwald's notes. As for Friday nights, he needed to go to the Hogshead Inn. Regarding the first small test assigned by Aberforth, Vizet had learned from Fred and George about a secret passage into Hogsmeade. After flying class, he followed the route map given by Fred and George and turned into a secluded corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. In the middle of the corridor stood a statue of a one-eyed, which turned away from the corridor, looking back. Vizet took out his wand and tapped the statue's hump, saying, "Separate left and right." With a series of faint cracking sounds, the statue's hump split in 2, revealing a narrow passage that was dark as night. To be safe, Vizet snapped his fingers, transforming them into a devil's snare, and then bent down to crawl into the narrow passage. After a week of effort, he finally completed his first silent spell, Ancient Magic Self-Transformation Devil. However, the process of silent casting was still not stable enough, so he cleverly used the command of snapping fingers to trigger the devil's snare form. Inside the narrow passage was a slide, and after sliding for a long distance, Vizet stepped onto a damp, cold patch of muddy ground. With the help of the devil's snare form, he carefully listened to the surroundings and made his way through the darkness in this new passage. Vizet unfolded a map in his mind, and whenever an area lit up, it absorbed the ancient magical energy contained within. The passage twisted and turned, resembling a tunnel dug out by some giant rodent. Reaching the end of this tunnel, he encountered a steep stone staircase that led upwards, seemingly endless. This long journey became slightly more interesting as he could absorb the ancient magical energy. Not knowing how long he had walked, Vizet finally reached the top of the staircase, where there was a trapdoor. Using the devil's snare form to scout, he confirmed that there was no one around before finally pushing open the trapdoor. Vizet exhaled, just as Fred and the others said, "This is the cellar of the Honeydukes." He glanced back at the trapdoor, which had closed and blended seamlessly with the surrounding floor. After a series of twists and turns, Vizet opened the back door of the Hogshead Inn according to the route he remembered. He did not go up to the inn above, but quietly waited in the hallway. Before long, Aberforth, dusted with flour, appeared before him. "It seems you were not poisoned by Albus. I thought you would wait until next month before finding a way to sneak in here. How did you get here?" This was Vizet's second meeting with Aberforth, and he distinctly felt that Aberforth and Dumbledore were like 2 sides of the same coin. Dumbledore always maintained a neat appearance, spoke politely, treated others with warmth and kindness, and often wore a gentle smile. The Aberforth, on the other hand, was somewhat scruffy, spoke gruffly, and had eyebrows raised like Dumbledore's, giving off a somewhat menacing vibe. Vizet said, "I learned about a secret passage from a friend. For someone to tell you about a secret passage, it seems you have a good relationship with them." Aberforth raised an eyebrow. "Much better than Albus. Follow me." The bar hall was darker than the leaky cauldron, and the air was thick with the smell of sheep, accompanied by the sound of chewing from the bar area, where a moving wild boar's head was grinding its teeth. Vizet had only taken a few steps when he noticed several ill-intentioned gazes. Most of the patrons at the bar were hidden under dark robes, their eyes seemingly glowing with a hint of malice. A few people, seeing that Vizet was a child, immediately took off their hoods, ruffled their messy hair, and grinned with blackened teeth, hissing with laughter. Aberforth led Vizet into a side room, which was better lit by candles. A long table covered in flowers stood in the center, with several bags of flour stacked in the corner, and shelves containing sugar and butter resembling a place for baking bread. "This is the Hogshead Inn. You can still leave if you want to," Aberforth said. "Not only are the customers outside not comparable to Hogwarts, but I am not either." Vizet shook his head and asked loudly, "Mr. Dumbledore, what do I need to do?" "Don't call me Mr. Aberforth said seriously. "Just call me Aberforth, and I will call you Vizet. It's that simple." "Okay, Aberforth." "Oh." Aberforth nodded, conjuring 2 round stools with his wand, and motioning for Vizet to sit down. He then took out a strange parchment covered with densely packed peculiar writings that formed a symbol of an eye. When Vizet looked at the parchment, the eye on it suddenly opened, emitting an androgynous voice. "Where is your home?" Vizet felt a strange sensation, as if he had been completely seen through. Just as he was about to speak, the parchment seemed to answer itself, saying, "Oteri St. Kachibo Village. The model is a black castle, right?" Vizet twisted his neck, saying, "Is it this feeling again? As if I am being seen through." He remembered the similar sensation Snape had invoked in him during the first month of school. "A very accurate description," Albus said. "This parchment is imbued with the mind-reading spell. Next, focus." Vizet frowned and did not comply, lowering his head instead. "Excellent. That's the spirit of rebellion." However, Albus chuckled, "But such resistance may not be very effective against a mind reader." Vizet again felt as if he were being seen through and instinctively cast the guardian meditation technique in an attempt to block this sensation. The eye continuously blinked, and even the parchment became unstable. Albus laughed, even more joyfully. Good. No wonder, Albus said. You have talent. You actually have a way to resist being spied upon. Impressive. Gaze at me. Gaze at me. The parchment urged as Vizet continued his resistance. At that moment, flames erupted from the bottom edge of the parchment, bursting forth with a strange silver light. The silver brightness instantly filled the side chamber, and although Vizet had already closed his eyes, he was still affected. A scene appeared in his mind. The castle he considered home was engulfed in flames. The beautiful garden turned into a sea of fire, mercilessly scorching everything. Enough. Vizet had never felt such anger before. The core of his being erupted violently, and the wizard's practical guide flipped its pages, frantically unleashing the stored ancient magical power. These ancient magical powers converged, transforming into more silver-blue chains, attempting to solidify the blockade on the core. However, it was already too late, as countless black-red mists penetrated the silver-blue chains, enveloping Vizet, as if coating him in an eerie and strange evil pattern. The essence that burst forth quickly gathered, taking on a tentacle-like form, directly binding Albus and slamming him against the wall. Boom. The wall caved in as if struck by a massive rock, the rumbling sound drowning out Albus' cries. Vizet's sword-like brows stood upright, his pupils turning crimson as he fiercely shouted, "Do you want to die?" Albus appeared somewhat embarrassed, but maintained a nonchalant demeanor, even smiling. Very good. You are much better than Albus. I want to see your true self. At least you have a true self, not completely hidden away. Do you know? Albus has always been exceptionally good at keeping secrets, as if he was born to understand magical contracts. He can completely hide himself. Thankfully, you are different. You know how to express emotions, which means you are better than him. What did you see just now? I'm very curious. Vizet exhaled, looking at Albus in different expression, and couldn't help but curse. Madman. No. Voldemort is the real madman. Albus laughed heartily. I am just pretending to be crazy. The situation now is that Voldemort has set his sights on you. You are about to face madness. So you are in a very dangerous situation. Although I don't know what that paper has created for you. But as long as it involves Voldemort, the images the parchment presents you may really come to pass. Vizet suddenly felt warmth in his palms, the warmth transmitted to him by the phoenix feather. He pressed his lips together, casting the guardian meditation technique, trying to gather the black-red mist back into his core. Albus slid to the ground, coughing violently, blood flecks visible in his saliva. After a while, he finally recovered, murmuring as he struggled to stand. No wonder, Albus said. You have talent. You really can possess the same ability as Credence. Vizet raised an eyebrow at the familiar name, saying Credence. At the end of the movie Fantastic Beasts, Credence transformed into a tiny essence and disappeared among the ruins. Newt Scamander noticed the anomaly, but did not take any action to stop it. This is clearly a foreshadowing, indicating that in the second installment of Fantastic Beasts, Credence will still have a role. Yes. Credence, my son. Albus coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is where I differ from Albus. I am willing to speak about my pain. Since you chose to stay, perhaps you will have the opportunity to learn about another Dumbledore from my few words. A Dumbledore different from the greatest wizard of the age. Albus performed magic to restore the side chamber, and then used forceful means to calm the guests who were preparing to cause a scene due to their fright. After doing all this, he repaired the 2 broken chairs, and had Vizet sit before him again. Let us begin. True. First, let me ask you a question. What do you think a wizard is? And what is magic? Upon hearing this question, Vizet couldn't help but be taken aback. If it were in his past life, he might have said it was a setting from a novel or special effects from a movie. Now he truly had become a wizard, attending a real magic school to learn, truly mastering magic, able to wave a wand to sweep away dirt, able to command magic to dissolve giants. Yet he felt somewhat lost. What exactly is a wizard? What exactly is magic? Can't figure out the answer to the question, huh? Albus revealed a sly smile. Actually, this question is very tricky. There is no accurate answer. Vizet pressed his lips together, not expressing any thoughts, for he knew Albus had more to say. What a boring kid. Albus pouted. Can't you pretend to be ignorant? Asked with a curious tone, why would you ask this question? Seeing that Vizet remained indifferent, he could only helplessly say, before Albus found you, you had never truly you were just tormented by some dog bastard instilling the notion that magic was bad, making you fear the special power within you, right? Vizet nodded yes. Albus continued, then let me rephrase the question. Have you ever considered similar questions? Why is one a muggle? An ordinary person capable of picking up a cup to drink water. Have you thought about it? Never thought about it. Vizet shook his head, attempting to respond. Because I am a person. And strong. He recalled the earlier question, and suddenly his eyes lit up, just like a wizard. Because I am a wizard, I know magic. You clever little rascal. Albus Dumbledore chuckled twice, then straightened his expression. No wonder Albus always comes here because of you. I really don't know whether to say you have a great talent, or that you're just like an ordinary Ravenclaw adept at answering questions in a clever way. Just like that circular password. Vizet remained non-committal and kept silent. Albus Dumbledore gave him a strange feeling. Using such a peculiar parchment to perform those actions left a thorn in his heart. But this also served as a reminder for him. This is a real world, not children's literature or a fairy tale. There are real dangers in this world. Even without mentioning the Voldemort who has set his sights on him, just the crowd of wizards in the tavern hall likely contains few truly innocent individuals. There are also various bizarre magical artifacts like that parchment, which is a good example. At the same time, he realized that whether it's the eye of magic or the potentially rampaging Mermorn, they are all unstable factors likely to attract others' envy. In his past life, he was just a child raised in an orphanage, but now he had acquired what he had always dreamed of, family. Moreover, he had gained even more generous professors' sincere and cheerful friends' magic potions Quidditch. He didn't want these cherished things to come to harm. Thus, he needed to possess greater power, otherwise the vision composed of the mind-reading spell might someday become a reality. Vizet let out a long sigh. Albus, what should I do to fight against Voldemort? Albus chuckled. Fight against Voldemort? Do you really think a first-year student could still defeat a troll? Huh. I didn't defeat a troll, but on Halloween night I used magic to dissolve one. Albus didn't finish explaining. Albus Dumbledore's smile froze, and he said resentfully, he just told me that you did something remarkable on Halloween night. What specific magic did you use against the troll? Dark magic. If a Mermorn casts dark magic, it would amplify the effect. Am I wrong? Vizet nodded. Correct. I don't want to know the rest. Albus stared at Vizet for a while. Learning the mind-blocking spell is a long process. To become a mind blocker, one must either have extensive experiences, extraordinary talent, or possess extreme but controllable emotions. He leisurely stroked his beard, standing up and pacing as he spoke. You belong to the second category, possessing outstanding talent. Vizet remained silent, patiently waiting for more. TSK, this kid. Albus Dumbledore smirked a bit helplessly, continuing, from my understanding of Voldemort, he is a master of the mind-reading spell. In this world, the number of people who can contend with him in the mind-reading spell should not exceed the fingers on one hand. So your current situation is very dangerous. You need to find an alternative path. Vizet replied. An alternative path? A literal alternative path? Upon hearing Vizet's words, Albus nodded and smiled. You need to build a labyrinth within your soul to hinder Voldemort's intrusion. Vizet was somewhat puzzled. Excuse me, what does building a labyrinth within the soul to block Voldemort's intrusion mean? Albus explained. Use your beautiful memories to construct a labyrinth combating Voldemort's own evil and madness with the purest warmth and beauty. How exactly should I do that? Vizet inquired. Albus waved his wand and summoned a book to use as a footstool. You have a good understanding of the mind-blocking spell, so I can be at ease and go straight to practical stages. He handed the book to Vizet. As a Ravenclaw, I believe you can understand the contents above without my explanation, right? Vizet opened the notebook, glancing at the first page. To successfully implement the mind-blocking spell, one must understand their own emotions and manage them to achieve emotional control. In addition to the content about the mind-blocking spell, there were neat lines of handwriting. What are those writings in the book? My annotations. Albus said. Points of foolish opinions I left when I hadn't gone through as much. Some habits of the two Dumbledores are quite similar. Vizet combined the annotations in the blank spaces to better understand the content of the book. The originally obscure text became much easier to understand. It felt like the experience of reading the theory of transfiguration while collaborating with Dumbledore, aided by his annotations. Vizet quickly immersed himself, eagerly absorbing the knowledge related to the mind-blocking spell. Undoubtedly, Albus also possessed great talent, but he revealed not a hint of brilliance, merely maintaining the outward identity of a tavern owner. Unknowingly, he finished reading an entire book, feeling he had gained a deeper understanding of the mind-blocking spell. Albus also noticed this and directly asked, what have you learned? Vizet closed the book and attempted to summarize in his own words. To master the mind-blocking spell, the most important thing is emotional management. By emptying one's mind and practicing repeatedly, one tries to construct a box to contain emotions, preventing them from being revealed. This is a long process. To practice long-term and constantly reinforce, one must be able to stably control emotions. Mind readers create illusions, and any emotional fluctuations can become a breakthrough point for the mind-blocking. To enhance sensitivity to mind reading so as to timely amplify the mind-blocking spell's effectiveness at crucial moments to resist illusions. That's about all you need to say. Albus interrupted. Well, Reed, I didn't expect you to grasp the general idea in such a short time. Vizet asked, do we need to start practicing now? Aren't you hungry? Albus raised an eyebrow. You should have set out right after class to come from Hogwarts, right? Without waiting for Vizet to refuse, he waved his wand, as if humming a tune, and began casting spells. The bread ingredients on the shelf in the corner heeded his summons and flew toward the table. Milk like a stream, gently stirring, flour clouds, dancing, sugar covering the plate, butter soft, and creamy eggs hopping joyfully, warm love delivered into the small dough. Albus wore a smile, the bread-making materials seeming like playful children happily frolicking along with his incantation. When the bread matures, wishes drift with the smoke in the magical flames. Enthusiasm remains unquenched in the willow forest. Dreamy abodes, sweet aftertaste lingers. A feast invites all to share. A flame appeared on the table, and the dough leaped into the fire, much like a hippo rolling in water, constantly tumbling and expanding, taking on a golden color.